he and the now deceased corrections officer had in their possession.
More breaking news involving a $40 billion aid package for Ukraine that the House just approved. This as we're getting new inflation numbers this morning telling us the state of our economy.
Wildfires in New Mexico surpassed 200,000 acres as weather worsens and residents in 3 counties are preparing to evacuate.
Our Jake Ward drills down on the possibility that Elon Musk-owned Twitter would welcome back now banned Donald Trump into the Twitter sphere.
What happens when fans behave really badly at a big game that also involves a big star player's family?
Plus, the incredible scene in the Outer Banks of North Carolina. A busy Wednesday ahead. Early today starts right now. Thanks for joining us midweek. I'm Frances Rivera.
Glad you're with us. I'm Corey Coffin. Breaking overnight, after 11 days on the run, escaped inmate Casey White is finally back behind bars in Alabama. The 6'9" tall suspected murderer arrived back in Lauderdale County just hours ago after waiving extradition at a hearing. He, along with now deceased corrections officer Vicky White, walked out of an Alabama jail together on April 29th, setting off a nationwide manhunt. Casey White was captured on Monday after leading police on a short chase that ended with a crash. Authorities are now revealing dramatic new details into how they were captured in the Alabama fugitives and the alarming details and the alarming items they found in the truck. Here's NBC's Sam Brock.
Two of America's most publicized fugitives, Casey and Vicky White, dramatically caught after 11 days on the run. Their Cadillac crumpled after a short-lived pursuit from police in Evansville, Indiana.
Members of the U.S. task force basically rammed the vehicle and pushed it into a ditch. And we later found out, had they not done that, the fugitive was going to engage in a shootout with law enforcement.
An arsenal of weaponry found in the car.
We could hear her on the line saying she had her finger on the trigger.
But the only person to fire a shot, the highly regarded corrections officer Vicky White, set to receive the Employee of the Year award next week, who took her own life before deputies could reach her. U.S. Marshals telling NBC News Casey got out of the car, surrendered, and said, "Please help my wife. She just shot herself in the head, and I didn't do it." Authorities say there is no indication the two were married, though they were clearly disguising themselves quite masterfully with wigs and glasses. Tristan Berger was staying at the same Evansville motel right down the hall following the case and had no clue.
And you definitely saw her?
Yeah, definitely saw her. Yeah,
Hair
she was
dyed.
walking around, hair dyed, everything.
Officials ultimately getting a crucial tip from James Stinson, an Indiana car wash owner.
That truck was sitting right there.
Who spotted an abandoned Ford F-150 with Tennessee plates early in the week.
I said, this is probably that guy from Alabama. As soon as I seen him, I mean, the windows are down, keys in ignition, perfectly good truck.
There's also the question of why park the car here.
Of all the places Casey White could have left his truck, he picked this bay at a car wash next to a sign that says security cameras in use.
That security camera capturing the image of Casey that broke the case.
Our thanks to Sam Brock for that report.
From the gas pump to the grocery store, we are all feeling the sting of surging prices. In just a few hours, we will learn if the worst is behind us with the release of key inflation numbers. NBC's Chris Pallone is live in D.C. with the latest. And Chris, what can we expect today?
Well, good morning, Francis. Yeah, analysts and economists are expecting a bit of good news later on today with the release of the latest Consumer Price Index report. The numbers could show inflation has already peaked. The CPI is expected to rise a little over 8% year over year, down from 8.5% in March. That would be relief for consumers and investors alike, especially a day after gas prices reached an all-time high. Regular unleaded is now averaging $4.37 a gallon, the highest prices in California at $5.84 a gallon. President Biden tried to get ahead of today's report, highlighting his efforts to combat inflation yesterday. Actions like paying down the federal deficit, releasing 1 million barrels of oil per day from the nation's strategic reserve, and his proposal to raise taxes on billionaires.
I want every American to know that I'm taking inflation very seriously, and it's my top domestic priority. The fact is, the average cost of a barrel of oil has been steady for weeks. So why do gas prices keep going up so high? Republicans have offered plenty of blame, but not a single solution to actually bring down the energy prices.
Republicans quickly fired back at the president, saying Democrats' policies are what's hurting the average American.
Joe Biden gave a talk this morning, blamed everybody else on inflation. He took no responsibility and has no plan.
We'll get a better idea of where the economy is going when those CPI numbers come out at 8:30 Eastern Time. Francis?
Yeah, I hope that is the case. The worst is behind us, and it is downhill from here on, especially when it comes to those price tags. Thank you, Chris.
Today at the Capitol, senators are expected to vote on abortion rights. A bill is going to the floor that aims to codify the protections of Roe versus Wade into federal law. It is not expected to reach the 60-vote threshold to bypass a filibuster, but Senate Democrats want to get lawmakers on the record. They're linking this vote to the midterm elections.
I believe the Republican Party, the MAGA Republican Party, will suffer the consequences electorally when the American people see that.
I think the widespread sentiment of my conference is that this issue will be dealt with at the state level.
We are seeing more action on the state level. Connecticut's governor signing a bill into law that expands abortion access, and it also protects providers from being sued or criminally charged by another state.
Breaking overnight, the House passing a $40 billion package to provide more military and humanitarian aid to Ukraine. This happened just a day after President Biden called on Congress to immediately pass the legislation. It now heads to the Senate, but a vote has yet to be scheduled. And in Ukraine, the key port city of Odessa continues to be pummeled by Russian forces. Let's go now to NBC's Jay Gray, who joins us live from Lviv. And Jay, good morning. Ukrainian President Zelensky says these attacks could threaten the global food supply.
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning to you, Francis. Look, Odessa continues to be the major target for Russian troops, obviously, and clearly working to secure the coastline and control traffic in and out of the country right now. Ukraine officials say that they're also pirating grain and other vegetables meant to be sent to the rest of the world. They've got a blockade going right now, and no ships are leaving. A lot of that grain, they say, is going to Crimea from Russians who are pilfering from the supplies there. The defense ministry saying that large volumes of that grain and vegetables have been moved by the Russians. They're also quick to point out that if the blockade does continue, as you mentioned, it's going to threaten the world's food supply. Remember, Ukraine is one of the primary suppliers of wheat to the entire world.
And Jay, let's talk about another threat to an essential. Ukraine now saying it will halt nearly a third of Russian gas transported through the country due to safety concerns.
Yeah, absolutely. They say that the pipeline is in an area where they just can't get to it because of fighting, and so it's not safe. They don't know if it's performing properly. They can't maintain it. So as a result, and after warning, they have said that they're going to cut the supply off. And we're talking about a pretty substantial flow of gas, 32 million cubic meters per day into Europe. They have offered other avenues for it to be shipped through, but a response from those at the gas company in Russia is basically that those other avenues won't work and that there's no real grounds for the decision to cut off that flow.
Okay, Jay Gray for us in Lviv. Jay, thank you.
Now taking a look at some wicked weather. We are monitoring the extreme fire danger in the Southwest with red flag warnings up in 8 states. About a dozen massive fires burning. The largest is in New Mexico, burning more than 200,000 acres. Thousands of residents have been forced to evacuate as crews try to get a handle on those blazes.
Dramatic video shows a house falling into the ocean in North Carolina's Outer Banks. Look at this, the strong winds and the tidal flooding sweep the home right off its feet and straight into the sea. Luckily, no one was inside, nor in the second house that collapsed right next door the very same day. The National Park Service is reaching out to residents in the area to warn of possible new collapses in the near future. That is unbelievable to see it literally swept away with the waves.
Wow. Sometimes you have that fear when you see homes on the edge there like that, but to see it in person, unbelievable. All right, let's turn to NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman taking a look at some of those warmer temps across the country. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. And Corey, we were talking about that house earlier this morning. I watched that video like 10 times, just collapsing, and that's due to that area of low pressure bringing those battering waves, beach erosion. We're going to see that as we head throughout the next couple of days, and then it's going to retrograde back and bring showers back to the mid-Atlantic and also the southeast. Another big weather story today. We're looking looking at heat. We're looking at temperatures in the 90s, way above normal for this time of year. Some spots 30 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. So Dallas today, 93 in Omaha, Chicago, 86 degrees. That's 17 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. Then as we go throughout tomorrow, it spreads to the east. So we're now into New England with temperatures way above normal for this time of year. Still in the 90s in Minneapolis, Detroit, you're going to be 11 degrees above normal at 80 degrees. This is going to help spur more fires, the heat, the dry winds, the gusty winds and the dry land. It's going to bring 8 million people impacted by a red flag warning. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we're looking at such warm temperatures in the southern plains, a big area of high pressure bringing in that heat, temperatures in the 90s in most of Texas. And then as we head towards the north, it's still warm and also looking at the chance for severe weather. All right, guys, we'll go ahead. We're going to look at the weekend ahead and also look at today's forecast in just a bit.
I can't wait to see and hear, especially when you say that magic word weekend. Thanks, Michelle.
Sure.
In today's Quick Hits, Tom Brady taking his talents to broadcasting. The 7-time Super Bowl champ is joining Fox as their lead sports analyst. The whopping $375 million deal includes a 10-year contract. It's the most ever in sports broadcasting history.
Monster. And it is the end of an era. After 22 years, Apple's discontinuing the iPod Touch. First one came out in October 2001. Apple says they'll remain in stock while supplies last.
Busch Light and John Deere are partnering up to help American farmers with these limited edition green cans. For every 24 or 30 sold, they'll donate $1 to nonprofits.
Would it be easier for the airlines to manage a vaccine mandate than a mask mandate? Is there a case to be made that it's time to give Ukraine offensive weapons so they can win this war? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Leading the news, one of America's most famous chefs, Mario Batali, is found not guilty of indecent assault and battery. A Boston judge delivered the verdict in the non-jury trial. A woman accused Batali of forcibly kissing and groping her at a bar. Batali's lawyer said the woman lied for fun and she lied for money, referring to the lawsuit she filed.
Elon Musk has revealed another change he plans to bring to Twitter. The billionaire says once he purchases the company, he will lift the ban on former President Donald Trump. Here's NBC's Jacob Ward.
Elon Musk promising to make his mark on Twitter, saying he'd reverse the company's permanent ban on former President Donald Trump.
I would reverse the perma-ban. I think it was a morally bad decision, to be clear, and foolish in the extreme.
The former president's posts and behavior around January 6th caused most major social media platforms to remove him.
I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building
to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard.
Then, during the riots, he tweeted this video telling the mom, "We love you," and repeating a claim of stolen elections. That, and a pair of tweets 2 days later, ended his run as one of the platform's most followed users. At the time, then CEO Jack Dorsey defended the decision, tweeting about the dangers of, quote, offline harm as a result of online speech, while worrying about setting, quote, a precedent I feel is dangerous. Dorsey said on Twitter that he agrees with Musk that permanent bans, quote, don't work, although there should be exceptions for illegal behavior. On Tuesday, Musk argued that the permanent ban has not had its intended effect.
Banning Trump from Twitter didn't end Trump's voice. It will amplify it among the right. And this is why it is morally wrong and flat out stupid.
But research from Signal Labs at the time found that misinformation about election fraud fell 73% on Twitter in the weeks after Trump was kicked off. Trump's ability to broadcast his message has been limited to television appearances, YouTube, and Truth Social, the small social media company he founded as an alternative to the platforms that banned him. And other figures who've been banned from the largest social media platforms, like Milo Yiannopoulos and Laura Loomer, have more or less disappeared from the national stage, according to those who study deplatforming.
What we have found is that the audience is thinned considerably. Their revenue streams decline. So those two things are significant.
Members of Twitter's advisory council immediately tweeted their worries Tuesday about, quote, what else would be allowed under Musk's watch. Now, if Musk's acquisition of Twitter goes forward, it seems that Donald Trump will regain his place as one of the platform's most influential voices, and Twitter's content moderation policies will be upended.
And our thanks to Jacob Ward for that report.
All right, we'll take a quick break, and we got some few great stories for you. Take your shoes off and put a ring on it. The TSA proposal that has people lining up to make jokes.
And there's something strange afoot in the fashion world. Apparently, one person's trash is Balenciaga's wildly expensive new shoe.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
You come to Philly, your whole world's gonna change overnight. I gotta work. My mom and my daughter, they mean everything to me. Salary's $900,000.
He will call in sick. Just don't know you stashed.
Adam Sandler stars as an NBA talent scout who tries to prove he and a basketball phenom from Spain can make it in the NBA in the trailer for Hustle. The film is co-produced by Sandler and LeBron James. It premieres on Netflix next month.
Balenciaga's newest shoe is now available for pre-order. The brand released its popular Paris high-top sneaker in a new fully destroyed style, complete with tearing, smudging, and graffiti logo on the rubber sole. The price tag might surprise you, or maybe it won't. Who knows? They stand at $1,850 despite the aggressively distressed look. And of course, they're that expensive because only 100 pairs are available on Balenciaga.com.
Of course they are. How about we all DIY that, right?
Exactly.
I
think that
$20
can be easily done.
It really puts like Golden Goose and makes Golden Goose look like discount shoes as well. Let's all do it ourselves.
The shark here.
All right, TSA hit a bit of a social media turbulence after a certain Instagram post. Since deleted, the agency celebrated one couple who got engaged in the security line at Reno Tahoe Airport in Nevada. Twitter trolls, though, offered their congratulations with mockery, some users joking that they would break up with their partner if they decided to pop the question in an airport. Hey, man, love is love is love is love, whether you're going through TSA or anywhere else.
Wherever. That's a little mean-spirited. Maybe it had a story. TSA shouldn't have deleted it. Don't worry about the Twitter trolls.
All good. Hopefully they'll live happily ever after.
Yes.
After their TSA engagement. Maybe they'll get married in the airport, like in the secured part.
You never know. We're going to continue on this fairy tale story for them. All right, coming up, Michelle is back with more of your midweek forecast.
And Pope Francis shares the message of inclusion to the LGBTQ plus community.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin with breaking news. The attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine. I don't want us to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds.
We are talking elections in a battleground state. What does President Biden need to do tonight? He needs to speak to heads and hearts.
A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate.
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Would it be easier for the airlines to manage a vaccine mandate than a mask mandate? Is there a case to be made that it's time to give Ukraine offensive weapons so they can win this war? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Welcome back on this Wednesday, where we're looking at a heat pump in the middle of the nation from the southern plains all the way to the Midwest. That's going to spur fire danger once again, so a critical threat. Also severe weather in the Midwest, also portions of western Texas. As we go throughout Friday, we are looking at a coastal low bringing showers to parts of the mid-Atlantic, the southeast. Looking really nice in the northern plains with lots of sunshine. Back to you guys.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. Up next, an eye-opening message from Pope Francis to the LGBTQ plus community. Keep it right here.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home.
Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Pope Francis wants LGBTQ Catholics to know that the church is a safe space for them. The Pope recently replied to a letter from Jesuit Father James Martin, a prominent Catholic priest and LGBTQ ally. Martin wrote 3 questions to the Pope regarding Catholicism and the LGBTQ plus community, including, what do you say to an LGBTQ Catholic who has experienced rejection from the church? Pope Francis replied days ago, saying in part, I would have them recognize it is not the rejection of the church, but instead from people in the church. Pope Francis continues, the church is a mother and calls together all her children.
The Mavericks Suns series shifts back to Dallas for tomorrow's Game 6, but a couple of Mav fans will not be in the stands. The team banned them after an incident with Chris Paul's family. David Goins from our Dallas station KXAS spoke with a fan who caught the moment on camera.
For someone who loves sports so much, he opened a retro apparel shop in Deep Ellum. Barry McCary says what he witnessed Sunday at Game 4 will never be in fashion. If you happen to see this video on your social media feeds Monday, it came from McCary's vantage near the Suns bench.
I heard him say, hey, he pointed at the individual and said, he touched your mom. So at that moment, too, I'm just thinking, on Mother's Day, you know, like.
He says he didn't know exactly what was happening in the moment, but knew it involved Suns guard Chris Paul, so McCary took out his phone.
And as you can see, I mean, he's trying to work his way around the team huddle at that until he's seen the kid probably just right at that moment when he hopped out.
It's unlikely that will happen anytime soon. The Mavs saying in a statement, American Airlines Center and the Maverick security and executives have concluded the investigation into the incident involving the Paul family. 2 unruly fans attempted to give unwanted hugs and have conversations with members of the Paul family on the concourse of American Airlines Center. Security responded immediately once notified by the family, and the fans were swiftly ejected. The fans involved in the incident will not be allowed to return to the arena until 2023. The AAC is full again, this time for a Stars playoff Game 4, where Brian Wright says fans need to remember the excitement needs to stay on the ice. or the court.
Sometimes as fans, we have to check our own emotions and realize the situation we're in.
McCary agrees.
No matter what age you are, just be on your best behavior. That's what makes the game go.
He'll be back for Game 6 on Thursday, hoping for a potential Mavs clinch, free of any off-court drama.
All right, that's going to be a big game. Our thanks to David Goins for that report. And we want to thank you for kicking off your Wednesday with Early Today. I'm Corey Coffin.
I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great day. See you back here tomorrow. Your news continues right here on NBC and our NBC stations. Breaking overnight, fugitive Casey White is returned to Alabama after surrendering to police in Indiana. Police say he had planned for a shootout with authorities, and the corrections officer apparently taking her own life.
The abortion battle poised to hit a whole new level as the Senate becomes front and center on the issue today. Also late last night, the House approved a $40 billion aid package to Ukraine, with 57 Republicans voting against it.
New inflation data out today. President Biden faces tough economic times with pocketbook issues hitting all Americans hard. Our Miguel Almaguer reports on skyrocketing rents and mortgage rates, putting many in a financial bind.
And the winningest quarterback in NFL history may finally be getting some good news. All right, just kidding. He is reportedly already setting up his next job after football, and you won't believe how much he's getting paid. Early Today starts right now. Good morning. I'm Corey Coffin.
Glad you're with us. I'm Frances Rivera. Breaking overnight, escaped inmate Casey White is back behind bars in Alabama this morning after a pursuit from police led to his arrest in Indiana on Monday. The 6'9" tall suspected murderer arrived back in Lauderdale County just hours ago after waiving extradition at a hearing. And now police are revealing new details in the 11-day manhunt that led them to Casey White. And now deceased former corrections officer Vicky White, who authorities say died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
Well, the pursuit was very short. It went up a major artery in here in Vanderbilt County, and they cut across a parking lot at a large factory. They were in a grassy area, so 3 of our task force members actually rammed the vehicle and pushed it into a ditch, so it ended up on its side. As they approached the vehicle, it was obvious that the female driver was unconscious and still had a weapon in her hand, and they removed the murderer from the vehicle simultaneously.
Officials also revealed the two had been in a relationship for at least 2 years, used multiple vehicles to evade capture, and stayed in an Evansville motel for a week. Police say they found about $29,000 in cash, along with an arsenal of weaponry in their car. Authorities also say Casey told them he had planned to engage in a shootout with law enforcement. The 38-year-old is charged with 2 counts of capital murder in connection to a 2020 stabbing.
The battle over abortion rights goes to the U.S. Senate floor today. Lawmakers are expected to vote on a bill that would codify the protections of Roe v. Wade into federal law. The bill is not expected to get the 60 votes needed to bypass a filibuster, but it forces the senators to show where they stand ahead of the midterms. The possible end of Roe is also creating battle at the state level. Here's NBC's Stephanie Gosk.
There's a new abortion law in Connecticut.
We're doing everything we can to stand up on behalf of the reproductive rights of all of our citizens.
Setting up a battle between states.
Texas, don't mess with Connecticut.
The law expands abortion access and protects providers like those in this clinic from being sued or even criminally charged by another state.
I am very grateful for it, and I think it was necessary in our political climate.
We're not going to sit here with our residents, with our doctors, nurses, our facilities undefended. We're going to stand up for these rights here in the state of Connecticut.
State Representative Matt Blumenthal, who co-authored the bill, says it was in direct response to the abortion law in Texas and in anticipation of Roe v. Wade possibly being overturned.
People are already coming to Connecticut from places like Texas to seek safe and legal care.
Missouri State Representative Mary Elizabeth Coleman drafted a bill similar to the one in Texas that would allow private citizens to sue abortion providers.
Should a doctor in Connecticut be concerned that they may be sued from a private citizen in Missouri if they've performed an abortion on a Missouri resident?
No, I don't think that that's an accurate reading of the law.
Her bill has not yet been passed.
Because the abortion issue has been decided by the courts for so long, that taking this back into the state legislatures, there's rhetoric that is ramping things up in ways that isn't particularly helpful.
Scholars say the criminal and civil law has not been tested, and anti-abortion states might push boundaries if Roe is overturned, which is why states like Connecticut are acting quickly.
You see Connecticut looking at that kind of mess and saying, we want clarity. We don't want to wait for things to shake out in the courts.
What kind of world are we potentially going into if Roe is overturned?
I'm afraid that it's going to be a world where this conflict is even uglier and messier than the one we're in now.
Stephanie Gosk, NBC News, Hartford, Connecticut.
From the gas pump to the grocery store, we're all feeling the sting of surging prices. In just a few hours, we'll learn if the worst is behind us with the release of key inflation numbers. NBC's Chris Pallone is live in D.C. with the latest for us. Chris, good morning. What can we expect today?
Corey, good morning to you. Economists are expecting a bit of good news from April's Consumer Price Index report. The numbers could show that inflation actually peaked. CPI is expected to rise a little over 8% year over year, down from 8.5% in March. That would be relief for consumers and investors alike, especially a day after gas prices reached an all-time high. Regular unleaded is now averaging $4.37 a gallon. The highest prices are in California at $5.84 a gallon. President Biden tried to get ahead of today's report, highlighting his efforts to combat inflation yesterday. Actions like paying down the federal deficit, releasing 1 million barrels of oil per day from the nation's strategic reserve, and his proposal to raise taxes on billionaires.
I want every American to know that I'm taking inflation very seriously, and it's my top domestic priority. The fact is, the average cost of a barrel of oil has been steady for weeks. So why do gas prices keep going up so high? Republicans have offered plenty of blame, but not a single solution to actually bring down the energy prices.
Republicans quickly fired back at the president, saying Democrats' policies are what's hurting the average American.
Joe Biden gave a talk this morning, blamed everybody else on inflation. He took no responsibility and has no plan.
We will get a better idea of where the economy is heading when that CPI number is released around 8:30 Eastern time today. Corey?
Yeah, millions of Americans holding their breath in the meantime. Chris, thank you.
The House passing a massive $40 billion package to send more military and humanitarian aid to Ukraine. The legislation originally contained an additional $10 billion in COVID relief for the U.S., but Republicans balked at the funding. In order to ensure swift congressional action, President Biden separated the aid. The Ukraine package now heads to the Senate. Ukrainian President Zelensky thanked House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and House lawmakers in a tweet. And Ukraine's port city of Odessa is now facing increased assaults from Russia. NBC's Kelly Kobiea has the details.
The crucial southern port city of Odessa in the crosshairs again. Ukraine says Russia has fired 7 missiles at the city, hitting a shopping center and warehouse, killing a security guard. This facility has nothing to do with the military, Odessa's mayor said. There are no ammunitions depots here and never have been. Several buildings have been reduced to rubble. Odessa, almost untouched in the first 2 months of war, is now being targeted nearly every day. Ukraine's President Zelensky warning the Russian blockade of ports like Odessa is threatening the world's food supply. Ukraine produces about 20% of the world's high-grade wheat used to make bread. The UN says nearly 25 million tons of grain is now stuck in silos, while the war still rages across the east. Anna and her husband told me they fled their home city of Severodonetsk, now under constant Russian shelling. There was no gas, no water, and my best friend was killed when she went out to find water. I'm so sorry. It's so hard to bear, she says. She told me her husband lost his eye when he was 10 during the siege of St. Petersburg in World War II. Now both living through another war. Who do you blame? Putin, of course. It's Russia. We didn't invade anyone, she says in Russian. Even though we're old, she told me, we still want to live. Anna and her husband are among the more than 12 million Ukrainians now displaced by this war. And the United Nations says the vast majority, nearly 8 million, are still here in Ukraine.
Kelly, thank you.
Former President Trump may soon get the power to tweet again. Billionaire Elon Musk says he will restore Donald Trump's Twitter account once his deal to buy the company is complete. Musk calls himself a free speech absolutist. The former president was permanently suspended after the Capitol riot. Mr. Trump has previously said he would not rejoin Twitter and will instead post to his own social media platform, Truth Social.
Now taking a look at some wicked weather, we are monitoring the extreme fire danger in the southeast with red flag warnings up in 8 states. About a dozen massive fires burning. The largest is in New Mexico, burning more than 200,000 acres. Thousands of residents have been forced to evacuate as crews try to get a handle on the blazes.
All right, for more on these warmer temps, let's go over to NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning to you both. And we're going to see that fire threat at a critical risk once again today. It's all due to high pressure in place. It's a big area of high pressure pumping in the heat, along with gusty winds and also some dry terrain. So we're looking at temperatures in the 90s, stretching from the southern plains all the way to parts of the Midwest. Temperatures 30 degrees above normal for this time of year in some spots. So Omaha today, 93 degrees, Chicago, 86 degrees at 17 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. Now, as we go throughout tomorrow, that warmth is going to spread to the east. So now New England, you're in on it too. We're looking at temperatures in the mid 80s in Burlington, way above normal for this time of year. Still lots of 90s on the map too. Des Moines, Minneapolis, St. Louis, you're looking at temperatures in the low 90s. Now this heat, this big area of high pressure is going to spur the threat for more wildfire danger today. So 8 million people impacted. You see this pink here, that's your red flag warnings in the southwest. We're looking at low humidity and also really gusty winds. Then we're also looking at the chance of severe weather. We have 2 spots where we could see some severe weather. That's all due to this high pressure, the heat kind of spurring this. 7 million at risk with hail as large as 2 inches. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we're looking at temperatures in the 90s in the south, temperatures of 96 degrees in San Angelo. And then as we head towards the north, it's warm there too in the Midwest. We could see some storms there today. Severe weather with hail as large as 2 inches. All right, guys, we are looking at the weekend ahead, and we do have some showers in the forecast for many.
The weekend with a capital W.
Yeah.
Take out the showers, though. All right, Michelle,
Right.
Thank you. It was an angelic performance for Reed Detmers against the Rays. The Angels rookie tossed a career-high 108 pitches, but he threw a no-hitter in just his 11th career start. It is the second no-hitter of the season and the first no-no for the Angels since 2019. Los Angeles beat Tampa Bay 12-0.
New developments in the airplane assault involving boxing champ Mike Tyson.
Plus, Duff in the buff. The Lizzie McGuire actress bears all in the latest issue of Women's Health. We're back in 1 minute.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Leading the news, one of America's most famous chefs, Mario Batali, is found not guilty of indecent assault and battery. A Boston judge delivered the verdict in the non-jury trial. A woman accused Batali of forcibly kissing and groping her at a bar. Batali's lawyers said the woman lied for fun and she lied for money, referring to the lawsuit she filed.
Heavyweight boxing legend Mike Tyson will not face charges after being recorded in a physical altercation with another passenger on a JetBlue flight. The April 20th incident happened on a Miami-bound flight out of San Francisco, where a passenger was shown on camera being punched by Tyson after he was said to be badgering the fighter. San Mateo County's district attorney said in a statement that both parties agreed they did not want charges filed in the case, which is now officially closed.
Hilary Duff is coming clean on the cover of Women's Health. The Lizzie McGuire actress posed nude for the magazine's The Body issue and opened up about body image in Hollywood. In the issue, Duff shared she is denouncing unrealistic beauty standards and proud of her body for giving her 3 children. She said the all-female set helped her, quote, feel strong and beautiful. I absolutely loved her in Lizzie McGuire,
yes,
but even more so in Younger, and the roles that she played there with that all-female, so many females in that cast.
Absolutely, and her role as a mother. I mean, it's just fascinating to see her grow. All right, after the break, the legendary Tom Brady secures a king's ransom with his first ever broadcasting gig. We will tell you just how much he's set to be paid.
Plus, the High Wire Act for home buyers as interest rates rise.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Would it be easier for the airlines to manage a vaccine mandate than a mask mandate? Is there a case to be made that it's time to give Ukraine offensive weapons so they can win this war? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin with breaking news. The attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of state house.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds. We are talking elections in a battleground state. What does President Biden need to do tonight? He needs to speak to heads and hearts. A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate.
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
In today's Quick Hits, Tom Brady taking his talents to broadcasting. The 7-time Super Bowl champ is joining Fox as their lead sports analyst. The whopping $375 million deal includes a 10-year contract. It is the most ever in sports broadcasting history.
It's the end of an era. After 22 years, Apple is discontinuing the iPod Touch. The first one came out in October of 2001. Apple says they will remain in stock until supplies last.
Plus, Busch Light and John Deere are partnering to help American farmers with these limited edition green cans. For every 24 or 30 packs sold, Busch Light will donate $1 to the nonprofit Farm Rescue.
The housing market is piping hot as mortgage rates and rents keep rising. And with demand outstripping supply, more people are scrambling to strike the best deal they can before they're priced out. Our Miguel Almaguer reports.
So this is my favorite room in the house.
As rents rise and now mortgage rates climb, the Fishers, like so many other American families, are trying desperately to buy a home while facing a tougher housing market every day.
Space.
With low inventory and record high prices, if they wait any longer, their 30-year fixed mortgage could tick up even higher.
We're definitely willing to make more sacrifices than we were at the beginning.
The typical mortgage payment in March was $1,700, up nearly $400 from a year ago.
Yeah, you kind of don't know when it's going to end with the mortgage rates rising. With inflation going up too, I mean, everything's getting more expensive.
Though the housing market remains hot, there are some signs of cooling. The average 30-year fixed mortgage rate has now climbed to 5.36%, up 2 points from a year ago. That's led to an 11% drop in new mortgage applications. Still, many prospective homeowners are lowering expectations and raising budgets.
It's definitely squeezing some people out, but again, demand is still there and it's great, far exceeding supply.
To get their foot into the door, families aren't just willing to pay more for less. Many are turning to adjustable rate loans, where the interest rate can change after 5, 7, or 10 years.
We think in 2022, with higher mortgage rates, that'll cool down somewhat. We'll be back to more typical market conditions.
But after losing on multiple offers, the Fisher family wants to buy now in order to save later, or else they worry their American dream could become a nightmare. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News, Los Angeles.
And Michelle's got your weekend forecast next.
And the wild scene as a luxury shore house is swept out to sea along the North Carolina coast.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Would it be easier for the airlines to manage a vaccine mandate than a mask mandate? Is there a case to be made that it's time to give Ukraine offensive weapons so they can win this war? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Would it be easier for the airlines to manage a vaccine mandate than a mask mandate? Is there a case to be made that it's time to give Ukraine offensive weapons so they can win this war? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Dramatic video from North Carolina's Outer Banks. Strong winds and tidal flooding sweep a house off its feet and right into the sea. There it goes. Luckily, no one was inside, nor in the second house that collapsed right next door that very same day.
That beach erosion is just wild to see. Michelle, you were talking about that video this morning.
I know, it's crazy, and I've watched it like 10 times, and we're unfortunately going to see more of that today into the weekend, and then that area of low pressure that's sort of responsible for that is going to retrograde back and bring showers back to those parts of the country along the East Coast. But we're also looking at really intense heat today. Temperatures in the 90s from the southern plains to parts of the Midwest, even into New England by tomorrow. Here's that rain I was talking about from that area of low pressure from the mid-Atlantic to the southeast. Also looking at rain in the upper Midwest and near record heat once again along the Great Lakes. As we look towards Saturday, wet weather into the Northeast as well. Back to you guys.
Okay, thanks, Michelle. Adam Sandler hustles to make a hoop dream come true. That's next.
We come to Philly.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin, to cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home.
Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin, to cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home.
Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together.
Oh, I'm so happy.
And me.
That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
We come to Philly, your whole world's gonna change overnight.
I gotta work. My mom and my daughter, they mean everything to me.
Salary's $900,000.
He will call in sick. Just don't know you stashed.
Adam Sandler stars as an NBA talent scout who tries to prove he and a basketball phenom from Spain can make it in the NBA. That's the trailer for Hustle. The film is co-produced by Sandler and LeBron James and premieres on Netflix next month.
In today's top stories, gun killings in the United States reached its highest level in a quarter century during COVID, the CDC says. Excluding suicides, more than 19,000 people were killed by guns in America in 2020. That is compared to 14,000 the year before. It is a 35% increase and the highest number since 1994. And cars are now the largest source of stolen firearms. A new study by a nonprofit looked at 271 cities across 38 states and found that more than half of the 77,000 guns stolen in 2020 were taken from cars. That's up from less than a quarter a decade ago.
Shattering the economic glass ceiling is Lisa Cook. The Senate has confirmed her to serve on the Federal Reserve Board of Governors. She is the first black woman to hold that post. Vice President Kamala Harris broke the 50-50 tie with her vote. Cook is an economist at Michigan State University focusing on racial disparities in labor markets.
As the Biden administration considers forgiving student debt, it's now hit a record high. According to the Federal Reserve, the national burden reached $1.59 trillion during the first quarter of this year. It now accounts for just over 10% of household debt. A Wallet Hub survey found that Ithaca, New York, the home of Cornell University and Ithaca College, was on the top 10 list of cities with the highest student debt. Also on that list, Oxford, Mississippi, with a median student debt of over $27,000. Gainesville, Florida, follows that that with over 26,000.
All right, don't throw away your used up, broken, messy, like stinky sneakers. Balenciaga's newest shoe is now available for pre-order. The brand released its popular Paris high-top sneaker in a fully destroyed style, complete with tearing, smudging, and a graffiti logo on the rubber sole. So the price tag, guess. They stand at $1,850 despite that aggressively distressed look, and 100 pairs are available at Balenciaga.com. Golden gooses are a total steal when it comes to that.
Absolutely. All right, this next story. The TSA hit a bit of social media turbulence after a certain Instagram post, since deleted, the agency celebrated one couple who got engaged at the Reno Tahoe Airport in Nevada, but Twitter trolls offered their congratulations with mockery, saying they would break up with their partner if they decided to pop the question at the airport.
Yeah.
All right, thanks for waking up with Early today. I'm Corey Coffin.
I'm Francis Rivera. Have a great Wednesday.
Good morning. I'm Vicki Wynn in for Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, no end in sight. A new warning from the U.S. about the war in Ukraine. As Russia intensifies its attacks on a key port city, new intelligence suggests the Russians are ready for a prolonged conflict. And lawmakers pass a bill to send another $40 billion to Ukraine. We have team coverage with the latest. Blame game this morning. New inflation numbers set for release as Democrats and Republicans spar over why costs are so high and what to do about it.
Republicans have offered plenty of blame, but not a single solution to actually bring down the energy prices.
Joe Biden gave a talk this morning, blamed everybody else on inflation. He took no responsibility and has no plan.
We'll have more from both sides of the debate, plus how voters feel about the rising costs ahead of those midterm elections. Celebrity advocate, reality star, and hotel heiress Paris Hilton goes to the White House to push for new legislation against child abuse. Her call for change as she shares her own story. And it's the end of an era for Apple and the music world. The iconic iPod is being discontinued 2 decades after it was first released. How the device transformed the way millions of people listen to music.
Wow.
I had that pink one.
Do you? I was
did.
thinking you would, of all the colors.
Dig it out, yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like maybe that's worth something.
Scrolling all that.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good question. I do wonder. Is it
Especially
valuable? Is it an heirloom?
Nostalgic things are all back in. I don't know.
Do they still work? They still work. Yeah.
Probably if you charge it. If I can find the charger.
Okay, that's the problem there.
We'll bring you that later today. Maybe you've got one at home you can dig up too. We begin though this morning with the war in Ukraine, where troops are mounting a counteroffensive against Russian forces in the region of Kharkiv.
The area is home to Ukraine's second largest city, which has come under heavy shelling since the invasion began. But President Zelensky said the Ukrainian army has managed to push back Russian troops in the region and recapture some villages north of the city. On Capitol Hill overnight, the House approved a $40 billion Ukraine aid package, which includes both military and humanitarian funding. It comes after the director of national intelligence warned that President Putin could use nuclear weapons if he perceived an existential threat to Russia. Speaking yesterday, she told a Senate committee hearing that the Russian leader is preparing for a long war in Ukraine.
We assess President Putin is preparing for a prolonged conflict in Ukraine, during which he still intends to achieve goals beyond the Donbass. But Putin most likely also judges that Russia has a greater ability and willingness to endure challenges than his adversaries, and he is probably counting on U.S. and EU resolve to weaken as food shortages, inflation, energy prices get worse. Moreover, as both Russia and Ukraine believe they can continue to make progress militarily, we do not see a viable negotiating path forward, at least in the short term.
No viable negotiating path. We will hear from the former director for Russia and Eastern Europe at the National Security Council, Colonel Matt Dimmock, in just a few moments. But first, let's go to NBC News senior national correspondent Jay Gray, who's in Lviv. Jay, we know Kharkiv and the surrounding region have seen some of the fiercest fighting since this war began. What can you tell us about this latest Ukrainian counterattack?
Yeah, it seems to be working at this point, as you talked about, Vicki. Still very tense in that area, as you might imagine. In fact, one civilian killed during a volley yesterday on the streets of one of those outlying towns or villages. Ukraine fighters have managed to push back Russian tactical units, though taking back some of the land that they had taken over during the initial invasion and really securing an area around Ukraine's second largest city, though the fighting does continue at times to be very intense, and the Russians still continue to try and push back in and toward that city. It's not something that they've been ready to fully give up on as they continue, of course, pounding the east as well. And so we can expect to continue to see fighting in that region for quite some time.
Jay, this morning, the wounded soldiers trapped inside that Mariupol steel plant made a new plea for help. What are they saying about the conditions there? And do we know of any plans to evacuate them as well? I think yesterday you told us at least 100 civilians are believed to still be trapped inside.
Yeah, Vicki, we're getting mixed reports on the number of civilians inside, but it appears now that there are some still inside that steel plant. The situation not good for those wounded soldiers. There are many with severe wounds, some with amputations. They have no medical care, no medicine, and no gauze or bandaging that is sterilized. They're just using what they can there. The UN has continued to try and negotiate some type of ceasefire to get those soldiers out, to get them to the medical attention that they may need. At this point, though, Russian troops have refused to call a ceasefire for those purposes. As you know, they transported a lot of the civilians out over the weekend during what was a very tenuous humanitarian corridor, but managed to get the majority of folks out of that steel mill. And so they'll continue, the UN says, to try and get that safe passage. But again, it's been a sticking point for weeks, and it doesn't look like there's any give right now.
Jay, we're also hearing Ukraine is planning to suspend the flow of gas at a key transit point that delivers about a third of the fuel from Russia to Europe. How quickly could that happen, and what kind of impact would that have on Russia and its war efforts?
Yeah, it looks like the process has already started, Vicki, and the Ukraine officials have been warning European allies about this for the last couple of weeks. The issue is the pipeline runs through an area where there is Russian occupation or intense fighting, and so they can't get out. They can't make sure it's serviced properly, can't make sure that everything is okay as far as the flow is concerned. And they say that some of the Russian troops have actually been tapping into the source, and that makes it a bit uneven and a bit dicey as well. So they've offered to reroute the gas. Russia has said no, that's not technically possible. They've also said that there's no reason to shut down the flow.
Jay Gray, live in Lviv. Thank you. Let's now bring in Colonel Matt Dimick. He's the former director for Russia and Eastern Europe at the National Security Council, a position he held during both the Trump and Biden administrations. Good morning. Thanks for being with us. So let's start with this $40 billion aid package just passed by the House, because it's actually $7 billion more than President Biden has requested. What does that say to you about America's commitment to the fight? What does it say to Russia? And ultimately, what's the impact this can have?
So it's a huge amount of money, obviously. And then when you combine it with the other billions of dollars that have already been committed to Ukraine, the sum is very, very large. But I think what it constitutes is this is really an insurance premium for America, for our national security interests, and that's really the way we need to look at it. All of that money in the hands of the Ukrainians is necessary. It's going to go to good use, and I think that we should look at this as every dollar that we put into the hands of the Ukrainians, it gives them the tools to beat back Russian aggression and smash up the Russian war machine. Not only is it a dollar well spent, but it's going to be an investment in our future security in Europe and protect our interests in the long term.
Certainly, and you can see the breakdown there we just have on the screen of how it will all be spent. Now let's talk about what we heard from the Director of National Intelligence, warning that Putin may become more unpredictable, is dug in for a long war with also a no viable negotiating path she had mentioned there. What concerns you most about what Putin may do next?
I don't necessarily have any concerns about some kind of irrational escalation of this conflict. It looks like he's just going to continue on this path of just a sheer slog towards some kind of victory that he can claim. So it looks like he's going to just continue this plotting pace of the conflict, use the Russian strengths of mass and heavy firepower to just try to grind down the Ukrainians, and in combination with pushing back Ukrainians and destroying some of the Ukrainian forces and working through attrition. Also, just a stranglehold on the Ukrainian economy. And I think that Putin probably thinks if he can make this last for several more months, put more pain on the Ukrainians, and maybe also Europeans and everybody else loses some interest, then he will eventually be able to claim his military objectives.
So let's talk about exactly what those military objectives are at this point, and also what it ultimately means Ukraine would have to be okay with, because we've seen the Russian army shift its goals from Kyiv to just the eastern region. Now they're facing that fierce resistance, just talking about them pushing back in Kharkiv. It seems that they want that land corridor to Crimea, but Zelensky said he's not going to give it up, and also his people live there. I mean, what is the off-ramp here, and is there any solution you see that could also satisfy Ukraine?
It is hard to see because right now both sides see a path towards their own sense of victory and being able to impose conditions on the other side. So it's hard to see any off-ramps at this point in time. I think the Russians believe the time and mass is in their favor. So they are sitting on that ground, probably about 80% of the Donbass at this point, and they're definitely in control of the entire Sea of Azov all the way to the Black Sea coast at Kherson. So they are in somewhat of a good position as far as controlling land, but Ukrainians are going to have something to say about that. And as you've seen around Kharkiv, they do have the ability. They're very nimble and can give the Russians some setbacks that the Russians may have to consider. But when it comes to off-ramps, I think Putin thinks time is in his favor, mass is in his favor, and that he will be able to strangle the Ukrainians into coming to the table and accepting favorable Russian agreements.
Colonel Matt Dimick, thank you for your time this morning. Also, I know you're a regional program director with the aid group Spirit of America that's helping get aid into Ukraine. Thank you for what you're doing there, too. We appreciate you.
All right, thank you.
We turn now to the battle over the future of abortion rights in the U.S. Today, the Senate is expected to vote on a bill that would codify abortion rights. The vote on the Women's Health Protection Act, which is already passed the House, is all but certain to fail, with just 49 senators expected to support the measure. That is well below the 60-vote requirement to defeat a Republican filibuster. The vote comes after that leaked Supreme Court draft opinion that indicates Roe v. Wade will likely be overturned. Meanwhile, several states are racing to extend their abortion laws to protect out-of-state patients from potential lawsuits. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has more now from Connecticut.
There's a new abortion law in Connecticut.
We're doing everything we can to stand up on behalf of the reproductive rights of all of our citizens.
Setting up a battle between states.
Texas, don't mess with Connecticut.
The law expands abortion access and protects providers like those in this clinic from being sued or even criminally charged by another state.
I am very grateful for it, and I think it was necessary in our political climate.
We're not going to sit here with our residents, with our doctors, nurses, our facilities undefended. We're going to stand up for these rights here in the state of Connecticut.
State Representative Matt Blumenthal, who co-authored the bill, says it was in direct response to the abortion law in Texas and in anticipation of Roe v. Wade possibly being overturned.
People are already coming to Connecticut from places like Texas to seek safe and legal care.
Missouri State Representative Mary Elizabeth Coleman drafted a bill similar to the one in Texas that would allow private citizens to sue abortion providers.
Should a doctor in Connecticut be concerned that they may be sued from a private citizen in Missouri if they've performed an abortion on a Missouri resident?
No, I don't think that that's an accurate reading of the law.
Her bill has not yet been passed.
Because the abortion issue has been decided by the courts for so long that taking this back into the state legislatures, there's rhetoric that is ramping things up in ways that isn't particularly helpful.
Scholars say the criminal and civil law has not been tested, and anti-abortion states might push boundaries if Roe is overturned, which is why states like Connecticut are acting quickly.
You see Connecticut looking at that kind of mess and saying, we want clarity. We don't want to wait for things to shake out in the courts.
What kind of world are we potentially going into if Roe is overturned?
I'm afraid that it's going to be a world where this conflict is even uglier and messier than the one we're in now.
Stephanie Gosk, NBC News, Hartford, Connecticut.
Turning now to the economy and the new inflation numbers out today. Americans have been hit hard, paying more for everyday items. Inflation's been at its highest point in more than 40 years, in fact. Well, yesterday, President Biden unveiled his plan to try to ease the burden on Americans' wallets.
My plan attacks inflation and grows the economy by lowering costs for working families, giving workers well-deserved raises, reducing the deficit by historic levels, and making big corporations and the very wealthiest Americans pay their fair share.
But how do voters feel about the rising prices? Well, we're 6 months away from midterm elections, and in key swing states, inflation and the economy are playing a major role in who people may vote for in November. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us from one of those key swing states, Florida. He's in Duval County, the greater Jacksonville area, for our County to County series. Shaq, good morning. So just tell me, how are people there seeing the impact of inflation right now?
Well, you're looking at gas prices, increased food prices, increased housing prices, especially in this area. Housing up 30% in Jacksonville area from just a year ago. So this is something that voters are thinking about ahead of the midterm elections. It's in fact something that they brought up to us during our first visit here last October. I want you to listen to what they're telling us about the impact of inflation, starting with a person we met back in October who mentioned this as one of her top issues then. Listen to what she's saying now.
Worse. Worse.
How so?
Well, obviously, a lot of my friends are talking about the gas prices and being able to travel this summer.
In the grocery store as well, sort of picking and choosing my battles now with what I really need versus what I want as the prices increase.
This is something that increasingly voters are saying is top of mind to them, and that's why you heard the president yesterday saying this is his top domestic priority at this point.
So, Shaq, groceries cost more, travel is going to be tougher. That's all frustrating and stressful for people. So the question, as we set you up for, is how is it going to impact how they vote this time around? And this is an especially interesting area to watch to get an answer to that, because it's historically quite Republican. That's seen some shift with Biden even winning in 2020. How is inflation impacting how this is shaping up for midterms?
Right. This is the type of area that Democrats felt that they had some momentum in. But now with the economy, with inflation, it's Republicans feeling like they have the wind at their backs. And, you know, we actually stopped by a food bank. And one thing that we saw learning and talking to folks there is that most of the people going in to get food have a source of income. These are people who are seniors, who are on fixed income, so they are feeling it in their day-to-day lives. I want you to listen to my conversation with a voter who we met, who's explaining who he's blaming for this, who he blames for the rise in prices that you're seeing.
I didn't agree with the last stimulus, because the market was moving, in the right direction in regards to inflation. But going forward right now, I think everyone just needs to come together and figure this thing out. I don't think one party can fix it. I think both of them have to come together.
Other voters that I talked to mentioned the coronavirus pandemic, or they said it's just cyclical. It's something that will rise and fall. But again, this is something that every voter, no matter what side of the aisle they fall on, said they noticed and they'll be thinking about into the midterm elections.
Absolutely. So, Shaq, quickly tell us what they think of the plan unveiled yesterday to try to combat this.
Well, a little quick, it's that plan was just announced yesterday. We just heard from the president yesterday, so we don't have immediate reaction to what the president said. But if you look at this poll that we saw from last night, you see most people in this state, the number is 76% of Floridians are very or somewhat dissatisfied with the government's handling of the issue. When you ask them who they blame for it, you see that the Biden administration is at about 64%. They say are very or somewhat responsible, putting the blame on Biden administration. But they also see other issues at play. They look at the coronavirus pandemic. They look at the supply chain issues. So there's many people to blame, but you get the sense that voters are really paying attention to this. And that is why you have the president and folks in Congress focusing on this issue as we get closer and closer to the election.
Absolutely, and we will continue to focus on that county. Lots to watch for there. Shaq Brewster, thank you so much.
Well, future homeowners are also struggling in this economy. Rising mortgage rates are forcing many to delay the purchase of that new dream home. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer takes a closer look at the housing crunch.
So this is my favorite room in the house.
As rents rise and now mortgage rates climb, the Fishers, like so many other American families, are trying desperately to buy a home while facing a tougher housing market every day.
Nice.
With low inventory and record high prices, if they wait any longer, their 30-year fixed mortgage could tick up even higher.
We're definitely willing to make more sacrifices than we were at the beginning.
The typical mortgage payment in March was $1,700, up nearly $400 from a year ago.
Yeah, you kind of don't know when it's going to end with the mortgage rates rising. With inflation going up too, I mean, everything's getting more expensive.
Though the housing market remains hot, there are some signs of cooling. The average 30-year fixed mortgage rate has now climbed to 5.36%, up 2 points from a year ago. That's led to an 11% drop in new mortgage applications. Still, many prospective homeowners are lowering expectations and raising budgets.
It's definitely squeezing some people out, but again, demand is still there and it's far exceeding supply.
To get their foot into the door, families aren't just willing to pay more for less. Many are turning to adjustable rate loans, where the interest rate can change after 5, 7, or 10 years.
We think in 2022, with higher mortgage rates, that'll cool down somewhat. We'll be back to more typical market conditions.
But after losing on multiple offers, the Fisher family wants to buy now in order to save later, or else they worry their American dream could become a nightmare. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News, Los Angeles.
And now it's time for a check on your morning news now weather.
Our Michelle Grossman joins us this morning. Hey, good morning. A lot of reds, pinks, and oranges behind you.
What's going on? Are we still super busy?
We are still super busy. Hi there, guys. And yeah, a lot of pink and red because we are looking at really warm temperatures. We are so hot from the southern plains all the way to the Midwest, even into the interior parts of Northeast. And we're looking at temperatures in the 90s, so well above normal for this time of year. St. Louis, 93 degrees today. That's 18 degrees above normal for this time of year. Some spots may even be as high as 30 degrees above normal. Buffalo, New York, 80 degrees. That's 14 degrees above average. Now, as we head towards tomorrow, we're going to see this heat expanding. So it's a big area of high pressure. Think of it as a heat pump just bringing in this Gulf air, and it's really hot. So 86 degrees in Burlington, Vermont tomorrow, 19 degrees above normal for this time of year. The good news is we're cooler. So as we head towards the end of the work week into the weekend, we're looking at temperatures into the low 70s in Milwaukee, even to the mid 60s. That's going to feel nice over the weekend. Cleveland, you're mainly in the mid 70s. This heat is going to spark some storms along with a front that's moving through. So we're looking at severe weather threats in western Texas, also in the Midwest. We're looking at 7 million at risk. The risk here is for damaging hail up to an inch, also gusty winds. We could see a few likely tornadoes in the Midwest. As we look towards the south in western Texas, it looks like the biggest concerns there will be wind and also hail. Then as we go throughout Thursday, we include a little more, so 10 million at risk. And we do have an enhanced risk. That's 3 out of 5 on the severe scale. So we could certainly see tornadoes tomorrow as well. Here is the setup as we go throughout the day. Here's that first cold front. That's going to be the trigger mechanism along with that warm air in place, also some Gulf moisture, and that's going to trigger some of those storms as we go throughout the afternoon and evening hours. Tomorrow, right on the heels of the first one, we have a secondary front that will also bring severe weather in pretty much the same spots. Because of that, because of really wet ground, we've had rain over and over again. In this part of the country, we are looking at the chance for some flooding, even up to 2 inches of rain in some spots. So there is a concern for the streams, the creeks, and the rivers. Talking about that heat once again, this is going to spark the chance for more fire danger today. So 10 million at risk. Where you see that hot pink color, we're looking at Colorado, New Mexico, Arizona. We could see fire danger once again. And we're at a critical risk where you see the red, including Albuquerque. It's a combination of low humidity, gusty winds, and that warm air in place. So once again, we already have a lot of fires burning. We're going to add to that. And again, summertime, that is really when this fire season starts. So we're so ahead of the schedule.
Yeah, it's supposed to start then, but it seems like each year it kind of creeps up earlier and earlier.
Yeah, it's pretty scary. Also, that 2-inch hail gets me every time.
Every time.
I can't even imagine.
I know. Softball.
Yeah, exactly.
That's big.
All right, Michelle, see you in a little bit.
Thank you, Michelle. Coming up on Morning News Now, booster benefits.
When we come back, what new research shows about the effectiveness of a 4th dose of the COVID vaccine as new cases trend up across the U.S. after the break.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin with breaking news. The attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facility.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
the battle for Congress and the fight for control of state houses.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds. We are talking elections in a battleground state. What does President Biden need to do tonight? He needs to speak to heads and hearts.
A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate.
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Bill Gates has announced he's tested positive for COVID-19. In a tweet yesterday, the Microsoft co-founder says he's experiencing mild symptoms and will isolate until he's feeling better.
Yeah, he's of course been a prominent figure during the pandemic, even announcing last year his foundation would spend $120 million to improve access to Merck's antiviral COVID pill for lower income countries. He's the latest high-profile figure to test positive during this uptick in cases we're seeing. Joining us now to discuss the latest COVID news is Dr. Anand Swaminathan. He's an assistant professor of emergency medicine at St. Joseph's Health. Doctor, always great to have you with us. Good morning. So I mentioned that COVID pill the Gates Foundation promised to help circulate. Well, the World Health Organization has called on Pfizer now to make its COVID pill more accessible in poorer countries. The organization's director general actually says the company's antiviral treatments are too expensive and that most of the world's Pfizer supply has been bought up by these rich nations. NBC did reach out to Pfizer for comment overnight, but we haven't heard back yet. But what tools do poorer countries have available, and what would you like to see done here?
They have not nearly as many tools as they should. This is a huge problem that mimics what we saw in the late 80s and 90s with HIV therapies. We had a medical apartheid where the medications that were needed for the most vulnerable areas weren't available because of cost. And we've been seeing the same thing throughout this pandemic. As soon as vaccines became available, you and I can go and get a vaccine in the next hour with no problem. Right. But we see that over 80% of those in poorer countries haven't even received a single dose. Meanwhile, we're talking about fourth doses in this country. So we really do need to have more of a focus, start committing real money towards the global pandemic efforts. Some estimates say that we need somewhere between $40 and $50 billion just to get the global pandemic efforts back to where they need to be. That isn't just on the U.S., but that means all rich countries need to step up and provide that funding and support those countries in getting medications, getting vaccines, logistical support, all of the things that are needed.
Medical apartheid. I haven't heard that term before, but it really reminds us we are interconnected, and this is a global pandemic, as you said, Doctor. Let me ask you about this. The WHO called out China, Shanghai specifically, over the efforts there to achieve so-called zero COVID. They say it's just unsustainable. In response, Shanghai's health officials say the strict policy is necessary. What do you think, Doctor? How do cities and other countries find a balance to control the spread of the virus without having the kind of impact on social well-being and functioning of their entire society? I know vaccines that are effective are helpful, but what else can societies do?
I think we've known since the Delta surge that achieving COVID zero is probably not a possibility. The toll on human suffering is far too great from all of the other things that need to be imposed in order to make that happen. That doesn't mean, though, that we need to go for COVID 8 billion. We don't need to have everybody have COVID. The way that we can do that is by embracing things that are simple measures to protect each other. We don't have universal public masking here. We should. We absolutely need to have masking in place in public places because that can help to protect others. And it's a very inexpensive and effective intervention. In the U.S., we can do things like upgrading ventilation systems in businesses and in schools. But I think masking is going to be a critical one across the globe because of its effectiveness in preventing spread. regardless of which variant is surging at that time. And we are seeing a massive uptick in cases right now in the U.S. Some of that is masked by the home tests that are being done. But we should all be masking in public, not just to protect ourselves. But remember, this is a measure that protects everybody around us.
All right, Dr. Swaminathan, thank you so much. Appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you. We turn to international headlines now. In Cuba, the death toll from that hotel explosion last week keeps rising.
Yeah, Janice Macufero joins us with that and more. Hey, Janice, good morning.
Hey, good morning. We begin in Cuba, where nearly a week after that devastating explosion at a hotel in Havana, the death toll is edging higher. It's at 43 now, and emergency workers are still looking for victims in the rubble. The Hotel Saratoga had been closed for 2 years. It was due to reopen after the pandemic. A suspected gas leak is believed to be the cause of the blast, which has devastated nearly 80% of the iconic building. For the first time ever, Prince Charles delivered the Queen's speech at the opening of Britain's Parliament, the first time she's missed the event in nearly 6 decades. Queen Elizabeth was forced to withdraw because of mobility issues. She's 96 years old. Charles read out the government's legislative agenda, including measures to alleviate poverty, which some social media users found a bit ironic as he was sitting on a golden throne. And finally, New Zealand is fully reopening its borders after being sealed off from the world for much of the pandemic, and they're doing it 2 months earlier than expected. Starting August the 1st, visa holders and tourists will be allowed back to New Zealand as well. The country's Prime Minister, Jacinda Ardern, says that they are shaking up immigration rules. They want to attract skilled workers back. She made the announcement via video link, though, because she's isolating at home because her partner tested positive for COVID. And that is a look at your headlines.
We're all just trying to get back to normal.
I know, Janice, thank you so much. A reminder, it touches every corner of the world.
Another step back.
Yeah, exactly. All right, coming up, from reality TV to the White House. After the break, how Paris Hilton is using her fame to speak out against child abuse.
Plus, a verdict reached in the high-profile sexual assault case of celebrity chef Mario Batali. That's next on Morning News Now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Paris Hilton made a visit to the White House yesterday to continue her campaign for congregate care reform. The reality television star turned advocate met with several members of Congress to discuss future legislation to protect teens from abuse at care facilities. This isn't the first time Hilton has visited the White House. Back in October, she had this to say about her hopes for this bill.
Every day in America, children in congregate care settings are being physically, emotionally, and sexually abused. Children are even dying at the hands of those responsible for their care.
NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa joins us now for more on Hilton's visit. Ali, good morning. Walk us through this congregate care reform bill. What are lawmakers hoping to achieve, and who is Paris Hilton working with?
Yeah, Vicki, well, you laid it out perfectly at the top there. You know, Paris Hilton's visits to not only the White House, but Capitol Hill yesterday are really building on years of experience she has advocating for this issue. She's saying that this multi-billion-dollar troubled teen industry is misleading parents, children, and it's lacking oversight, it's lacking transparency. So she's actually been successful in making reforms to this legislation before, to this industry. Last year, the state of Utah, where she says she experienced her trauma, passed new rules to regulate the industry after she gave a very emotional and powerful testimony. And that new law gives more government oversight and provides teens more rights in these centers. For example, it requires monthly reports by these centers to the state of Utah. It requires the documentation of instances of physical restraints, involuntary confinement. It also bans any chemical sedation. But Hilton is pushing for a federal law to change all of this in the form of a proposed Accountability for Congregate Care Act, because she says that this patchwork of legislation state by state is just not doing enough. It would create a commission within the Department of Justice to provide better oversight over these centers, as well as provide funding for each state to better institute these practices. We know that she's working with several representatives on this issue, like Ro Khanna, Adam Schiff. She also met with several new lawmakers that we didn't know she was working with yesterday on Capitol Hill. So definitely a developing bill and legislation on Capitol Hill, Vicki.
Ali, quickly, while I have you, talk about how personal this was for Hilton. Remind our viewers what prompted her to support this reform, because I think a lot of people were really shocked when she came out and shared some of her own experiences.
Yeah, she's been very honest about her traumatic experiences. She actually wrote an op-ed in the Washington Post last year where she details this. She said that at the age of 16, she was taken from her home. Her parents, she said that her parents thought this was a sort of tough love approach, but she was taken to one of these centers in Utah where she was put in solitary confinement. She was repeatedly sexually abused. She was slapped. She wasn't provided opportunities for education, for communication. She said all her communication with her parents and the outside world was censored and monitored. So this is really pushing for why she is so passionate about this issue, Vicki.
And she's bringing some star power to it. Ali Rafa, thank you so much.
Now to a high-profile sexual assault case filed during the height of the Me Too movement. Celebrity chef Mario Batali was found not guilty on indecent assault and battery charges. The defendant was one of several women to accuse Batali of sexual misconduct. NBC News correspondent Isa Gutierrez has the latest.
The heat off Mario Batali.
Turn off the heat.
A judge in Boston found the celebrity chef not guilty in a sexual misconduct case Tuesday afternoon.
So, Mr. Batali and Attorney Fuller and Caruso, if you could rise, I'm going to find the defendant not guilty to the charge of indecent assault and battery.
The chef immediately kissing one of his lawyers on the cheek after the verdict. Batali was charged with indecent assault and battery in an alleged incident at a Boston restaurant in 2017. The woman who accused him took the stand Monday. Media was directed to not film her face.
When we went to go take the selfie, he had his hands all over my body, all over sensitive areas in between my legs, my rear end, my breasts.
The 32-year-old software company worker testified that Batali forcibly kissed and groped her after taking a selfie with her.
His face was all over mine. His tongue was in my ear at a certain point.
Batali pleaded not guilty and waived his right to a jury trial, putting his fate in the judge's hands. His lawyer argued the assault never happened and questioned the accuser's credibility.
She's not being truthful. This has been fabricated for money and for fun.
For nearly 2 decades, the Italian-American chef was known for Food Network shows like Iron Chef, Molto Mario, and his signature ponytail and orange Crocs.
This is the first one we're going to make. It's called sagnatielle, which is a very specific noodle.
In 2016, Batali was even the featured chef at President Obama's final state dinner. The 61-year-old's fall from grace began a year later when Eater New York reported accusations of sexual misconduct from 4 anonymous women in the midst of the Me Too movement. The women said Batali groped them and made inappropriate comments of a sexual nature.
Do you have any recommendations for wines that should be served cold?
I have several.
In response, Batali was fired from ABC's The Chew and took a leave of absence from day-to-day operations of his businesses. Batali issued an apology acknowledging the allegations, saying they, quote, match up with the ways he'd acted. The apology also included a recipe for pizza dough cinnamon rolls. P.S. In case you're searching for a holiday-inspired breakfast, he wrote. Later in 2018, new allegations from several women who worked at the Spotted Pig, a New York City restaurant where Batali was an investor and frequent guest. In interviews with CBS's 60 Minutes, the women alleged Batali had sexually harassed or assaulted them.
I was on his lap, kissing him, like he was kissing me.
She says she woke up around dawn in a room on the 3rd floor of the building.
The first thing I think is I've been drugged. That was the first thing I thought, is I've been assaulted.
Batali vehemently denied the Spotted Pig allegations in a statement where he also wrote he was not attempting a professional comeback. Police in New York launched a criminal investigation into the matter, but in 2019 decided not to press charges against Batali. The state attorney general's office then announced a separate investigation into the chef's alleged discrimination and retaliation, resulting in a settlement last year. Batali, his business partner, and their company, B&B Hospitality, paying $600,000 to at least 20 former employees. In the Boston trial verdict this week, the judge questioned whether the accuser could be believed.
The complaining witness has significant credibility issues. Those issues were highlighted in her testimony.
He cited outside incidents, a plausible financial motive, and inconsistencies between her story and the selfies of her and Batali from that night.
The pictures tell 1,000 words.
NBC News reached out to Batali, his accuser, and their representation for comment and did not immediately hear back. Now, we, of course, don't want to speculate, but it is doubtful that we'll be seeing Batali back on TV or at his restaurants anytime soon. He actually took a big step back from his professional life 2 years before pleading not guilty in this particular case after the many other allegations came out. Still, this has got to be a big relief for him, because if he had been convicted, this could have resulted in some serious punishment, up to 2.5 years in prison, and he could have had to register as a sex offender.
All right, Isa Gutierrez, thank you for that report.
Well, coming up in our weekly checkup, a new warning about dangerous chemicals found in children's products. Plus, researchers find a link between what you eat and antibiotic resistance.
Also, a simple test that could save lives. We'll show you a new tool meant to prevent overdoses from opioids. This is Morning News Now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin with breaking news. The attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facility.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds. We are talking elections in a battleground state. What does President Biden need to do tonight? He needs to speak to heads and hearts.
A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate.
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19. A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Would it be easier for the airlines to manage a vaccine mandate than a mask mandate? Is there a case to be made that it's time to give Ukraine offensive weapons so they can win this war? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home.
Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Reactions to the synthetic opioid fentanyl account for nearly 2/3 of all overdose deaths here in the U.S. But now there's a simple test that advocates say can prevent these deaths. While some states are making the test free, others are banning them completely. NBC News senior national correspondent Kate Snow explains.
On a recent Friday in L.A., students from USC were handing out free kits used to test drugs for the presence of deadly fentanyl.
One line means there's fentanyl present, which means you don't take the drug.
Their harm reduction group is called TACO, Team Awareness Combating Overdose. Madeline Hilliard founded TACO in 2020, following a year when a dozen USC students died of an overdose. She and co-founder Jack Elliott were neuroscience majors and saw a need to educate.
Our goal is to remove any and all barriers so that you have absolutely no reason not to be testing your drugs.
They've handed out 10,000 free test strips at campuses across California and now shipped to schools around the country. Students can also use an app to have strips delivered within 10 minutes for 1 cent plus delivery.
Fentanyl is a big deal because you can take it accidentally. There could be a couple grains of sand size amount of fentanyl in your drug, and that can kill you.
Of the nearly 100,000 overdose deaths between June 2020 and June 2021, 64% were fentanyl related. For people 15 to 24 years old, 78% of deaths involved fentanyl.
You want to grab the tip of the strip.
We went to NJ Labs to better understand how the test strips work. In the real world, someone testing a pill or powder would dissolve a tiny portion in water. Similar to a home pregnancy or COVID test, we watch for lines.
There's only one line.
One line means there's fentanyl.
There's fentanyl in that product, in that solution.
That means throw the drug away.
Do you think these tests are fairly accurate?
They're fairly accurate and sensitive enough to test very trace low levels of fentanyl.
Some states consider the test strips drug paraphernalia and make distributing them illegal. Critics worry they encourage people to use drugs.
They were going to use drugs whether we gave them the test strips or not. The difference is now with the test strips, if they find fentanyl in it, that means that they are going to wake up tomorrow.
If I'm going to use drugs, I'm going to go see.
This 21-year-old college student requested anonymity to speak openly. At a party, she and her best friends went to the bathroom to test a bag of cocaine some were planning to use. When the strip showed positive, they sat in stunned silence.
If you hadn't known some of your friends were about to do it, what do you think might have happened?
One of them could have at least died, if not all of them. So it was super jarring to think that they could have died. And these are people that I spend every day with. It would have changed everything about how I live right now and I imagine going forward.
TACO's goal is to create positive peer pressure. If you're going to use a drug, test it first.
Give them to friends, family, whoever.
Hoping that small step saves lives. Kate Snow, NBC News, New Brunswick, New Jersey.
Such an important report there from Kate. Thank you so much. And now it's time for your weekly checkup.
Yep.
NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar joins us now to discuss the latest health headlines that you might have missed. So, Dr. Azar, let's stay on what we were just hearing about there, this opioid crisis, and something else that you have some new important information on, mail-in kits that are helping patients get rid of these drugs in a safe way.
So I'm so happy that this story is coming right after Kate's, because it is so important. So we worry a lot about opioid misuse, abuse, diversion, right? So this was a study out of Penn. What they did was they took people who had surgery. Half of the people got mailed a kit to dispose safely of the opioids that they were prescribed, and the other half didn't. And they found that the people who got the kits, about 63% of them disposed of the opioids appropriately, as opposed to less than half of the people who didn't get the kits. My doctor's orders for this are fairly straightforward. This is true not just for opioids and getting rid of them appropriately, but really for any prescription drugs. There are different ways to do it. There are safe and there are unsafe ways to do it. You need to go to the FDA website, the DEA website, and even your community health and law enforcement websites, because many communities have what are called prescription drug take-back days. So you can, sometimes even pharmacies can do this.
Right. I was going to ask, can you just go to the drugstore and say, hey, I don't need these?
Not always, Vicki, but sometimes you can. And it's particularly important, obviously, for things like opioid, because gotten in the wrong hands can be a big, big issue. So I like this. It's like, kits cost $2. It's not that big of a deal, but not everyone is having surgery and dealing with this. Right. So,
more accessible.
But you can do this safely, yes.
Let's talk about this next study. It speaks of these dangerous chemicals called PFAS. They're known by a lot of people as forever chemicals because they just stick around forever. They take a long time to break down. Apparently, they're being used in a lot of children's products. So what are they, and what do we need to know about them?
Right, Vicki. So here's, unfortunately for this story, I don't have this is what you need to do, and this is how you're going to fix the problem. I'm going to give you a little bit of a conflict, but I don't necessarily have a solution. But anyway, so these PFAs are called forever chemicals because they literally don't break down. So these are the kinds of things, there's thousands of them. They're found in things that are listed as stain resistant, water resistant. And this is concerning because it can be clothing, it can be furnishings, it can be linens, and particularly in kids' products, right? So they did find these PFAs in the children's products. Even labels that said they are green had these in them. So here's the thing. Here are my doctor's orders. You got to look at the label. And maybe if you're a mom, right, Vic, it's like, oh, maybe it doesn't need to be stain resistant because that stain resistant may actually contain the PFAs. So that's kind of like my PSA to parents out there and caregivers. You may not necessarily be able to find these things if you're looking for things that say that they're green or stain resistant. Kind of just maybe go organic, right? And you know you're going to be washing things more frequently.
Which is not a problem.
But that's my best message for the day.
That stain resistant tip, though, is a really good one. All right, this last interesting one, a study that looks at how your diet can help fight against antibiotics and resistance. Why is that so important, and what can we do? What can we be eating?
So, I always like to start these segments with why is this important? Antibiotic resistance is hugely important, and part of that has to do with our gut. The microbes, the bacteria in our gut actually have these genes that encode their ability to be resistant to antibiotics, which I think is just amazing anyway, how they've evolved to do that. So this study actually wanted to look to see if your diet impacted the genes in these microbes. And in fact, that they found that it did. So they found that basically, if you had a high fiber diet, you had less microbes that were encoded to be antibiotic resistant. And particularly if you had a high fiber and low in protein, which is important, like so beef protein and pork was actually also a good thing.
Wait, so that's good. You want high fiber because that makes your microbes good and it won't make them antibiotic resistant.
Exactly. And the more beef and pork protein you had, the less of those good microbes you had. They didn't comment on chicken, so I'm going to assume that's good. So I want to put up for our viewers at home, what does that mean? What does a high soluble fiber diet look like? These are the foods we're talking about. Barley, oats, beans, lentils, peas, seeds, and nuts, carrots, berries, artichokes, and broccoli.
Yummy.
Those are the kinds of foods that you want to get in your diet. They're called water soluble, high fiber, better for your gut, better for antibiotic resistance, better for global health.
We need more time, though. We need more time. We're going to talk offline because it's just it's so hard, though, because it's like you're supposed to be high in protein for the other things.
No.
It's very confusing.
We eat too much animal protein, I think, in
That's
general.
True. That's true, too.
Chicken or, I don't know.
They didn't comment on chicken, which means by omission,
right?
It's good for you.
Okay, Dr.
Beans,
Azar
Savannah.
says
Beans are the key to long life.
Right,
you heard it here first. Dr. Azar, thank you.
Always great to have you with us. Coming up on Morning News Now, an opportunity of a lifetime for a street performer in Tel Aviv.
She'll join us to talk about who happened to hear her sing and how it landed her on stage with Maroon 5 in front of tens of thousands of people.
Would it be easier for the airlines to manage a vaccine mandate than a mask mandate? Is there a case to be made that it's time to give Ukraine offensive weapons so they can win this war? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Welcome back. If you're with us at the top of the show, you heard this one. It's the end of an era for an iconic tech gadget. Apple announced Tuesday it's discontinuing the iPod Touch, the last iPod model produced by the company. It marks the end of a product that changed how we listen to music by letting you carry your whole collection in your pocket. Steve Jobs first introduced the iPod back in 2001, which back then had a capacity of 1,000 songs and used a click wheel. You might remember that. Vicky does.
I do. It's hard to work.
Tracks. The iPod Touch, which pretty much looks like an iPhone, was introduced back in 2007, and the current model has been available since 2019. Apple says you can buy the iPod on its website or at retailers, but only while supplies last, and then they're out.
And you got to find a charger. And if you have an extra, Savannah needs it.
Yeah, exactly. The old, fatter one, you know.
All right, moving on. Yeah. Singer-songwriter and guitarist Coral Bismuth has been performing on the boardwalk in Tel Aviv for 6 years. And when you sing in public, you never know who might be listening.
Yeah, you might remember this from yesterday. We told you someone very special was in fact listening, Maroon 5 singer Adam Levine. He heard her from his hotel room and was impressed, so much so that he posted videos to his Instagram account of her singing and invited her to sing Sunday morning with Maroon 5 at their performance on Monday in front of 60,000 people. How cool is that? Coral Bismuth joins us now from Tel Aviv. Coral, good morning. It's so great to have you with us. This is such a fun story. So walk us through this. We want all the details. You're on the boardwalk. He's in his hotel room. He sees you. He posts videos of you. How did he get in touch with you, and what did you think?
Wow, it was so crazy. It was an amazing experience. And I just so thankful about it, I just all the time, every Saturday, I just playing on the street, exactly the same spot. And it was like usually day, So yeah, and then it happened. And now in my country, it's get bigger and bigger. And I just have to say thank you to the universe that bring me such a present every time to time. And it's all about, persistence, right?
Yeah.
I said it right?
Absolutely,
yeah. And just to do what I love, from my bottom of my heart, and never give up.
Well, Coral, let's take a listen of you and Adam singing Sunday morning, and then we'll talk about what it was like performing in front of all those people. So let's listen.
Sunday morning, rainy spot. Feel some cover, share some skin.
That was rad. Oh my gosh, chills just listening to you. You nailed it. What was it like performing? And, you know, did he just walk down or send his people down to you and say, like, hey, would you like to come on stage with me? Like, how did that actually come together? And then there you are in front of 60,000 people.
Okay, so it was so authentic, you know, like how all my way when I as a musician, it's always like authentically and like pure. So after like he posted me on the Instagram on the story, I think like someone from his crew like get down and like when they see the show, my street show, I have my like a big sign of my Instagram on my, you know, to connect me, like Facebook, whatever. So they just get down and take my name and then like Adam Levine. It's like just text me on Instagram.
Did you think it was real? It's so cute seeing you. He gave you a big hug, a sunflower on stage. Did it seem real when they contacted you, or did you think it was a scam?
I gave him the sunflower.
Oh, you did. Okay.
Yeah, I'm like the thing in my show you can see here. The thing in my show, like I have a street show. It's like about love and about light and about how to be like connected like people. And the thing that I have this ball of sunflowers and I just like share it for free for people. So then if someone like, you know, like my show and like feel something and like something like touch him, so he can take a sunflower to his way, maybe to his friend, to his wife, or for another person in the street. So that's why I came with a sunflower. This is my sign. This is
my gosh. Soon I think you're going to have your own stadium shows too, right?
Yeah, Coral, thank you so much. You brought some sunshine to us this morning.
So good to meet you.
Thank you so much. You're so nice. Thank you.
And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Vicki Wynn, in for Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
Right now on Morning News Now, Inflation Nation. Americans are bracing to pay even more for everyday items with new inflation numbers this morning. We'll break down what this means for your budget, plus how the White House wants to bring down the cost of living for millions of Americans. The future of Roe. The Senate is gearing up to vote on a plan aimed at protecting abortion rights. What to expect from this vote and what states on both sides of the issue are doing to prepare for the official Supreme Court ruling. Help on the way. The House votes to approve $40 billion in additional aid to Ukraine as fighting intensifies in the eastern part of that country, especially in the city of Kharkiv. What Ukrainians are seeing on the ground there. Plus, a new look inside the besieged steel plant in Mariupol, where hundreds of people remain trapped. And resignation regret. The great resignation we saw during the pandemic is now leading to a lot of people rethinking those decisions. The reason people are now unhappy after leaving their jobs, and what a career expert says you can do about it. And that is really important. You know a lot of people who are in this situation, right?
Oh, absolutely. And there's something so interesting going on because there are a lot of jobs available that people who resign. So we're going to get into all that.
I'm looking forward to that story. We begin, though, with those growing inflation concerns. President Biden is unveiling policy proposals which he hopes will bring prices down.
Yeah, that includes discussions of ending some tariffs on Chinese goods. NBC News business and technology correspondent Jolene Kent has this story.
I want every American to know that I'm taking inflation very seriously, and it's my top domestic priority.
On defense, facing low approval ratings on the economy, President Biden says the pandemic and Russia's invasion of Ukraine are largely to blame, along with congressional gridlock.
Look, I know you got to be frustrated. I know. I can taste it.
The president also calling out Republicans for what he called an ultra-MAGA agenda. But some Republicans are pushing back. Senator Rick Scott calling on Biden to resign over inflation.
He took no responsibility, and he has no plan.
With inflation soaring above 5% for a year now, the pressure is mounting as gas prices hit another record high. The national average now $4.40 a gallon, up 18 cents from just 1 week ago.
When it affects my budget, it affects my family also. I can't afford to buy the food that they need because I got to put it in gas.
In order to pay for gas, groceries, and other essentials, Americans are increasingly turning to credit cards to make ends meet, even though rising interest rates make that debt more expensive. 229 million credit card accounts were opened in the first 3 months of the year. And the impact of higher prices is hitting retirees especially hard.
I never thought at 73 I would be going through making these kinds of choices.
Some have even returned to work as living on a fixed income has become more difficult with prices going up.
I'm very frustrated because I recently retired and spent a couple of years just building up to paying everything off so I wouldn't be in this bind. And now I had to take like a part-time job just to get through.
All right, thanks to Jolene Kemp for that report. Now, President Biden has said he had no timeline for when inflation would subside, citing economists who say it will slow by the end of the year, though others say it could continue to rise in 2023.
Now, the latest fallout from that leaked Supreme Court draft opinion that could overturn Roe versus Wade. The Senate is poised today to vote on codifying protections for abortion rights nationally, but it's a symbolic move. They don't have the votes to get it passed. This comes as more states are taking matters into their own hands as they await the actual Supreme Court ruling in this case, which is expected later this summer. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Hake is on Capitol Hill with details this morning. Good morning, Garrett.
Hey, Vicki, good morning. Yeah, look, Democratic senators think this vote today is important to put every single senator on the record about whether or not they support protections for abortion rights, even as they admit they don't have the votes to pass it. The U.S. Senate set to take an historic vote today on protecting abortion rights, with the potential end of Roe versus Wade now top of mind.
All of us will have to answer for this vote for the rest of our time in public office.
This afternoon's vote on the Women's Health Protection Act, which locks in protections for abortion rights nationwide, expected to fail in the face of united opposition from Republicans.
Democrats in the House and the Senate are attempting to take this issue away from the people, away from the states, and force their radical abortion agenda on the American people as a whole.
Democrats arguing opposing abortion rights has economic consequences, too, with the Treasury Secretary testifying Tuesday that denying women access to abortion increases their odds of living in poverty or needing public assistance.
I believe that eliminating the right of women to make decisions about when and whether to have children would have very damaging effects on the economy and would set women back decades.
Some states aren't waiting on Congress or the Supreme Court's final decision. Connecticut's governor signing a bill to expand abortion access Tuesday.
We were doing everything we can to stand up on behalf of the reproductive rights of all of our citizens.
While in Missouri, state lawmakers are proposing a law that would allow private citizens to sue abortion providers.
We need to make sure that we have constitutional provisions protecting the right to life in the state of Missouri.
Anticipating defeat on the Senate floor, Democrats vowing to take this issue to midterm voters this fall.
For everyone who says we don't have the votes in the Senate to get this done, I say, then get in the fight and give us the senators who will get it done.
And over the weekend, Mitch McConnell, the Senate Republican leader, caused quite a stir by suggesting it was possible that Republicans would pursue a nationwide ban on abortions should they retake control of Congress after the midterms or after 2024. Yesterday, reporters pressed him on that quite a bit, and he said that most of his members still prefer for abortion to be handled at the state level and that he would not support changing Senate rules to pass any abortion measures at 50 votes. As Democrats can tell him, getting to 60 on anything on this issue is pretty tough. Ladies.
Very difficult. Garrett Hake, thank you so much. For more, we're going to bring in former federal prosecutor and NBC News legal contributor and analyst Cynthia Oxney. Cynthia, as Garrett talked about, this bill is not expected to pass, but everyone needs to be on the record. That's what the Democrats want. Senator Manchin, as he said, is not going to support a measure to eliminate the filibuster. So what other legal recourse is there for abortion rights advocates?
Well, for now, what they have to do is get everybody on the record, and that's job one. Job two, obviously, is the midterms. And then there are things around the edges that the Biden administration can do. For instance, dealing with the FDA and the rules for the abortion pill and how they go out. And also the Biden administration can battle with some of these states over Medicaid when cases of rape and incest. But basically now the ball is to win in the midterms and try to get more congressmen and senators who will vote for the Women's Health Protection Act.
Cynthia, as Garrett also talked about, there are some states they're not going to try and wait for this, federal abortion rights vote. They're trying to codify these rights on their own. Other states are preparing to go after abortion providers. So if Roe is overturned by the Supreme Court, is there anything that states like Missouri, for example, could do to stop women from traveling to other states where abortion would still be legal?
Well, the travel ban is the next frontier. So get ready. People who think the worst has already happened, Roe v. Wade is about to be overturned, need to get ready for the next disaster. And that is these travel bans, where states say you can't leave. It's a crime to leave the state to get an abortion. Now, there's a real legal issue about that, because the Constitution does provide a constitutional right to travel. And there are a lot of protections allowing people to travel within states. But at the same time, you can see that this Supreme Court could possibly uphold some of these travel bans, saying states have the right to prosecute because, after all, if, let's say, a woman is impregnated in Texas, comes up with a plan to drive to California to get an abortion with a friend of hers. Texas has SB 8, which allows civil battles, somebody to sue civilly. You can see that some of the crime, according to Texas, occurs in Texas. So it's a real dangerous situation, and we're going to have to deal with that. Yeah. Now, there are some companies like Citigroup and Yelp that are saying they will pay for their employees to travel. And of course, already we have senators introducing, Senator Rubio from Florida, saying there should not be any tax business deductions for anybody who helps pay for travel, any companies. So we aren't even beginning to deal with what's happened with Roe v. Wade.
Yeah, there are a lot of layers to that I think, you just brought up for people to consider about travel. How do you even enforce that? How do you know? We've already seen the data suggesting that people are traveling out of states when abortion bans happen, going to neighboring states. I mean, it's happening. What about the Justice Department, Cynthia? Is there anything the Justice Department could or would do if states that ban abortion do try to prosecute women who go to other states?
Well, I mean, they can try to stop it, but of course, they can try to stop because of the constitutional rights and under the Commons Clause and the travel ban. But first of all, the Biden administration, what we know from the president is he's not going to tell the Attorney General what to do. The Attorney General has been aggressive on reproductive rights. So one would hope that he would be involved in that, not only with the travel, but with the FDA, with Medicaid, and a host of things. But right now, the thrust of the power is with the people who are overturning a women's right to choose and control their own bodies. And if people don't get out in November, you get the government you deserve at some level. If you're not willing to get out and fight for your rights, you're going to lose them.
Cynthia Oxney, we appreciate your insight and perspective. Thank you.
Now to Ukraine this morning, where wounded soldiers are holed up in that besieged steel plant in Mariupol. And they've made an urgent plea for rescue to the United Nations and the Red Cross. It comes after the House approved a $40 billion military aid and humanitarian aid package for Ukraine. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin joins us from Kyiv. Hey, Aaron.
Hey, Savannah, as we're hearing more about the horrors that have unfolded in the devastated port city of Mariupol, this morning President Zelensky is thanking Congress for passing that massive $40 billion aid package.
As Putin's war rages on, costing ordinary Ukrainians their lives and livelihoods, late Tuesday, the U.S. House overwhelmingly passing a $40 billion aid package. Ukraine says it urgently needs to win.
Time is of the essence.
This as the U.S. Director of National Intelligence warns of a potentially unpredictable and protracted war. Inside the old steel plant, the last Ukrainian stronghold in the devastated port city of Mariupol, fighting is raging on. Soldier Orest Kozatsky captured these haunting images of wounded Ukrainian soldiers. He sent NBC News a video message describing the dire conditions. He says inside a field hospital in the plant, a frequent target for airstrikes, all of the critical surgical equipment has been destroyed. He says the Russians are now in control of some parts of the factory. When the war broke out, the Medvedev family gathered together in Mariupol's city center because they thought it would be safer there. But there were no opportunities to leave, says Anzelika. As their building caught fire from the shelling, her husband Andriy and her son Dennis ran outside to see the damage. My husband returned shouting that our son was killed, she says. My husband approached Dennis's body, and in front of my eyes, he was also shot dead by a Russian sniper. I too wanted to run out, but my daughter-in-law yelled, "Please don't leave me alone," she says. Her husband and son's bodies were left on the street outside their home for 7 days. The two women were forced to escape through Russia, where they say they were interrogated at one of the notorious filtration centers. What did it feel like to arrive in Russia, given everything they did to your family? I could not even look at them because every one of them is guilty for what happened, even civilians for their silence. 2 months after the war began, Anzelika, Valeria, and little Carolina left Russia for Western Europe. It was the first moment they felt safe, says Anzelika. Safe at last, but so much lost.
This morning, the mayor of Mariupol warned that 10,000 more civilians could die by the end of the year, given the catastrophic humanitarian situation that's unfolding within the devastated city. He said that civilians are trying to flee, but because of Russian filtration camps preventing them from crossing into Ukrainian-controlled territory, he said many of those civilians are coming back to the city of Mariupol. He says the entire city desperately needs to be completely evacuated. Savannah.
Absolutely. So just heartbreaking to hear. Erin, thank you so much. Let's turn now to the latest on the COVID pandemic as the number of cases continues to rise across the country. Nearly every state is seeing an increase, up more than 46% from 2 weeks ago. The U.S. is now averaging more than 73,000 cases a day, but tracking the pandemic has gotten more difficult as COVID testing has gone down and a lot of it's happening at home. Joining us now is NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel, of course, our friend. Dr. Patel, always great to have you with us. So a COVID modeling group from the University of Washington actually estimates that only 13% of cases are being reported, which would mean that more than 500,000 new cases are actually happening each day. But walk us through this. I mean, it's probably because a lot of these tests are happening at home. There's nowhere to report that. We want people testing and then staying home. So how do you weigh that out with people instead going out to get a PCR test or something like that?
Yeah, I think that you're right, Savannah. A majority of people now, because of widespread availability of home-based testing, have been doing home-based tests. But keep in mind that this is also missing, like you mentioned, kind of non-PCR tests. We still have a good handle on PCR testing, but fewer and fewer Americans are getting that because many people are coming into my office and they're going into urgent care clinics and also getting rapid tests. Those rapid tests, when they're positive, depending on where you are, city, state, and county, do sometimes get reported, but not consistently. And even more troubling is that some places like DC and other cities, have really shifted to only reporting every week or so. And that means that when we see these test numbers, we used to get them daily. Now we're not getting them until they're batched, maybe after weeks.
And Dr. Patel, as cases keep rising, here's something. The vaccination rate in the U.S. has remained relatively flat. Just more than 65% of Americans have been fully vaccinated. That number really hasn't changed in a while. What do you think is factoring into this continued vaccine hesitancy from millions of people? And that 35%, is there anything that we could do to convince them?
Yeah, listen, this is kind of my daily job. I keep trying to nudge the 35% just day by day. But I think the biggest factor, honestly, is a little bit of vaccine skepticism. We used to call it hesitancy or skepticism. I think there are a lot of people that said, look, I know X, Y, and Z who got vaccinated and also got infected, and they're getting the same type of infection. And I also know A, B, and C who are not vaccinated and they got infected. Right. So I think we need to do a better job explaining what vaccines protect against. But I think Omicron changed the game. We need to explain how these variants are now making it even more important to stay up to date, which includes boosters as well.
Such a great point, Dr. Patel. That's something that I've heard from people that I know in my life. It's like, if you're still going to get sick, what does that mean? It's so important. You're right. I also want to ask you about the COVID antiviral drug. I feel like we haven't talked about this that much. Paxlovid. That's what Vice President Harris took a few weeks ago after she tested positive for the virus. There have been some reports of some patients relapsing after taking the drug. Then there was some back and forth from the FDA and the CEO about if that means you should just take more. But what should we know about the potential effects of Paxlovid? Should we be worried about this at all? And can it really help?
Right. So bottom line, yes, it can really help. I've had a lot of experience prescribing this because I do believe in the study that supported the treatment where in unvaccinated people, especially, Savannah, you see an 89% reduction in hospitalization and death. It's dramatic. And then we also know it has benefits, again, in hospitalization and death for vaccinated high-risk individuals. 5-day course, twice a day. The most common effect is during the course, a metallic taste. I have patients who tell me it feels like I'm sucking on pennies. The other thing that you're describing is this relapse. There's a lot more reports of it in social media, but we still think that the percentage is probably somewhere around 5 to 10% of people are getting improvement of symptoms. And then when they stop the course of drugs, several days later, they're getting the recurrence of those symptoms that started their diagnosis of COVID to begin with. And when they take a rapid test may have been negative 2 days earlier, and it'll be wildly positive. So here's the bottom line. If you take Paxlovid, we still recommend it, still a good drug. We are looking into whether or not we need to extend the course from 5 days to 7 to 10. They're studying that right now. Don't do that on your own. Talk to your doctor. And if you see this relapse, it's a good idea to kind of stay away. You kind of think of yourself as having to re-isolate, but discuss that with your doctor so you can know how to take precautions to keep yourself and your family safe. But here's the really good news. So far, we're not seeing hospitalizations in these relapses. That's what we're watching for. Doesn't feel good to get those relapses, but it would be really devastating if we saw people going into the hospital with those relapses. Crossing our fingers, not yet. But it just shows you, Savannah, how much we don't know sometimes about this virus and about the drugs that are effective and safe, but still learning about a new virus.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot to learn there because I think people would be confused. Why am I re-isolating if I was on my way out, if I wouldn't have taken this medicine? But you're right, in terms of the hospitalization factor, so important. Dr. Patel, love to have you with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, let's get a check of your morning news now weather.
Which, of course, means Michelle Grossman's back in studio. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. And we are looking at really warm temperatures in the middle of the country. So air conditioners, fans are going. We're looking at temperatures in the 90s from the southern plains all the way to the Midwest, even into the interior parts of the Northeast today with temperatures in the 80s. We're also watching a couple other weather stories. Severe weather in the Midwest, severe weather in western Texas. It looks like we could see some hail, also some damaging winds. Tornadoes more likely with the area in the Midwest. Frost and freeze warnings out west. So we sort of have it all. And then we're watching high surf, beach erosion along the East Coast. I'll explain that, why we're seeing that. So we have an area of low pressure. It's the same system that brought that wet weather last weekend to the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic. It was a miserable Mother's Day weekend with rain in place. Well, it's sort of just anchored in the Atlantic. So it's sitting and spitting there, and it's bringing these easterly winds. That's a cooling wind. So we're looking at strong and dangerous rip currents, rough surf in areas of coastal flooding, and also some beach erosion possible. If you haven't seen the house collapsing in Cape Hatteras, North Carolina, look that up because they had 2 houses that collapsed yesterday into the ocean and was like quite literally carried away. So we're going to see this spinning. Then it's going to retrograde back, meaning it's going to move back towards the coast. That's going to bring the showers back to parts of the Mid-Atlantic and also the Carolinas. Cool and breezy conditions continue well below normal for this time of year. And also looking at rounds of showers from Virginia to Florida. So this is going to stay in place for quite a while. It's annoying, and we are looking at some impacts from it. Now, as we look towards the weekend, you notice those showers on Friday along the Carolinas, the Mid-Atlantic. Also watching near record temperatures as far as New Hampshire. We're looking at temperatures in the 80s. Fire danger once again in the Southwest, not only today, but tomorrow into the weekend once again. We have such dry terrain. We have gusty winds and also some really warm air. Then by Saturday, a spring beauty. That feels good to say in the northern plains. Temperatures in the 70s, lots of sunshine in the central plains, and showers once again throughout the Ohio Valley, the Great Lakes into the Northeast. So we're starting out the weekend in the Northeast with some showers. That's going to stay for Sunday. So damp and dreary temperatures on the cooler side in the Northeast all the way to New England, but pleasant conditions in the Intermountain West finally, and warm sunshine. Temperatures back into the 90s on Sunday in southern Texas. So speaking of those 90s,
wow, look at this map.
Right? This is a lot. We have lots of 90s, lots of temperatures well above normal. And you guys, we could see temperatures as high as 30 degrees above normal. So this is just that ongoing story of things happening faster, things happening longer with, you know, the bigger story of that climate change. So this is another example.
Yes.
Plus 30 degrees over normal.
Yeah, 30 degrees.
Cow.
Yeah, I know.
All right. Michelle, thank you.
Sure.
Thanks, leading us on a stressful note. Coming up, we're getting a better idea of what the November midterms will look like.
What the results of some key primary races tell us about voter attitudes and the influence former President Trump still has on the Republican Party. You're watching Morning News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The midterm primary elections are underway, and this morning results from some key races are providing new insights into the future of the Republican Party and the influence of former President Trump. In Nebraska, Jim Pillen has won the Republican primary for governor, defeating Trump-backed businessman and state senator Charles Herbster. During the campaign, 8 women accused Herbster of sexual misconduct over a period of 6 years. He has denied those allegations. Jim Pillen will face Democratic candidate Carol Blood this fall. But in West Virginia's 2nd District, Trump's pick, Representative Alex Mooney, came out on top against fellow incumbent Representative David McKinley in the Republican primary. He'll meet Democratic nominee Barry Wendell in the general election. For more on that, we're joined by NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard in Wheeling, West Virginia. Hi, Vaughn. Good morning. All right, you were with us yesterday. We've been talking through Trump's influence here, what it's going to look like in the Republican Party. We just kind of had some back and forth there, some that won, some that didn't. But 16 months after leaving office, what are the takeaways here?
Yeah, I mean, these primaries are moving along here. You know, we should know that we're going to be heading over into Pennsylvania right after this, and then Georgia here. These were just, you know, preliminary markers here. You know, after J.D. Vance's victory, in which it was largely propelled by Donald Trump's endorsement over the course of about 2 weeks, him jumping 32%, that led us here to West Virginia, where it was a notable victory last night by Alex Mooney over David McKinley. This was a major focus point for Trump here. He was looking to oust McKinley. You know, he was one of those GOP incumbents who voted to certify the 2020 election and who voted for an independent commission to investigate the January 6th insurrection, much to the ire of Donald Trump. And that's where he got involved with Alex Mooney, who voted just the opposite way here. And this is kind of one of the first targets here. You can see we've got a list of about 12 individuals, GOP incumbents around the country, that Trump is trying to oust from office in an effort to consolidate power ahead of a potential 2024 presidential run. But we should note, of course, at the same time, that Herbster lost. Charles Herbster, who Donald Trump campaigned alongside with just 1 week ago in Nebraska, is notable because it shows that Donald Trump is not going to, you know, throw a perfect game here by year's end. He will have some losses, but the most notable part about Herbster is, of course, he was running this campaign while facing allegations by 8 women of groping, which all allegations he has denied, but that very much tainted and overshadowed his campaign.
Yeah, Vaughn, let's talk now about some of the 2 incumbent congressmen facing off, answering for their record on Capitol Hill. What were the big issues that decided the race there?
Yeah, well, one of them was infrastructure. And when you look at the rankings, from bridges to roads, West Virginia ranks 50th every step of the way here. And that is where David McKinley was very defensive of his vote in favor of the infrastructure package that passed last year through Congress. He was one of 13 Republicans in the U.S. House of Representatives to do so. Alex Mooney, who won last night and received that Trump endorsement, he voted no on that measure. And I think that that's where David McKinley's statement last night is telling. I just want to read you in part. He said, quote, "Serving the people of West Virginia has been the honor of my life. I'm proud that I have always stood up for what's right for West Virginia, even when it hurt me politically. The groundwork we have laid over the last 12 years has paved the way for a more prosperous and diverse West Virginia economy." Of course, that is David McKinley, who first started serving this community in public office back in 1980, essentially making the case that his infrastructure vote was the right one, and he always had the best interests of West Virginia natives in mind.
Absolutely. Well, so far, sort of a mixed bag here in terms of Trump's endorsements. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Vaughn, I think it's time for our election music. We need that do, right? It's primary season. All right, Vaughn, good to see you. Thank you.
I'm into it. Let's cue it up. Thank you.
All right, Vaughn, thank you. New numbers this morning show that migrants looking to cross the southern border are coming in record numbers. Many of them are Cubans who are often risking everything to start new lives here in the U.S. NBC News Now anchor Morgan Radford joins me now from Miami with more on this. Hey, Morgan, good morning.
Hey there, Vicki. Good morning. Look, this is such an important story because we are seeing record numbers. This is a level of migration we haven't seen since the 1980s. It was known as the Mariel boat lift, and it really changed U.S. politics and U.S. history. And now we are seeing those record numbers on pace to be even surpassed. Take a look at this.
By land and by sea.
We have another one that's left side.
One of the largest mass migrations in American history.
Son miles los migrantes que están saliendo.
Nearly 80,000 Cubans crossing the southern border in the last 6 months, nearly 5 times higher than the same period last year. And now on track to outpace the mass Cuban exodus of 1980, known as the Mariel boat lift, that forever changed American history and U.S. politics. A journey happening again today, one we saw firsthand.
This is the second raft we've seen today?
This is the second one today.
As we embedded with the U.S. Coast Guard.
We're here just miles off the coast of Florida, and this is where the Coast Guard says they have encountered more Cubans trying to cross in the past 6 months than the last 3 years combined. What goes through your mind when you see tons of people, dozens of people inside one of these boats?
I try to have some sympathy. What kind of situation in my life would I have to be in to risk this journey, get on a makeshift vessel that looks like it was made in somebody's garage?
Which is why many are choosing a different path. Airana Hernandez crossed into the U.S. from Mexico just 2.5 months ago.
De pie, caminando.
While 8 months pregnant.
Y así fue. You were walking on foot, pregnant.
Her husband, Raul Prado, was on house arrest back in Cuba after being detained in anti-government protests last July.
How did you feel knowing your wife was crossing the border alone?
I was afraid.
Había mucho frío. It was cold.
Caminas hasta donde hay como un río que es bien, es bajito.
So you got to a river where the water was about up to your knees.
Y fui atrás de eso.
You crossed the river?
Yeah.
1 month later, they were reunited. Raul fled to Miami on a pre-pandemic visitor's visa. COVID, he says, created the perfect storm. Impossibly high prices, a shortage of basic goods, and a political environment that made him fear for his son, Bastian.
What changed for you? What is it that you didn't want your son to see?
I didn't want him to grow up in a place where his family doesn't have a voice.
¿A qué punto tiene que llegar una persona para cruzar un estrecho de 90 millas lleno de un agua llena de tiburones? En un punto de desespero, porque no, eso no es una cosa normal.
And you're saying no one wants to have to leave Cuba. What kind of point does someone have to reach to want to cross 90 miles, to want to go through, wade through a river? Saying you have to get to a point of desperation to make that type of decision.
Exactly. For everyone, it's going to be different. Everyone will have his breaking point.
Sí.
But when you reach that point,
hay que tomar una decisión.
That's it. So many people are leaving your country. Something is wrong in your country.
In the end, they made it. Their son, born in the United States a month ago.
¿Valió la pena? Was it worth it?
Sí, claro que sí, sí valió la pena. ¿Cómo, a dónde va Cuba? Sí vale la pena.
It was worth it. When you look back and you look at how things are going in Cuba, you know it was worth it. As for the reasons for this most recent surge, the Cuban government continues to point to the fact that the U.S. embassy closed in Havana 5 years ago, which has made it a lot harder for Cubans to come legally. And then in March, the State Department did resume some consular services, but as of today, they are still processing far fewer visas than they were before, Vicki.
Really powerful story, and hearing that family's firsthand experience, it is worth it. Their son is now an American citizen. Morgan, thank you so much.
Now to what else is making news around the world this morning, starting with a veteran reporter being shot and killed in the West Bank while on assignment.
Janice Mackey-Frayer joins us with more on that developing story and much more. Good morning, Janice.
Good morning. We begin in the Middle East. A reporter with Al Jazeera Television was killed during an Israeli raid in the West Bank city of Jenin. Shireen Abu Akleh was shot. She was wearing a flak jacket that clearly identified her as press. Another journalist was wounded. Palestinian witnesses and officials blame the Israeli army. Israeli officials blame Palestinian gunmen. In a tweet, the U.S. ambassador to Israel confirmed that Shireen Abu Akleh was an American citizen, and he has called for a thorough investigation. More chaos in Sri Lanka as protesters burned the homes of politicians, and the government ordered troops to, quote, shoot on sight. Thousands continued to defy a curfew that was imposed to ease violence. For weeks, public anger has boiled over what protesters say was a failure by the government to handle the worst economic crisis in decades. And finally, climate change continues to take a toll on Australia's Great Barrier Reef. Warming waters caused coral bleaching in 91% of reefs surveyed this year, according to a government agency. Scientists say it is the 6th mass bleaching event on record, the 4th since 2016 alone. Experts are warning or appealing to the Australian government to transition away from fossil fuels and to cut emissions because the recovery window is being lost. These coral reefs are among the most vibrant marine ecosystems on the planet.
So difficult to see that.
And that is a look at your day's headlines.
Wow, it's so stark, though, you know. It helps you understand what's really going on. All right, Janice, thank you so much. Now, it's Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, and we're taking a look at how the community has fought back against hate.
Yeah, we'll show you how the AAPI community found new ways to address the alarming rise in hate crimes during the pandemic. That's coming up next.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We are honoring Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, May, by taking a look at the advocacy that took place during the COVID pandemic. The AAPI community reported an alarming rise in violence and hate crimes, in part due to the racist and false idea that Asian Americans were to blame for COVID. The Stop Asian Hate campaign responded and inspired groups throughout the country to fight back. NBC Asian America reporter Kimmy Yam joins us now for more on this. Hey, Kimmy, good morning. You helped put together a list that lays out 100 ways Asian Americans and allies found solutions to the rise in hate crimes against the community. What were some of the solutions that stood out to you on that list?
Right, Vicki. You know, the great thing about this project was that it really showed that there's really no one answer and no one way to combat the racism against Asian Americans. A couple definitely stood out. I think that one of them was about how USC actually just recently held a ceremony to recognize the Japanese American students whose educations were sabotaged during World War II. You know, as we know, the Japanese American community was incarcerated during World War II and deemed to be national security threats. And during that time, USC actually refused to release the transcripts of Japanese American students. And so it kind of cut short their ability to transfer to another school, perhaps on the East Coast, and finish their educations. And there were some cases where even after the war, they refused to release these transcripts. And so some people had to kind of restart their entire educations, or did not have the ability to finish. So they recently had that ceremony, that graduation ceremony for these students who, you know, went through, you know, on top of being incarcerated, went through quite a bit more after that.
Kimmy, 99 other things on that list, so people can see it, the full list at NBCnews.com. But number one was the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act that was passed during the pandemic. Talk to us about what's in that, how will it help, and what do you think in terms of other legislation that's going to make a difference?
Right. So that was extremely popular, actually, among lawmakers, and that expedites or gives the Justice Department that guidance to expedite the review of hate crimes, pandemic-fueled hate crimes against the Asian American community. And that is, you know, while that is something that was so popular among lawmakers, there were a lot of groups that actually opposed it. And so there were other groups who thought that the solution was really to place more resources on things like housing, social services, food banks, mental health services. They felt that the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act placed too much of a focus on carceral solutions, and that's not quite preventative and won't do anything to cut the violence before it actually happens. And so there's kind of a varying you know, there's so many different suggestions within the community itself and different ways that people feel is proper to tackle what's been going on for the past couple of years.
I think you pointed out nicely that you said the list of 100 points out there is no one solution. It takes a lot of different strategies. And quickly, while we have you, Kimmy, advocates in the Asian American community are worried that these anti-Asian stereotypes about abortions are making a comeback after the SCOTUS leak. Lawmakers in several states are now invoking sex-selective abortion bans, and they're pointing to tropes about Asians. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, so this is actually something that's been happening for the past couple years. In 2012, there was a higher profile case in the House, or higher profile bill in the House. And even though that didn't pass, it kind of triggered so many other lawmakers across the country to kind of propose similar carbon copies of that bill. It really just means that abortion is banned based on the predicted sex of the fetus. And it's, you know, lawmakers have used these harmful stereotypes about about Asian Americans to justify it, saying that Asian Americans have son preference, that they will engage in aborting baby girls in order to, achieve the family structure that they want. Clarence Thomas, even in a response to the petition to review Indiana's ban, said that this was a common practice among some families of some cultures in the U.S., referring to Chinese and Indian families, when in fact there's actually no evidence that this exists. And when you look at the sex ratio in these communities, in Chinese, Korean, and Indian communities, the ratio of boys to girls is actually higher than that of white families. And also 90% of abortions happen in the first trimester when you don't even know the sex of the baby. So yeah, there's quite a bit of stereotyping going on, and people say that, these lawmakers are really co-opting the language of human rights, of gender equality to further encroach on reproductive rights.
Kimmy, and those were some really important numbers and facts you just dropped about that. Thank you so much. It was great to see you. Thanks, Kimmy.
Thanks for having me.
And Vicky's going to have much more on this topic coming up tonight. A conversation on healing and solutions in this 1 hour special called The Racism Virus. She's going to be joined by actor Daniel Day Kim and basketball star Jeremy Lin, talking about progress, politics, and the way people are coming together in the face of unprecedented violence and hate against Asian Americans. Tune in tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on NBC News Now. For more from our Vicky.
Thank you, Savannah. Great conversation. We are following breaking news on the economy right now.
Yeah, the government has just released the latest inflation numbers. We'll break down the data and the impact it will have on your wallet next.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin with breaking news. The attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facility.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds. We are talking elections in a battleground state. What does President Biden need to do tonight? He needs to speak to heads and hearts. A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate.
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Breaking news right now. The latest inflation numbers have just been released.
Yes, CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us now with what they show and how it's going to impact you. Hey, Silvana.
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, so the Consumer Price Index, this broad-based measure of prices for goods and services, up 8.3% in April from a year ago. That's higher than the estimated 8.1% gain estimated by the Dow Jones. Now, removing volatile food and energy prices, the so-called core CPI still rose 6.2% against expectations for a 6% gain. Now, with inflation rising again in April, it's continuing a climb that's threatening the economic expansion and has pushed consumers consumers to the brink, seeing higher prices everywhere. Now, inflation has been the single biggest threat to a recovery that began early in the pandemic and saw the economy in 2021 stage its biggest single-year growth level since 1984. Now, what could this report mean for interest rates? Well, it could mean that the Federal Reserve will take an even tougher stance on rates. Last week, Fed Chair Jerome Powell signaled the central bank could hike interest rates by 0.5% at each of the next couple of meetings. For the stock market, this could mean we could see the same of what we've been seeing a lot in the past week. Lots of wild swings, guys.
Silvana, thank you so much.
You got it. We appreciate it. Now,
absolutely. Now, we've all heard about the Great Resignation. That's when lots of people quit their jobs during the COVID pandemic, and it shook up the market. But now, as some of those people have second thoughts, we're seeing the Great Regret. New studies show an estimated 1 in 5 people, in fact, who left their job during COVID are unhappy with their decision. Let's bring in Allison Tofol-Rabinowitz for more on this. She's a career coach and the founder of The Finishing School. Allison, thanks for joining us. So I think one of the things that's sort of confusing here is that it doesn't seem like there's a shortage of work opportunities out there. Places are looking to hire, saying they can't fill their jobs. So why are people feeling this regret after leaving their jobs?
Well, the thing is that it's hard to acclimate to culture when you are a remote employee. So sometimes people have formed those bonds while they were at another company, and they realize that that culture is absent once they start a new job because they're all on Zoom and they're trying to connect with employees, but it's a little bit harder. So they're facing that challenge and they are thinking about sometimes regretting their decision.
Absolutely. And many people might be wondering whether they can just go back to their old employer. What do you think about that? I mean, I think obviously it's sort of situational, but have you seen in your experience that that's a possibility for people feeling this regret?
Yes, it's also called the Great Renegotiation. So if you are thinking about that maybe you need to boomerang back to your job, one of the things that you have going for you is you'll be easy to onboard. So you already know the company, you already know cross-functionally how to work with everyone, you know the resources. So really, it's less money for them to recruit you back, and they will be saving money. So if you can left on the right terms, which is the most
that's the key.
I was just going to say, it's a good reminder not to burn any bridges on your way out, right?
Exactly. And there's a lot of things you can do to make sure that you don't burn bridges. But one key thing that would be really nice to do when you leave your job, just to make sure that everything's open, is to write LinkedIn recommendations for the people you worked with. So you show that you recognize their hard work.
Wow. And last quick one for you. If somebody does have to go find that new job, new company, how can they cope with that? What's your advice for that? Is there a chance those feelings will improve?
Yes. I mean, you have to look at it this way. You're the one in charge of your job search. You can't just let recruiters come to you with jobs. Research companies that have good remote cultures, because that's the new reality that we're facing.
Allison, thank you so much. Interesting conversation that I'm sure will help a lot of people. We appreciate your time.
I love it. Great conversation, great tips. And the pictures of the people all just like stressed about the new job.
Those were stock photos, not people who are actually upset.
All right, coming up, the city of Paris is seeing a travel boom.
Yeah, the show Emily in Paris is inspiring people to visit. Coming up, we'll show you how Parisians are adapting to these specific tourists. But first, a mid-air save. A passenger lands a plane after the pilot suffers a medical emergency. That is next.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
At long last, 93-year-old actor James Hong finally got his star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. The actor has 700 credits, including Blade Runner and the original Mulan. There he is with Daniel Day Kim and Jamie Lee Curtis. He's one of just 19 people of Asian descent to make it out onto the walk of more than 2,700 stars. Wow. His recognition comes after a crowdfunding campaign was started in 2020 to raise the $55,000 that a star costs. That goal met in 4 days. Hong said he didn't have a speech prepared because, quote, I'm not that kind of person. But he did celebrate with a little dance, and that is wonderful to see. And just when you see those numbers and you think 700 credits, he's been doing this for so long, 93 years old.
93 years old. Also, by the way, look at him down and up.
I know,
93.
yeah. I know. We should all be envious. Well, congratulations, Mr. Hong.
It's amazing to see that was crowdfunded.
Right?
Yeah.
55
Very cool. Thanks, Vicki. Now to a remarkable story out of Florida this morning. A passenger on a small plane pulled off an emergency landing after the actual pilot suffered an apparent medical issue. NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders has the details.
If you've ever wondered when you're getting on a plane, what would happen if the pilots became incapacitated? Could you take control of the plane and land it? Well, that just happened. A man on a plane who was a passenger, the FAA says he was not a student pilot on this single-engine plane, had to indeed take over and remarkably landed safely here at Palm Beach International Airport. Terrifying moments in the sky turning into a miracle landing Tuesday after a passenger was forced to land a small plane in Florida when the pilot suffered a medical emergency.
I've got a serious situation here. My pilot has gone incoherent.
The FAA saying the single-engine Cessna 206 with 2 people on board landed safely at Palm Beach International Airport around 12:30 p.m. The aircraft was flying just off the coast of Boca Raton when the passenger realized there was something wrong with the pilot. Then a dramatic exchange, the passenger contacting air traffic control in Fort Pierce while trying to figure out what to do.
No idea how to fly the airplane.
Roger, what's your position?
I have no idea. I can see the coast of Florida in front of me, and I have no idea.
The air traffic controller carefully guiding the passenger to become the pilot.
Try to hold the wings level and see if you can start descending for me.
Yeah, I'm descending right now at 550 feet a minute.
Maintain wings level and just try to follow the coast, either north or southbound. We're trying to locate you.
Eventually, air traffic control at the Palm Beach airport taking control, talking the passenger through a safe landing.
Man, they did a great job.
Did you say the passengers landed the airplane?
That's correct.
Oh my gosh, yeah, no, great job.
No flying experience.
This morning, a new pilot staying calm in the face of unbelievable pressure and sticking the landing. We don't know the name of the passenger who is now a pilot, but he certainly has a story to tell, and hopefully he'll share it with us soon. Meantime, the pilot who had the medical condition that set all of this mid-air emergency into motion His condition is unknown this morning.
Oh, gosh. Well, I hope he's okay, but wow. I hope Carrie finds that passenger turned pilot.
You know, he needs that wings right away.
Right away. Many wings. That was incredible. We should have had a camera on us watching that story. I mean, the twists and turns. I thought at first it was somebody who had experience as a co-pilot who then took over. And you hear him, he's calm, like, no, I have no idea. I see the coast. I've never flown a plane before. Let's do this.
I don't know.
That was remarkable.
Oh, Carrie, thank you so much. Amazing story.
Okay, we're turning now to Paris. It has always been the perfect backdrop for romance in films and TV shows. But in the last couple of years, it's been getting even more screen time.
Yeah, now Americans are returning to the French capital, and Parisians are giving them the ultimate TV tour.
Paris, France, city of history, culture, and fine cuisine. But that's not all these tourists are here for.
We love it. Yeah. But I'm actually thinking back on rewatching the show. So I remember some places. But yeah, I love it.
I literally felt like I was part of the Emily in Paris show by just visiting the places.
That's right. They also wanted to step into the world of their favorite Netflix series, Emily in Paris. It's the show about an American who moves to the French capital to work in marketing and look for love. And at one point this year, it was the streaming giant's top show in 94 countries.
A lot of my French friends, they don't like it. But, you know, it's just a good laugh.
We're not nice. We're always late. We apparently like ménage à trois.
So it's fair to say not all Parisians love it. Even the cast admits the show drew strong reactions.
You can hate it or love it, whatever. Oh, obviously, the point of view is so strong that you're obviously going to find people that are going to not like it. And, you know, why not? And who cares?
But some in the city saw a hit show and saw an opportunity.
This is the building where Emily lives, so you have to look at the 5th floor, the little window on the left. 1, 2, 3.
Fabian Buonavia created his Emily in Paris Airbnb tour before tourists returned to Paris, and now has visitors from all over the world.
I'm enjoying that because you can see like unique places and places that you will not see just walking around. So I will show you all my secret spots.
At one of the stops, the Boulangerie Moderne, baker Thierry Rabineau has a must-have item for the tourists.
It's called a maxi pain au chocolat, which is Emily's pain au chocolat.
Un pain au chocolat. It's a good time for viewers who want some French culture at home. Alongside Emily in Paris, French language shows are finding new audiences thanks to streaming. Shows like Lupin, Call My Agent, and The Hookup Plan. And when it comes to filming in Paris, 2021 was a record-breaking year with 7,000 days of filming instead of the usual 5,000. And that will have brought in a lot of revenue.
The numbers are 1 to 6. When you spend €1 in filming something, that gives back to the destination between 6 and 7 euros, which is quite impressive.
This year, Netflix has committed to spend $220 million on French productions, and Emily will be returning for at least 2 more seasons. It will all bring more visitors, and Paris is ready.
Come in Paris. I'm doing the tour all the year, so I'm waiting for you.
Now, according to a recent study by the French Center for Film and Moving Image, 74% of tourists said a film or series had inspired their trip to the country. It is.
Let's go, Savannah.
I know, right?
We're off.
Yeah.
I feel that way about New York City, too, now that we live here. You see New York in so many films and TV.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
That was fun. All right, well, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning. I'm Vicki Wynn in for Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, no end in sight. A new warning from the U.S. about the war in Ukraine. As Russia intensifies its attacks on a key port city, new intelligence suggests the Russians are ready for a prolonged conflict. And lawmakers pass a bill to send another $40 billion to Ukraine. We have team coverage with the latest. Blame game this morning. New inflation numbers set for release as Democrats and Republicans spar over why costs are so high and what to do about it.
Republicans have offered plenty of blame, but not a single solution to actually bring down the energy prices.
Joe Biden gave a talk this morning, blamed everybody else on inflation. He took no responsibility and has no plan.
We'll have more from both sides of the debate, plus how voters feel about the rising costs ahead of those midterm elections. Celebrity advocate, reality star, and hotel heiress Paris Hilton goes to the White House to push for new legislation against child abuse. Her call for change as she shares her own story. And it's the end of an era for Apple and the music world. The iconic iPod is being discontinued 2 decades after it was first released. How the device transformed the way millions of people listen to music.
Wow.
I had that pink one.
Do you? I was
did.
thinking you would, of all the colors.
Dig it out. Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like maybe it's worth something.
Scrolling all that.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good question. I do
Right?
wonder. Is it
Especially
valuable? Is it an heirloom?
Nostalgic things are all back in. I don't know.
Do they still work? They still work. Yeah.
Probably if you charge it. If I can find a charger.
Okay, that's the problem there.
We'll bring you that later today. Maybe you've got one at home you can dig up too. We begin, though, this morning with the war in Ukraine, where troops are mounting a counteroffensive against Russian forces in the region of Kharkiv.
The area is home to Ukraine's second largest city, which has come under heavy shelling since the invasion began. But President Zelensky said the Ukrainian army has managed to push back Russian troops in the region and recapture some villages north of the city. On Capitol Hill overnight, the House approved a $40 billion Ukraine aid package, which includes both military and humanitarian funding. It comes after the director of national intelligence warned that President Putin could use nuclear weapons if he perceived an existential threat to Russia. Speaking yesterday, she told a Senate committee hearing that the Russian leader is preparing for a long war in Ukraine.
We assess President Putin is preparing for a prolonged conflict in Ukraine, during which he still intends to achieve goals beyond the Donbass. But Putin most likely also judges that Russia has a greater ability and willingness to endure challenges than his adversaries, and he is probably counting on U.S. and EU resolve to weaken as food shortages, inflation, energy prices get worse. Moreover, as both Russia and Ukraine believe they can continue to make progress militarily, we do not see a viable negotiating path forward, at least in the short term.
No viable negotiating path. We will hear from the former director for Russia and Eastern Europe at the National Security Council, Colonel Matt Dimmock, in just a few moments. But first, let's go to NBC News senior national correspondent Jay Gray, who's in Lviv. Jay, we know Kharkiv and the surrounding region have seen some of the fiercest fighting since this war began. What can you tell us about this latest Ukrainian counterattack?
Yeah, it seems to be working at this point, as you talked about, Vicky. Still very tense in that area, as you might imagine. In fact, one civilian killed during a volley yesterday on the streets of one of those outlying towns or villages. Ukraine fighters have managed to push back Russian tactical units, though, taking back some of the land that they had taken over during the initial invasion. And really securing an area around Ukraine's second largest city, though the fighting does continue at times to be very intense, and the Russians still continue to try and push back in and toward that city. It's not something that they've been ready to fully give up on, as they continue, of course, pounding the east as well. And so we can expect to continue to see fighting in that region for quite some time.
Jay, this morning, the wounded soldiers trapped inside that Mariupol steel plant made a new plea for help. What are they saying about the conditions there? And do we know of any plans to evacuate them as well? I think yesterday you told us at least 100 civilians are believed to still be trapped inside.
Yeah, Vicky, we're getting mixed reports on the number of civilians inside, but it appears now that there are some still inside that steel plant. The situation not good for those wounded soldiers. There are many with severe wounds, some with amputations. They have no medical care, no medicine, and no gauze or bandaging that is sterilized. They're just using what they can there. The UN has continued to try and negotiate some type of ceasefire to get those soldiers out, to get them to the medical attention that they may need. At this point, though, Russian troops have refused to call a ceasefire for those purposes. As you know, they transported a lot of the civilians out over the weekend during what was a very tenuous humanitarian corridor, but managed to get the majority of folks out of that steel mill. And so they'll continue, the UN says, to try and get that safe passage. But again, it's been a sticking point for weeks, and it doesn't look like there's any give right now.
Jay, we're also hearing Ukraine is planning to suspend the flow of gas at a key transit point that delivers about a third of the fuel from Russia to Europe. How quickly could that happen, and what kind of impact would that have on Russia and its war efforts?
Yeah, it looks like the process has already started, Vicky, and the Ukraine officials have been warning European allies about this for the last couple of weeks. The issue is the pipeline runs through an area where there is Russian occupation or intense fighting, and so they can't get out. They can't make sure it's serviced properly, can't make sure that everything is okay as far as the flow is concerned. And they say that some of the Russian troops have actually been tapping into the source, and that makes it a bit uneven and a bit dicey as well. So they've offered to reroute the gas. Russia has said no, that's not technically possible. They've also said that there's no reason to shut down the flow.
Jay Gray, live in Lviv. Thank you. Let's now bring in Colonel Matt Dimick. He's the former director for Russia and Eastern Europe at the National Security Council, a position he held during both the Trump and Biden administrations. Good morning. Thanks for being with us. So let's start with this $40 billion aid package just passed by the House, because it's actually $7 billion more than President Biden has requested. What does that say to you about America's commitment to the fight? What does it say to Russia? And ultimately, what's the impact this can have?
So it's a huge amount of money, obviously. And then when you combine it with the other billions of dollars that have already been committed to Ukraine, the sum is very, very large. But I think what it constitutes is this is really an insurance premium for America, for our national security interests, and that's really the way we need to look at it. All of that money in the hands of the Ukrainians is necessary. It's going to go to good use, and I think that we should look at this as every dollar that we put into the hands of the Ukrainians, it gives them the tools to beat back Russian aggression and smash up the Russian war machine. Not only is it a dollar well spent, but it's going to be an investment in our future security in Europe and protect our interests in the long term.
Certainly, and you can see the breakdown there we just had on the screen of how it will all be spent. Now let's talk about what we heard from the Director of National Intelligence, warning that Putin may become more unpredictable, is dug in for a long war with also a no viable negotiating path she had mentioned there. What concerns you most about what Putin may do next?
I don't necessarily have any concerns about some kind of irrational escalation of this conflict. It looks like he's just going to continue on this path of just a sheer slog towards some kind of victory that he can claim. So it looks like he's going to just continue this plotting pace of the conflict, use the Russian strengths of mass and heavy firepower to just try to grind down the Ukrainians, and in combination with pushing back Ukrainians and destroying some of the Ukrainian forces and working through attrition, also just a stranglehold on the Ukrainian economy. And I think that Putin probably thinks if he can make this last for several more months, put more pain on the Ukrainians, and maybe also Europeans and everybody else loses some interest, then he will eventually be able to claim his military objectives.
So let's talk about exactly what those military objectives are at this point, and also what it ultimately means Ukraine would have to be okay with, because we've seen the Russian army shift its goals from Kyiv to just the eastern region. Now they're facing that fierce resistance, just talking about them pushing back in Kharkiv. It seems that they want that land corridor to Crimea, but Zelensky said he's not going to give it up, and also his people live there. I mean, what is the off-ramp here, and is there any solution you see that could also satisfy Ukraine?
It is hard to see, because right now both sides see a path towards their own sense of victory and being able to impose conditions on the other side. So it's hard to see any off-ramps at this point in time. I think the Russians believe the time and mass is in their favor, so they are sitting on that ground, probably about 80% of the Donbass at this point, and they're definitely in control of the entire Sea of Azov all the way to the Black Sea coast at Kherson. So they are in somewhat of a good position as far as controlling land, but Ukrainians are going to have something to say about that. And as you've seen around Kharkiv, they do have the ability. They're very nimble and can give the Russians some setbacks that the Russians may have to consider. But when it comes to off-ramps, I think Putin thinks time is in his favor, mass is in his favor, and that he will be able to strangle the Ukrainians into coming to the table and accepting favorable Russian agreements.
Colonel Matt Dimick, thank you for your time this morning. Also, I know you're a regional program director with the aid group Spirit of America that's helping get aid into Ukraine. Thank you for what you're doing there, too. We appreciate you.
All right, thank you.
We turn now to the battle over the future of abortion rights in the U.S. Today, the Senate is expected to vote on a bill that would codify abortion rights. The vote on the Women's Health Protection Act, which is already passed the House, is all but certain to fail, with just 49 senators expected to support the measure. That is well below the 60-vote requirement to defeat a Republican filibuster. The vote comes after that leaked Supreme Court draft opinion that indicates Roe v. Wade will likely be overturned. Meanwhile, several states are racing to extend their abortion laws to protect out-of-state patients from potential lawsuits. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has more now from Connecticut.
There's a new abortion law in Connecticut.
We're doing everything we can to stand up on behalf of the reproductive rights of all of our citizens.
Setting up a battle between states.
Texas, don't mess with Connecticut.
The law expands abortion access and protects providers like those in this clinic from being sued or even criminally charged by another state.
I am very grateful for it, and I think it was necessary in our political climate.
We're not going to sit here with our residents, with our doctors, nurses, our facilities undefended. We're going to stand up for these rights here in the state of Connecticut.
State Representative Matt Blumenthal, who co-authored the bill, says it was in direct response to the abortion law in Texas and in anticipation of Roe v. Wade possibly being overturned.
People are already coming to Connecticut from places like Texas to seek safe and legal care.
Missouri State Representative Mary Elizabeth Coleman drafted a bill similar to the one in Texas that would allow private citizens to sue abortion providers.
Should a doctor in Connecticut be concerned that they may be sued from a private citizen in Missouri if they've performed an abortion on a Missouri resident?
No, I don't think that that's an accurate reading of the law.
Her bill has not yet been passed.
Because the abortion issue has been decided by the courts for so long, that taking this back into the state legislatures, there's rhetoric that is ramping things up in ways that isn't particularly helpful.
Scholars say the criminal and civil law has not been tested, and anti-abortion states might push boundaries if Roe is overturned, which is why states like Connecticut are acting quickly.
You see Connecticut looking at that kind of mess and saying, we want clarity. We don't want to wait for things to shake out in the courts.
What kind of world are we potentially going into if Roe is overturned?
I'm afraid that it's going to be a world where this conflict is even uglier and messier than the one we're in now.
Stephanie Gosk, NBC News, Hartford, Connecticut.
Turning now to the economy and the new inflation numbers out today. Americans have been hit hard, paying more for everyday items. Inflation's been at its highest point in more than 40 years, in fact. Well, yesterday, President Biden unveiled his plan to try to ease the burden on Americans' wallets.
My plan attacks inflation and grows the economy by lowering costs for working families, giving workers well-deserved raises, reducing the deficit by historic levels, and making big corporations and the very wealthiest Americans pay their fair share.
But how do voters feel about the rising prices? Well, we're 6 months away from midterm elections, and in key swing states, inflation and the economy are playing a major role in who people may vote for in November. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us from one of those key swing states, Florida. He's in Duval County, the greater Jacksonville area, for our County to County series. Shaq, good morning. So just tell me, how are people there seeing the impact of inflation right now?
Well, you're looking at gas prices, increased food prices, increased housing prices, especially in this area. Housing up 30% in Jacksonville area from just a year ago. So this is something that voters are thinking about ahead of the midterm elections. It's in fact something that they brought up to us during our first visit here last October. I want you to listen to what they're telling us about the impact of inflation, starting with a person we met back in October who mentioned this as one of her top issues then. Listen to what she's saying now.
Worse. Worse.
How so?
Well, obviously, a lot of my friends are talking about the gas prices and being able to travel this summer.
In the grocery store as well, sort of picking and choosing my battles now with what I really need versus what I want as the prices increase.
This is something that increasingly voters are saying is top of mind to them, and that's why you heard the president yesterday saying this is his top domestic priority at this point.
So, Shaq, groceries cost more, travel's going to be tougher. That's all frustrating and stressful for people. So the question, as we set you up for, is how is it going to impact how they vote this time around? And this is an especially interesting area to watch to get an answer to that, because it's historically quite Republican. That's seen some shift with Biden even winning in 2020. How is inflation impacting how this is shaping up for midterms?
Right. This is the type of area that Democrats felt that they had some momentum in. But now with the economy, with inflation, it's Republicans feeling like they have the wind at their backs. And, you know, we actually stopped by a food bank. And one thing that we saw learning and talking to folks there is that most of the people going in to get food have a source of income. These are people who are seniors, who are on fixed income, so they are feeling it in their day-to-day lives. I want you to listen to my conversation with a voter who we met, who's explaining who he's blaming for this, who he blames for the rise in prices that you're seeing.
I didn't agree with the last stimulus, because the market was moving, in the right direction in regards to inflation. But going forward right now, I think everyone just needs to come together and figure this thing out. I don't think one party can fix it. I think both of them have to come together.
Other voters that I talked to mentioned the coronavirus pandemic, or they said it's just cyclical. It's something that will rise and fall. But again, this is something that every voter, no matter what side of the aisle they fall on, said they noticed and they'll be thinking about into the midterm elections.
Absolutely. So, Shaq, quickly tell us what they think of the plan unveiled yesterday to try to combat this.
Well, a little quick, it's that plan was just announced yesterday. We just heard from the president yesterday, so we don't have immediate reaction to what the president said. But if you look at this poll that we saw from last night, you see most people in this state, the number is 76% of Floridians are very or somewhat dissatisfied with the government's handling of the issue. When you ask them who they blame for it, you see that the Biden administration is at about 64%. They say are very or somewhat responsible, putting the blame on Biden administration. But they also see other issues at play. They look at the coronavirus pandemic. They look at the supply chain issues. So there's many people to blame, but you get the sense that voters are really paying attention to this. And that is why you have the president and folks in Congress focusing on this issue as we get closer and closer to the election.
Absolutely, and we will continue to focus on that county. Lots to watch for there. Shaq Brewster, thank you so much. Well, future homeowners are also struggling in this economy. Rising mortgage rates are forcing many to delay the purchase of that new dream home. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer takes a closer look at the housing crunch.
So this is my favorite room in the house.
As rents rise and now mortgage rates climb, the Fishers, like so many other American families, are trying desperately to buy a home while facing a tougher housing market every day. With low inventory and record high prices, if they wait any longer, their 30-year fixed mortgage could tick up even higher.
We're definitely willing to make more sacrifices than we were at the beginning.
The typical mortgage payment in March was $1,700, up nearly $400 from a year ago.
Yeah, you kind of don't know when it's going to end with the mortgage rates rising. With inflation going up too, I mean, everything's getting more expensive.
Though the housing market remains hot, there are some signs of cooling. The average 30-year fixed mortgage rate has now climbed to 5.36%, up 2 points from a year ago. That's led to an 11% drop in new mortgage applications. Still, many prospective homeowners are lowering expectations and raising budgets.
It's definitely squeezing some people out, but again, demand is still there and it's far exceeding supply.
To get their foot into the door, families aren't just willing to pay more for less. Many are turning to adjustable rate loans, where the interest rate can change after 5, 7, or 10 years.
We think in 2022, with higher mortgage rates, that'll cool down somewhat. We'll be back to more typical market conditions.
But after losing on multiple offers, the Fisher family wants to buy now in order to save later, or else they worry their American dream could become a nightmare. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News, Los Angeles.
And now it's time for a check on your morning news now weather.
Our Michelle Grossman joins us this morning. Hey, good morning. A lot of reds, pinks, and oranges behind you.
What's going on? Are we still super busy?
We are still super busy. Hi there, guys. And yeah, a lot of pink and red because we are looking at really warm temperatures. We are so hot from the southern plains all the way to the Midwest, even into the interior parts of Northeast. And we're looking at temperatures in the 90s, so well above normal for this time of year. St. Louis, 93 degrees today. That's 18 degrees above normal for this time of year. Some spots may even be as high as 30 degrees above normal. Buffalo, New York, 80 degrees. That's 14 degrees above average. Now, as we head towards tomorrow, we're going to see this heat expanding. So it's a big area of high pressure. Think of it as a heat pump just bringing in this Gulf air, and it's really, really hot. So 86 degrees in Burlington, Vermont tomorrow, 19 degrees above normal for this time of year. The good news is we're cooler. So as we head towards the end of the work week into the weekend, we're looking at temperatures into the low 70s in Milwaukee, even to the mid 60s. That's going to feel nice over the weekend. Cleveland, you're mainly in the mid 70s. This heat is going to spark some storms along with a front that's moving through. So we're looking at severe weather threats in western Texas, also in the Midwest. We're looking at 7 million at risk. The risk here is for damaging hail up to an inch, also gusty winds. We could see a few likely tornadoes in the Midwest. As we look towards the south in western Texas, it looks like the biggest concerns there will be wind and also hail. Then as we go throughout Thursday, we include a little more, so 10 million at risk. And we do have an enhanced risk. That's 3 out of 5 on the severe scale. So we could certainly see tornadoes tomorrow as well. Here is the setup as we go throughout the day. Here's that first cold front. That's going to be the trigger mechanism along with that warm air in place, also some Gulf moisture, and that's going to trigger some of those storms as we go throughout the afternoon and evening hours. Tomorrow, right on the heels of the first one, we have a secondary front that will also bring severe weather in pretty much the same spots. Because of that, because of really wet ground, we've had rain over and over again. In this part of the country, we are looking at the chance for some flooding, even up to 2 inches of rain in some spots. So there is a concern for the streams, the creeks, and the rivers. Talking about that heat once again, this is going to spark the chance for more fire danger today. So 10 million at risk. Where you see that hot pink color, we're looking at Colorado, New Mexico, Arizona. We could see fire danger once again. And we're at a critical risk where you see the red, including Albuquerque. It's a combination of low humidity, gusty winds, and that warm air in place. So once again, we already have a lot of fires burning. We're going to add to that. And again, summertime, that is really when this fire season starts. So we're so ahead of the schedule.
Yeah, it's supposed to start then, but it seems like each year it kind of creeps up earlier and earlier.
Yeah, it's pretty scary. Also, that 2-inch hail gets me every time.
Every time.
Even imagine.
I know. Softball.
Yeah, exactly.
That's big.
All right, Michelle, see you in a little bit.
Thank you, Michelle. Coming up on Morning News Now, booster benefits.
When we come back, what new research shows about the effectiveness of a 4th dose of the COVID vaccine as new cases trend up across the U.S. after the break.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Bill Gates has announced he's tested positive for COVID-19. In a tweet yesterday, the Microsoft co-founder says he's experiencing mild symptoms and will isolate until he's feeling better.
Yeah, he's, of course, been a prominent figure during the pandemic, even announcing last year his foundation would spend $120 million to improve access to Merck's antiviral COVID pill for lower-income countries. He's the latest high-profile figure to test positive during this uptick in cases we're seeing. Joining us now to discuss the latest COVID news is Dr. Anand Swaminathan. He's an assistant professor of emergency medicine at St. Joseph's Health. Doctor, always great to have you with us. Good morning. So I mentioned that COVID pill the Gates Foundation promised to help circulate. Well, the World Health Organization has called on Pfizer now to make its COVID pill more accessible in poorer countries. The organization's director general actually says the company's antiviral treatments are too expensive and that most of the world's Pfizer supply has been bought up by these rich nations. NBC did reach out to Pfizer for comment overnight, but we haven't heard back yet. But what tools do poorer countries have available, and what would you like to see done here?
They have not nearly as many tools as they should. This is a huge problem that mimics what we saw in the late 80s and 90s with HIV therapies. We had a medical apartheid where the medications that were needed for the most vulnerable areas weren't available because of cost. And we've been seeing the same thing throughout this pandemic. As soon as vaccines became available, you and I can go and get a vaccine in the next hour with no problem. Right. But we see that over 80% of those in poorer countries haven't even received a single dose. Meanwhile, we're talking about fourth doses in this country. So we really do need to have more of a focus, start committing real money towards the global pandemic efforts. Some estimates say that we need somewhere between $40 and $50 billion just to get the global pandemic efforts back to where they need to be. That isn't just on the U.S., but that means all rich countries need to step up and provide that funding and support those countries in getting medications, getting vaccines, logistical support, all of the things that are needed.
Medical apartheid. I haven't heard that term before, but it really reminds us we are interconnected, and this is a global pandemic, as you said, Doctor. Let me ask you about this. The WHO called out China, Shanghai specifically, over the efforts there to achieve so-called zero COVID. They say it's just unsustainable. In response, Shanghai's health officials say the strict policy is necessary. What do you think, Doctor? How do cities and other countries find a balance to control the spread of the virus without having the kind of impact on social well-being and functioning of their entire society? I know vaccines that are effective are helpful, but what else can societies do?
I think we've known since the Delta surge that achieving COVID zero is probably not a possibility. The toll on human suffering is far too great from all of the other things that need to be imposed in order to make that happen. That doesn't mean, though, that we need to go for COVID 8 billion. We don't need to have everybody have COVID. The way that we can do that is by embracing things that are simple measures to protect each other. We don't have universal public masking here. We should. We absolutely need to have masking in place in public places because that can help to protect others. And it's a very inexpensive and effective intervention. In the U.S., we can do things like upgrading ventilation systems in businesses and in schools. But I think masking is going to be a critical one across the globe because of its effectiveness in preventing spread, regardless of which variant is surging at that time. And we are seeing a massive uptick in cases right now in the U.S. Some of that is masked by the home tests that are being done. But we should all be masking in public, not just to protect ourselves. But remember, this is a measure that protects everybody around us.
Dr. Swaminathan, thank you so much. Appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you. We turn to international headlines now. In Cuba, the death toll from that hotel explosion last week keeps rising.
Yeah, Janice McAfee joins us with that and more. Hey, Janice, good morning.
Hey, good morning. We begin in Cuba, where nearly a week after that devastating explosion at a hotel in Havana, the death toll is edging higher. It's at 43 now, and emergency workers are still looking for victims in the rubble. The Hotel Saratoga had been closed for 2 years. It was due to reopen after the pandemic. A suspected gas leak is believed to be the cause of the blast, which has devastated nearly 80% of the iconic building. For the first time ever, Prince Charles delivered the Queen's speech at the opening of Britain's Parliament, the first time she's missed the event in nearly 6 decades. Queen Elizabeth was forced to withdraw because of mobility issues. She's 96 years old. Charles read out the government's legislative agenda, including measures to alleviate poverty, which some social media users found a bit ironic as he was sitting on a golden throne. And finally, New Zealand is fully reopening its borders after being sealed off from the world for much of the pandemic, and they're doing it 2 months earlier than expected. Starting August the 1st, visa holders and tourists will be allowed back to New Zealand as well. The country's Prime Minister, Jacinda Ardern, says that they are shaking up immigration rules. They want to attract skilled workers back. She made the announcement via video link, though, because she's isolating at home because her partner tested positive for COVID. And that is a look at your
We're
headlines
all just
making news.
trying to get back to normal.
I know, Janice, thank you so much. A reminder, it
One step
touches
forward
every corner of the
and
world.
another step back.
Yeah, exactly. All right, coming up, from reality TV to the White House. After the break, how Paris Hilton is using her fame to speak out against child abuse.
Plus, a verdict reached in the high-profile sexual assault case of celebrity chef Mario Batali. That's next on Morning News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home.
Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Paris Hilton made a visit to the White House yesterday to continue her campaign for congregate care reform. The reality television star turned advocate met with several members of Congress to discuss future legislation to protect teens from abuse at care facilities. This isn't the first time Hilton has visited the White House. Back in October, she had this to say about her hopes for this bill.
Every day in America, children in congregate care settings are being physically, emotionally, and sexually abused. Children are even dying at the hands of those responsible for their care.
NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa joins us now for more on Hilton's visit. Ali, good morning. Walk us through this congregate care reform bill. What are lawmakers hoping to achieve, and who is Paris Hilton working with?
Yeah, Vicki, well, you laid it out perfectly at the top there. You know, Paris Hilton's visits to not only the White House, but Capitol Hill yesterday are really building on years of experience she has advocating for this issue. She's saying that this multi-billion-dollar troubled teen industry is misleading parents, children, and it's lacking oversight, it's lacking transparency. So she's actually been successful in making reforms to this legislation before, to this industry. Last year, the state of Utah, where she says she experienced her trauma, passed new rules to regulate the industry after she gave a very emotional and powerful testimony. And that new law gives more government oversight and provides teens more rights in these centers. For example, it requires monthly reports by these centers to the state of Utah. It requires the documentation of instances of physical restraints, involuntary confinement. It also bans any chemical sedation. legislation. But Hilton is pushing for a federal law to change all of this in the form of a proposed Accountability for Congregate Care Act, because she says that this patchwork of legislation state by state is just not doing enough. It would create a commission within the Department of Justice to provide better oversight over these centers, as well as provide funding for each state to better institute these practices. We know that she's working with several representatives on this issue, like Ro Khanna, Adam Schiff. She also met with several new lawmakers that we didn't know she was working with yesterday on Capitol Hill. So definitely a developing bill and legislation on Capitol Hill, Vicki.
Allie, quickly, while I have you, talk about how personal this was for Hilton. Remind our viewers what prompted her to support this reform, because I think a lot of people were really shocked when she came out and shared some of her own experiences.
Yeah, she's been very honest about her traumatic experiences. She actually wrote an op-ed in the Washington Post last year where she details this. She said that at the age of 16, she was taken from her home. Her parents, she said that her parents thought this was a sort of tough love approach, but she was taken to one of these centers in Utah where she was put in solitary confinement. She was repeatedly sexually abused. She was slapped. She wasn't provided opportunities for education, for communication. She said all her communication with her parents and the outside world was censored and monitored. So this is really pushing for why she is so passionate about this issue, Vicki.
And she's bringing some star power to it. Allie, Rafa, thank you so much.
Now to a high-profile sexual assault case filed during the height of the Me Too movement. Celebrity chef Mario Batali was found not guilty on indecent assault and battery charges. The defendant was one of several women to accuse Batali of sexual misconduct. NBC News correspondent Isa Gutierrez has the latest.
The heat off Mario Batali.
Turn off the heat.
A judge in Boston found the celebrity chef not guilty in a sexual misconduct case Tuesday afternoon.
So, Mr. Batali and Attorney Fuller and Caruso, if you could rise, I'm going to find the defendant not guilty to the charge of indecent assault and battery.
The chef immediately kissing one of his lawyers on the cheek after the verdict. Batali was charged with indecent assault and battery in an alleged incident at a Boston restaurant in 2017. The woman who accused him took the stand Monday. Media was directed to not film her face.
When we went to go take the selfie, he had his hands all over my body, all over sensitive areas in between my legs, my rear end, my breasts.
The 32-year-old software company worker testified that Batali forcibly kissed and groped her after taking a selfie with her.
His face was all over mine. His tongue was in my ear at a certain point.
Batali pleaded not guilty and waived his right to a jury trial, putting his fate in the judge's hands. His lawyer argued the assault never happened and questioned the accuser's credibility.
She's not being truthful. This has been fabricated for money and for fun.
For nearly 2 decades, the Italian-American chef was known for Food Network shows like Iron Chef, Molto Mario, and his signature ponytail and orange Crocs.
This is the first one we're going to make. It's called sagnatielle, which is a very specific noodle.
In 2016, Batali was even the featured chef at President Obama's final state dinner. The 61-year-old's fall from grace began a year later when Eater, New York reported accusations of sexual misconduct from 4 anonymous women in the midst of the Me Too movement. The women said Batali groped them and made inappropriate comments of a sexual nature.
Do you have any recommendations for wines that should be served cold?
I have several.
In response, Batali was fired from ABC's The Chew and took a leave of absence from day-to-day operations of his businesses. Batali issued an apology acknowledging the allegations, saying they, quote, match up with the ways he'd acted. The apology also included a recipe for pizza dough cinnamon rolls. P.S. In case you're searching for a holiday-inspired breakfast, he wrote. Later in 2018, new allegations from several women who worked at the Spotted Pig, a New York City restaurant where Batali was an investor and frequent guest. In interviews with CBS's 60 Minutes, the women alleged Batali had sexually harassed or assaulted them.
I was on his lap, kissing him, like he was kissing me.
She says she woke up around dawn in a room on the 3rd floor of the building.
The first thing I think is I've been drugged. That was the first thing I thought, is I've been assaulted.
Batali vehemently denied the Spotted Pig allegations in a statement where he also wrote he was not attempting a professional comeback. Police in New York launched a criminal investigation into the matter, but in 2019 decided not to press charges against Batali. The state attorney general's office then announced a separate investigation into the chef's alleged discrimination and retaliation, resulting in a settlement last year. Batali, his business partner, and their company, B&B Hospitality, paying $600,000 to at least 20 former employees. In the Boston trial verdict this week, the judge questioned whether the accuser could be believed.
The complaining witness has significant credibility issues. Those issues were highlighted in her testimony.
He cited outside incidents, a plausible financial motive, and inconsistencies between her story and the selfies of her and Batali from that night.
The pictures tell 1,000 words.
NBC News reached out to Batali, his accuser, and their representation for comment and did not immediately hear back.
Now, we of course don't want to speculate, but it is doubtful that we'll be seeing Batali back on TV or at his restaurants anytime soon. He actually took a big step back from his professional life 2 years before pleading not guilty in this particular case after the many other allegations came out. Still, this has got to be a big relief for him because if he had been convicted, this could have resulted in some serious punishment, up to 2.5 years in prison, and he could have had to register as a sex offender.
All right, Isa Gutierrez, thank you for that report.
Well, coming up in our weekly checkup, a new warning about dangerous chemicals found in children's products. Plus, researchers find a link between what you eat and antibiotic resistance.
Also, a simple test that could save lives. We'll show you a new tool meant to prevent overdoses from opioids. This is Morning News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Right now on NBC News Now.
Got all the angles covered tonight.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin this hour with the military invasion that's currently unfolding.
Right now, the attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv. Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities one after another.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of state housing.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms.
We are talking elections in a battleground state. What does President Biden need to do tonight? He needs to speak to heads and hearts.
A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson now elevated to the Supreme Court.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
This new variant is more contagious. Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Reactions to the synthetic opioid fentanyl account for nearly 2/3 of all overdose deaths here in the U.S. But now there's a simple test that advocates say can prevent these deaths. While some states are making the test free, others are banning them completely. NBC News senior national correspondent Kate Snow explains.
On a recent Friday in L.A., students from USC were handing out free kits used to test drugs for the presence of deadly fentanyl.
One line means there's fentanyl present, which means
don't take the drug.
Their harm reduction group is called TACO, Team Awareness Combating Overdose. Madeline Hilliard founded TACO in 2020, following a year when a dozen USC students died of an overdose. She and co-founder Jack Elliott were neuroscience majors and saw a need to educate.
Our goal is to remove any and all barriers so that you have absolutely no reason not to be testing your drugs.
They've handed out 10,000 free test strips at campuses across California and now shipped to schools around the country. Students can also use an app to have strips delivered within 10 minutes for 1 cent plus delivery.
Fentanyl is a big deal because you can take it accidentally. There could be a couple grains of sand size amount of fentanyl in your drug, and that can kill you.
Of the nearly 100,000 overdose deaths between June 2020 and June 2021, 64% were fentanyl related. For people 15 to 24 years old, 78% of deaths involved fentanyl.
You want to grab the tip of the strip.
We went to NJ Labs to better understand how the test strips work. In the real world, someone testing a pill or powder would dissolve a tiny portion in water. Similar to a home pregnancy or COVID test, we watch for lines.
There's only one line.
One line means there's fentanyl.
There's fentanyl in that product, in that solution.
That means throw the drug away.
Do you think these tests are fairly accurate?
They're fairly accurate and sensitive enough to test very trace low levels of fentanyl.
Some states consider the test strips drug paraphernalia and make distributing them illegal. Critics worry they encourage people to use drugs.
They were going to use drugs whether we gave them the test strips or not. The difference is now with the test strips, if they find fentanyl in it, that means that they are going to wake up tomorrow.
If I'm going to use drugs, I'm going to test it.
This 21-year-old college student requested anonymity to speak openly. At a party, she and her best friends went to the bathroom to test a bag of cocaine some were planning to use. When the strip showed positive, they sat in stunned silence.
If you hadn't known some of your friends were about to do it, what do you think might have happened?
One of them could have at least died, if not all of them. So it was super jarring to think that they could have died. And these are people that I spend every day with. It would have changed everything about how I live right now and I imagine going forward.
TACO's goal is to create positive peer pressure. If you're going to use a drug, test it first.
Give them to friends, family, whoever.
Hoping that small step saves lives. Kate Snow, NBC News, New Brunswick, New Jersey.
Such an important report there from Kate. Thank you so much. And now it's time for your weekly checkup.
Yep.
NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar joins us now to discuss the latest health headlines that you might have missed. So, Dr. Azar, let's stay on what we were just hearing about there, this opioid crisis, and something else that you have some new important information on, mailing kits that are helping patients get rid of these drugs in a safe way.
So I'm so happy that this story is coming right after Kate's, because it is so important. So we worry a lot about opioid misuse, abuse, diversion, right? So this was a study out of Penn. What they did was they took people who had surgery. Half of the people got mailed a kit to dispose safely of the opioids that they were prescribed, and the other half didn't. And they found that the people who got the kits, about 63% of them disposed of the opioids appropriately, as opposed to less than half of the people who didn't get the kits. My doctor's orders for this are fairly straightforward. This is true not just for opioids and getting rid of them appropriately, but really for any prescription drugs. There are different ways to do it. There are safe and there are unsafe ways to do it. You need to go to the FDA website, the DEA website, and even your community health and law enforcement websites, because many communities have what are called prescription drug take-back days. So you can, sometimes even pharmacies can do this.
Right, I was going to ask, can you just go to the drugstore and say, hey, I don't need these?
Not always, Vicki, but sometimes you can. And it's particularly important, obviously, for things like opioid, because gotten in the wrong hands can be a big, big issue. So I like this. It's like, kits cost $2. It's not that big of a deal, but not everyone is having surgery and dealing with this. But,
more accessible.
But you can do this safely, yes.
Let's talk about this next study. It speaks of these dangerous chemicals called PFAS. They're known by a lot of people as forever chemicals because they just stick around forever. They take a long time to break down. Apparently, they're being used in a lot of children's products. So what are they, and what do we need to know about them?
Right, Vicki. So here's, unfortunately for this story, I don't have this is what you need to do, and this is how you're going to fix the problem. I'm going to give you a little bit of a conflict, but I don't necessarily have a solution. But anyway, so these PFAs they are called forever chemicals because they literally don't break down. So these are the kinds of things. There's thousands of them. They're found in things that are listed as stain resistant, water resistant. And this is concerning because it can be clothing, it can be furnishings, it can be linens, and particularly in kids' products, right?
Yeah.
So they did find these PFAs in the children's products. Even labels that said they are green had these in them. So here's the thing. Here are my doctor's orders. You got to look at the label. And maybe if you're a mom, right, Vic, it's like, oh, maybe it doesn't need to be stain resistant because that stain resistant may actually contain the PFAs. So that's kind of like my PSA to parents out there and caregivers. You may not necessarily be able to find these things if you're looking for things that say that they're green or stain resistant. Kind of just maybe go organic, right? And you know you're going to be washing things more frequently.
Which is not a problem.
But that's my best message for the day.
That stain resistant tip, though, is a really good one. All right, this last interesting one, a study that looks at how your diet can help fight against antibiotics and resistance. Why is that so important, and what can we do? What can we be eating?
So, you know, I always like to start these segments with why is this important? Antibiotic resistance is hugely important, and part of that has to do with our gut. The microbes, the bacteria in our gut have these genes that encode their ability to be resistant to antibiotics, which I think is just amazing anyway, how they've evolved to do that. So this study actually wanted to look to see if your diet impacted the genes in these microbes. And in fact, that they found that it did. So they found that basically, if you had a high fiber diet, you had less microbes that were encoded to be antibiotic resistant. And particularly if you had a high fiber and low in protein, which is important, like so beef protein and pork was actually also a good thing.
Wait, so that's good. You want high fiber because that makes your microbes good and that won't make them antibiotic resistant.
Exactly. And the more beef and pork protein you had, the less of those good microbes you had. They didn't comment on chicken, so I'm going to assume that's good. So I want to put up for our viewers at home, what does that mean? What does a high soluble fiber diet look like? These are the foods we're talking about. Barley, oats, beans, lentils, peas, seeds, and nuts, carrots, berries, artichokes, and broccoli.
Yummy.
Those are the kinds of foods that you want to get in your diet. They're called water soluble, high fiber, better for your gut, better for antibiotic resistance, better for global health.
We need
better
more
for
time,
going.
though. We need more time. We're going to talk offline because it's just it's so hard, though, because it's like you're supposed to be high in protein for the other things.
No.
It's very confusing.
We eat too much animal protein, I think, in
That's
general.
true.
That's true,
You know,
too.
chicken or, I don't know.
They didn't comment on chicken, which means
that's still
by
good for me,
omission,
right?
it's good for you.
Okay, Dr.
Beans,
Azar
Savannah.
says
Beans
so.
are the key to long life. You heard it here first. Dr. Azar, thank you.
Always great to have you with us. Coming up on Morning News Now, an opportunity of a lifetime for a street performer in Tel Aviv.
She'll join us to talk about who happened to hear her sing and how it landed her on stage with Maroon 5 in front of tens of thousands of people.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. More will pass them by. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Would it be easier for the airlines to manage a vaccine mandate than a mask mandate? Is there a case to be made that it's time to give Ukraine offensive weapons so they can win this war? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. If you're with us at the top of the show, you heard this one. It's the end of an era for an iconic tech gadget. Apple announced Tuesday it's discontinuing the iPod Touch, the last iPod model produced by the company. It marks the end of a product that changed how we listen to music by letting you carry your whole collection in your pocket. Steve Jobs first introduced the iPod back in 2001, which back then had a capacity of 1,000 songs and used a click wheel. You might remember that. Vicky does.
I do. It's hard to
play
work.
Tracks. The iPod Touch, which pretty much looks like an iPhone, was introduced back in 2007, and the current model has been available since 2019. Apple says you can buy the iPod on its website or at retailers, but only while supplies last, and then they're out.
And you got to find a charger. And if you have an extra, Savannah needs it.
Yeah, exactly. The old, like, fatter one, you know.
All right, moving on. Yeah. Singer-songwriter and guitarist Coral Bismuth has been performing on the boardwalk in Tel Aviv for 6 years. And when you sing in public, you know, you never know who might be listening.
Yeah, you might remember this from yesterday. We told you someone very special was, in fact, listening. Maroon 5 singer Adam Levine. He heard her from his hotel room and was impressed. So much so that he posted videos to his Instagram account of her singing and invited her to sing Sunday morning with Maroon 5 at their performance on Monday in front of 60,000 people. How cool is that? Coral Bismuth joins us now from Tel Aviv. Coral, good morning. It's so great to have you with us. This is such a fun story. So walk us through this. We want all the details. You're on the boardwalk. He's in his hotel room. He sees you. He posts videos of you. How did he get in touch with you, and what did you think?
Wow, it was so crazy. You know, it was an amazing experience. And I just so thankful about it, you know. I just like all the time, every Saturday, I just like playing on the street, exactly the same spot. And it was like a usually day, you know. So yeah, and then it happened. And now like in my country, it's like get bigger and bigger. And like, I just have to say, like, you know, thank you to the universe that bring me such a present every time to time. And it's all about, you know, persistence, right?
Yeah.
I said it right?
Absolutely,
and just to do what I love, like from my bottom of my heart, and never like give up.
Well, Coral, let's take a listen of you and Adam singing Sunday morning, and then we'll talk about what it was like performing in front of all those people. So let's listen.
Sunday morning, rainy storm. Feel some cover, share some skin. Things just get so crazy.
That was rad. Oh my gosh, chills just listening to you. You nailed it. What was it like performing? And, you know, did he just walk down or send his people down to you and say, like, hey, would you like to come on stage with me? Like, how did that actually come together? And then there you are in front of 60,000 people.
Okay, so it was so authentic, you know, like how all my way when I as a musician, it's always like authentically and like pure. So after like he posted me on Instagram on the story, I think like someone from his crew like get down and like when they see the show, my street show, I have my like a big sign of my Instagram on my, you know, to connect me, like Facebook, whatever. So they just get down and take my name, and then like Adam Levine, it's like just text me on Instagram.
Did you think it was real? It's so cute seeing you. He gave you a big hug, a sunflower on stage. Did it seem real when they contacted you, or did you think it was a scam?
I gave him the sunflower.
Oh, you did. Okay.
Yeah, I'm like the thing in my show, you can see here, the thing in my show, like I have a street show. It's like about love and about light and about how to be like connected like people. And the thing that I have this ball of sunflowers, and I just like share it for free for people. So then if someone like, you know, like my show and like feel something and like something like touch him, so he can take a sunflower to his way, maybe to his friend, to his wife, or for another person in the street. So that's why I came with a sunflower. This is my sign. This is
my gosh. Soon I think you're going to have your own stadium shows too, right?
Yeah. Coral, thank you so much. You brought some sunshine to us this morning.
So good to meet you.
Thank you so much. You're so nice. Thank you.
And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Vicki Wynn, in for Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
Right now on Morning News Now, Inflation Nation. Americans are bracing to pay even more for everyday items with new inflation numbers this morning. We'll break down what this means for your budget, plus how the White House wants to bring down the cost of living for millions of Americans. The future of Roe. The Senate is gearing up to vote on a plan aimed at protecting abortion rights. What to expect from this vote and what states on both sides of the issue are doing to prepare for the official Supreme Court ruling. Help on the way. The House votes to approve $40 billion in additional aid to Ukraine as fighting intensifies in the eastern part of that country, especially in the city of Kharkiv. What Ukrainians are seeing on the ground there. Plus, a new look inside the besieged steel plant in Mariupol, where hundreds of people remain trapped. And resignation regret. The great resignation we saw during the pandemic is now leading to a lot of people rethinking those decisions. The reason people are now unhappy after leaving their jobs, and what a career expert says you can do about it. And that is really important. You know, a lot of people were in this situation, right?
Oh, absolutely. And there's something so interesting going on because there are a lot of jobs available, that people who resign. So we're going to get into all that.
I'm looking forward to that story. We begin, though, with those growing inflation concerns. President Biden is unveiling policy proposals, which he hopes will bring prices down.
Yeah, that includes discussions of ending some tariffs on Chinese goods. NBC News business and technology correspondent Jolene Kent has this story.
I want every American to know that I'm taking inflation very seriously, and it's my top domestic priority.
On defense, facing low approval ratings on the economy, President Biden says the pandemic and Russia's invasion of Ukraine are largely to blame, along with congressional gridlock.
Look, I know you got to be frustrated. I know. I can taste it.
The president also calling out Republicans for what he called an ultra-MAGA agenda. But some Republicans are pushing back. Senator Rick Scott calling on Biden to resign over inflation.
He took no responsibility, and he has no plan.
With inflation soaring above 5% for a year now, the pressure is mounting as gas prices hit another record high. The national average now $4.40 a gallon, up 18 cents from just 1 week ago.
When it affects my budget, it affects my family also. I can't afford to buy the food that they need because I got to put it in gas.
In order to pay for gas, groceries, and other essentials, Americans are increasingly turning to credit cards to make ends meet, even though rising interest rates make that debt more expensive. 229 million credit card accounts were opened in the first 3 months of the year. And the impact of higher prices is hitting retirees especially hard.
I never thought at 73 I would be going through making these kinds of choices.
Some have even returned to work as living on a fixed income has become more difficult with prices going up.
I'm very frustrated because I recently retired and spent a couple of years just building up to paying everything off so I wouldn't be in this bind. And now I had to take like a part-time job just to get through.
All right, thanks to Jolene Kemp for that report. Now, President Biden has said he had no timeline for when inflation would subside, citing economists who say it will slow by the end of the year, though others say it could continue to rise in 2023.
Now, the latest fallout from that leaked Supreme Court draft opinion that could overturn Roe versus Wade. The Senate is poised today to vote on codifying protections for abortion rights nationally. But it's a symbolic move. They don't have the votes to get it passed. This comes as more states are taking matters into their own hands as they await the actual Supreme Court ruling in this case, which is expected later this summer. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Hake is on Capitol Hill with details this morning. Good morning, Garrett.
Hey, Vicki, good morning. Yeah, look, Democratic senators think this vote today is important to put every single senator on the record about whether or not they support protections for abortion rights, even as they admit they don't have the votes to pass it. The U.S. Senate set to take an historic vote today on protecting abortion rights, with the potential end of Roe versus Wade now top of mind.
All of us will have to answer for this vote for the rest of our time in public office.
This afternoon's vote on the Women's Health Protection Act, which locks in protections for abortion rights nationwide, expected to fail in the face of united opposition from Republicans.
Democrats in the House and the Senate are attempting to take this issue away from the people, away from the states, and force their radical abortion agenda on the American people as a whole.
Democrats arguing opposing abortion rights has economic consequences, too, with the Treasury Secretary testifying Tuesday that denying women access to abortion increases their odds of living in poverty or needing public assistance.
I believe that eliminating the right of women to make decisions about when and whether to have children would have very damaging effects on the economy and would set women back decades.
Some states aren't waiting on Congress or the Supreme Court's final decision. Connecticut's governor signing a bill to expand abortion access Tuesday.
We were doing everything we can to stand up on behalf of the reproductive rights of all of our citizens.
While in Missouri, state lawmakers are proposing a law that would allow private citizens to sue abortion providers.
We need to make sure that we have constitutional provisions protecting the right to life in the state of Missouri.
Anticipating defeat on the Senate floor, Democrats vowing to take this issue to midterm voters this fall.
For everyone who says we don't have the votes in the Senate to get this done, I say, then get in the fight and give us the senators who will get it done.
And over the weekend, Mitch McConnell, the Senate Republican leader, caused quite a stir by suggesting it was possible that Republicans would pursue a nationwide ban on abortions should they retake control of Congress after the midterms or after 2024. Yesterday, reporters pressed him on that quite a bit, and he said that most of his members still prefer for abortion to be handled at the state level and that he would not support changing Senate rules to pass any abortion measures at 50 votes. As Democrats can tell him, getting to 60 on anything on this issue is pretty tough. Ladies.
Very difficult. Garrett Hake, thank you so much. For more, we're going to bring in former federal prosecutor and NBC News legal contributor and analyst Cynthia Oxney. Cynthia, as Garrett talked about, this bill is not expected to pass, but everyone needs to be on the record. That's what the Democrats want. Senator Manchin, as he said, is not going to support a measure to eliminate the filibuster. So what other legal recourse is there for abortion rights advocates?
Well, for now, what they have to do is get everybody on the record, and that's job one. Job two, obviously, is the midterms. And then there are things around the edges that the Biden administration can do. For instance, dealing with the FDA and the rules for the abortion pill and how they go out. And also the Biden administration can battle with some of these states over Medicaid when cases of rape and incest. But basically now the ball game is to win in the midterms and try to get more congressmen and senators who will vote for the Women's Health Protection Act.
Cynthia, as Garrett also talked about, there are some states they're not going to try and wait for this, federal abortion rights vote. They're trying to codify these rights on their own. Other states are preparing to go after abortion providers. So if Roe is overturned by the Supreme Court, is there anything that states like Missouri, for example, could do to stop women from traveling to other states where abortion would still be legal?
Well, the travel ban is the next frontier. So get ready. People who think the worst has already happened, Roe v. Wade is about to be overturned, need to get ready for the next disaster. And that is these travel bans, where states say you can't leave. It's a crime to leave the state to get an abortion. Now, there's a real legal issue about that because the Constitution does provide a constitutional right to travel. And there are a lot of protections allowing people to travel within states. But at the same time, you can see that this Supreme Court could possibly uphold some of these travel bans, saying states have the right to prosecute because, after all, if, let's say, a woman is impregnated in Texas, comes up with a plan to drive to California to get an abortion with a friend of hers. Texas has SB 8, which allows civil battles, somebody to sue civilly. You can see that some of the crime, according to Texas, occurs in Texas. So it's a real dangerous situation, and we're going to have to deal with that. Yeah. Now, there are some companies like Citigroup and Yelp that are saying they will pay for their employees to travel. And of course, already we have senators introducing Senator Rubio from Florida saying there should not be any tax business deductions for anybody who helps pay for travel, any companies. So we aren't even beginning to deal with what's happened with Roe v. Wade.
Yeah, there are a lot of layers to that I think, you just brought up for people to consider about travel. How do you even enforce that? How do you know? We've already seen the data suggesting that people are traveling out of states when abortion bans happen, going to neighboring states. I mean, it's happening. What about the Justice Department, Cynthia? Is there anything the Justice Department could or would do if states that ban abortion do try to prosecute women who go to other states?
Well, I mean, they can try to stop it, but of course, they can try to stop because of the constitutional rights and under the Commons Clause and the travel ban. But first of all, the Biden administration, what we know from the president is he's not going to tell the attorney general what to do. The attorney general has been aggressive on reproductive rights. So one would hope that he would be involved in that, not only with the travel, but with the FDA, with Medicaid, and a host of things. But right now, the thrust of the power is with the people who are overturning a women's right to choose and control their own bodies. And if people don't get out in November, you get the government you deserve at some level. If you're not willing to get out and fight for your rights, you're going to lose them.
Cynthia Oxney, we appreciate your insight and perspective. Thank you.
Now to Ukraine this morning, where wounded soldiers are holed up in that besieged steel plant in Mariupol. And they've made an urgent plea for rescue to the United Nations and the Red Cross. It comes after the House approved a $40 billion military aid and humanitarian aid package for Ukraine. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin joins us from Kyiv. Hey, Aaron.
Hey, Savannah, as we're hearing more about the horrors that have unfolded in the devastated port city of Mariupol, this morning President Zelensky is thanking Congress for passing that massive $40 billion aid package.
As Putin's war rages on, costing ordinary Ukrainians their lives and livelihoods, late Tuesday, the U.S. House overwhelmingly passing a $40 billion aid package. Ukraine says it urgently needs to win.
Time is of the essence.
This as the U.S. Director of National Intelligence warns of a potentially unpredictable and protracted war. Inside the old steel plant, the last Ukrainian stronghold in the devastated port city of Mariupol, fighting is raging on. Soldier Orest Kozatsky captured these haunting images of wounded Ukrainian soldiers. He sent NBC News a video message describing the dire conditions. He says inside a field hospital in the plant, a frequent target for airstrikes, all of the critical surgical equipment has been destroyed. He says the Russians are now in control of some parts of the factory. When the war broke out, the Medvedev family gathered together in Mariupol's city center because they thought it would be safer there. But there were no opportunities to leave, says Anzelika. As their building caught fire from the shelling, her husband Andriy and her son Dennis ran outside to see the damage. My husband returned shouting that our son was killed, she says. My husband approached Dennis's body, and in front of my eyes, he was also shot dead by a Russian sniper. I too wanted to run out, but my daughter-in-law yelled, "Please don't leave me alone," she says. Her husband and son's bodies were left on the street outside their home for 7 days. The two women were forced to escape through Russia, where they say they were interrogated at one of the notorious filtration centers.
What did it feel like to arrive in Russia, given everything they did to your family?
I could not even look at them because every one of them is guilty for what happened, even civilians for their silence. 2 months after the war began, Anzelika, Valeria, and little Carolina left Russia for Western Europe. It was the first moment they felt safe, says Anzelika. Safe at last, but so much lost.
This morning, the mayor of Mariupol warned that 10,000 more civilians could die by the end of the year, given the catastrophic humanitarian situation that's unfolding within the devastated city. He said that civilians are trying to flee, but because of Russian filtration camps preventing them from crossing into Ukrainian-controlled territory, he said many of those civilians are coming back to the city of Mariupol. He says the entire city desperately needs to be completely evacuated. Savannah.
Absolutely. So it's heartbreaking to hear. Aaron, thank you so much. Let's turn now to the latest on the COVID pandemic as the number of cases continues to rise across the country. Nearly every state is seeing an increase, up more than 46% from 2 weeks ago. The U.S. is now averaging more than 73,000 cases a day, but tracking the pandemic has gotten more difficult as COVID testing has gone down and a lot of it's happening at home. Joining us now is NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel, of course, our friend. Dr. Patel, always great to have you with us. So a COVID modeling group from the University of Washington actually estimates that only 13% of cases are being reported, which would mean that more than 500,000 new cases are actually happening each day. But walk us through this. I mean, it's probably because a lot of these tests are happening at home. There's nowhere to report that. We want people testing and then staying home. So how do you weigh that out with people instead going out to get a PCR test or something like that?
Yeah, I think that you're right, Savannah. A majority of people now, because of widespread availability of home-based testing, have been doing home-based tests. But keep in mind that this is also missing, like you mentioned, kind of non-PCR tests. We still have a good handle on PCR testing, but fewer and fewer Americans are getting that because many people are coming into my office and they're going into urgent care clinics and also getting rapid tests. Those rapid tests, when they're positive, depending on where you are, city, state, and county, do sometimes get reported, but not consistently. And even more troubling is that some places like DC and other cities, have really shifted to only reporting every week or so. And that means that when we see these test numbers, we used to get them daily. Now we're not getting them until they're batched, maybe after weeks.
And Dr. Patel, as cases keep rising, here's something. The vaccination rate in the U.S. has remained relatively flat. Just more than 65% of Americans have been fully vaccinated. That number really hasn't changed in a while. What do you think is factoring into this continued vaccine hesitancy from millions of people? And that 35%, is there anything that we can do to convince them?
Yeah, listen, this is kind of my daily job. I keep trying to nudge the 35% just day by day. But I think the biggest factor, honestly, is a little bit of vaccine skepticism. We used to call it hesitancy or skepticism. I think there are a lot of people that said, look, I know X, Y, and Z who got vaccinated and also got infected, and they're getting the same type of infection. And I also know A, B, and C who are not vaccinated and they got infected.
Right.
So I think we need to do a better job explaining what vaccines protect against. But I think Omicron changed the game. We need to explain how these variants are now making it even more important to stay up to date, which includes boosters as well.
Such a great point, Dr. Patel. That's something that I've heard from people that I know in my life. It's like, if you're still going to get sick, what does that mean? It's so important. You're right. I also want to ask you about the COVID antiviral drug. I feel like we haven't talked about this that much. Paxlovid. That's what Vice President Harris took a few weeks ago after she tested positive for the virus. There have been some reports of some patients relapsing after taking the drug. Then there was some back and forth from the FDA and the CEO about if that means you should just take more. But what should we know about the potential effects of Paxlovid? Should we be worried about this at all? And can it really help?
Right. So bottom line, yes, it can really help. I've had a lot of experience prescribing this because I do believe in the study that supported the treatment where in unvaccinated people, especially, Savannah, you see an 89% reduction in hospitalization and death. It's dramatic. And then we also know it has benefits, again, in hospitalization and death for vaccinated high-risk individuals. 5-day course, twice a day. The most common effect is during the course, a metallic taste. I have patients who tell me it feels like I'm sucking on pennies. The other thing that you're describing is this relapse. There's a lot more reports of it in social media, but we still think that the percentage is probably somewhere around 5 to 10% of people are getting improvement of symptoms. And then when they stop the course of drugs, several days later, they're getting the recurrence of those symptoms that started their diagnosis of COVID to begin with. And when they take a rapid test may have been negative 2 days earlier, and it'll be wildly positive. So here's the bottom line. If you take Paxlovid, we still recommend it, still a good drug. We are looking into whether or not we need to extend the course from 5 days to 7 to 10. They're studying that right now. Don't do that on your own. Talk to your doctor. And if you see this relapse, it's a good idea to kind of stay away. You kind of think of yourself as having to re-isolate, but discuss that with your doctor so you can know how to take precautions to keep yourself and your family safe. But here's the really good news. So far, we're not seeing hospitalizations in these relapses. That's what we're watching for. Doesn't feel good to get those relapses, but it would be really devastating if we saw people going into the hospital with those relapses. Crossing our fingers, not yet. But it just shows you, Savannah, how much we don't know sometimes about this virus and about the drugs that are effective and safe, but still learning about a new virus.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot to learn there because I think people would be confused. Why am I re-isolating if I was on my way out, if I wouldn't have taken this medicine? But you're right, in terms of the hospitalization factor is so important. Dr. Patel, love to have you with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, let's get a check of your morning news now weather.
Which, of course, means Michelle Grossman's back in studio. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. And we are looking at really warm temperatures in the middle of the country. So air conditioners, fans are going. We're looking at temperatures in the 90s from the southern plains all the way to the Midwest, even into the interior parts of the Northeast today with temperatures in the 80s. We're also watching a couple other weather stories. Severe weather in the Midwest, severe weather in western Texas. It looks like we could see some hail, also some damaging winds. Tornadoes more likely with the area in the Midwest. Frost and freeze warnings out west. So we sort of have it all. And then we're watching high surf, beach erosion along the East Coast. I'll explain that, why we're seeing that. So we have an area of low pressure. It's the same system that brought that wet weather last weekend to the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic. It was a miserable Mother's Day weekend with rain in place. Well, it's sort of just anchored in the Atlantic. So it's sitting and spitting there, and it's bringing these easterly winds. That's a cooling wind. So we're looking at strong and dangerous rip currents, rough surf in areas of coastal flooding, and also some beach erosion possible. If you haven't seen the house collapsing in Cape Hatteras, North Carolina, look that up because they had two houses that collapsed yesterday into the ocean and was like quite literally carried away. So we're going to see this spinning. Then it's going to retrograde back, meaning it's going to move back towards the coast. That's going to bring the showers back to parts of the Mid-Atlantic and also the Carolinas. Cool and breezy conditions continue well below normal for this time of year. And also looking at rounds of showers from Virginia to Florida. So this is going to stay in place for quite a while. It's annoying, and we are looking at some impacts from it. Now, as we look towards the weekend, you notice those showers on Friday along the Carolinas, the Mid-Atlantic. Also watching near record temperatures as far as New Hampshire. We're looking at temperatures in the 80s. Fire danger once again in the Southwest, not only today, but tomorrow into the weekend once again. We have such dry terrain. We have gusty winds and also some really warm air. Then by Saturday, a spring beauty. That feels good to say in the northern plains. Temperatures in the 70s, lots of sunshine in the central plains, and showers once again throughout the Ohio Valley, the Great Lakes, into the Northeast. So we're starting out the weekend in the Northeast with some showers. That's going to stay for Sunday. So damp and dreary. Temperatures on the cooler side in the Northeast all the way to New England, but pleasant conditions in the Intermountain West finally, and warm sunshine. Temperatures back into the 90s on Sunday in southern Texas. So speaking of those 90s,
wow, look at this map.
Right? This is a lot. We have lots of 90s, lots of temperatures well above normal. And you guys, we could see temperatures as high as 30 degrees above normal. So this is just that ongoing story of things happening faster, things happening longer with, you know, the bigger story of that climate change. So this is another example.
Yes.
Plus 30 degrees over normal.
Yeah, 30 degrees.
Cow.
Yeah, I know.
All right. Michelle, thank you.
Sure.
Thanks, leading us on a stressful note. Coming up, we're getting a better idea of what the November midterms will look like.
What the results of some key primary races tell us about voter attitudes and the influence former President Trump still has on the Republican Party. You're watching Morning News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together.
Oh, I'm so happy.
And me.
That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The midterm primary elections are underway, and this morning results from some key races are providing new insights into the future of the Republican Party and the influence of former President Trump. In Nebraska, Jim Pillen has won the Republican primary for governor, defeating Trump-backed businessman and state senator Charles Herbster. During the campaign, 8 women accused Herbster of sexual misconduct over a period of 6 years. He has denied those allegations. Jim Pillen will face Democratic candidate Carol Blood this fall. But in West Virginia's 2nd District, Trump's pick, Representative Alex Mooney, came out on top against fellow incumbent Representative David McKinley in the Republican primary. He'll meet Democratic nominee Barry Wendell in the general election. For more on that, we're joined by NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard in Wheeling, West Virginia. Hi, Vaughn. Good morning. All right, you were with us yesterday. We've been talking through Trump's influence here, what it's going to look like in the Republican Party. We just kind of had some back and forth there, some that won, some that didn't. But 16 months after leaving office, what are the takeaways here?
Yeah, I mean, these primaries are moving along here. You know, we should know that we're going to be heading over to Pennsylvania right after this, and then Georgia here. These were just, preliminary markers here. You know, after J.D. Vance's victory, in which it was largely propelled by Donald Trump's endorsement over the course of about 2 weeks, him jumping 32%, that led us here to West Virginia, where it was a notable victory last night by Alex Mooney over David McKinley. This was a major focus point for Trump here. He was looking to oust McKinley. You know, he was one of those GOP incumbents who voted to certify the 2020 election and who voted for an independent commission to investigate the January 6th insurrection, much to the ire of Donald Trump. And that's where he got involved with Alex Mooney, who voted just the opposite way here. And this is kind of one of the first targets here. You can see we've got a list of about 12 individuals, GOP incumbents around the country, that Trump is trying to oust from office in an effort to consolidate power ahead of a potential 2024 presidential run. But we should note, of course, at the same time, that Herbster lost. Charles Herbster, who Donald Trump campaigned alongside with just 1 week ago in Nebraska, is notable because it shows that Donald Trump is not going to, throw a perfect game here by year's end. He will have some losses, but the most notable part about Herbster is, of course, he was running this campaign while facing allegations by 8 women of groping, which all allegations he has denied, but that very much tainted and overshadowed his campaign.
Yeah, Vaughn, let's talk now about some of the 2 incumbent congressmen facing off, answering for their record on Capitol Hill. What were the big issues that decided the race there?
Yeah, well, one of them was infrastructure. And when you look at the rankings, from bridges to roads, West Virginia ranks 50th every step of the way here. And that is where David McKinley was very defensive of his vote in favor of the infrastructure package that passed last year through Congress. He was one of 13 Republicans in the U.S. House of Representatives to do so. Alex Mooney, who won last night and received that Trump endorsement, he voted no on that measure. And I think that that's where David McKinley's statement last night is telling. I just want to read you in part. He said, quote, "Serving the people of West Virginia has been the honor of my life. I'm proud that I have always stood up for what's right for West Virginia, even when it hurt me politically. The groundwork we have laid over the last 12 years has paved the way for a more prosperous and diverse West Virginia economy." Of course, that is David McKinley, who first started serving this Latinx community in public office back in 1980, essentially making the case that his infrastructure vote was the right one, and he always had the best interests of West Virginia natives in mind.
Absolutely. Well, so far, sort of a mixed bag here in terms of Trump's endorsements. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Vaughn, I think maybe it's time for our election music. We need that do, right? It's primary season. All right, Vaughn, good to see you. Thank you.
I'm into it. Let's cue it up. Thank you.
All right, Vaughn, thank you. New numbers this morning show that migrants looking to cross the southern border are coming in record numbers. Many of them are Cubans who are often risking everything to start new lives here in the U.S. NBC News Now anchor Morgan Radford joins me now from Miami with more on this. Hey, Morgan, good morning.
Hey there, Vicki. Good morning. Look, this is such an important story because we are seeing record numbers. This is a level of migration we haven't seen since the 1980s. It was known as the Mariel boat lift, and it really changed U.S. politics and U.S. history. And now we are seeing those record numbers on pace to be even surpassed. Take a look at this.
By land and by sea.
We have another one just left side.
One of the largest mass migrations in American history.
Son miles los migrantes que están saliendo.
Nearly 80,000 Cubans crossing the southern border in the last 6 months, nearly 5 times higher than the same period last year. And now on track to outpace the mass Cuban exodus of 1980, known as the Mariel boat lift, that forever changed American history and U.S. politics. A journey happening again today, one we saw firsthand.
This is the second raft we've seen today?
This is the second one today.
As we embedded with the U.S. Coast Guard.
We're here just miles off the coast of Florida, and this is where the Coast Guard says they have encountered more Cubans trying to cross in the past 6 months than the last 3 years combined.
What goes through your mind when you see tons of people, dozens of people inside one of these boats?
I try to have some sympathy. What kind of situation in my life would I have to be in to risk this journey, get on a makeshift vessel that looks like it was made in somebody's garage?
Which is why many are choosing a different path. Ayrana Hernandez crossed into the U.S. from Mexico
Por la noche cruzamos.
just 2.5 months ago.
De pie. Caminando.
While 8 months pregnant.
Y así fue. You were walking on foot, pregnant.
Her husband, Raul Prado, was on house arrest back in Cuba after being detained in anti-government protests last July.
How did you feel knowing your wife was crossing the border alone?
I was afraid.
Había mucho frío. It was cold. Caminas hasta donde hay como un río que es bien, es bajito. So you got to a river where the water was about up to your knees. Y fui atrás de eso. You crossed the river? Yeah.
1 month later, they were reunited. Raul fled to Miami on a pre-pandemic visitor's visa. COVID, he says, created the perfect storm. Impossibly high prices, a shortage of basic goods, and a political environment that made him fear for his son, Bastian.
What changed for you? What is it that you didn't want your son to see?
I didn't want him to grow up in a place where his family doesn't have a voice.
¿A qué punto tiene que llegar una persona para cruzar un estrecho de 90 millas lleno de un agua llena de tiburones? Es un punto de desespero, porque no, eso no es una cosa normal.
And you're saying no one wants to have to leave Cuba. What kind of point does someone have to reach to want to cross 90 miles, to want to go through, wade through a river? You're saying you have to get to a point of desperation to make that type of decision.
Exactly. For everyone, it's going to be different. Everyone will have his breaking point.
Sí.
But when you reach that point,
hay que tomar una decisión.
That's it. So many people are leaving your country. Something is wrong in your country.
In the end, they made it. Their son, born in the United States a month ago.
¿Valió la pena? Was it worth it? Sí. Claro que sí. Sí valió la pena. ¿Cómo, a dónde va Cuba? Sí vale la pena. It was worth it. When you look back and you look at how things are going in Cuba, you know it was worth it.
As for the reasons for this most recent surge, the Cuban government continues to point to the fact that the U.S. Embassy closed in Havana 5 years ago, which has made it a lot harder for Cubans to come legally. And then in March, the State Department did resume some consular services, but as of today, they are still processing far fewer visas than they were before, Vicki.
A really powerful story, and hearing that family's firsthand experience, it is worth it. Their son is now an American citizen. Morgan, thank you so much.
Now to what else is making news around the world this morning, starting with a veteran reporter being shot and killed in the West Bank while on assignment.
Janice Mackey-Frayer joins us with more on that developing story and much more. Good morning, Janice.
Good morning. We begin in the Middle East. A reporter with Al Jazeera Television was killed during an Israeli raid in the West Bank city of Jenin. Shireen Abu Akleh was shot. She was wearing a flak jacket that clearly identified her as press. Another journalist was wounded. Palestinian witnesses and officials blame the Israeli army. Israeli officials blame Palestinian gunmen. In a tweet, the U.S. ambassador to Israel confirmed that Shireen Abu Akleh was an American citizen, and he has called for a thorough investigation. More chaos in Sri Lanka as protesters burned the homes of politicians, and the government ordered troops to, quote, shoot on sight. Thousands continue to defy a curfew that was imposed to ease violence. For weeks, public anger has boiled over what protesters say was a failure by the government to handle the worst economic crisis in decades. And finally, climate change continues to take a toll on Australia's Great Barrier Reef. Warming waters caused coral bleaching in 91% of reefs surveyed this year, according to a government agency. Scientists say it is the 6th mass bleaching event on record, the 4th since 2016 alone. Experts are warning or appealing to the Australian government to transition away from fossil fuels and to cut emissions because the recovery window is being lost. These coral reefs are among the most vibrant marine ecosystems on the planet.
So difficult to see that
And that is a
video.
look at
It
your
really
day's
is.
headlines.
Wow, it's so stark, though, you know?
Yeah.
It helps you understand what's really going on. All right, Janice, thank you so much. Now, it's Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, and we're taking a look at how the community has fought back against hate.
Yeah, we'll show you how the AAPI community found new ways to address the alarming rise in hate crimes during the pandemic. That's coming up next.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We are honoring Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, May, by taking a look at the advocacy that took place during the COVID pandemic. The AAPI community reported an alarming rise in violence and hate crimes, in part due to the racist and false idea that Asian Americans were to blame for COVID. The Stop Asian Hate campaign responded and inspired groups throughout the country to fight back. NBC Asian America reporter Kimmy Yam joins us now for more on this. Hey, Kimmy, good morning. You helped put together a list that lays out 100 ways Asian Americans and allies found solutions to the rise in hate crimes against the community. What were some of the solutions that stood out to you on that list?
Right, Vicki. You know, the great thing about this project was that it really showed that there's really no one answer and no one way to combat the racism against Asian Americans. A couple definitely stood out. I think that one of them was about how USC actually just recently held a ceremony to recognize the Japanese American students whose educations were sabotaged during World War II. You know, as we know, the Japanese American community was incarcerated during World War II and deemed to be national security threats. And during that time, USC actually refused to release the transcripts of Japanese American students. And so it kind of cut short their ability to transfer to another school, perhaps on the East Coast, and finish their educations. And there were some cases where even after the war, they refused to release these transcripts. And so some people had to kind of restart their entire educations or did not have the ability to finish. So they recently had that ceremony, that graduation ceremony for these students who, you know, went through, you know, on top of being incarcerated, went through quite a bit more after that.
Kimmy, 99 other things on that list, so people can see it, the full list at NBCnews.com. But number one was the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act that was passed during the pandemic. Talk to us about what's in that, how will it help, and what do you think in terms of other legislation that's going to make a difference?
Right. So that was extremely popular, actually, among lawmakers, and that expedites or gives the Justice Department that guidance to expedite the review of hate crimes, pandemic-fueled hate crimes against the Asian American community. And that is, you know, while that is something that was so popular among lawmakers, there were a lot of groups that actually opposed it. And so there were other groups who thought that the solution was really to place more resources on things like housing, social services, food banks, mental health services. They felt that the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act placed too much of a focus on carceral solutions, and that's not quite preventative and won't do anything to cut the violence before it actually happens. And so there's kind of a varying you know, there's so many different suggestions within the community itself and different ways that people feel is proper to tackle what's been going on for the past couple of years.
I think you pointed out nicely that you said the list of 100 points out there is no one solution. It takes a lot of different strategies. And quickly, while we have you, Kimmy, advocates in the Asian American community are worried that these anti-Asian stereotypes about abortions are making a comeback after the SCOTUS leak. Lawmakers in several states are now invoking sex-selective abortion bans, and they're pointing to tropes about Asians. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, so this is actually something that's been happening for the past couple years. In 2012, there was a higher profile case in the House, or higher profile bill in the House. And even though that didn't pass, it kind of triggered so many other lawmakers across the country to kind of propose similar carbon copies of that bill. It really just means that abortion is banned based on the predicted sex of the fetus. And it's, you know, lawmakers have used these harmful stereotypes about Asian Americans to justify it, saying that Asian Americans have son preference, that they will engage in aborting baby girls in order to, you know, achieve the family structure that they want. Clarence Thomas, even in a response to the petition to review Indiana's ban, said that this was a common practice among some families of some cultures in the U.S., referring to Chinese and Indian families, when in fact there's actually no evidence that this exists. And when you look at the sex ratio in these communities, in Chinese, Korean, and Indian communities, the ratio of boys to girls is actually higher than that of white families. And also 90% of abortions happen in the first trimester when you don't even know the sex of the baby. So yeah, there's quite a bit of stereotyping going on. And people say that, you know, these lawmakers are really co-opting the language of human rights, of gender equality to further encroach on reproductive rights.
Kimmy, and those were some really important numbers and facts you just dropped about that. Thank you so much. It was great to see you. Thanks, Kimmy.
Thanks for having me.
And Vicki is going to have much more on this topic coming up tonight. A conversation on healing and solutions in this 1 hour special called The Racism Virus. She's going to be joined by actor Daniel Day Kim and basketball star Jeremy Lin, talking about progress, politics, and the way people are coming together in the face of unprecedented violence and hate against Asian Americans. Tune in tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on NBC News Now. For more from our Vicki.
Thank you, Savannah. Great conversation. We are following breaking news on the economy right now.
Yeah, the government has just released the latest inflation numbers. We'll break down the data and the impact it will have on your wallet next.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Breaking news right now. The latest inflation numbers have just been released.
Yes, CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us now with what they show and how it's going to impact you. Hey, Silvana.
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, so the Consumer Price Index, this broad-based measure of prices for goods and services, up 8.3% in April from a year ago. That's higher than the estimated 8.1% gain estimated by the Dow Jones. Now, removing volatile food and energy prices, the so-called core CPI still rose 6.2% against expectations for a 6% gain. Now, with inflation rising again in April, it's continuing a climb that's threatening the economic expansion and has pushed consumers to the brink, seeing higher prices everywhere. Now, inflation has been the single biggest threat to a recovery that began early in the pandemic and saw the economy in 2021 stage its biggest single-year growth level since 1984. Now, what could this report mean for interest rates? Well, it could mean that the Federal Reserve will take an even tougher stance on rates. Last week, Fed Chair Jerome Powell signaled the central bank could hike interest rates by 0.5% at each of the next couple of meetings. For the stock market, this could mean we could see the same of what we've been seeing a lot in the past week. Lots of wild swings, guys.
Silvana, thank you so much.
You got it.
We appreciate it. Now,
absolutely. Now, we've all heard about the Great Resignation. That's when lots of people quit their jobs during the COVID pandemic, and it shook up the market. But now, as some of those people have second thoughts, we're seeing the Great Regret. New studies show an estimated 1 in 5 people, in fact, who left their job during COVID are unhappy with their decision. Let's bring in Allison Taful-Rabinowitz for more on this. She's a career coach and the founder of the Finishing School. Allison, thanks for joining us. So I think one of the things that's sort of confusing here is that it doesn't seem like there's a shortage of work opportunities out there. Places are looking to hire, saying they can't fill their jobs. So why are people feeling this regret after leaving their jobs?
Well, the thing is that it's hard to acclimate to culture when you are a remote employee. So sometimes people have formed those bonds while they were at another company, and they realize that that culture is absent once they start a new job because they're all on Zoom and they're trying to connect with employees, but it's a little bit harder. So they're facing that challenge and they are thinking about sometimes regretting their decision.
Absolutely. And many people might be wondering whether they can just go back to their old employer. What do you think about that? I mean, I think obviously it's sort of situational, but have you seen in your experience that that's a possibility for people feeling this regret?
Yes, it's also called the great renegotiation. So if you are thinking about that maybe you need to boomerang back to your job, one of the things that you have going for you is you'll be easy to onboard. So you already know the company, you already know cross-functionally how to work with everyone, you know the resources. So really, it's less money for them to recruit you back, and they will be saving money. So if you can, left on the right terms, which is the most...
Yeah, that's the key.
I was just going to say, it's a good reminder not to burn any bridges on your way out, right?
Exactly. And there's a lot of things you can do to make sure that you don't burn bridges. But one key thing that would be really nice to do when you leave your job, just to make sure that everything's open, is to write LinkedIn recommendations for the people you worked with. So you show that you recognize their hard work.
Wow. And last quick one for you. If somebody does have to go find that new job, new company, how can they cope with that? What's your advice for that? Is there a chance those feelings will improve?
Yes. I mean, you have to look at it this way. You're the one in charge of your job search. You can't just let recruiters come to you with jobs. Research companies that have good remote cultures, because that's the new reality that we're facing.
Allison, thank you so much. Interesting conversation that I'm sure will help a lot of people. We appreciate your time.
I love it. Great conversation, great tips, and the pictures of the people all just like stressed about the new job.
Those were stock photos, not people who are actually upset.
All right, coming up, the city of Paris is seeing a travel boom.
Yeah, the show Emily in Paris is inspiring people to visit. Coming up, we'll show you how Parisians are adapting to these specific tourists. But first, a mid-air save. A passenger lands a plane after the pilot suffers a medical emergency. That is next.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
At long last, 93-year-old actor James Hong finally got his star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. The actor has 700 credits, including Blade Runner and the original Mulan. There he is with Daniel Day Kim and Jamie Lee Curtis. He's one of just 19 people of Asian descent to make it out onto the walk of more than 2,700 stars. Wow. His recognition comes after a crowdfunding campaign was started in 2020 to raise the $55,000 that a star costs. That goal met in 4 days. Hong said he didn't have a speech prepared because, quote, I'm not that kind of person. But he did celebrate with a little dance, and that is wonderful to see. And just when you see those numbers and you think 700 credits, he's been doing this for so long, 93 years old.
93 years old. Also, by the way, look at him down and
I
up,
know,
93.
yeah. I know. We should all be envious. Well, congratulations, Mr. Hong.
It's amazing to see that that was crowdfunded.
Right?
Yeah.
55
Very cool. Thanks, Vicki. Now to a remarkable story out of Florida this morning. A passenger on a small plane pulled off an emergency landing after the actual pilot suffered an apparent medical issue. NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders has the details.
If you've ever wondered when you're getting on a plane, what would happen if the pilots became incapacitated? Could you take control of the plane and land it? Well, that just happened. A man on a plane who was a passenger, the FAA says he was not a student pilot on this single-engine plane, had to indeed take over and remarkably landed safely here at Palm Beach International Airport. Terrifying moments in the sky turning into a miracle landing Tuesday after a passenger was forced to land a small plane in Florida when the pilot suffered a medical emergency.
I've got a serious situation here. My pilot has gone incoherent.
The FAA saying the single-engine Cessna 206 with 2 people on board landed safely at Palm Beach International Airport around 12:30 p.m. The aircraft was flying just off the coast of Boca Raton when the passenger realized there was something wrong with the pilot. Then a dramatic exchange, the passenger contacting air traffic control in Fort Pierce while trying to figure out what to do.
No idea how to fly the airplane.
Roger, what's your position?
I have no idea. I can see the coast of Florida in front of me, and I have no idea.
The air traffic controller carefully guiding the passenger to become the pilot.
Try to hold the wings level and see if you can start descending for me.
Yeah, I'm descending right now at 550 feet a minute.
Maintain wings level and just try to follow the coast, either north or southbound. We're trying to locate you.
Eventually, air traffic control at the Palm Beach airport taking control, talking the passenger through a safe landing.
Man, they did a great job.
Did you say the passengers landed the airplane?
That's correct.
Oh my gosh, yeah, no, great job.
No flying experience.
This morning, a new pilot staying calm in the face of unbelievable pressure and sticking the landing. We don't know the name of the passenger who is now a pilot, but he certainly has a story to tell, and hopefully he'll share it with us soon. Meantime, the pilot who had the medical condition that set all of this mid-air emergency into motion, his condition is unknown this morning.
Oh, gosh. Well, I hope he's okay, but wow. I hope Carrie finds that passenger turned pilot.
You know, he needs that wings right away.
Right away. Many wings. That was incredible. We should have had a camera on us watching that story. I mean, the twists and turns. I thought at first it was somebody who had experience as a co-pilot who then took over. And you hear him, he's calm, like, no, I have no idea. I see the coast. I've never flown a plane before. Let's do this.
I don't know.
That was remarkable.
Oh, Carrie, thank you so much. Amazing story.
Okay, we're turning now to Paris. It has always been the perfect backdrop for romance in films and TV shows. But in the last couple of years, it's been getting even more screen time.
Yeah, now Americans are returning to the French capital, and Parisians are giving them the ultimate TV tour.
Paris, France, city of history, culture, and fine cuisine. But that's not all these tourists are here for.
We love it. Yeah. I'm actually thinking back on rewatching the show. So I remember some places. But yeah, I love it.
I literally felt like I was part of the Emily in Paris show by just visiting the places.
That's right. They also wanted to step into the world of their favorite Netflix series, Emily in Paris. It's It's the show about an American who moves to the French capital to work in marketing and look for love. And at one point this year, it was the streaming giant's top show in 94 countries.
A lot of my French friends, they don't like it. But you know, it's just a good laugh.
We're not nice, we're always late. We apparently like ménage à trois.
So it's fair to say not all Parisians love it. Even the cast admits the show drew strong reactions.
You can hate it or love it, whatever. Oh, obviously, the point of view is so strong that you're obviously going to find people that are going to not like it. And, you know, why not? And who cares?
But some in the city saw a hit show and saw an opportunity.
This is the building where Emily lives, so you have to look at the 5th floor, the little window on the left. 1, 2, 3.
Fabian Buonavia created his Emily in Paris Airbnb tour before tourists returned to Paris, and now has visitors from all over the world.
I'm enjoying that because you can see like unique places and places that you will not see just walking around. So I will show you all my secret spots.
At one of the stops, the Boulangerie Moderne, baker Thierry Rabineau has a must-have item for the tourists.
It's called a maxi pain au chocolat, which is Emily's pain au chocolat.
Un pain au chocolat. It's a good time for viewers who want some French culture at home. Alongside Emily in Paris, French language shows are finding new audiences thanks to streaming. Shows like Lupin, Call My Agent, and The Hookup Plan. And when it comes to filming in Paris, 2021 was a record-breaking year with 7,000 days of filming instead of the usual 5,000. And that will have brought in a lot of revenue.
The numbers are 1 to 6. When you spend €1 in filming something, that gives back to the destination between 6 and 7 euros, which is quite impressive.
This year, Netflix has committed to spend $220 million on French productions, and Emily will be returning for at least 2 more seasons. It will all bring more visitors, and Paris is ready.
Come in Paris. I'm doing the tour all the year, so I'm waiting for you.
Now, according to a recent study by the French Center for Film and Moving Image, 74% of tourists said a film or series had inspired their trip to the country. It is.
Let's go, Samantha.
I know, right?
We're off.
Yeah.
I feel that way about New York City, too, now that we live here. You see New York in so many films and TV.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
That was fun. All right, well, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Breaking news first on NBC News Now. Inflation deflation. Just released data shows inflation in America may have already hit its peak. How Wall Street is now reacting and what these numbers really mean for your bottom line. Plus, breaking this hour, horror in Mariupol, new details emerging about the Russian onslaught in that Ukrainian city and the devastation left behind as victims try to recover. Abortion agenda. The Senate set to hold a key vote to protect abortion rights nationwide. It's all but certain to fail. Why Democrats are going through with it anyway. And checking in, if you're looking to get away, and I mean really get away, we will take you to the soon-to-be-open Space Hotel, where every room has an out-of-this-world view. Hi there, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford on assignment here in Miami. My co-anchor Aaron Gilchrist is off today. We begin with new inflation data and the impact it will have on your money. The yearly rate of inflation fell to 8.3% back in April. That's a potential sign the rising costs of goods and services may soon taper off. Those new numbers come just 24 hours after President Biden called inflation his #1 domestic issue just ahead of the midterms. Now, meanwhile, the White House is revealing a new push to drive energy prices down. The national average for a gallon of regular gas hit an all-time high again today. We're talking $4.40 per gallon. Leading us off this hour, we have NBC News business and tech correspondent Jolene Kent. We also have CNBC Global Markets reporter Seema Modi. Joe, first to you, the big question, has inflation peaked? Have we seen the worst?
Morgan, it may have peaked, but it's still sky high, 8.3% year over year. That's really hard. In almost every single category, prices went up compared to last year. Rent, food, everything in between, including fuel as well. And this comes as President Biden is on defense, and he's saying that inflation is his top domestic priority.
I want every American to know that I'm taking inflation very seriously, and it's my top domestic priority.
On defense, facing low approval ratings on the economy, President Biden says the pandemic and Russia's invasion of Ukraine are largely to blame, along with congressional gridlock.
Look, I know you got to be frustrated. I know. I can taste it.
The president also calling out Republicans for what he called an ultra-MAGA agenda. But some Republicans are pushing back. Senator Rick Scott calling on Biden to resign over inflation.
He took no responsibility, and he has no plan.
With inflation soaring above 5% for a year now, the pressure is mounting as gas prices hit another record high. The national average now $4.40 a gallon, up 18 cents from just 1 week ago.
When it affects my budget, it affects my family also. I can't afford to buy the food that they need because I got to put it in gas.
In order to pay for gas, groceries, and other essentials, Americans are increasingly turning to credit cards to make ends meet, even though rising interest rates make that debt more expensive. 229 million credit card accounts were opened in the first 3 months of the year, and the impact of higher prices is hitting retirees especially hard.
I never thought at 73 I would be going through making these kinds of choices.
Some have even returned to work as living on a fixed income has become more difficult with prices going up.
I'm very frustrated because I recently retired and spent a couple of years just building up to paying everything off so I wouldn't be in this bind. And now I had to take like a part-time job just to get through.
Joe, let's be honest. I mean, rising interest rates, they have a lot of consequences for a lot of people. In fact, you mentioned the high number of people drawing from their credit cards. I mean, what is the Fed really doing to drive this inflation down once and for all?
So the Federal Reserve has raised interest rates twice in recent months, but now the big question is, did they start raising rates too late? And was that first raise of 1/4 point enough? They're walking this tightrope, right? They're trying to avoid triggering a recession, but also cooling off the demand that's really driving this inflation from the pandemic, along with all of those supply chain issues. And so the situation here is a delicate balance, but certainly a lot of discussion as to whether the Federal Reserve is doing enough and what else it will do in its next rate hike. Morgan.
All right, Jolene Kent for us. Jolene, as always, a pleasure. I also want to bring in CNBC Global Markets reporter Seema Modi now. Seema, it's a pleasure to see you. And I do want to start with this new inflation data. I mean, how is the market reacting to everything that Joe just mentioned?
Well, it seems like, Morgan, the market is still searching for direction. So far, a mixed day of trade just in the first 2 hours, with the Dow trading higher, the Nasdaq trading lower after technology led the Nasdaq to close with gains in yesterday's day of trade. But today we're seeing Apple, Microsoft, all the big tech giants trade lower. So it seems like the market is still digesting the report. We did see prices rise 8.3% from a year ago. That was higher than the estimate of 8.1%, but it also represented a slight ease from March's peak, but was still close to the highest level since the summer of 1982. Earnings we get from some of the consumer-facing names like Disney after the bell, Morgan, will be key for the market as we try to understand how Americans are responding to higher prices, right? Are they starting to scale back on how much they spend on entertainment and travel?
I mean, but speaking of that, I mean, what should the rest of us take away from this data? I mean, how important will the next month's number sort of be to see if, in fact, this decrease in inflation is really going to stick around for a little while?
So I think what's really interesting about this report and what a lot of economists are talking about is if you remove volatile food and energy prices, so-called core CPI, that still rose 6.2%. That was against the expectation of a 6% gain. So that tells us that inflation has not peaked as of yet. And furthermore, if you dig even deeper, the index for airline fares, Morgan, travel continues to rise sharply, increasing 18.6% in the month of April. That is the largest one-month increase since the inception of this report in 1963. So this report is really revealing that beyond the headline number, travel is one area where we continue to see prices rise month over month because the big hotel and travel operators say they have pricing power and the airlines are still operating on a reduced capacity. So you wonder how that plays out this summer. So yes, the next report will be key.
Because we know that people are ready to have their hot boy and girl summer after being locked up for 2 years. All right, CNBC Seema Modi. Seema, thank you so much. Let's go to bring in NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee for us. Carol, President Biden traveling to Illinois today, where he's set to deliver remarks about the economy, specifically about lowering consumer prices. So what's the administration saying about these new inflation numbers out today, especially on the heels of what the president said yesterday?
Well, Morgan, the president issued a statement on those numbers saying that it was heartening that inflation had moderated, but that it was still remained unacceptably high, in the words of the president. And so what you're seeing him do today is hit the road, travel outside of Washington. He's going to a family farm in Illinois where he'll focus on increases in food prices and farming prices. So he'll outline a couple of initiatives that the White House says will help address those issues. It will allow farmers to plant more crops here at home and also fertilizer. There's been a shortage of fertilizer, and that's been hurting the farming industry. And so the president really trying to emphasize that this is something that, as he said yesterday in his remarks here at the White House, is a top priority. Morgan.
And I mean, we know that Florida Republican Senator Rick Scott is calling on President Biden to resign over this issue of inflation. I mean, sort of how common is this when you look across the aisle, Carol? I mean, what are we hearing from other Republicans about this issue? Are they sort of amping up the tone like former Senator Scott?
Well, not exactly to that level of calling on the president to resign, which is just not something that's going to happen. And but they are criticizing the president in terms of his economic policies. Republicans say that this inflation is the president's fault, in that it's a result of his own policies. Obviously, the president pushes back on that and says that there are other reasons for that. Namely, he points to the COVID pandemic as well as the war in Ukraine. So blaming Russia and the pandemic for some of these price increases, including gas prices that are increased. But the gloves are off. This is political season, and Senator Scott and his comments are aimed at trying to undermine the president politically, and the president's obviously not going to resign, while other Republicans are still criticizing him and his policies.
Gloves are off, indeed. Carol Lee from the White House. Carol, thank you. Speaking of the Senate, it is set to make a historic vote today to protect abortion rights. The fate of Roe v. Wade remains unclear following a leaked Supreme Court draft opinion indicating that the landmark ruling will likely be overturned. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Hake joins us now. Garrett, this bill is all but doomed to fail in the Senate. Why are Democrats still sort of going through with this?
Democrats think it's vitally important to get every lawmaker on the record about whether they believe it's their job to protect abortion rights, even though, as you said, this bill today is expected to fail.
The U.S. Senate set to take an historic vote today on protecting abortion rights, with the potential end of Roe v. Wade now top of mind.
All of us will have to answer for this vote for the rest of our time in public office.
This afternoon's vote on the Women's Health Protection Act, which locks in protections for abortion rights nationwide, expected to fail in the face of united opposition from Republicans.
Democrats in the House and the Senate are attempting to take this issue away from the people, away from the states, and force their radical abortion agenda on the American people as a whole.
Democrats arguing opposing abortion rights has economic consequences, too, with the Treasury Secretary testifying Tuesday that denying women access to abortion increases their odds of living in poverty or needing public assistance.
I believe that eliminating the right of women to make decisions about when and whether to have children would have very damaging effects on the economy and would set women back decades.
Some states aren't waiting on Congress or the Supreme Court's final decision. Connecticut's governor signing a bill to expand abortion access Tuesday.
We were doing everything we can to stand up on behalf of the reproductive rights of all of our citizens.
While in Missouri, state lawmakers are proposing a law that would allow private citizens to sue abortion providers.
We need to make sure that we have constitutional provisions protecting the right to life in the state of Missouri.
Anticipating defeat on the Senate floor, Democrats vowing to take this issue to midterm voters this fall.
For everyone who says we don't have the votes in the Senate to get this done, I say, then get in the fight and give us the senators who will get it done.
So, Garrett, give us a look ahead. I mean, what happens after today's vote? Do Democrats sort of have a plan on how they're going to tackle these abortion rights? Where do they go from here?
Speaking, they're basically out of options after this Senate vote today. The way I see it playing out after conversations with lawmakers, they will go to the states, the courts, and the voters. You saw the Connecticut piece of the story that just aired. There are other states like Minnesota, California, thinking about changing their laws to make it easier for folks to travel there from out of state. I expect to see lawsuits in federal courts across this country to try to uphold abortion rights protections, particularly after this Roe versus Wade ruling eventually does come down. And then there's the matter of taking it to the voters. Every Democratic lawmaker I've spoken to today thinks they can and, in fact, must make this a key issue for voters in the midterms, and they think it'll drive their voters to the polls. Morgan?
All right. Garrett Kate for us there from Capitol Hill. Garrett, thank you, as always. And breaking news right now in the war in Ukraine, military leaders inside and outside the country are expressing optimism. UK defense officials say that drone strikes in the Black Sea have successfully disrupted Russia's plans. Meanwhile, Ukraine's president is thanking House Speaker Nancy Pelosi as well as other lawmakers now that a $40 billion aid package has finally been approved. President Volodymyr Zelensky added that he's looking forward to the Senate taking up that bill. We'll head to Capitol Hill in just a moment for the latest on that aid package, but let's go ahead and begin inside Ukraine with NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiella for us. Kelly, new details now are emerging about that situation in Mariupol. Everyone has been watching what's been unfolding there. Tell us where things stand today at this hour.
Well, the mayor of Mariupol is warning the world, really, that 10,000 people in that city could die in the coming months by the end of the year because of the dire conditions there. He said it's an absolute catastrophe. He said there are no medicines, there are no doctors, there is no running water, and the sewage system is not up and running as we move into the summer months. The destruction is widespread. It is devastating. And on top of that, you have the situation at the Azovstal steel plant in the city where those fighters are still holding out, desperate to be evacuated. Many of them, by some estimates, more than 100, some 600, according to the fighters there, are wounded and need to be evacuated. So two of the soldiers' wives actually appealed to the Pope today, asking him to help save them. But again, not just at that steel plant, but also in the city, the conditions absolutely dire. The mayor said that the Russian occupiers, as he called them, have turned Mariupol into a medieval ghetto. Morgan?
Wow. I mean, just strong words, strong, powerful story and images I know we're seeing coming out of there. I do want to bring in NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cuby, who's standing by in D.C. Courtney, we're hearing that Ukrainian forces are making some gains in those key areas. What can you tell us about that?
That's right. There are 3 cities right now where the Ukrainians are not only holding off the Russians, but are actually even pushing them back in some cases. One is Kherson, another is Izium. It's a city we've been hearing a lot about just in recent days in this Odessa and Donbass offensive. But the one that I really want to highlight is Kharkiv. So Kharkiv is a city that it's on the eastern side of the country, not too far from Russia. It's one of the very first cities where the Russian troops started to bombard nearly 70 days ago now, or more than 70 days ago now. That being said, they've never been able to take it. They've encircled it several times. They have pounded the city from the air with airstrikes, with artillery strikes, but they've never actually been able to take it. Well, what's significant today is now the Ukrainian military is not only holding them off, they're pushing them far back from the city that they may no longer be able to strike it with artillery. They're far enough back that Russian artillery cannot hit parts of this city. The question is, will the Ukrainian military be able to hold that, continue to hold that, or will the Russians focus more of their attention on that city in the coming days ahead? They have been really focused on Donbass. The assumption is they'll continue their focus there, and Kharkiv may actually be able to let up from some of its weeks long of bombardment, Morgan.
Well, speaking of that focus, Kelly, I want to go back to you there on the ground because, you know, healthcare is something we always talk about here in the U.S., but there's also a new report about just how devastating this war has been on healthcare there in Ukraine. What are officials there on the ground saying about that? What's the toll?
Yeah, Yeah, 77 days into this war, the Ministry of Health here says that 600 medical institutions across the country have been destroyed, 101 hospitals destroyed, ambulances in the hundreds, I think 250 ambulances either shot at or captured, and pharmacies have also been destroyed, some 450 pharmacies. And these are the kinds of things that the Ukrainian forces say that they're seeing when they move into these villages and towns and cities as they either push the Russian forces out or as the Russian forces retreat. Also today, we heard from the Luhansk governor. Luhansk is the biggest city in the Donbass, and he said that not only were the medical facilities in his county coming under similar attacks, he said that Russian forces actually went into a hospital and saw how nice the equipment is in one of the hospitals and also one of the schools. They confiscated it and sent it back to Russia. So these are the kinds of things that we're hearing from Ukrainian forces as they recover some of these villages. Morgan.
All right, Kelly Kobiea for us there. Kelly, thank you. And to Capitol Hill now, where the House has approved a $40 billion aid package for Ukraine. Now it's up to the Senate to send the bill to the president's desk. NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor joins us now with more. Sahil, what are these House members really saying about passing this massive aid package?
Well, mainly, Morgan, that it is urgent. This issue has been stalemated for a while. This $33 billion aid package request from the White House to Congress had been wrapped up over this separate, unrelated dispute about COVID relief money, which Senate Republicans were filibustering because they want votes on an amendment regarding immigration in Title 42. Well, President Biden decided to break that off in order to clear a path for Ukraine aid funding. That package rose from $33 billion to $40 billion, past the House of Representatives. And there is an urgency in the Senate, broad bipartisan support in both chambers to move this forward. Let's have a listen to how Speaker Pelosi described the importance of this.
As Putin desperately accelerates his campaign of horror and brutality, Mr. Speaker, horror and brutality in Ukraine, time is of the essence. America's continue to move together with our allies to level the historic punishment against Putin for his senseless aggression, isolating Russia and devastating its economy. I wish the people of Russia knew what he was doing to them.
A big vote in the House yesterday. Now it sits in the Senate, which has to decide what, if any, potential changes to make before they consider it.
But Sahil, give us both a timeline and a preview here. I mean, how long before this spending package will be taken up by the Senate? But also, do we have any idea as to how those senators will ultimately vote?
There are some optimists, I should call them, in the Senate who want this to be done as early as this week, believe there is some possibility of doing that. The general consensus is if they reach a deal, if the two sides reach a deal about what should be in this and what should not be in this, it could move pretty quickly. But this week is very optimistic. Thursdays in the Senate tend to be Fridays, and lawmakers like to leave town, which leaves about a day. More likely scenario is it comes up next week, and there are several issues that lawmakers are working through. We heard Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell yesterday, who, remember, Republicans need to supply 10 votes in order to defeat a filibuster, so he has a lot of power over whether this moves or whether this is stranded. He said this should be clear of any extraneous measures, and he considers extraneous measures to include money to resettle Afghan refugees, normalize their status, benefits for Ukrainian refugees, and sanctions on Russian oligarchs, all bipartisan issues, but not clear McConnell will allow them to move forward in this and drop his filibuster to enable that. In other words, there still has to be a deal on these issues, Morgan.
All right, NBC Sahil Kapoor. Sahil, thank you. And stay with us because a concerning surge of new cases is one of the first epicenters of the pandemic. Coming up, what doctors are watching this time around. Don't go anywhere.
To cover the news, you have to be in it.
This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves.
You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Back now with the latest on the pandemic, the CDC is saying that everyone should really brace for cases to steadily rise over the next 4 weeks. The agency blaming cities and states that have been relaxing mask mandates, coupled with the fact that more people are traveling. Nationally, cases are up about 55% over the past 2 weeks, but the good news is that deaths are decreasing. The Northeast is one of the hardest hit places in the country. In fact, new breakthrough cases, which is when someone who is fully vaccinated becomes infected, those cases are also steadily rising. But it is important to note, however, that the steep rise comes after a sharp drop in both new cases and deaths over just the past couple of months. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer is standing by with the latest on those strict measures that China is taking against this virus. But first, let's head over to CNBC senior health and science reporter Meg Terrell. Meg, sort of on top of the mask and the vaccine mandates being relaxed, what is driving this surge?
Well, yet another sort of new variant. It's a sublineage of the Omicron variant. This one's called BA2.12.1, and it's 25% more transmissible than BA2, which was more contagious than the original Omicron. And so this just keeps kind of snowballing. And we've seen it increase in prevalence across the United States, now to more than 40% of all sequenced cases. And it's really high in the Northeast. So about 2/3 of new cases now are this new variant. So that is potentially driving a lot of this. Here's what one doctor had to say about it.
Infections from all of the people that had Omicron variants back in the winter time, there's not as much protection against the subvariants that are starting to emerge now. And that's what seems to be on the rise in the Northeast, which then tends to spread across the United States.
So you are starting to hear the vaccine makers and the FDA and other authorities talk about updating the vaccines for the fall. Hopefully that will provide more protection against these new variants.
But Meg, I mean, sort of when we look at the progress here, a big picture, I mean, the big difference this time around is that we have a lot more medicine, we have a lot more therapies available to really fight this virus. So do doctors think that this will ultimately make a difference in containing this particular spread?
Yeah, absolutely. Particularly the antiviral drugs could make a difference, not necessarily in containing the spread because you're already sick by the time you have to take an antiviral, but in terms of containing how severe the disease gets and the impact on the healthcare system. For folks who are eligible for these antivirals, folks who are at high risk because of age or their underlying health conditions, this can really cut down their risk of having to go to the hospital. Otherwise, vaccines and boosters, everybody says the best way to try to cut down on some of the spread.
All right, CNBC's Meg Terrell. Meg, thank you so much. Meanwhile, going overseas, China is cracking down on COVID once again. In fact, in Shanghai, teams in white protective suits are actually going into the homes of infected people, and they're spraying disinfectant. This effort is all part of the country's zero COVID strategy, really trying to ultimately wipe out the virus. Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer with the details.
Not officially a lockdown here in Beijing, but the city is noticeably quieter. Schools are closed, parks, theaters, most shopping malls are closed. Some public transit routes have been suspended and dozens of subway stations have been closed off, all to contain what's roughly 900 cases since the 22nd of April. There's also this mass testing campaign. In some areas, it's daily. I've had 14 COVID tests in the last 15 days. And when even a single case is detected detected in a neighborhood, that whole neighborhood is sealed off and people living in it are placed under quarantine. That's zero COVID, the strategy that China has adhered to since the beginning of the pandemic, but one that's sparking a lot of debate over whether it's feasible against the Omicron variant. In Shanghai, it's now in a 6th week of lockdown that has crippled the city and daily life there. Millions are still unable to leave their homes, and now deliveries are being ceased in some areas, meaning people are relying solely on food handouts from the government. It's why there is this debate over whether zero COVID is sustainable. The World Health Organization's Director General called on China to rethink the zero COVID strategy. And from a financial standpoint, a securities firm estimates it's costing over $3 billion a month just for testing a fraction of the population. But China's government says it's sticking with zero COVID. And when the daily testing ends, people will still be required to show a negative COVID test from the previous 48 hours to do anything, to go into a public building, a park, or to get onto the metro. They're building new testing booths so people don't have to walk more than 15 minutes to get tested, suggesting they're not going to ease the zero COVID rules anytime soon.
The Trump factor put to the test in 2 key GOP primaries. Still ahead, what all this could mean for the high-stakes midterm elections. Don't go anywhere.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Would it be easier for the airlines to manage a vaccine mandate than a mask mandate? Is there a case to be made that it's time to give Ukraine offensive weapons so they can win this war? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Making news right now, a U.S. Army soldier is dead after being brutally attacked by a bear. Military officials say the soldier was part of a small group doing a training exercise at a landfill near Anchorage, Alaska, and that's when the bear attacked him just yesterday. The soldier's name has not been released, and Alaska wildlife troopers are searching for that bear. Meanwhile, New York police officers are looking for a serial tire slasher. Owners of nearly 4 dozen vehicles found their tires were slashed yesterday, and in some cases, entire blocks of vehicles were hit. Police say some of the victims didn't even realize what had happened until they read a note left on their car by officers. It's the end of an era for Apple tech giant in ending its production of its iconic iPod. That's after nearly 22 years. That might make you feel a little old. Yeah, you were holding that thing 22 years ago. The iPod Touch will still be available to buy online and at Apple Store locations while supplies last. Bottom of the hour now, and here are the latest headlines on the war in Ukraine. A dire warning from Mariupol's mayor today. He says that more than 10,000 people could die by the end of the year in Mariupol, calling the city's humanitarian situation catastrophic. Ukraine's President Zelensky says his country's military is making gains in the northeast Kharkiv region, claiming to have pushed Russian troops further and further out of 4 villages there. Zelensky also tweeting his thanks to the U.S. House for their approval of nearly $40 billion of new military and humanitarian aid. The measure now heads to the Senate. We begin our coverage this half hour with NBC's Jay Gray in Lviv, Ukraine.
Well, look, heavy shelling continues to the east and portions of the south. Clearly, Russian troops trying to seize control of the coastline of Ukraine, and to this point occupying a large portion of that area. Odessa taking a beating right now. Continued missile attacks that are affecting not only strategic spots in that region, but citizens' areas as well. There's a different story around the city of Kharkiv, the second largest city here in Ukraine. We know that Ukrainian fighters have managed to push back Russian tactical units to the point where they've become relatively ineffective. There is still tense fighting there, but they've reclaimed some of the land in the towns and villages surrounding that city that was once occupied by Russian troops. One other note, a major pipeline that runs from Russia through Ukraine carrying natural gas into Europe is being shut down, according to Ukraine officials, because some of that pipeline is in areas occupied by Russian troops or areas of heavy fighting. They say they just can't get out to maintain it, to make sure it is stable. They also say that Russian troops have tapped into the line, adding to the danger. They've offered, they say, to reroute that line. What Russian officials have said from the state-run gas company is that they have no grounds to shut this down, and rerouting it to another line is, quote, technically impossible. That's the latest from the ground here in Ukraine. I'm Jay Gray. Back to you.
Let's go ahead and bring in Ivo Daalder, former U.S. ambassador to NATO and president of the Chicago Council on Global Affairs. Ambassador, first off, thank you for joining us. And we know that the U.S. Director of National Intelligence, Avril Haines, said just yesterday that Putin is preparing for a prolonged conflict in Ukraine. What are your thoughts on that assessment and specifically NATO's role in all of this?
Yeah, I think we are headed for a prolonged conflict. Clearly, Putin has in the past 10, 11 weeks not been able to achieve his even most basic military objectives, controlling the Donbas region, which still remains very much contested, or much of southern Ukraine, let alone, of course, controlling the government in Ukraine. The government is alive and well and mounting serious resistance. And at the same time, NATO countries are increasingly providing Ukraine, though undermanned and much smaller, the capabilities to withstand Russian military advances, and in some cases, as you reporter just mentioned, pushing the Russian forces back, including around Kharkiv, the second largest city in Ukraine. So this is going to go for a while because neither side is anywhere close to what they decide is victory.
And of course, the ripple effects of this are simply huge. I mean, UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson just announced new security deals with Sweden and with Finland today, and it's all really intended to bolster European security. But Ambassador, what are your thoughts on that? I mean, really on the backdrop of all this unfolding during the war in Ukraine?
You know, 3 or 4 months ago, no one would have thought that Sweden or Finland was going to be interested in joining NATO. All of that changed on February 24th. That was the day that Putin decided that he would invade another country without reason, without provocation. And Finland and Sweden have decided that they need the security of NATO. So they are applying soon for NATO membership. And in the meantime, the United Kingdom, now publicly, the United States privately, and other countries are saying, we will have your back, Finland and Sweden, until that day that you, in fact, join NATO.
When it comes to those discussions that are sort of having privately versus publicly, you know, a lot of people don't have a lot of faith that a diplomatic solution at this point could be reached, at least as Haines said, in the near term. What do you think? I mean, is a diplomatic solution, in your opinion, still possible?
Well, at some point, we will come to having to have both sides sit at the negotiating table and find a way to halt the war. But not every war ends necessarily with an immediate negotiation. The situation needs to be ripe for negotiations, and it isn't, because Putin has not achieved what he needs to achieve and can justify the very massive costs that the Russians have taken militarily in terms of deaths and casualties, economically because of the sanctions. And at the same time, the Ukrainians have made very clear that they're not going to settle for anything less than Russian troops out of Ukraine. Ukraine. So until the military situation evolves in such a way, is so stalemated for so long that either or both sides decide it's time for a negotiation, I think this war is going to unfortunately be continuing.
All right, Ivo Dodler for us there. Thank you so much, Ambassador, for joining us. We appreciate it.
My pleasure.
And let's talk politics here at home, because voters hit the polls in 2 states on Tuesday, and now those races are really shedding light on former President Trump's influence over the Republican Party as he weighs another run for the White House. In Nebraska, Jim Pillen won the Republican primary for governor, defeating Trump-backed businessman Charles Herbster. Now, Herbster had been accused of groping multiple women, all allegations that he does deny. Then if you go down to West Virginia, 2 incumbents ran for a newly drawn congressional seat, and Representative Alex Mooney bested fellow incumbent Representative David McKinley. Mooney, however, was endorsed by Trump. There's also news out of New York, where a federal judge has pushed back the state's congressional primary to August, rejecting an effort by Democrats to keep it in June. We're going to talk to NBC News senior digital reporter Jane Tim about that in just a moment. But let's go and begin with NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard, who's live for us in West Virginia. Vaughn, I love to see that nice bridge there behind you. Former President Trump won West Virginia by close to 40 points. Tell us, though, how significant was his influence here? I mean, in this race, which was interesting because you had these 2 incumbent GOP congressmen. What happened?
Right. I mean, I think the context here is important, you know, for folks. Why do we care about this one primary, this one congressional district here? And it's largely because after redistricting, West Virginia went from 3 districts down to 2 districts, and Donald Trump picked one of the 2 Republicans who were both living in this new district on who he'd endorse, and that was Alex Mooney. And you see from these results, Alex Mooney won by about 19 percentage points. But McKinley was the one who actually largely represented this district in kind of its old form-fitting way here. And I think that's where Donald Trump's influence is to be talked about here. It wasn't just a few-point victory. It was a 19-point victory for Alex Mooney. Take a listen to a little bit of what Mooney told Fox News earlier today.
If you're a Republican and it's a conservative party, the voters expect you to act and vote like a conservative. Of course, this is Trump country. President Donald Trump endorsed me and was all in for me. I was surprised. I mean, it's frankly quite arrogant of a Democrat senator to think he can intervene in a Republican primary like that.
And you hear there Mooney acknowledging, you know, the impact that the former president had on this race, but also calling out Joe Manchin, the Democrat. You know, the Republican governor here, as well as the Democratic senator, all endorsed McKinley. A lot of party officials were behind McKinley, and yet it was Mooney that came out on top.
But let's talk about that. I mean, because, you know, Mooney and McKinley, they both had very different records in Congress. Where exactly did they differ, Vaughn? And how did those differences factor into this race and the way that voters felt?
Right. Mooney was endorsed by Donald Trump for a very specific reason. Alex Mooney objected to the certification of the 2020 results in Congress. He objected to an independent commission investigating the January 6th insurrection. He also voted against the major piece of infrastructure legislation that was passed by Congress, which Donald Trump urged Republicans to turn down. Compare that to McKinley, who, you know, you mentioned the bridge behind me. West Virginia comes up 50th in most infrastructure rankings. And McKinley made the case that he voted for the infrastructure package because it was necessary for West Virginia's future. But he also certified the 2020 election results, and he also voted for that independent January 6th commission, much to the chagrin of Donald Trump. I want to let you read there a little bit of McKinley's statement from last night, in which he was responding to his loss there to Alex Mooney. He said, in part, quote, "Serving the people of West Virginia has been the honor of my life. I'm proud that I've always stood up for what's right for West Virginia, even when it hurt me politically. The groundwork we have laid over the last 12 years has paved the way for a more prosperous and diverse West Virginia economy." This was just one effort of Donald Trump to oust an incumbent Republican, David McKinley, who he perceived as opposition force within the GOP today. Last night, he was successful in that mission.
All right, NBC's Vaughn Hilliard reporting live for us from West Virginia. Vaughn, thank you. A federal judge has ordered that New York's congressional primary be delayed until August. National Democrats had filed a suit to keep the primary in June to provide more time until the general election and to really use their preferred gerrymandered map. NBC News senior digital reporter Jane Tim has been following this story for us. Jane, first off, where did all this come from? I mean, why did the judge delay the primary?
Yeah, so last month, a state court tossed out the congressional map, said it was gerrymandered, and the process that created it was also violated the state's constitution. And so National Democrats appealed to a federal court in hopes of kind of blocking that decision from being implemented this year, arguing that a federal court had previously set New York's primary to June to make time for overseas voters to get their ballots for that general election, give them enough turnaround to participate in both elections. But the federal court said they have no reason to believe that 10 years after they initially moved that primary, that the state can't comply with this. And in August, while using a different map. And they said this appears to just be an effort to try and use this gerrymandered congressional map.
And Jane, I mean, some primaries, though, for New York are still happening next month, while the congressional primaries will then move to August. So how does all that work when you it feels like these are almost competing timelines.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a lot of work for election workers. It is important for New York voters to remember there are still some primaries on June 28th, the gubernatorial primaries, state assembly race primaries. The state legislatures could decide to put all these primaries in August and condense. It would certainly save them quite a lot of money. But they haven't done it yet. And for now, it's unclear if they will.
All right. NBC's Jane Tim for us. Jane, thank you. Well, frying the friendly skies. Coming up next, we are going to take you inside the nation's first pilot program that's actually fueling fleets of jets with cooking oil. Stay with us. You're going to want to see this one.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
That grabbing a quick bite on the go at one of the nation's busiest airports could actually help fuel your plane. Well, Dallas-Fort Worth International's airport is the first airport in the entire country to use cooking oil as jet fuel. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky got an inside look and joins us now from DFW. Morgan, I know you are a Texas boy. I feel like this is something that only Texas could have cooked up. You see what I did there? You see? You're proud of that, right?
I did. I mean, it was a tall order here, Morgan, right? But DFW Airport, in their effort to become more sustainable, really took on this project with a lot of passion. And if you actually went through DFW in the past year, you might have contributed to at least partially fueling one of their jets here, because some of them are flying on what they call sustainable aviation fuel, or SAF. And this is a product promising to rewrite the rules of the aviation game by taking your next order of French fries straight to the skies.
It's an ambitious goal at one of the busiest airports on the planet. Net zero for greenhouse emissions by 2030, as fuel prices continue to spike nationwide. And with the TSA now anticipating even more people flocking to the skies post-pandemic.
We expect this to be a busy summer.
Getting there is requiring some supersized creativity and a heavy seasoning of science.
If you're out at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport and you have a fryer in your restaurant, you're recycling oil.
And it's what they're recycling that sold McDonald's owner Chalmer McWilliams, a company called Neste, asked if they could collect used cooking oil from his store and transform it into pure jet fuel.
When it's no longer at the quality to make those great fries and we can repurpose it, why wouldn't you do that?
The initiative between Neste and DFW Airport: drain each fryer in each airport restaurant to fill up a massive tank. Each batch of oil, every order adding up.
So if you think about it, the fuel for your next airplane ride could start right here?
It could start right here.
That's wild.
Pratik Chandok, the technical manager behind Neste's Sustainable Aviation Fuel Program, says it all comes down to chemistry.
If you look at any oil, they all have this building molecules called hydrocarbons. So we can take those atoms, we can then do some processing magic in our refineries and actually mimic the chemistry of a jet fuel.
Once the company gets the oil to a refinery, it filters out all those nuggets and fries, heats it up, then adds hydrogen.
At the end of the process, is there any difference from your fuel to existing fuel?
There's no difference. It's the same jet fuel that you are using right now.
From fryer to fleet, the conversion takes a couple months. But the company says one load alone, about 8,000 gallons worth, has been shown to reduce carbon emissions by 19 metric tons. Music to the ears of Robert Horton, who oversees the airport's environmental affairs.
Do you see this as a way to fight climate change?
Absolutely. This is one link to help us to get there. In and of itself, it's not going to accomplish everything that we need, but it's a starting point that helps to transition to what's next.
The challenge now, convincing other airports to take part. A tall order, but one they say that technology is ready for.
I just spent $3 on fries. That oil could be going into a jet going halfway across the world. It's amazing.
Yeah, it is pretty amazing. And Neste tells me that this fuel isn't just being used here at DFW. They also mentioned SFO in San Francisco, where they say this special new sustainable fuel has been able to be mixed with current jet fuel with no problems whatsoever. And in case you're wondering about the exchange rate between cooking oil to fuel, they tell me for every gallon of that used cooking oil that they gather, they can use it to convert into about 3/4 of a gallon of jet fuel. So not a bad exchange rate there. And I know what you're wondering, Morgan. When these planes fueled with this fry fuel take off, it does not actually smell like French fries.
I was wondering that. That's exactly what I was thinking. Cool. You read my mind. I will order an extra set of fries for that. All right, Morgan Chesky live from Dallas. Morgan, thanks. Well, within the past year, we have seen civilians blast off into space, and that's thanks to startups. We're talking SpaceX, and it's really now for the first time that those people blasting off may actually have a place to stay. Take a look.
The Jetsons, a futuristic cartoon, first captured the imaginations of Americans more than 60 years ago about life in space. Now, that fantasy may be closer to reality than you think. Startup Orbital Assembly's Pioneer Station is expected to begin circling Earth as soon as 2025, with its larger sister station, Voyager, poised to open just a few years later, according to the company. Unlike the International Space Station, these will be commercial habitats, what the company calls business parks, centered around offices and space tourism.
We're looking at a number of different industries, large-scale manufacturing, tourism, of course, and also just B2B services such as data processing and communications.
Giant spinning wheels in the sky for people to work and play in space with gravity. Sitting at a restaurant, enjoying the view, even playing basketball.
We're building artificial gravity space stations, which we believe are imperative to having people live for long periods of time in a healthy way on orbit.
Small by earthly real estate standards, Pioneer will hold 28 people at a time and have 14,000 cubic feet of space. But as Orbital Assembly gets ready to enlist more investors and begin signing up tenants, it's betting that this is just the beginning.
In the next few years, space and people living and working in space is going to become just as commonplace as someone going down and working at a Starbucks.
Coming up, it's the largest wave of Cuban migration in more than 40 years. Just after the break, inside the desperate journey to America that one woman made through knee-deep water while 8 months pregnant. You won't want to miss this. Stay here.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock.
Thousands of migrants from Cuba are risking everything to seek refuge here in the United States following soaring inflation and political turmoil back home. This is the largest, fastest wave of Cuban migration since the 1980s, which continues to have a powerful ripple effect on our history and our politics right here at home. In fact, Cubans are now outpacing Central American migrants for the very first time in recent history. By land and by sea.
We have another one that's left side.
One of the largest mass migrations in American history.
Son miles los migrantes que están saliendo.
Nearly 80,000 Cubans crossing the southern border in the last 6 months, nearly 5 times higher than the same period last year. And now on track to outpace the mass Cuban exodus of 1980, known as the Mariel boat lift, that forever changed American history and U.S. politics. A journey happening again today, one we saw firsthand.
This is the second raft we've seen today?
This is the second one today.
As we embedded with the U.S. Coast Guard.
We're here just miles off the coast of Florida, and this is where the Coast Guard says they have encountered more Cubans trying to cross in the past 6 months than the last 3 years combined. What goes through your mind when you see tons of people, dozens of people inside one of these boats?
I try to have some sympathy. What kind of situation in my life would I have to be in to risk this journey, get on a makeshift vessel that looks like it was made in somebody's garage?
Which is why many are choosing a different path. Airana Hernandez crossed into the U.S. from Mexico just 2.5 months ago.
De pie, caminando.
While 8 months pregnant.
Y así fue. You were walking on foot, pregnant.
Her husband, Raul Prado, was on house arrest back in Cuba after being detained in anti-government protests last July.
How did you feel knowing your wife was crossing the border alone?
I was afraid.
Había mucho frío. It was cold.
Caminas hasta donde hay como un río que es bien, es bajito.
So you got to a river where the water was about up to your knees.
Y fui atrás de eso.
You crossed the river?
Yeah.
1 month later, they were reunited. Raul fled to Miami on a pre-pandemic visitor's visa. COVID, he says, created the perfect storm. Impossibly high prices, a shortage of basic goods, and a political environment that made him fear for his son, Bastian.
What changed for you? What is it that you didn't want your son to see?
I didn't want him to grow up in a place where his family doesn't have a voice.
¿A qué punto tiene que llegar una persona para cruzar un estrecho de 90 millas lleno de un agua llena de tiburones? En un punto de desespero, porque no, eso no es una cosa normal.
And you're saying no one wants to have to leave Cuba. What kind of point does someone have to reach to want to cross 90 miles, to want to go through, wade through a river? Saying you have to get to a point of desperation to make that type of decision.
Exactly. For everyone, it's going to be different. Everyone will have his breaking point.
Sí.
But when you reach that point,
hay que tomar una decisión.
That's it.
So many people are leaving your country. Something is wrong in your country.
In the end, they made it. Their son, born in the United States a month ago.
¿Valió la pena? Was it worth it? Sí. Claro que sí. Sí valió la pena. ¿Cómo, a dónde va Cuba? Sí vale la pena.
It was worth it. When you look back and you look at how things are going in Cuba, you know it was worth it. All right, now some Cubans are being turned away at the border while Title 42 is in place. That's a Trump-era policy preventing many migrants from having their asylum claims heard due to the pandemic. The White House is set to end that policy later this month. But still, many Cubans are able to cross and obtain legal status because of the 1966 Cuban Adjustment Act, which lets them present at a port of entry and then obtain legal permanent residency after 1 year. As for the reasons for this most recent surge, the Cuban government continues to point to the fact that the U.S. Embassy closed in Havana 5 years ago, which has made it harder for Cubans to get immigration visas and come here legally. In March, though, the State Department did resume some consular services, but as of today, they are still processing far fewer visas than before. A stunning election victory in the Philippines means a return to power for a once disgraced family. Ferdinand Marcos Jr., now poised to become the next president 36 years after his father, the country's former dictator, was overthrown. Here's NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson.
A brutal dictator's son winning the presidential election in the Philippines by a landslide.
Let us bring Filipinos back to one another in service of our country, facing the crisis and the challenges of the future together.
Thousands gathered to celebrate the unimaginable victory, a return to power for the Marcos family after being overthrown and forced to flee the country decades earlier.
Any endeavor as large as this does not involve one person. It involves very, very many people.
Preliminary results show Ferdinand Marcos Jr. earned more than 31 million votes, twice as many as his bitter rival and the current vice president, Leni Robredo.
The Philippines is moving from one presidential administration that has been accused of being governed in a dictatorial fashion to one that could potentially be that way. It's that alliance and relationship that has left some folks quite uneasy.
This is my son, Ferdinand Marcos Jr.
Marcos Jr. was a young boy when his father became president in 1965. For 9 years in his more than 2-decade rule, Marcos Sr. declared martial law, a first in the country's history, prompted by an assassination attempt on a chief aide.
The proclamation of martial law is not a military takeover.
During this time, thousands of labor leaders, politicians, and students were arrested. News outlets shut down, and enemies of the president detained, tortured, and even murdered. The family has also been accused of siphoning billions of state dollars during their time in power, something they deny. The family is believed to have stolen between $10 to $15 billion worth of goods. 15 mink coats, hundreds of handbags, and more than 1,000 pairs of shoes are among the valuables the state has since recovered. Ousted from power during the 1986 People Power Revolution, the family fled to Hawaii, where 3 years later the elder Ferdinand died.
The documented report.
The family returned to the Philippines in the 1990s, again leveraging their political influence. Their matriarch served 4 terms in the House of Representatives, at one point mounting her own bid for the presidency. Marcos Jr.'s sister, now a senator. Meanwhile, the young boy seen in photos alongside his father all those years ago, becoming a governor, congressman, senator.
Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., having been elected to the position of Senator of the Republic of the Philippines,
and is now preparing to take hold of the highest office in the land.
What does this win tell us about the direction that the country is heading in?
I think what's really interesting to see in the years ahead is really how the Philippines positions itself in Asia as a democratic nation. But as of now, it seems as though the voters have spoken in the Philippines, and they're ready to see what a Marcos presidency is going to look like.
Breaking news on NBC News Now, the rush to help. The House passing nearly $40 billion in aid for Ukraine. How soon the money could be put to use in the fight against Russia. And tail of the tape, the escaped inmate who led police on a multi-state manhunt remains in custody. How officers tracked him down and the new video that shows how it all happened. Relief in sight. New data shows inflation in America may finally be leveling off. What experts are now saying about what those numbers could mean for your wallet. And scare in the air. A pilot suffers a medical episode inside the cockpit. How a passenger who'd never flown before landed the plane safely. Hi there, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford on assignment in Miami. My co-anchor Erin Gilchrist is off today. We begin this hour with breaking news and a vivid picture of the toll of the war in Ukraine. The country's National Guard saying more than 500 servicemen have died in that conflict and nearly 1,700 have been wounded. This is the first time the Guard have reported losses. Also this hour, a new warning about the southern city of Mariupol, where the mayor says the humanitarian crisis has become catastrophic. That there are also no doctors or medicine and that the city's sewer system has even failed. He says thousands more people could die by the end of the year if nothing changes. We'll head to Washington in just a moment for the latest on that $40 billion aid package. But first, let's begin with the fighting that's going on right now on the ground. NBC's Courtney Cuby is covering the Pentagon. NBC's Matt Bradley is live in Kharkiv, Ukraine. Matt, I do want to start where you are right now. Ukrainian leaders, they're talking about the gains that they've made, especially that they're making there in Kharkiv. What specifically is happening? What gains are they referring to?
Yeah, I mean, well, I don't know. You can't hear it right now. We've just heard a little bit of rumble in the background. And that is, as always, here in Kharkiv, there's rumbling in the background, in the distance, miles and miles away, but still very much an active war zone, not far from the outskirts of the city. So what we're seeing here is an effort by the Ukrainians to take advantage of Russian weakness around this city. And this is a city that has been pummeled, especially in the north and the northeastern suburbs, for the last several months, ever since the beginning of the war, which is where we were when we started the conflict back in February 24th. And now it looks as though they really are making some progress. They have managed to retake some sort of villages and settlements in that crescent-shaped area in the northeast part of Kharkiv, and they have the momentum. It looks as though they're moving quite quickly. Now, all of that could change if the Russians decide to move up some of their assets from the south, the assets that are now collected around this city of Izium, which is a place that the Russians had hoped to kind of close the distance there and take areas just a little bit, about 2 hours drive southeast of where I am. So if they do move up and refocus to here, that could change the rapid advances that the Ukrainians have made in the past couple of days. But this is important. Remember, in Kyiv, you saw the Russians withdraw from Kyiv. Here in Kharkiv, we're seeing the Ukrainians actually beating back the Russians, taking the initiative and taking land for themselves. It's a major shift in the tone of this fight.
Matt, I'm not sure if you can still hear us there, but, you know, there are reports out of Russia about changes there. I mean, in Kherson, you know, a place that you've been closely covering. What are you hearing about those changes, especially from the Russian perspective?
Yeah, Morgan, well, I mean, Kherson is a city in the south. This was the first major sort of provincial capital that the Russians have taken, and it remains really the only major city that the Russians can claim that they have totally taken. You're probably thinking Mariupol, but Mariupol still has a pocket of resistance underneath the Azovstal steel plant. And of course, the Russians had to destroy Mariupol in order to liberate it. But Kherson is a city that they managed to take and occupy. They're acting like an occupying force. They've dismissed the mayor. They're trying to introduce the ruble. And now it looks like they're organizing some sort of sham referendum to try to give the people of Kherson a voice to decide whether or not they want to become part of Russia. This is the same situation, the same scenario that they introduced to the southern peninsula of Crimea. Back in 2014, the Russians moved in and took Crimea. They organized a referendum, and the people of Crimea, where they really do have a lot of real sympathy for Moscow, they voted in earnest to join Russia. And that is exactly what we could see in Kherson, especially since so many people there have left.
It's so interesting because for those of us who covered Crimea at that time, right? I mean, this is like sort of having whiplash. This is watching history repeat itself. And you imagine something like that happening in the United States where someone is an occupying force, tells you you're going to use a new currency. It's something that's you almost can't even imagine. And so to hear that happening on the ground and just the human toll it has is mind-blowing. Courtney, I do want to bring you in, though, here. I mean, Russian attacks on Odessa, which we haven't really talked about yet. Those attacks have been ramping up this week. What is the Pentagon's assessment of what is happening in Odessa, because it is such a key port city?
Yeah, that's right. So there's really two schools of thought. And I should start by saying, I spoke with a senior defense official about this yesterday when there were a lot of reports that maybe Russia had fired some hypersonic missiles into Odessa. There's no evidence that that's the case. But when I spoke with him about what the potential is for the strategy here among the Russians, they said, look, we just don't really know. But there are two schools of thought. One is this could be the beginning of a real Russian effort to take Odessa. Now, that doesn't seem like the most likely option here because, number one, they're not really threatening it from either the land or from the sea. Russian ships are still very far back from the Ukrainian coast. And when you look at where the Russians would move into the city of Odessa from the land, they haven't made any forward movement. And in fact, they're getting pushed back around places like Mykolaiv. So that doesn't seem like the most likely option. What some U.S. officials are now thinking that Russians could be up to in Odessa is trying to hold the Ukrainian military there. So basically keeping them busy so that the Ukrainian military there can't move over to the Donbass area to reinforce the offensive there. That could be, it's sort of what they call, the military sometimes calls a holding function, trying to keep them busy to stop them from the main line of effort among the Russians, which is in the Donbass area. It's still not clear which of the two is the actual case here, but it is clear that the Russians have been taking more strikes from the air against the port city of Odessa, and that has people here at the Pentagon concerned. Morgan.
All right, Courtney Cubie, Matt Bradley for us. Thank you so much. The U.S. is now one step closer to approving unprecedented aid for Ukraine. Let's go ahead and bring in NBC's Sahil Kapoor. Sahil, we know that the House approved that almost $40 billion aid package for Ukraine just last night. Can you talk to us a little bit about the Senate timeline? Because this is also more money than the president actually asked for. I mean, what are some of the key earmarks here?
That's right, Morgan. Let's break this bill down a little bit. $24 billion, the bulk of it goes to economic and military assistance to the Ukrainians. About $8.5 billion goes to economic aid for Ukrainians. You see some of the key points there. $14 billion for State Department programs. There's $8.7 billion to replenish U.S. stocks of equipment that are sent to Ukraine. There's about $2 million for technical and regulatory support for Ukraine's nuclear agency. These are the kinds of things that lawmakers have been talking about for quite some time, with the goal, the explicit goal of helping Ukrainians win this war against Russia, which is now dragged on for several months. This bill has passed the House of Representatives. It now goes to the United States Senate, which is still trying to work out a deal in terms of when and how exactly it ends up passing.
Sahil, we also have some breaking news. Of course, everyone has been watching Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia, arguably one of the most powerful people there on the Hill. He just weighed in on the abortion bill vote happening this afternoon. What is he saying?
Right. That abortion bill vote is likely to happen sometime between 2:30 and 3 p.m. today in the Senate. It will not pass. This is a bill called the Women's Health Protection Act, which would enshrine broad abortion rights protections across the United States. It does not have anywhere close to the 60 votes needed to break a Republican filibuster. There was some question about whether Joe Manchin would vote with Democrats to begin debate on this, at least to get on the bill. And now he has made clear that his position remains as it was several months ago. He will vote with Republicans to filibuster it. His beef with this bill, if you will, is that it goes too far. He is supportive, he says, of a simple codification of existing Supreme Court precedent regarding Roe versus Wade and its subsequent rulings like Casey and Planned Parenthood, but he doesn't want to go beyond that. Let's have a listen to how he described this bill.
The bill we have today to vote on, the Women's Health Protection Act, and I respect people who support, but don't make no mistake, it is not Roe v. Wade codification. It's an expansion. It wipes 500 state laws off the books. It expands abortion. And with that, that's not where we are today. We should not be dividing this country further than we're already divided. And it's really the politics of Congress that's dividing the country. It's not the people. They're telling us what they want. And it's just disappointing that we're going to be voting on a piece of legislation which I will not vote for today.
And so the vote will be 49 to 51 in the Senate. In all likelihood, the Supreme Court is expected to render that decision by the end of June. If that leaked draft is correct, it will overturn Roe versus Wade and allow legislators both at the state level and here in Congress to either protect abortion rights or to outlaw it. Next, this battle moves to the midterm elections, Morgan, because neither side currently has the votes to do much about what the Supreme Court will rule on.
So much at stake. All right, Sahil Kapoor joining us live from Capitol Hill. Sahil, thank you. Meanwhile, newly released audio from staunch Trump ally shows that what was being said away from the public on January 6th. Now, the recording is of Republican Senator Lindsey Graham speaking to New York Times national political correspondent Jonathan Martin. The senator shared what he thought would happen in the aftermath of the deadly Capitol riot. Take a listen to this.
We'll actually come out of this thing stronger. Moments like this reset. It'll take a while. People will calm down. People are, I don't want to be associated with that. This is a group within a group. And what this does, there'll be a rallying effect for a while where the country says we're better than this. And Biden will help that, right? Yeah, totally. He'll be maybe the best person to have, right? How bad can you get it, Joe Biden?
A spokesman for Senator Graham responded to the audio, saying that the senator has said that Joe Biden we see as president is not the one we saw in the Senate. He's pursued a far-left agenda as president. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa joins us now. Ali, this is sort of a bombshell. I mean, how is this all sitting with Republicans on the Hill today?
Well, Morgan, understandably, most of them are staying quiet because we know how most of them felt, the people who were here on January 6th inside the Capitol and then later changed their tune. Some of their stances have also been included in this book by these two New York Times reporters. And I think it's important to note here that Senator Lindsey Graham and President Biden have been friends, not just Senate colleagues for years, but actual personal friends outside of the Capitol for years. President Biden has said that after the election, he wondered what happened with Senator Lindsey Graham and how he changed his tune. This is obviously a senator who went from calling former President Trump a xenophobe, a bigot, to then golfing with Trump at his Mar-a-Lago home. So there was definitely a shift in tone, in messaging from Senator Graham, as well as several other GOP lawmakers after January 6th. You'll remember the night of January 6th, Senator Graham took to the Senate floor and said enough is enough, that he's not on board with this anymore. 2 days later, we know that he was harassed at Reagan Airport by several Trump supporters who called him a traitor. And so there was a definite change in messaging here. But these tapes are very revealing because they're showing how instead of voters taking this initiative from lawmakers, it's the other way around here. These lawmakers, these Republican lawmakers on Capitol Hill, are really taking their cues from Trump supporters of the former president who were here on January 6th. When lawmakers realized such a large portion of Republican supporters did not care about what happened, they really went and changed their tune here. Just look at Republican lawmakers, Representatives Liz Cheney, Adam Kinzinger, and how they've been treated versus House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy or Graham or even McConnell to some extent. So this shift is becoming more and more apparent, obviously, as we approach midterms. And with every candidate that former President Trump endorses and wins in their primary elections, this is becoming more and more obvious that Trump is still the undisputed leader of the Republican Party, Morgan.
All right, NBC's Ali Rafa for us there. Ali, thank you. A man accused of leading a dangerous gang in Haiti and directing the kidnapping of 17 members of a U.S.-based missionary organization last year is due to make his first court appearance on those charges today. 16 Americans and 1 Canadian traveled to Haiti to help rebuild after the devastating earthquake. They were taken hostage in November and then held until December. Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams now. Pete, what more can you tell us about these charges? What specifically is this man facing?
He is charged with directing the kidnapping. His name is Jolly Germain. He's 29 years old. The government says he is the leader of a notoriously dangerous gang that operates in the Port-au-Prince area of Haiti called the 400 Mawozo Gang. And what the government says here is that even though he was in a Haitian jail at the time of this kidnapping, he still directed it. He still urged his followers to kidnap these Americans, told them what to do with them, and also said that the call should be made to their relatives in the U.S. seeking $1 million in ransom for their release. Now, he's actually already in the United States now. He was brought here earlier, just last week, to face different charges. He's accused of receiving guns that were given to him by gang members who live in Florida. They've also been indicted. He was already here on those charges when he received this new indictment, and he'll be in court this afternoon to formally face the charges.
Pete, I just want to make sure I understood that timeline correctly, because the Justice Department said that he's the first defendant to be charged in connection. When did you say he was brought to the United States?
Last week. So what happens is last November, while he's still in a Haitian jail, he is indicted along with 3 other people from Florida on gun running charges. The Floridians are accused of violating export restrictions by sending guns down to gang members in Haiti. The Floridians are accused of being members of the same gang. So he was under indictment on that. He was brought to the U.S. on those charges. And while he was here last week in U.S. custody, these new charges were filed, accusing him of directing the kidnapping of these 17 missionaries.
All right. NBC's Pete Williams live from Washington. Pete, thank you.
You bet.
And breaking news right now involving your money. Some just released data shows inflation in America is leveling off, but only a little bit. April's consumer price index showed that inflation rose to 8.3%, and that's still up, but not quite as much as we've seen in previous months. Investors had been expecting a bigger decrease from last month's numbers. All the while, prices at the pump, well, they've just hit an all-time record. The national average for a gallon of regular gas just hit $4.40. We're going to talk about how inflation could actually affect those November midterm elections with our very own Shaquille Brewster in just a moment. But let's go ahead and begin with CNBC's Sharon Epperson. Sharon, it's a pleasure to see you, and I know you cover a lot of personal finance. I have to be honest, I follow you. I've got to learn from you. So what should I and what should our viewers really take away from these new numbers?
Well, here's the key point, Morgan. It's still going up. It's not up as much as the estimates, but it is still going up. And so we are looking at shelter or housing, at food, at airline fares, and at new car sales being the main drivers of the inflation that we're seeing in the most recent numbers. What this means for the average person is this is a national average. What is your personal inflation rate? What are you facing in terms of your wages? Are they going up? Probably not as much as you'd like. How can you get your income up? Where are you facing the most inflation? Is it in what you're eating? Or if you're working still remotely, is it not in gas prices, but actually what you're spending to work from home? All of these things are things that people need to figure out on their own to see how it's affecting their own inflation rate and what they can do to cut back and what changes they need to make in spending.
Now, Sharon, I know that you mentioned the numbers that came out today were a bit higher than what Wall Street was expecting, but how are the markets now reacting to that news?
Well, they're higher than the estimates, but they're still not as high as they were last time. So 8.3 is not 8.5. So does that mean we've seen the peak here in inflation? No one knows for sure, but the markets seem to be shrugging off this inflation data a little bit, even though it is pretty high. But again, we have seen a lot of volatility in the stock market. It is only midday, so there is a lot of room for more volatility in this session and, of course, in the week ahead.
All right, CNBC's Sharon Epperson. Thank you so much, Sharon, for making the time and sharing a little bit of your magic and expertise with us. We appreciate it. So let's stay on the economy right now with NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster. He is talking with voters in Duval County, Florida. Shaq, you decided to come to follow me or join me here in Florida this week, I see. And we both know that Florida is a critical state, of course, in the midterms. What are the people you're talking to there in Duval County saying about specifically how inflation is impacting them?
Well, this is something that is getting personal for them, Morgan. They see it at the gas pump. They see it in the grocery stores. In Florida specifically, they see it with the housing costs and the increase in those prices. I want you to listen to a couple of the conversations I've been having with voters here in this swing county of Duval.
Yeah, I would definitely say I've noticed the prices with gas especially, but luckily living in this neighborhood, I've been doing a lot more by foot and by bike, so adjusting that way. And then again in the grocery store as well, sort of picking and choosing my battles now with what I really need versus what I want as the prices increase.
You were being more picky about what we shop for. I'm trying to pick things that I can turn into 2 and 3 meals. You know, that chicken, how many ways can we use chicken? Do we have to have a meat protein in every meal?
And that last voter that you heard from, we actually spoke with her at a food pantry here in the Jacksonville area. And one thing that we learned from them is that they are serving the most people, the vast majority of people they are serving have at least one source of income. The idea is that because the other costs are going up, if you have that fixed income, you have to find a way to balance it all.
And now, Shaq, I know we mentioned that you are in Duval County specifically, and anyone who knows you knows that you are an intentional man and an intentional reporter, so that is no accident. Why is Duval County specifically expected to play such a significant role in the midterms?
Yeah, I mentioned it's a swing county, but this is an old Republican stronghold that in the past couple of national cycles have trended toward Democrats. Democrats won in 2018. President Biden flipped it in 2020. So this is a place where Democrats felt like they were having some momentum, but you have these economic pressures, and that's why Republicans now say they believe they can do well in places like this in the midterm elections, especially when you ask people who they blame. How satisfied are they with the federal government's role in handling inflation? Look at this poll from just last month. You see about 76% of Floridians say that they are very or somewhat dissatisfied with how the federal government is handling inflation. So that is a risk when you head to the midterm elections, and it shows why Republicans feel like they have some wind at their backs, Morgan.
All right, NBC Shaquille Brewster for us. Shaq, thank you, as always. The escaped inmate from Alabama who was on the run for 11 days is now back behind bars, and additional charges could be on the way for Casey White. We're also, though, learning more about the former corrections officer who allegedly helped him escape. Here's NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald.
Yeah, look, this was a puzzling crime for law enforcement officials since the beginning. We're talking about a woman who is second in command of the Lauderdale County Jail. This is someone that the sheriff has confirmed was expected to receive the Employee of the Year award next week, something that's voted upon by her fellow peers. But now we're learning new details about her planned escape.
A shackled and handcuffed Casey White on the run for more than a week, now inside an Alabama state prison.
Today's been a good day. Got him back home, got him back behind bars.
This dramatic new dash cam video showing the moment he was captured, dragged from a crashed Cadillac, then pinned down by officers. The 6'9" fugitive surrendering, authorities patting him down on the hood of a police cruiser in Indiana, ending a tense multi-state manhunt. Still trapped inside the car, Vicky White, the corrections officer turned accomplice. An autopsy report confirming she shot herself in the head just before police moved in.
She still got it in her hand.
Got the gun in her hand?
Yeah, still got it.
All right, watch it. First responders pulling her from the vehicle in an attempt to save her life, but she later died.
Casey, did you kill Vicky White?
Overnight, Casey White appearing before a judge where he was formally charged with escape in the first degree. Prosecutors say more charges could follow.
We'll be looking at other state and possibly federal charges on that incident that involved the death of Vicky White.
The 38-year-old now being held in a state facility instead of the county jail that he escaped from. Escorted out by Vicky White for an appointment that never existed. Authorities say the couple was armed with an arsenal of weapons and was prepared for a shootout with police until U.S. Marshals crashed their getaway car.
But that action may have saved many of my deputies and fellow law enforcement officers' lives.
Also in the vehicle, tens of thousands of dollars in cash, a number of wigs and camping gear. But it was tips from the public that ultimately led to their capture, like the call a car wash owner made to police about an abandoned pickup truck ditched by Casey.
I said, this is probably that guy from Alabama.
Body cam video released overnight shows what officers say they uncovered inside.
And a Glock magazine loader.
A bizarre crime orchestrated by an unlikely pair, a veteran corrections officer and an accused killer police believe she may have fallen for.
We're learning law enforcement officials could be looking into the possibility that a third person helped the couple secure that hotel room for 14 days. Keep in mind that those wigs that investigators recovered, they believe that Vicky White used those wigs to try and conceal her identity. So it's possible that she didn't have the proper identification to secure those rooms in the first place. Back to you.
Now imagine being asked to land a plane, having never ever flown before. Well, it happened in Florida after a pilot suffered a medical emergency mid-flight. NBC's Carrie Sanders tells us how everybody got back on solid ground. Look at this.
If you've ever wondered when you're getting on a plane, what would happen if the pilots became incapacitated? Could you take control of the plane and land it? Well, that just happened. A man on a plane who was a passenger, the FAA says he was not a student pilot on this single-engine plane, had to indeed take over and remarkably landed safely here at Palm Beach International Airport.
Terrifying moments in the sky turning into a miracle landing Tuesday after a passenger was forced to land a small plane in Florida when the pilot suffered a medical emergency.
I've got a serious situation here. My pilot has gone incoherent.
The FAA saying the single-engine Cessna 206 with 2 people on board landed safely at Palm Beach International Airport around 12:30 p.m. The aircraft was flying just off the coast of Boca Raton when the passenger realized there was something wrong with the pilot. Then a dramatic exchange, the passenger contacting air traffic control in Fort Pierce while trying to figure out what to do.
No idea how to fly the airplane.
Roger, what's your position?
I have no idea. I can see the coast of Florida in front of me, and I have no idea.
The air traffic controller carefully guiding the passenger to become the pilot.
Try to hold the wings level and see if you can start descending for me.
Yeah, I'm descending right now at 550 feet a minute.
Maintain wings level and just try to follow the coast, either north or southbound. We're trying to locate you.
Eventually, air traffic control at the Palm Beach airport taking control, talking the passenger through a safe landing.
Man, they did a great job.
Did you say the passengers landed the airplane?
That's correct.
Oh my gosh, yeah, no, great job.
No flying experience.
This morning, a new pilot staying calm in the face of unbelievable pressure and sticking the landing. We don't know the name of the passenger who is now a pilot, but he certainly has a story to tell, and hopefully he'll share it with us soon. Meantime, the pilot who had the medical condition that set all of this mid-air emergency into motion, his condition is unknown this morning.
The final countdown to Pennsylvania's closely watched primary is on. Coming up, the exclusive interview with Senate candidate John Fetterman and his wife. Stay with us.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
What comes back together?
Oh, I'm so happy. And me. That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Making news right now, students at a Florida high school are speaking out after learning yearbook photos showing students protesting the state's so-called Don't Say Gay bill will be covered up. School officials told students they will cover the images with stickers. They claim the images do not meet school board policy. Students say that hiding the pictures will silence their voices. Emergency crews are working to repair a major Maryland road after it collapsed just over the weekend. What started out as a small sinkhole has now turned into a massive crater. Well, today, water is finally restored after the collapse took out a water line, leaving nearby houses and businesses dry for days. And now this heartwarming moment. Check this out. When a young boy reunites with his big brother after 3 years apart. Oh, look at the hug. Look at the tears. That's third grader Brandon Ballard. He was all smiles when his brother Isaac, a Marine, surprised him at his Texas elementary school. Isaac has been stationed in Japan with the pandemic delaying his return home. Brandon was just in kindergarten the last time they saw each other. Bottom of the hour now, and here are the latest headlines on the war in Ukraine. Russia launching even more attacks on the battered city of Mariupol. A local official says that Russian forces have now sent tanks and soldiers to try to break through the last pocket of resistance at that city's steel plant. In the northeast, Ukrainian officials say its forces have recaptured villages around the country's second largest city, Kharkiv. And Ukraine's president is praising the U.S. House for its approval of nearly $40 billion in new military and humanitarian aid. The Senate now set to take up that measure. We begin our coverage this half hour with NBC's Aaron McLaughlin in Kyiv.
Well, this morning we're learning more about the horrors that have unfolded in the devastated port city of Mariupol, where Ukrainian fighters are still holed up inside of a besieged steel plant. We were speaking to a soldier inside of the plant who managed to capture haunting images of the makeshift hospital that is inside the plant. He said the situation is desperate, that Russian soldiers are in control of a portion of the plant. Meanwhile, we've been speaking to one woman who said she fled Mariupol with her daughter-in-law. She said that both her husband as well as her son were killed by sniper fire. She said they had no choice but to leave, but to first had to pass through a Russian filtration camp and was deported essentially to Russia before she managed to make her way to Western Europe. She described for me her reaction when she arrived in Russian territory, given everything that she'd been through. What did it feel like to arrive in Russia, given everything they did to your family?
I could not even look at them because every one of them is guilty for what happened, even civilians for their silence.
This morning, the mayor of Mariupol warned that 10,000 more civilians could die by the end of the year, given the catastrophic humanitarian situation that is playing out inside of the city itself. He warned that while civilians are trying to flee, some are actually returning to the devastated city because of those filtration camps, not allowing them to cross into Ukrainian-controlled territory. He said the entire city needs to be evacuated. Aaron McLaughlin, NBC News, Kyiv, Ukraine.
Also from Kyiv, we have Igor Kosov now, a journalist with the Kyiv Independent. Igor, I want to thank you first for making time to be with us this afternoon. And I understand that you recently spent some time in eastern Ukraine. Can you sort of give us a sense of what you saw there, what people are really facing on the ground right now?
That's right. I went to Kharkiv for a couple of days, and Ukraine is, in fact, recapturing villages around Kharkiv. We saw one of them that was recaptured earlier. We are seeing that Kharkiv is still in range of artillery, and people have harrowing stories about destruction they sometimes endured while Russia was occupying. I was also in Kramatorsk, and pretty much similar story, random destruction, depopulation. There's medical care is very low, and the hospital is overwhelmed, while battles go on very, very close by.
And we also know that sort of the U.S. Director of National Intelligence said yesterday that America thinks that Putin is preparing for a prolonged conflict and that he intends to achieve goals beyond the Donbas region. What do you think that means for Ukraine's approach to the fight right now?
I think that Ukraine is prepared for this precise scenario, and I think it's proceeding fighting as if that is the case. Everyone I talk to is pretty convinced that this is a long-term conflict, although they can't predict exactly how long. And as long as the equipment keeps flowing from the west as it is now, I think there is real confidence in victory.
We've been talking a lot about the House passing this $40 billion in aid to Ukraine. Do you think, from someone who's there on the ground, who is living this and reporting on this, do you think that money is enough?
I can't say whether that money is enough right now. I can say it's great, and I've already seen weapons from the West in the field working, and they are making a difference. Whether that precise number is enough, time will tell. I will have to see.
All right, Igor Kosov, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Sure.
Here at home, voters in Pennsylvania are now just days away from casting their ballots in one of the most watched primaries in the country. The battleground state is filling one of its 2 Senate seats as Democrats look to bring blue-collar voters back under their umbrella. NBC News Washington correspondent Yamichel Sindor spoke with one Pennsylvania mayor who has some of the ideas of their own. But let's go to begin with NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns, who spoke exclusively with Democratic Senate candidate John Fetterman. Dasha, I know that you spoke at length with Lieutenant Governor Fetterman. How is he really trying to set himself apart politically in these really critical last few days?
Yeah, Morgan, we were able to exclusively sit down with Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman and his wife Giselle at their home in Braddock, Pennsylvania, which actually was once a car dealership that they renovated, turned into a home, and they lived there instead of in the Lieutenant Governor's mansion. That's just one part of the sort of Fetterman brand. He seems to be setting himself apart as a not your typical Democrat type of Democrat. You know, when you watch him on the campaign trail, when you talk to him, when you talk to voters about him, you really get the sense that he's trying to do something different. Look, he campaigns in a uniform of a hoodie and gym shorts. He is trying to win back some of those union voters, those working class voters, many of whom turned to Trump in 2016 and 2020. And he is carving out a brand all his own in the Democratic Party, and he is running away with this. He is by far the front runner at more than 50%, according to recent polling. And when you talk to him about some of the labels that folks try to put on him, here's just a little bit of what he says about that.
Are you a progressive?
No, I'm just a Democrat that has always run on what I believe and know to be true. And 6 years ago, that was considered progressive. But now there isn't a single Democrat in this race or any race that I'm aware of that's running on anything different. If you are a Joe Manchin Democrat, then I will disappoint you if I make it to Washington, D.C. Because I believe our party needs to agree on a core set of values, come together, and get some things done.
And Morgan, he had some choice words for his fellow Democrats in Washington as well, saying that they're squandering a real opportunity to pass legislation on issues like minimum wage, on abortion rights, on voting rights, all things that he hopes to make an impact on if he does indeed get the chance to go to Washington himself, Morgan.
And Dasha, just briefly here, we know that recent elections have shown that more blue-collar Democrats are sort of migrating to the Republican Party. We just heard him mention the need to agree on a set of core values. Briefly, why does Fetterman think that's the case?
Well, look, we've been to a lot of those counties in Pennsylvania, Morgan, places that used to be Democratic strongholds, but turned deep red in 2016 and remained that way in 2020. And you've seen, you know, a lot of the economy, a lot of population, a lot of that stuff drain out of those parts of the state. And those are the very places that Fetterman has been spending a lot of time in, talking to those very voters. Here's some of what he told us.
It's not that you can blame them necessarily. It's like this idea that if you feel left behind, or you feel that you've been ignored, or the party has moved on to something different or better in their minds, like, well, what's wrong with us? And if there's one side that's doing more of the talking and the outreach, it's easy to get sucked into that.
And Morgan, at some of these events, we have met some voters who went for Trump but are curious about Fetterman. Many people, as you know, in this race have not made up their minds yet, but he is getting some people to open their minds a little bit. Morgan.
All right, Dasha Burns, thanks so much. I want to go ahead to NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor, who's live right now in Philadelphia. Yamiche, I know that you spent the day with the mayor of a labor-heavy city there in the western part of Pennsylvania. How does he think the Democrats can win back the rural voters who've sort of migrated, as we were talking about earlier, to the GOP?
Well, the mayor of Aliquippa, who is the first black man to hold that position, he's had it for about a dozen years, tells me that Democrats need to get back to their roots. They need to get back to talking about pocketbook issues that impact people, including health care, including the economy, including the retirement benefits that people hope to get when they're, of course, wrapping up their careers. Here's a little bit more of what the mayor told me about sort of what Democrats need to be thinking about.
There's 72,000 Democrats, but with Reagan, they call it Reaganomics light blue. I mean, you know, like that light blue where they'll vote, Republican just based on a message. So I think the message just has to be claimed. But again, I'll go back to the statement of people are tired of talking. So they want action. They want somebody that's going to get out there and fight for them. How are you going to do that? Even out in our basement, because some people vote against their own interests, but maybe that interest has not been brought to their attention.
And what he's saying there is that Democrats basically need to have boots on the ground and visit towns like his to be able to show to people exactly why they should be kept in power and why they should get even more power, Morgan.
But it's also not just showing people, it's showing all people. So how does Mayor Walker sort of think that urban progressives can connect with these rural union workers and really unite together under one umbrella?
He told me that the way to bridge urban voters and rural voters and union voters is to remind people that it was the birthplace of the unions, that Democrats were the ones that were behind the unions. Aliquippa in particular, he said, was the site of where the Wagner Act was signed. And it was the site of this 1935 act that said that companies had to bargain with unions. So he said unions are in our blood here in an urban setting, and that people need to be reminded that the Democratic Party in particular, he believes, has their backs, has what they want to really make sure that they really understand that people in the towns will be their voices will be represented by people in the Democratic Party. So the mayor felt a little frustrated by the fact that there are all these different candidates running for the same positions, but he also said the Democrats need to frankly get their messaging on par.
All right, NBC's Yamiche Alcindor. Yamiche, always a pleasure to see you. Thank you so much. And coming up, new data shows drug overdose deaths reached an all-time high in the U.S. Coming up next, how advocates are now hoping to save lives using these test strips. Stay with us.
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Fentanyl, a drug that was originally intended and prescribed to treat severe pain, is now popping up among street drugs, contributing to more than 3/4 of overdose deaths in young people. But now there's a push to combat those overdoses, and advocates are promoting the use of test strips that aim to check for fentanyl before the drugs are ever even ingested. NBC News senior national correspondent Kate Snow joins us now. Hi there, Kate. Tell us a little bit more.
Hi, Morgan. So actually, there's some news out just today. The CDC releasing some provisional data that shows that the number of overdoses in this country is up again. More than 107,000 people overdosed and died in 2021. That's up 15% from the year before. Now, it's not as big as an increase as we saw between 2019 and 2020. So that's some good news. But still, those numbers are very disturbing. And most of those overdose deaths include fentanyl. That's why some college kids are trying to do something about it.
On a recent Friday in LA, students from USC were handing out free kits used to test drugs for the presence of deadly fentanyl.
One line means there's fentanyl present, which means you don't take the drug.
Their harm reduction group is called TACO, Team Awareness Combating Overdose. Madeline Hilliard founded TACO in 2020, following a year when a dozen USC students died of an overdose. She and co-founder Jack Elliott were neuroscience majors and saw a need to educate.
Our goal is to remove any and all barriers so that you have absolutely no reason not to be testing your drugs.
They've handed out 10,000 free test strips at campuses across California and now shipped to schools around the country. Students can also use an app to have strips delivered within 10 minutes for 1 cent plus delivery.
Fentanyl is a big deal because you can take it accidentally. There could be a couple grains of sand size amount of fentanyl in your drug, and that can kill you.
Of the nearly 100,000 overdose deaths between June 2020 and June 2021, 64% were fentanyl related. For people 15 to 24 years old, 78% of deaths involved fentanyl.
You want to grab the tip of the strip.
We went to NJ Labs to better understand how the test strips work. In the real world, someone testing a pill or powder would dissolve a tiny portion in water. Similar to a home pregnancy or COVID test, we watch for lines.
There's only one line.
One line means there's fentanyl.
There's fentanyl in that product, in that solution.
That means throw the drug away.
Do you think these tests are fairly accurate?
They're fairly accurate and sensitive enough to test very trace low levels of fentanyl.
Some states consider the test strips drug paraphernalia and make distributing them illegal. Critics worry they encourage people to use drugs.
They were going to use drugs whether we gave them the test strips or not. The difference is now with the test strips, if they find fentanyl in it, that means that they are going to wake up tomorrow.
If I'm going to use drugs, I'm going to.
This 21-year-old college student requested anonymity to speak openly. At a party, she and her best friends went to the bathroom to test a bag of cocaine some were planning to use. When the strip showed positive, they sat in stunned silence.
If you hadn't known some of your friends were about to do it, what do you think might have happened?
One of them could have at least died, if not all of them. So it was super jarring to think that they could have died. And these are people that I spend every day with. It would have changed everything about how I live right now and I imagine going forward.
TACO's goal is to create positive peer pressure. If you're going to use a drug, test it first.
Give them to friends, family, whoever.
Hoping that small step saves lives.
All right, so Kate, there's also the element of intention. What if someone does not test their substance and then unknowingly ingest fentanyl? Is there anything at all that can be done to save them?
Yeah, in a word, Narcan. If you've heard of Narcan, it's the antidote to an overdose. It's a reversal drug that can save someone if they are overdosing. So that's really the only solution. And a lot of these harm reduction advocates are also pushing to have Narcan everywhere to make sure that parents have access to it, that schools, teachers, classrooms have access to Narcan. The other thing I would say, Morgan, is, some people actually seek out fentanyl, and it is incredibly, incredibly dangerous. The only safe drug is one that you're prescribed by a doctor and you get from a pharmacy and you know what's in it. Morgan.
All right. NBC's Kate Snow. Kate, as always, thank you so much. An important story. Millions of American workers are now coming to grips with the reality that they are going back to work in an office with other people. But that's not the case for everybody. In fact, some companies are now allowing their staff to work remotely permanently. Among them, Airbnb. The travel site is also overhauling its website to make it easier for people to find places to stay that are in fact conducive to working at home. NBC News senior business analyst Stephanie Ruhle sat down with Airbnb's CEO for an exclusive interview. Stephanie, this, question over going back to the office, working remotely, it's been on the top of everyone's mind, at the heart of every dinner table conversation. What is driving Airbnb to sort of make this decision? What's the CEO saying?
The reason I was excited to talk to Brian Chesky, Morgan, is the position Airbnb has been in over the last few years. Remember, when COVID hit, that business, travel business, got decimated. They had to lay off a third of their staff. But they then came back quickly because as so many of us who live in cities during lockdown moved out, went to more rural areas, suburban areas, they saw that trend coming. Now here we are with COVID starting to move behind us and us readying to get back to work. Airbnb says they're seeing this next trend, and it's about working from home. Watch this.
My prediction is this is where the world's going to be 10 years from now. And all the CEOs hauling their employees back to the office, that's their prerogative. But here's what I would say. The companies with the best talent will usually win. And if you are limiting your talent to a commuting radius, you're not going to have the best people because the best people will live everywhere.
Since they announced this move, they got 1 million hits on their website, their hiring website, and it's a company that only employs about 6,000 people.
I mean, but Stephanie, does Chesky sort of believe that this embrace of remote work is going to sort of catch on and spread to other companies?
Well, he kind of has an okay boomer attitude about it, and he's saying, yep, those big old stodgy companies who can only see business in one way, they can't embrace it. But the future, we can. Watch this.
A lot of people are looking at the big old companies to establish, well, what are they doing? I like to look at the young companies because if you want to predict the future, you look at the next generation. And 20 years ago, tech companies popularized open floor plans. They popularized like on-site perks. And then what happened? Older companies eventually started looking like younger companies because they wanted to compete for that talent. Young companies are embracing remote work. They're embracing flexibility. This is where the world's going. If a company chooses not to embrace it, that's fine. But this is where the world's going to be 10 years from now.
Now, he's not saying everybody works from home, never turns their cameras on. It's really a hybrid. Some people, certain roles will go into an office, but also there's going to be a lot of offsites, a lot of team building about once a month. So it's more you spend a week with your team face to face, then you head back to your own destinations to grind it out and get the job done. That's their plan, and we'll see how it goes. But I can tell you their employees are pretty psyched.
Yeah, I can only imagine. All right, Stephanie Ruhle for Stephanie. Thanks so much. And you can hear more of Stephanie's interview with Brian Chesky on the 11th hour with Stephanie Ruhle tonight at 11 p.m. Eastern on MSNBC. You won't want to miss it. Assassinated in cold blood. That's what Al Jazeera is saying about the death of a Palestinian-American journalist. Just after the break, how that network is now seeking justice.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin this hour with the military invasion that's currently unfolding.
Right now, the attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv. Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities one after another.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
the battle for Congress and the fight for control of state housing.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms.
We are talking elections in a battleground state. What does President Biden need to do tonight? He needs to speak to heads and hearts.
A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson now elevated to the Supreme Court.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
This new variant is more contagious. Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
A Palestinian-American reporter was killed in the West Bank during an Israeli raid. The victim has been identified as Shireen Abu Khaled, a veteran Al Jazeera journalist who was shot while wearing her press jacket. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now live from the West Bank. Raf, first just break down for us, what do we definitively know? And what are Al Jazeera and the Israeli military saying?
Morgan, here's what we know for sure. This veteran journalist was killed in the early hours of this morning during an Israeli raid in Jenin in the occupied northern West Bank. We know, as you said, that she was wearing her blue press jacket, very clearly marking her as a journalist covering what was going on there. Al Jazeera says she was killed in cold blood by Israeli troops during that raid. They are citing eyewitness reports by their own crew who was there with her at the time she was shot. Another member of her crew, a producer, was shot in the back. He was wounded, but he is going to survive. Now, the Israeli Prime Minister said earlier today that it, quote, appears likely that she was in fact killed by Palestinian gunmen, not by Israeli troops. The evidence he gave for that was a video in which two Palestinian gunmen can be heard saying that they think that they shot an Israeli soldier. Now, no Israeli soldiers were shot during this raid. The Israeli government is suggesting they may have accidentally shot this journalist and thought that they had hit an Israeli soldier. But Morgan, I got to tell you, nothing in that video that the Israeli government has been circulating definitively suggests that she was indeed killed by Palestinian gunmen. Morgan?
And can you tell us, though, Raf, just a little bit more about this journalist in particular, and will there be an investigation into what happened?
Yeah, Morgan, Shireen Abu Akleh, not a household name in the United States, but almost universally known here in the Middle East. She was the woman who delivered the news from the occupied West Bank for families all across the Arab world. She was an American citizen, the U.S. Embassy confirming that earlier today. And the U.S. is now demanding an immediate and transparent investigation into what happens with her death. The Israeli military says they will carry out that investigation. But Morgan, I got to tell you, Palestinians here say they don't have a lot of confidence that the Israeli military will investigate itself and hold itself accountable if necessary. Morgan?
Such a sad story. Raf Sanchez for us there from the West Bank. Raf, thank you. A woman accused of getting an abortion sentenced to 30 years in prison in El Salvador, and the Great Barrier Reef is in danger. Vicky Nguyen, take us around the world in 60 seconds.
Sri Lanka, where troops have been sent into the capital of Colombo after days of violent economic protests. The former prime minister of Sri Lanka stepped down earlier this week. Protesters are blaming him for the nation's economic meltdown. Authorities have moved the former prime minister to a naval base for his safety. El Salvador, where a court has sentenced a woman to 30 years in prison for getting an abortion. She was charged with aggravated homicide. El Salvador has a total ban on abortion. In the last 20 years, nearly 180 women have been prosecuted. And Australia, where 91% of the coral studied in the Great Barrier Reef has been bleached by global warming.
This is heartbreaking. This is deeply troubling. It shows that our barrier reef really is in very serious trouble indeed. We've seen very widespread bleaching.
Coral bleaching happens when water temperatures rise. It can lead to coral dying, which can wipe out entire ecosystems, killing or displacing wildlife. And that's the world now.
Thank you so much for being with us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford, and your news continues right now. Breaking news first on NBC News Now. Inflation deflation. Just released data shows inflation in America may have already hit its peak. How Wall Street is now reacting and what these numbers really mean for your bottom line. Plus, breaking this hour, horror in Mariupol, new details emerging about the Russian onslaught in that Ukrainian city and the devastation left behind as victims tried to recover. Abortion agenda. The Senate set to hold a key vote to protect abortion rights nationwide. It's all but certain to fail. Why Democrats are going through with it anyway. And checking in, if you're looking to get away, and I mean really get away, we will take you to the soon-to-be-open Space Hotel, where every room has an out-of-this-world view. Hi there, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford on assignment here in Miami. My co-anchor Erin Gilchrist is off today. We begin with new inflation data and the impact it will have on your money. The yearly rate of inflation fell to 8.3% back in April. That's a potential sign the rising costs of goods and services may soon taper off. Those new numbers come just 24 hours after President Biden called inflation his #1 domestic issue just ahead of the midterms. Now, meanwhile, the White House is revealing a new push to drive energy prices down. The national average for a gallon of regular gas hit an all-time high again today. We're talking $4.40 per gallon. Leading us off this hour, we have NBC News business and tech correspondent Jolene Kent. We also have CNBC Global Markets reporter Seema Modi. Joe, first to you, the big question, has inflation peaked? Have we seen the worst?
Morgan, it may have peaked, but it's still sky high, 8.3% year over year. That's really hard. In almost every single category, prices went up compared to last year. Rent, food, everything in between, including fuel as well. And this comes as President Biden is on defense, and he's saying that inflation is his top domestic priority.
I want every American to know that I'm taking inflation very seriously, and it's my top domestic priority.
On defense, facing low approval ratings on the economy, President Biden says the pandemic and Russia's invasion of Ukraine are largely to blame, along with congressional gridlock.
Look, I know you got to be frustrated. I know. I can taste it.
The president also calling out Republicans for what he called an ultra-MAGA agenda. But some Republicans are pushing back. Senator Rick Scott calling on Biden to resign over inflation.
He took no responsibility, and he has no plan.
With inflation soaring above 5% for a year now, the pressure is mounting as gas prices hit another record high. The national average now $4.40 a gallon, up 18 cents from just 1 week ago.
And when it affects my budget, it affects my family also. I can't afford to buy the food that they need because I got to put it in gas.
In order to pay for gas, groceries, and other essentials, Americans are increasingly turning to credit cards to make ends meet, even though rising interest rates make that debt more expensive. 229 million credit card accounts were opened in the first 3 months of the year, and the impact of higher prices is hitting retirees especially hard.
I never thought at 73 I would be going through making these kinds of choices.
Some have even returned to work as living on a fixed income has become more difficult with prices going up.
I'm very frustrated because I recently retired and spent a couple of years just building up to paying everything off so I wouldn't be in this bind. And now I had to take like a part-time job just to get through.
Joe, let's be honest. I mean, rising interest rates, they have a lot of consequences for a lot of people. In fact, you mentioned the high number of people drawing from their credit cards. I mean, what is the Fed really doing to drive this inflation down once and for all?
So the Federal Reserve has raised interest rates twice in recent months. But now the big question is, did they start raising rates too late? And was that first raise of 1/4 point enough? They're walking this tightrope, right? They're trying to avoid triggering a recession, but also cooling off the demand that's really driving this inflation from the pandemic, along with all of those supply chain issues. And so the situation here is a delicate balance, but certainly a lot of discussion as to whether the Federal Reserve is doing enough and what else it will do in its next rate hike. Morgan.
All right, Jolene Kent for us. Jolene, as always, a pleasure. I also want to bring in CNBC Global Markets reporter Seema Modi now. Seema, it's a pleasure to see you. And I do want to start with this new inflation data. I mean, how is the market reacting to everything that Joe just mentioned?
Well, it seems like, Morgan, the market is still searching for direction. So far, a mixed day of trade just in the first 2 hours, with the Dow trading higher, the NASDAQ trading lower after technology led the NASDAQ to close with gains in yesterday's day of trade. But today we're seeing Apple, Microsoft, all the big tech giants trade lower. So it seems like the market is still digesting the report. We did see prices rise 8.3% from a year ago. That was higher than the estimate of 8.1%, but it also represented a slight ease from March's peak, but was still close to the highest level since the summer of 1982. Earnings we get from some of the consumer-facing names like Disney after the bell, Morgan, will be key for the market as we try to understand how Americans are responding to higher prices, right? Are they starting to scale back on how much they spend on entertainment and travel?
I mean, but speaking of that, I mean, what should the rest of us take away from this data? I mean, how important will the next month's numbers sort of be to see if, in fact, this decrease in inflation is really going to stick around for a little while?
So I think what's really interesting about this report and what a lot of economists are talking about is if you remove volatile food and energy prices, so-called core CPI, that still rose 6.2%. That was against the expectation of a 6% gain. So that tells us that inflation has not peaked as of yet. And furthermore, if you dig even deeper, the index for airline fares, Morgan, travel continues to rise sharply, increasing 18.6% in the month of April. That is the largest one-month increase since the inception of this report in 1963. So this report is really revealing that beyond the headline number, travel is one area where we continue to see prices rise month over month because the big hotel and travel operators say they have pricing power and the airlines are still operating on reduced capacity. So you wonder how that plays out this summer. So yes, the next report will be key.
Because we know that people are ready to have their hot boy and girl summer after being locked up for 2 years. All right, CNBC, Seema Modi. Seema, thank you so much. Let's go to bring in NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee for us. Carol, President Biden traveling to Illinois today, where he's set to deliver remarks about the economy, specifically about lowering consumer prices. So what's the administration saying about these new inflation numbers out today, especially on the heels of what the president said yesterday?
Well, Morgan, the president issued a statement on those numbers saying that it was heartening that inflation had moderated, but that it was still remained unacceptably high, in the words of the president. And so what you're seeing him do today is hit the road, travel outside of Washington. He's going to a family farm in Illinois where he'll focus on increases in food prices and farming prices. So he'll outline a couple of initiatives that the White House says will help address those issues. It will allow farmers to plant more crops here at home and also fertilizer. There's been a shortage of fertilizer, and that's been hurting the farming industry. And so the president really trying to emphasize that this is something that, as he said yesterday in his remarks here at the White House, is a top priority. Morgan.
And I mean, we know that Florida Republican Senator Rick Scott is calling on President Biden to resign over this issue of inflation. I mean, sort of how common is this when you look across the aisle, Carol? I mean, what are we hearing from other Republicans about this issue? Are they sort of amping up the tone like former Senator Scott?
Well, not exactly to that level of calling on the president to resign, which is just not something that's going to happen. And but they are criticizing the president in terms of his economic policies. Republicans say that this inflation is the president's fault in that it's a result of his own policies. Obviously, the president pushes back on that and says that there are other reasons for that. Namely, he points to the COVID pandemic as well as the war in Ukraine. So blaming Russia and the pandemic for some of these price increases, including gas prices that are increased. But the gloves are off. This is political season, and Senator Scott and his comments are aimed at trying to undermine the president politically, and the president's obviously not going to resign, while other Republicans are still criticizing him and his policies.
Gloves are off, indeed. Carol Lee from the White House. Carol, thank you. Speaking of the Senate, it is set to make a historic vote today to protect abortion rights. The fate of Roe v. Wade remains unclear following a leaked Supreme Court draft opinion indicating that the landmark ruling will likely be overturned. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Hake joins us now. Garrett, this bill is all but doomed to fail in the Senate. Why are Democrats still sort of going through with this?
Democrats think it's vitally important to get every lawmaker on the record about whether they believe it's their job to protect abortion rights, even though, as you said, this bill today is expected to fail. The U.S. Senate set to take an historic vote today on protecting abortion rights, with the potential end of Roe v. Wade now top of mind.
All of us will have to answer for this vote for the rest of our time in public office.
This afternoon's vote on the Women's Health Protection Act, which locks in protections for abortion rights nationwide, expected to fail in the face of united opposition from Republicans.
Democrats in the House and the Senate are attempting to take this issue away from the people, away from the states, and force their radical abortion agenda on the American people as a whole.
Democrats arguing opposing abortion rights has economic consequences, too, with the Treasury Secretary testifying Tuesday that denying women access to abortion increases their odds of living in poverty or needing public assistance.
I believe that eliminating the right of women to make decisions about when and whether to have children would have very damaging effects on the economy and would set women back decades.
Some states aren't waiting on Congress or the Supreme Court's final decision. Connecticut's governor signing a bill to expand abortion access Tuesday.
We are doing everything we can to stand up on behalf of the reproductive rights of all of our citizens.
While in Missouri, state lawmakers are proposing a law that would allow private citizens to sue abortion providers.
We need to make sure that we have constitutional provisions protecting the right to life in the state of Missouri.
Anticipating defeat on the Senate floor, Democrats vowing to take this issue to midterm voters this fall.
For everyone who says we don't have the votes in the Senate to get this done, I say, then get in the fight and give us the senators who will get it done.
So, Garrett, give us a look ahead. I mean, what happens after today's vote? Do Democrats sort of have a plan on how they're going to tackle these abortion rights? Where do they go from here?
Speaking, they're basically out of options after this Senate vote today. The way I see it playing out after conversations with lawmakers, they will go to the states, the courts, and the voters. You saw the Connecticut piece of the story that just aired. There are other states like Minnesota, California, thinking about changing their laws to make it easier for folks to travel there from out of state. I expect to see lawsuits in federal courts across this country to try to uphold abortion rights protections, particularly after this Roe versus Wade ruling eventually does come down. And then there's the matter of taking it to the voters. Every Democratic lawmaker I've spoken to today thinks they can and, in fact, must make this a key issue for voters in the midterms, and they think it'll drive their voters to the polls. Morgan?
All right. Garrett Hake for us there from Capitol Hill. Garrett, thank you, as always. And breaking news right now in the war in Ukraine, military leaders inside and outside the country are expressing optimism. UK defense officials say that drone strikes in the Black Sea have successfully disrupted Russia's plans. Meanwhile, Ukraine's president is thanking House Speaker Nancy Pelosi as well as other lawmakers now that a $40 billion aid package has finally been approved. President Volodymyr Zelensky added that he's looking forward to the Senate taking up that bill. We'll head to Capitol Hill in just a moment for the latest on that aid package, but let's go ahead and begin inside Ukraine with NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiella for us. Kelly, new details now are emerging about that situation in Mariupol. Everyone has been watching what's been unfolding there. Tell us where things stand today at this hour.
Well, the mayor of Mariupol is warning the world, really, that 10,000 people in that city could die in the coming months by the end of the year because of the dire conditions there. He said it's an absolute catastrophe. He said there are no medicines, there are no doctors, there is no running water, and the sewage system is not up and running as we move into the summer months. The destruction is widespread. It is devastating. And on top of that, you have the situation at the Azovstal steel plant in the city where those fighters are still holding out, desperate to be evacuated. Many of them, by some estimates, more than 100, some 600, according to the fighters there, are wounded and need to be evacuated. So two of the soldiers' wives actually appealed to the Pope today, asking him to help save them. But again, not just at that steel plant, but also in the city, the conditions absolutely dire. The mayor said that the Russian occupiers, as he called them, have turned Mariupol into a medieval ghetto. Morgan?
Wow. I mean, just strong words, strong, powerful story and images I know we're seeing coming out of there. I do want to bring in NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cuby, who's standing by in D.C. Courtney, we're hearing that Ukrainian forces are making some gains in those key areas. What can you tell us about that?
That's right. There are 3 cities right now where the Ukrainians are not only holding off the Russians, but are actually even pushing them back in some cases. One is Kherson, another is Izium. It's a city we've been hearing a lot about just in recent days in this Odessa and Donbass offensive. But the one that I really want to highlight is Kharkiv. So Kharkiv is a city that it's on the eastern side of the country, not too far from Russia. It's one of the very first cities where the Russian troops started to bombard nearly 70 days ago now, or more than 70 days ago now. That being said, they've never been able to take it. They've encircled it several times. They have pounded the city from the air with airstrikes, with artillery strikes, but they've never actually been able to take it. Well, what's significant today is now the Ukrainian military is not only holding them off, they're pushing them far back from the city that they may no longer be able to strike it with artillery. They're far enough back that Russian artillery cannot hit parts of this city. The question is, will the Ukrainian military be able to hold that, continue to hold that, or will the Russians focus more of their attention on that city in the coming days ahead? They have been really focused on Donbass. The assumption is they'll continue their focus there, and Kharkiv may actually be able to let up from some of its weeks long of bombardment, Morgan.
Well, speaking of that focus, Kelly, I want to go back to you there on the ground because, you know, healthcare is something we always talk about here in the U.S., but there's also a new report about just how devastating this war has been on healthcare there in Ukraine. What are officials there on the ground saying about that? What's the toll?
Yeah, 77 days into this war, the Ministry of Health here says that 600 medical institutions across the country have been destroyed, 101 hospitals destroyed, ambulances in the hundreds, I think 250 ambulances either shot at or captured, and pharmacies have also been destroyed, some 450 pharmacies. And these are the kinds of things that the Ukrainian forces say that they're seeing when they move into these villages and towns and cities as they either push the Russian forces out or as the Russian forces retreat. Also today, we heard from the Luhansk governor. Luhansk is the biggest city in the Donbass, and he said that not only were the medical facilities in his county coming under similar attacks, he said that Russian forces actually went into a hospital and saw how nice the equipment is in one of the hospitals and also one of the schools. They confiscated it and sent it back to Russia. So these are the kinds of things that we're hearing from Ukrainian forces as they recover some of these villages. Morgan.
All right, Kelly Kobiea for us there. Kelly, thank you. And to Capitol Hill now, where the House has approved a $40 billion aid package for Ukraine. Now it's up to the Senate to send the bill to the president's desk. NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor joins us now with more. Sahil, what are these House members really saying about passing this massive aid package?
Well, mainly, Morgan, that it is urgent. This issue has been stalemated for a while. This $33 billion aid package request from the White House to Congress had been wrapped up over the separate, unrelated dispute about COVID relief money, which Senate Republicans were filibustering because they want a vote on an amendment regarding immigration in Title 42. Well, President Biden decided to break that off in order to clear a path for Ukraine aid funding. That package rose from $33 billion to $40 billion, passed the House of Representatives, and there is an urgency in the Senate, broad bipartisan support in both chambers to move this forward. Let's have a listen to how Speaker Pelosi described the importance of this.
As Putin desperately accelerates his campaign of horror and brutality, Mr. Speaker, horror and brutality in Ukraine, time is of the essence. America's continue to move together with our allies to level the historic punishment against Putin for his senseless aggression, isolating Russia and devastating its economy. I wish the people of Russia knew what he was doing to them.
A big vote in the House yesterday. Now it sits in the Senate, which has to decide what, if any, potential changes to make before they consider it.
But Sahil, give us both a timeline and a preview here. I mean, how long before this spending package will be taken up by the Senate? But also, do we have any idea as to how those senators will ultimately vote?
There are some optimists, I should call them, in the Senate who want this to be done as early as this week, believe there is some possibility of doing that. The general consensus is if they reach a deal, if the two sides reach a deal about what should be in this and what should not be in this, it could move pretty quickly. But this week is very optimistic. Thursdays in the Senate tend to be Fridays, and lawmakers like to leave town, which leaves about a day. More likely scenario is it comes up next week, and there are several issues that lawmakers are working through. We heard Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell yesterday, who, remember, Republicans need to supply 10 votes in order to defeat a filibuster, so he has a lot of power over whether this moves or whether this is stranded. He said this should be clear of any extraneous measures, and he considers extraneous measures to include money to resettle Afghan refugees, normalize their status, benefits for Ukrainian refugees, and sanctions on Russian oligarchs. All bipartisan issues, but not clear McConnell will allow them to move forward in this and drop his filibuster to enable that. In other words, there still has to be a deal on these issues, Morgan.
All right, NBC Sahil Kapoor. Sahil, thank you. And stay with us because a concerning surge of new cases is one of the first epicenters of the pandemic. Coming up, what doctors are watching this time around. Don't go anywhere.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Would it be easier for the airlines to manage a vaccine mandate than a mask mandate? Is there a case to be made that it's time to give Ukraine offensive weapons so they can win this war? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Back now with the latest on the pandemic. The CDC is saying that everyone should really brace for cases to steadily rise over the next 4 weeks. The agency blaming cities and states that have been relaxing mask mandates, coupled with the fact that more people are traveling. Nationally, cases are up about 55% over the past 2 weeks, but the good news is that deaths are decreasing. The Northeast is one of the hardest hit places in the country. In fact, new breakthrough cases, which is when someone who is fully vaccinated becomes infected, those cases are also steadily rising. But it is important to note, however, that the steep rise comes after a sharp drop in both new cases and deaths over just the past couple of months. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer is standing by with the latest on those strict measures that China is taking against this virus. But first, let's head over to CNBC senior health and science reporter Meg Terrell. Meg, sort of on top of the mask and the vaccine mandates being relaxed, what is driving this surge?
Well, yet another sort of new variant. It's a sublineage of the Omicron variant. This one's called BA2.12.1, and it's 25% more transmissible than BA2, which was more contagious than the original Omicron. And so this just keeps kind of snowballing. And we've seen it increase in prevalence across the United States, now to more than 40% of all sequenced cases. And it's really high in the Northeast. So about 2/3 of new cases now are this new variant. So that is potentially driving a lot of this. Here's what one doctor had to say about it.
Infections from all of the people that had Omicron variants back in the winter time, there's not as much protection against the subvariants that are starting to emerge now. And that's what seems to be on the rise in the Northeast, which then tends to spread across the United States.
So you are starting to hear the vaccine makers and the FDA and other authorities talk about updating the vaccines for the fall. Hopefully that will provide more protection against these new variants.
But Meg, I mean, sort of when we look at the progress here, a big picture, I mean, the big difference this time around is that we have a lot more medicine, we have a lot more therapies available to really fight this virus. So do doctors think that this will ultimately make a difference in containing this particular spread?
Yeah, absolutely. Particularly the antiviral drugs could make a difference, not necessarily in containing the spread because you're already sick by the time you have to take an antiviral, but in terms of containing how severe the disease gets and the impact on the healthcare system for folks who are eligible for these antivirals, folks who are at high risk because of age or their underlying health conditions. This can really cut down their risk of having to go to the hospital. Otherwise, vaccines and boosters, everybody says the best way to try to cut down on some of the spread.
All right, CNBC's Meg Terrell. Meg, thank you so much. Meanwhile, going overseas, China is cracking down on COVID once again. In fact, in Shanghai, teams in white protective suits are actually going into the homes of infected people, and they're spraying disinfectant. This effort is all part of the country's zero COVID strategy, really trying to ultimately wipe out the virus. Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer with the details.
Not officially a lockdown here in Beijing, but the city is noticeably quieter. Schools are closed, parks, theaters, most shopping malls are closed. Some public transit routes have been suspended and dozens of subway stations have been closed off, all to contain what's roughly 900 cases since the 22nd of April. There's also this mass testing campaign. In some areas, it's daily. I've had 14 COVID tests in the last 15 days. And when even a single case is detected in a neighborhood, that whole neighborhood is sealed off and people living in it are placed under quarantine. That's zero COVID, the strategy that China has adhered to since the beginning of the pandemic, but one that's sparking a lot of debate over whether it's feasible against the Omicron variant. In Shanghai, it's now in a 6th week of lockdown that has crippled the city and daily life there. Millions are still unable to leave their homes, and now deliveries are being ceased in some areas, meaning people are relying solely on food handouts from the government. It's why there is this debate over whether zero COVID is sustainable. The World Health Organization's Director General called on China to rethink the zero COVID strategy. And from a financial standpoint, a securities firm estimates it's costing over $3 billion a month just for testing a fraction of the population. But China's government says it's sticking with zero COVID. And when the daily testing ends, people will still be required to show a negative COVID test from the previous 48 hours to do anything, to go into a public building, a park, or to get onto the metro. They're building new testing booths so people don't have to walk more than 15 minutes to get tested, suggesting they're not going to ease the zero COVID rules anytime soon.
The Trump factor put to the test in two key GOP primaries. Still ahead, what all this could mean for the high-stakes midterm elections. Don't go anywhere.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Making news right now, a U.S. Army soldier is dead after being brutally attacked by a bear. Military officials say the soldier was part of a small group doing a training exercise at a landfill near Anchorage, Alaska, and that's when the bear attacked him just yesterday. The soldier's name has not been released, and Alaska wildlife troopers are searching for that bear. Meanwhile, New York police officers are looking for a serial tire slasher. Owners of nearly 4 dozen vehicles found their tires were slashed yesterday, and in some cases, entire blocks of vehicles were hit. Police say some of the victims didn't even realize what had happened until they read a note left on their car by officers. It's the end of an era for Apple tech giant in ending its production of its iconic iPod. That's after nearly 22 years. That might make you feel a little old. Yeah, you were holding that thing 22 years ago. The iPod Touch will still be available to buy online and at Apple Store locations while supplies last. Bottom of the hour now, and here are the latest headlines on the war in Ukraine. A dire warning from Mariupol's mayor today. He says that more than 10,000 people could die by the end of the year in Mariupol, calling the city's humanitarian situation catastrophic. Ukraine's President Zelensky says his country's military is making gains in the northeast Kharkiv region, claiming to have pushed Russian troops further and further out of 4 villages there. Zelensky also tweeting his thanks to the U.S. House for their approval of nearly $40 billion of new military and humanitarian aid. The measure now heads to the Senate. We begin our coverage this half hour with NBC's Jay Gray in Lviv, Ukraine.
Well, look, heavy shelling continues to the east and portions of the south. Clearly, Russian troops trying to seize control of the coastline of Ukraine, and to this point occupying a large portion of that area. Odessa taking a beating right now. Continued missile attacks that are affecting not only strategic spots in that region, but citizens' areas as well. There's a different story around the city of Kharkiv, the second largest city here in Ukraine. We know that Ukrainian fighters have managed to push back Russian tactical units to the point where they've become relatively ineffective. There is still tense fighting there, but they've reclaimed some of the land in the towns and villages surrounding that city that was once occupied by Russian troops. One other note, a major pipeline that runs from Russia through Ukraine carrying natural gas into Europe is being shut down, according to Ukraine officials, because some of that pipeline is in areas occupied by Russian troops or areas of heavy fighting. They say they just can't get out to maintain it, to make sure it is stable. They also say that Russian troops have tapped into the line, adding to the danger. They've offered, they say, to reroute that line. What Russian officials have said from the state-run gas company is that they have no grounds to shut this down, and rerouting it to another line is, quote, technically impossible. That's the latest from from the ground here in Ukraine. I'm Jay Gray. Back to you.
Let's go ahead and bring in Ivo Daalder, former U.S. ambassador to NATO and president of the Chicago Council on Global Affairs. Ambassador, first off, thank you for joining us. And we know that the U.S. Director of National Intelligence, Avril Haines, said just yesterday that Putin is preparing for a prolonged conflict in Ukraine. What are your thoughts on that assessment and specifically NATO's role in all of this?
Yeah, I think we are headed for a prolonged conflict. Clearly, Putin has in the past 10, 11 weeks not been able to achieve his even most basic military objectives, controlling the Donbas region, which still remains very much contested, or much of southern Ukraine, let alone, of course, controlling the government in Ukraine. The government is alive and well and mounting serious resistance. And at the same time, NATO countries are increasingly providing Ukraine, though undermanned and much smaller, the capabilities to withstand Russian military advances, and in some cases, as you reporter just mentioned, pushing the Russian forces back, including around Kharkiv, the second largest city in Ukraine. So this is going to go for a while because neither side is anywhere close to what they decide is victory.
And of course, the ripple effects of this are simply huge. I mean, UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson just announced new security deals with Sweden and with Finland today, and it's all really intended to bolster European security. But Ambassador, what are your thoughts on that? I mean, really on the backdrop of all this unfolding during the war in Ukraine?
You know, 3 or 4 weeks ago, 3 or 4 months ago, no one would have thought that Sweden or Finland was going to be interested in joining NATO. All of that changed on February 24th. That was the day that Putin decided that he would invade another country without reason, without provocation. And Finland and Sweden have decided that they need the security of NATO. So they are applying soon for NATO membership. And in the meantime, the United Kingdom, now publicly, the United States privately, and other countries are saying, we will have your back, Finland and Sweden, until that day that you, in fact, join NATO.
When it comes to those discussions that are sort of having privately versus publicly, you know, a lot of people don't have a lot of faith that a diplomatic solution at this point could be reached, at least as Haines said, in the near term. What do you think? I mean, is a diplomatic solution, in your opinion, still possible?
Well, at some point, we will come to having to have both sides sit at the negotiating table and find a way to halt the war. But not every war ends necessarily with an immediate negotiation. The situation needs to be ripe for negotiations, and it isn't, because Putin has not achieved what he needs to achieve and can justify the very massive costs that the Russians have taken militarily in terms of deaths and casualties, economically because of the sanctions. And at the same time, the Ukrainians have made very clear that they're not going to settle for anything less than Russian troops out of Ukraine. So until the military situation evolves in such a way, is so stalemated for so long that either or both sides decide it's time for a negotiation, I think this war is going to unfortunately be continuing.
All right, Ivo Daalder for us there. Thank you so much, Ambassador, for joining us. We appreciate it.
My pleasure.
And let's talk politics here at home, because voters hit the polls in 2 states on Tuesday. And now those races are really shedding light on former President Trump's influence over the Republican Party as he weighs another run for the White House. In Nebraska, Jim Pillen won the Republican primary for governor, defeating Trump-backed businessman Charles Herbster. Now, Herbster had been accused of groping multiple women, all allegations that he does deny. Then if you go down to West Virginia, 2 incumbents ran for a newly drawn congressional seat, and Representative Alex Mooney bested fellow incumbent Representative David McKinley. Mooney, however, was endorsed by Trump. There's also news out of New York, where a federal judge has pushed back the state's congressional primary to August, rejecting an effort by Democrats to keep it in June. We're going to talk to NBC News senior digital reporter Jane Tim about that in just a moment. But let's go and begin with NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard, who's live for us in West Virginia. Vaughn, I love to see that nice bridge there behind you. Former President Trump won West Virginia by close to 40 points. Tell us, though, how significant was his influence here? I mean, in this race, which was interesting because you had these 2 incumbent GOP congressmen. What happened?
Right. I mean, I think the context here is important, for folks. Why do we care about this one primary, this one congressional district here? And it's largely because after redistricting, West Virginia went from 3 districts down to 2 districts, and Donald Trump picked one of the 2 Republicans who were both living in this new district on who he'd endorse, and that was Alex Mooney. And you see from these results, Alex Mooney won by about 19 percentage points. But McKinley was the one who actually largely represented this district in kind of its old form-fitting way here. And I think that's where Donald Trump's influence is to be talked about here. It wasn't just a few-point victory. It was a 19-point victory for Alex Mooney. Take a listen to a little bit of what Mooney told Fox News earlier today.
If you're a Republican and it's a conservative party, the voters expect you to act and vote like a conservative. Of course, this is Trump country. President Donald Trump endorsed me and was all in for me. I was surprised. I mean, it's frankly quite arrogant of a Democrat senator to think he can intervene in a Republican primary like that.
And you hear there Mooney acknowledging, the impact that the former president had on this race, but also calling out Joe Manchin, the Democrat. The Republican governor here, as well as the Democratic senator, all endorsed McKinley. A lot of party officials were behind McKinley, and yet it was Mooney that came out on top.
But let's talk about that. I mean, because, Mooney and McKinley, they both had very different records in Congress. Where exactly did they differ, Vaughn? And how did those differences factor into this race and the way that voters felt?
Right. Mooney was endorsed by Donald Trump for a very specific reason. Alex Mooney objected to the certification of the 2020 results in Congress. He objected to an independent commission investigating the January 6th insurrection. He also voted against the major piece of infrastructure legislation that was passed by Congress, which Donald Trump urged Republicans to turn down. Compare that to McKinley, who, you mentioned the bridge behind me. West Virginia comes up 50th in most infrastructure rankings. And McKinley made the case that he voted for the infrastructure package because it was necessary for West Virginia's future. But he also certified the 2020 election results, and he also voted for that independent January 6th commission, much to the chagrin of Donald Trump. I want to let you read there a little bit of McKinley's statement from last night, in which he was responding to his loss there to Alex Mooney. He said, in part, quote, "Serving the people of West Virginia has been the honor of my life. I'm proud that I've always stood up for what's right for West Virginia, even when it hurt me politically. The groundwork we have laid over the last 12 years has paved the way for a more prosperous and diverse West Virginia economy." This was just one effort of Donald Trump to oust an incumbent Republican, David McKinley, who he perceived as opposition force within the GOP today. Last night, he was successful in that mission.
All right, NBC's Vaughn Hilliard reporting live for us from West Virginia. Vaughn, thank you. A federal judge has ordered that New York's congressional primary be delayed until August. National Democrats had filed a suit to keep the primary in June to provide more time until the general election and to really use their preferred gerrymandered map. NBC News senior digital reporter Jane Tim has been following this story for us. Jane, first off, where did all this come from? I mean, why did the judge delay the primary?
Yeah, so last month, a state court tossed out the congressional maps that it was gerrymandered, and the process that created it was also violated the state constitution. And so National Democrats appealed to a federal court in hopes of kind of blocking that decision from being implemented this year, arguing that a federal court had previously set New York primary to June to make time for overseas voters to get their ballots for that general election, give them enough turnaround to participate in both elections. But the federal court said they have no reason to believe that 10 years after they initially moved that primary, that the state can't comply with this. And in August, while using a different map. And they said this appears to just be an effort to try and use this gerrymandered congressional map.
And Jane, I mean, some primaries, though, for New York are still happening next month, while the congressional primaries will then move to August. So how does all that work when you it feels like these are almost competing timelines.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a lot of work for election workers. It is important for New York voters to remember there are still some primaries on June 28th, the gubernatorial primaries, state assembly race primaries. The state legislatures could decide to put all these primaries in August and condense. It would certainly save them quite a lot of money, but they haven't done it yet. And for now, it's unclear if they will.
All right, NBC's Jane Tim for us. Jane, thank you. Well, frying the friendly skies. Coming up next, we are going to take you inside the nation's first pilot program that's actually fueling fleets of jets with cooking oil. Stay with us. You're going to want to see this one.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
Would it be easier for the airlines to manage a vaccine mandate than a mask mandate? Is there a case to be made that it's time to give Ukraine offensive weapons so they can win this war? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
That grabbing a quick bite on the go at one of the nation's busiest airports could actually help fuel your plane. Well, Dallas-Fort Worth International's airport is the first airport in the entire country to use cooking oil as jet fuel. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky got an inside look and joins us now from DFW. Morgan, I know you are a Texas boy. I feel like this is something that only Texas could have cooked up. You see what I did there? You see? You're proud of that, right?
I did. I mean, it was a tall order here, Morgan, right? But DFW Airport, in their effort to become more sustainable, really took on this project with a lot of passion. And if you actually went through DFW in the past year, you might have contributed to at least partially fueling one of their jets here, because some of them are flying on what they call sustainable aviation fuel, or SAF. And this is a product promising to rewrite the rules of the aviation game by taking your next order of French fries straight to the skies.
It's an ambitious goal at one of the busiest airports on the planet. Net zero for greenhouse emissions by 2030, as fuel prices continue to spike nationwide. And with the TSA now anticipating even more people flocking to the skies post-pandemic.
We expect this to be a busy summer.
Getting there is requiring some supersized creativity and a heavy seasoning of science.
If you're out at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport and you have a fryer in your restaurant, you're recycling oil.
And it's what they're recycling that sold McDonald's owner Chalmer McWilliams, a company called Neste, asked if they could collect used cooking oil from his store and transform it into pure jet fuel.
When it's no longer at the quality to make those great fries and we can repurpose it, why wouldn't you do that?
The initiative between Neste and DFW Airport: drain each fryer in each airport restaurant to fill up a massive tank. Each batch of oil, every order, adding up.
So if you think about it, the fuel for your next airplane ride could start right here?
It could start right here.
That's wild.
Pratik Chandok, the technical manager behind Neste's Sustainable Aviation Fuel Program, says it all comes down to chemistry.
If you look at any oil, they all have this building molecules called hydrocarbons. And we can take those atoms, we can then do some processing magic in our refineries and actually mimic the chemistry of a jet fuel.
Once the company gets the oil to a refinery, it filters out all those nuggets and fries, heats it up, then adds hydrogen.
At the end of the process, is there any difference from your fuel to existing fuel?
There's no difference. It can be, it's the same jet fuel that you are using right now.
From fryer to fleet, the conversion takes a couple months. But the company says one load alone, about 8,000 gallons worth, has been shown to reduce carbon emissions by 19 metric tons. Music to the ears of Robert Horton, who oversees the airport's environmental affairs.
Do you see this as a way to fight climate change?
Absolutely. This is one link to help us to get there. In and of itself, it's not going to accomplish everything that we need, but it's a starting point that helps to transition to what's next.
The challenge now, convincing other airports to take part. A tall order, but one they say that technology is ready for.
I just spent $3 on fries. That oil could be going into a jet going halfway across the world. It's amazing.
Yeah, it is pretty amazing. And Neste tells me that this fuel isn't just being used here at DFW. They also mentioned SFO in San Francisco, where they say this special new sustainable fuel has been able to be mixed with current jet fuel with no problems whatsoever. And in case you're wondering about the exchange rate between cooking oil to fuel, they tell me for every gallon of that used cooking oil that they gather, they can use it to convert into about 3/4 of a gallon of jet fuel. So not a bad exchange rate there. And I know what you're wondering, Morgan. When these planes fueled with this fry fuel take off, it does not actually smell like French fries.
I was wondering that. That's exactly what I was thinking. Cool. You read my mind. I will order an extra set of fries for that. All right, Morgan Chesky live from Dallas. Morgan, thanks. Well, within the past year, we have seen civilians blast off into space, and that's thanks to startups. We're talking SpaceX, and it's really now for the first time that those people blasting off may actually have a place to stay. Take a look.
The Jetsons, a futuristic cartoon, first captured the imaginations of Americans more than 60 years ago about life in space. Now, that fantasy may be closer to reality than you think. Startup Orbital Assembly's Pioneer Station is expected to begin circling Earth as soon as 2025, with its larger sister station, Voyager, poised to open just a few years later, according to the company. Unlike the International Space Station, these will be commercial habitats, what the company calls business parks, centered around offices and space tourism.
We're looking at a number of different industries, large-scale manufacturing, tourism, of course, and also just B2B services such as data processing and communications.
Giant spinning wheels in the sky for people to work and play in space with gravity. Sitting at a restaurant, enjoying the view, even playing basketball.
We're building artificial gravity space stations, which we believe are imperative to having people live for long periods of time in a healthy way on orbit.
Small by earthly real estate standards, Pioneer will hold 28 people at a time and have 14,000 cubic feet of space. But as Orbital Assembly gets ready to enlist more investors and begin signing up tenants, it's betting that this is just the beginning.
In the next few years, space and people living and working in space is going to become just as commonplace as someone going down and working at a Starbucks.
Within the past year, we've seen civilians blast off into space thanks to startups like Blue Origin and SpaceX. Well, now people in the space race will soon have a place to crash. CNBC's Morgan Brennan shows us the world's first space hotel that could open in just 3 years.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home.
Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Thousands of migrants from Cuba are risking everything to seek refuge here in the United States following soaring inflation and political turmoil back home. This is the largest, fastest wave of Cuban migration since the 1980s, which continues to have a powerful ripple effect on our history and our politics right here at home. In fact, Cubans are now outpacing Central American migrants for the very first time in recent history. By land and by sea.
We have another one just left side.
One of the largest mass migrations in American history.
Son miles los migrantes que están saliendo.
Nearly 80,000 Cubans crossing the southern border in the last 6 months, nearly 5 times higher than the same period last year. And now on track to outpace the mass Cuban exodus of 1980, known as the Mariel boat lift, that forever changed American history and U.S. politics. A journey happening again today, one we saw firsthand.
This is the second raft we've seen today?
This is the second one today.
As we embedded with the U.S. Coast Guard.
We're here just miles off the coast of Florida, and this is where the Coast Guard says they have encountered more Cubans trying to cross in the past 6 months than the last 3 years combined. What goes through your mind when you see tons of people, dozens of people inside one of these boats?
I try to have some sympathy. What kind of situation in my life would I have to be in to risk this journey, get on a makeshift vessel that looks like it was made in somebody's garage?
Which is why many are choosing a different path. Airana Hernandez crossed into the U.S. from Mexico
Por la noche cruzamos.
just 2.5 months ago.
De pie. Caminando.
While 8 months pregnant.
Y así fue. You were walking on foot, pregnant.
Her husband, Raul Prado, was on house arrest back in Cuba after being detained in anti-government protests last July.
How did you feel knowing your wife was crossing the border alone?
I was afraid.
Había mucho frío. It was cold. Caminas hasta donde hay como un río que es bien, es bajito. So you got to a river where the water was about up to your knees. Y fui atrás de eso.
You
crossed the river?
Yeah. 1 month later, they were reunited. Raul fled to Miami on a pre-pandemic visitor's visa. COVID, he says, created the perfect storm. Impossibly high prices, a shortage of basic goods, and a political environment that made him fear for his son, Bastian.
What changed for you? What is it that you didn't want your son to see?
I didn't want him to grow up in a place where his family doesn't have a voice. ¿A qué punto tiene que llegar una persona para cruzar un estrecho de 90 millas lleno de un agua llena de tiburones? Es un punto de desespero, porque no, eso no es una cosa normal.
And you're saying no one wants to have to leave Cuba. What kind of point does someone have to reach to want to cross 90 miles, to want to go through, wade through a river? You're saying you have to get to a point of desperation to make that type of decision.
Exactly. For everyone, it's going to be different. Everyone will have his breaking point.
Sí.
But when you reach that point,
hay que tomar una decisión.
That's it. So many people are leaving your country. Something is wrong in your country.
In the end, they made it. Their son, born in the United States a month ago.
¿Valió la pena? Was it worth it? Sí. Claro que sí. Sí valió la pena. ¿Cómo, a dónde va Cuba? Sí vale la pena. It was worth it. When you look back and you look at how things are going in Cuba, you know it was worth it.
All right, now some Cubans are being turned away at the border while Title 42 is in place. That's a Trump-era policy preventing many migrants from having their asylum claims heard due to the pandemic. The White House is set to end that policy later this month. But still, many Cubans are able to cross and obtain legal status because of the 1966 Cuban Adjustment Act, which lets them present at a port of entry and then obtain legal permanent residency after 1 year. As for the reasons for this most recent surge, the Cuban government continues to point to the fact that the U.S. Embassy closed in Havana 5 years ago, which has made it harder for Cubans to get immigration visas and come here legally. In March, though, the State Department did resume some consular services, but as of today, they are still processing far fewer visas than before. A stunning election victory in the Philippines means a return to power for a once disgraced family. Ferdinand Marcos Jr., now poised to become the next president 36 years after his father, the country's former dictator, was overthrown. Here's NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson.
A brutal dictator's son winning the presidential election in the Philippines by a landslide.
Let us bring Filipinos back to one another in service of our country, facing the crisis and the challenges of the future together.
Thousands gathered to celebrate the unimaginable victory, a return to power for the Marcos family after being overthrown and forced to flee the country decades earlier.
Any endeavor as large as this does not involve one person. It involves very, very many people.
Preliminary results show Ferdinand Marcos Jr. earned more than 31 million votes, twice as many as his bitter rival and the current vice president, Leni Robredo.
The Philippines is moving from one presidential administration that has been accused of being governed in a dictatorial fashion to one that could potentially be that way. It's that alliance and relationship that has left some folks quite uneasy.
This is my son, Ferdinand Marcos Jr.
Marcos Jr. was a young boy when his father became president in 1965. For 9 years in his more than 2-decade rule, Marcos Sr. declared martial law, a first in the country's history, prompted by an assassination attempt on a chief aide.
The proclamation of martial law is not a military takeover.
During this time, thousands of labor leaders, politicians, and students were arrested. News outlets shut down, and enemies of the president detained, tortured, and even murdered. The family has also been accused of siphoning billions of state dollars during their time in power, something they deny. The family is believed to have stolen between $10 to $15 billion worth of goods. 15 mink coats, hundreds of handbags, and more than 1,000 pairs of shoes are among the valuables the state has since recovered. Ousted from power during the 1986 People Power Revolution, the family fled to Hawaii, where 3 years later the elder Ferdinand died.
The documented report.
The family returned to the Philippines in the 1990s, again leveraging their political influence. Their matriarch served 4 terms in the House of Representatives, at one point mounting her own bid for the presidency. Marcos Jr.'s sister, now a senator. Meanwhile, the young boy seen in photos alongside his father all those years ago, becoming a governor, congressman, senator.
Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., having been elected to the position of Senator of the Republic of the Philippines,
and is now preparing to take hold of the highest office in the land.
What does this win tell us about the direction that the country is heading in?
I think what's really interesting to see in the years ahead is really how the Philippines positions itself in Asia as a democratic nation. But as of now, it seems as though the voters have spoken in the Philippines, and they're ready to see what a Marcos presidency is going to look like.
Breaking news on NBC News Now, the rush to help. The House passing nearly $40 billion in aid for Ukraine. How soon the money could be put to use in the fight against Russia. And tail of the tape, the escaped inmate who led police on a multi-state manhunt remains in custody. How officers tracked him down, and the new video that shows how it all happened. Relief in sight. New data shows inflation in America may finally be leveling off. What experts are now saying about what those numbers could mean for your wallet. And scare in the air. A pilot suffers a medical episode inside the cockpit. How a passenger who'd never flown before landed the plane safely. Hi there, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford on assignment in Miami. My co-anchor Erin Gilchrist is off today. We begin this hour with breaking news and a vivid picture of the toll of the war in Ukraine. The country's National Guard saying more than 500 servicemen have died in that conflict and nearly 1,700 have been wounded. This is the first time the Guard have reported losses. Also this hour, a new warning about the southern city of Mariupol, where the mayor says the humanitarian crisis has become catastrophic. that there are also no doctors or medicine, and that the city's sewer system has even failed. He says thousands more people could die by the end of the year if nothing changes. We'll head to Washington in just a moment for the latest on that $40 billion aid package. But first, let's begin with the fighting that's going on right now on the ground. NBC's Courtney Kuby is covering the Pentagon. NBC's Matt Bradley is live in Kharkiv, Ukraine. Matt, I do want to start where you are right now. Ukrainian leaders, they're talking about the gains that they've made, especially that they're making there in Kharkiv. What specifically is happening? What gains are they referring to?
Yeah, I mean, well, I don't know. You can't hear it right now, but we've just heard a little bit of rumble in the background. And that is, as always, here in Kharkiv, there's rumbling in the background, in the distance, miles and miles away, but still very much an active war zone, not far from the outskirts of the city. So what we're seeing here is an effort by the Ukrainians to take advantage of Russian weakness around this city. And this is a city that has been pummeled, especially in the north and the northeastern suburbs, for the last several months, ever since the beginning of the war, which is where we were when we started the conflict back in February 24th. And now it looks as though they really are making some progress. They have managed to retake some sort of villages and settlements in that crescent-shaped area in the northeast part of Kharkiv, and they have the momentum. It looks as though they're moving quite quickly. Now, all of that could change if the Russians decide to move up some of their assets from the south, the assets that are now collected around this city of Izium, which is a place that the Russians had hoped to kind of close the distance there and take areas just a little bit, about 2 hours drive southeast of where I am. So if they do move up and refocus to here, that could change the rapid advances that the Ukrainians have made in the past couple of days. But this is important. Remember, in Kyiv, you saw the Russians withdraw from Kyiv. Here in Kharkiv, we're seeing the Ukrainians actually beating back the Russians, taking the initiative and taking land for themselves. It's a major shift in the tone of this fight.
Matt, I'm not sure if you can still hear us there, but, you know, there are reports out of Russia about changes there. I mean, in Kherson, you know, a place that you've been closely covering. What are you hearing about those changes, especially from the Russian perspective?
Yeah, Morgan, well, I mean, Kherson is a city in the south. This was the first major sort of provincial capital that the Russians have taken, and it remains really the only major city that the Russians can claim that they have totally taken. You're probably thinking Mariupol, but Mariupol still has a pocket of resistance underneath the Azovstal steel plant. And of course, the Russians had to destroy Mariupol in order to liberate it. But Kherson is a city that they managed to take and occupy. They're acting like an occupying force. They've dismissed the mayor. They're trying to introduce the ruble. And now it looks like they're organizing some sort of sham referendum to try to give the people of Kherson a voice to decide whether or not they want to become part of Russia. This is the same situation, the same scenario that they introduced to the southern peninsula of Crimea. Back in 2014, the Russians moved in and took Crimea. They organized a referendum. And the people of Crimea, where they really do have a lot of real sympathy for Moscow, they voted in earnest to join Russia. And that is exactly what we could see in Kherson, especially since so many people there have left.
It's so interesting because for those of us who covered Crimea at that time, right? I mean, this is like sort of having whiplash. This is watching history repeat itself. And you imagine something like that happening in the United States, where someone is an occupying force, tells you you're going to use a new currency. It's something that's you almost can't even imagine. And so to hear that happening on the ground and just the human toll it has is mind-blowing. Courtney, I do want to bring you in, though, here. I mean, Russian attacks on Odessa, which we haven't really talked about yet. Those attacks have been ramping up this week. What is the Pentagon's assessment of what is happening in Odessa, because it is such a key port city?
Yeah, that's right. So there's really two schools of thought. And I should start by saying, I spoke with a senior defense official about this yesterday when there were a lot of reports that maybe Russia had fired some hypersonic missiles into Odessa. There's no evidence that that's the case. But when I spoke with him about what the potential is for the strategy here among the Russians, they said, look, we just don't really know. But there are two schools of thought. One is this could be the beginning of a real Russian effort to take Odessa. Now, that doesn't seem like the most likely option here because, number one, they're not really threatening it from either the land or from the sea. Russian ships are still very far back from the Ukrainian coast. And when you look at where the Russians would move into the city of Odessa from the land, they haven't made any forward movement. And in fact, they're getting pushed back around places like Mykolaiv. So that doesn't seem like the most likely option. What some U.S. officials are now thinking that Russians could be up to in Odessa is trying to hold the Ukrainian military there. So basically keeping them busy so that the Ukrainian military there can't move over to the Donbass area to reinforce the offensive there. That could be, it's sort of what they call, the military sometimes calls a holding function, trying to keep them busy to stop them from the main line of effort among the Russians, which is in the Donbass area. It's still not clear which of the two is the actual case here, but it is clear that the Russians have been taking more strikes from the air against the port city of Odessa, and that has people here at the Pentagon concerned. Morgan.
All right, Courtney Cubie, Matt Bradley for us. Thank you so much. The U.S. is now one step closer to approving unprecedented aid for Ukraine. Let's go ahead and bring in NBC's Sahil Kapoor. Sahil, we know that the House approved that almost $40 billion aid package for Ukraine just last night. Can you talk to us a little bit about the Senate timeline? Because this is also more money than the president actually asked for. I mean, what are some of the key earmarks here?
That's right, Morgan. Let's break this bill down a little bit. $24 billion, the bulk of it goes to economic and military assistance to the Ukrainians. About $8.5 billion goes to economic aid for Ukrainians. You see some of the key points there. $14 billion for State Department programs. There's $8.7 billion to replenish U.S. stocks of equipment that are sent to Ukraine. There's about $2 million for technical and regulatory support for Ukraine's nuclear agency. These are the kinds of things that lawmakers have been talking about for quite some time, with the goal, the explicit goal, of helping Ukrainians win this war against Russia, which is now dragged on for several months. This bill has passed the House of Representatives. It now goes to the United States Senate, which is still trying to work out a deal in terms of when and how exactly it ends up passing.
Sahil, we also have some breaking news. Of course, everyone has been watching Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia, arguably one of the most powerful people there on the Hill. He just weighed in on the abortion bill vote happening this afternoon. What is he saying?
Right. That abortion bill vote is likely to happen sometime between 2:30 and 3 p.m. today in the Senate. It will not pass. This is a bill called the Women's Health Protection Act, which would enshrine broad abortion rights protections across the United States. It does not have anywhere close to the 60 votes needed to break a Republican filibuster. There was some question about whether Joe Manchin would vote with Democrats to begin debate on this, at least to get on the bill. And now he has made clear that his position remains as it was several months ago. He will vote with Republicans to filibuster. And his beef with this bill, if you will, is that it goes too far. He is supportive, he says, of a simple codification of existing Supreme Court precedent regarding Roe versus Wade and its subsequent rulings like Casey and Planned Parenthood, but he doesn't want to go beyond that. Let's have a listen to how he described this bill.
The bill we have today to vote on, the Women's Health Protection Act, and I respect people who support, but don't make no mistake, it is not Roe v. Wade codification. It's an expansion. It wipes 500 state laws off the books. It expands abortion. And with that, that's not where we are today. We should not be dividing this country further than we're already divided. And it's really the politics of Congress that's dividing the country. It's not the people. They're telling us what they want. And it's just disappointing that we're going to be voting on a piece of legislation which I will not vote for today.
And so the vote will be 49 to 51 in the Senate. In all likelihood, the Supreme Court is expected to render that decision by the end of June. If that leaked draft is correct, it will overturn Roe versus Wade and allow legislators both at the state level and here in Congress to either protect abortion rights or to outlaw it. Next, this battle moves to the midterm elections, Morgan, because neither side currently has the votes to do much about what the Supreme Court will rule on.
So much at stake. All right, Sahil Kapoor joining us live from Capitol Hill. Sahil, thank you. Meanwhile, newly released audio from staunch Trump ally shows that what was being said away from the public on January 6th. Now, the recording is of Republican Senator Lindsey Graham speaking to New York Times national political correspondent Jonathan Martin. The senator shared what he thought would happen in the aftermath of the deadly Capitol riot. Take a listen to this.
We'll actually come out of this thing stronger. Moments like this reset.
take a while. People will calm down. People who are, I don't want to be associated with that. This is a group within a group. And what this does, there'll be a rallying effect for a while where the country says we're better than this.
And Biden will help that, right?
Yeah, totally. He'll be maybe the best person to have, right? I mean, how bad can you get it, Joe Biden?
A spokesman for Senator Graham responded to the audio saying that the senator has said that Joe Biden we see as president is not the one we saw in the Senate. He's pursued a far left agenda as president. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa joins us now. Ali, this is sort of a bombshell. I mean, how is this all sitting with Republicans on the Hill today?
Well, Morgan, understandably, most of them are staying quiet because we know how most of them felt, the people who were here on January 6th inside the Capitol and then later changed their tune. Some of their stances have also been included in this book by these two New York Times reporters. And I think it's important to note here that Senator Lindsey Graham and President Biden have been friends, not just Senate colleagues for years, but actual personal friends outside of the Capitol for years. President Biden has said that after the election, he wondered what happened with Senator Lindsey Graham and how he changed his tune. This is obviously a senator who went from calling former President Trump a xenophobe, a bigot, to then golfing with Trump at his Mar-a-Lago home. So there was definitely a shift in tone, in messaging from Senator Graham, as well as several other GOP lawmakers after January 6th. You'll remember the night of January 6th, Senator Graham took to the Senate floor and said enough is enough, that he's not on board with this anymore. 2 days later, we know that he was harassed at Reagan Airport by several Trump supporters who called him a traitor. And so there was a definite change in messaging here. But these tapes are very revealing because they're showing how instead of voters taking this initiative from lawmakers, it's the other way around here. These lawmakers, these Republican lawmakers on Capitol Hill, are really taking their cues from Trump supporters, supporters of the former president who were here on January 6th. When lawmakers realized such a large portion of Republican supporters did not care about what happened, they really went and changed their tune here. Just look at Republican lawmakers, Representatives Liz Cheney, Adam Kinzinger, and how they've been treated versus House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy or Graham or even McConnell to some extent. So this shift is becoming more and more apparent, obviously, as we approach midterms, and with every candidate that former President Trump endorses and wins in their primary elections, this is becoming more and more obvious.
This one working? There you go. Please sit down. One of the things I want to put to rest, everybody looks at me and says, have you ever been on a farm? And I remind them that what nobody knows. I come from the state of Delaware. I represented Delaware for 36 years in the United States Senate before I became vice president. Single largest industry in Delaware and the Delmarva, Delaware, Maryland, Virginia Peninsula, that peninsula that goes down, is agriculture. It's a $4 billion industry. $4 billion, that whole peninsula. And we have more chickens than there are Americans, more broilers. And so, you know, I've been very, let me put it this way. If I didn't know something about farms, I'd have been a United States Senator for 6 years, not 36 years. But every part of the country is different. Every part of the country is different. But before I go on, I want to pay a little bit of a tribute to this guy right here. I'm going to embarrass you a little bit. This is the man who happens to be the son of the owners of this farm. And this guy is doing, you know, there's an old expression, God made man, then he made a few firefighters. Not a joke. Firefighters are incredible. Who's else crazy enough to run into flames, you know? But all kidding aside, what you're doing in terms of helping conservation as well out in Wyoming is astounding. It really is. I've been to, I don't want to make you stand, I'm sorry. But the whole point of my raising this is, and we're not going to be able to talk much about it today, but conservation is also pretty darn important, and climate is pretty important. I've been to every major fire but 2 this year because FEMA is working again. We show up. We don't wait. We don't have to wonder. Governors only have to call me once. And here's the deal. More timber, more land, more buildings, more territory has been burned to the ground this year than an entire state of New Jersey, from New York all the way down to Virginia. The entire state of New Jersey. And so what this young man does and is amazing, what they do, and it relates to lack of water in most of the places. I've flown over those reservoirs that were 200 feet deep that are now 2 inches deep, literally, not figuratively. So one of these days I want to come back and talk to you all about conservation as well and the climate. But thank you for what you're doing, man. I really mean it. Thank you. Folks, I know it's hot in here, so I'm not going to talk more than an hour and a half. Look, I want to make a few, I think, are fairly important points. First of all, I want to thank Jeff for that introduction and you, Gina, for your hospitality you've extended today. I joined Congressman Robin Kelly here, the real champion for working families and farmers who represents this area, and I just do what she says. She sends a note to the White House, and I get it done. No, but she's a key player in infrastructure, getting high-speed internet, clean water to every person across this district. And I know we wanted to be here also was Dick Durbin and Tammy Duckworth, but they were going to come, but there's a vote today in the United States Senate, and they're unable to be here. They're two of the most genuine, reliable people I've ever worked with, and I've been doing this for a few days. And I want to thank Tom Vilsack. Tom and I became friends when Tom was governor in Iowa. We traveled the state. Tom has forgotten more about farming than most people will ever learn. I'm sure this room knows as much, but the idea, Tom talks about how critically important that agriculture is to the United States in every single solitary way. But the real reason I'm here is to thank American farmers. Thank farmers. You feed America. You got us through a pandemic. And you're literally the backbone of our country. It's not hyperbole. But you also feed the world. And we're seeing with Putin's war in Ukraine, you're like the backbone of freedom. You know, I was at a factory not long ago, 8 days ago, down in Alabama. And they make Javelin missiles to help the Ukrainians stave off the Russians, beat them back in their aggression. And I pointed out that the proof point that America is the arsenal of democracy, that's what they are. We always have been. We've been the arsenal of democracy. I stand here today to thank American farmers who are the breadbasket of democracy. You really are. You know, we talk about, you know, every investment banker could leave their job. If every farmer left, we'd all starve to death. You know, let's talk about what's important. All these jobs are important. But I just think about it. Right now, America's fighting on 2 fronts. At home, it's inflation and rising prices. Abroad, it's helping Ukrainians defend their democracy and feeding those who are left hungry around the world because Russian atrocities exist. And Jeff and the American farmers understand Putin's war has cut off critical sources of food. Ukraine was the world's largest producer of wheat and corn and cooking oil, but wheat the largest. For example, Ukraine says they have 20 million tons of grain in their silos right now. 20 million tons. And guess what? If those tons don't get to market, an awful lot of people in Africa are going to starve to death because they are the sole supplier of a number of African countries. Somalia, I won't go through them all. But the point is this, that because of what the Russians are doing in the Black Sea, Putin has warships, battleships, preventing the access to Ukrainian ports to get this grain out, to get this wheat out. The brutal war launched on Ukrainian soil has prevented Ukrainian farmers from planting next year's crop and next year's harvest. And they're not doing too darn well in Russia either. Russia's the second largest producer. But we're doing something about it. And our farmers are helping on both fronts, reducing the price of food at home and expanding production and feeding the world in need. You know, I just toured Jeff's beautiful family farm. 800 acres of soybeans, corn, and wheat. We talked about farmers all across America, what they're experiencing today. In addition to Putin's war in Ukraine, it's been cold and wet this spring, like it is cold today. We waited for 90-degree weather until I showed up here. But look, many farmers in the Midwest have been put behind the 8 ball because of that. But it kept them from getting into their fields and planting crops. But as Jeff just shared, American farmers always find a way. They always feel something extra, a spark of patriotism. That's not hyperbole. A spark of patriotism, a sense of never giving up, of always finding a solution. To all our farmers, I want you to know, your Congresswoman, me, your Secretary, my cabinet, we have your back. Robin has your back. She's always looking at what's going on in the agricultural world. For example, we're reducing the red tape so it's easier for farmers to conserve inputs and double crop. For folks at home who don't know what double cropping means, harvesting 2 different crops from the same field in the same year. And that's what Jeff does with wheat and soybeans, which America is the top producer of, soybeans. And wheat will be harvested around July 4th if all goes well, God willing, and the creek not rising, as my grandfather would say. But look, then you plant soybeans in the same acreage. And he'll tell you, double cropping comes with some real risks. Growing season for wheat is short, and if the weather conditions aren't ideal or aren't at least good, or there are other disruptions, then the timing of everything is thrown off. But it's a risk we need to take. That's why my administration is looking at how to extend crop insurance coverage to give financial security to farmers like Jeff who practice double cropping. Secondly, I want to also, farmers worried about rising fertilizer costs and what is the content of the fertilizer. That's why earlier this year, the U.S. Department of Agriculture announced it would invest $250 million to boost fertilizer production. Literally on the plane out here on Air Force One, I turned to Tom and I said, Tom, double that. Make it $500 million. It's so desperately needed. We can't take chances. It's critical to get this done. Now, when we leave here today, I'm heading up to Chicago. You know where Tom's going? He's heading to the airport when we get to Air Force One. He's heading to Germany, to the G7. That is all the democracies in Europe getting together and their agricultural teams getting together. North America, Europe, and Asia, they're all part of it. And to solve some really big problems. They're going to see what actions we can take to increase fertilizer supplies globally and identify how we can work together to prevent export restrictions on food and agricultural inputs and bring more global production to market, which will stabilize prices and bring more certainty for our farmers and keep people from dying of hunger. You know, this bill's in other ways as well. My administration has been working to drive down the cost to farmers, and Tom mentioned it a little bit, and prices to consumers. To reduce gas prices last month, I was in Iowa, at a biofuel processing plant, and I announced an emergency waiver to allow E15 gasoline to be sold across America during the summer. It's an extraordinary effort, but it had to be done for this summer. E15 uses more ethanol on crops grown here in Illinois and elsewhere around the country. And it can reduce the cost of a gallon of gasoline at the pump by 10 cents per gallon. Every little bit matters. I know it's a big deal, and Robin is a big supporter of this, and she's pushing it in the House as well. Only 4 big companies, by the way, control more than half the markets for beef, pork, and poultry. Without meaningful competition, our farmers and ranchers have to pay whatever the 4 big retailers say they'll pay for their chickens, their hogs, and their cattle. These big companies can use their position as middlemen to overcharge grocery stores and ultimately families. Just consider this. 50 years ago, ranchers got over 60 cents on every dollar spent to produce the beef they raise. Today, they get 39 cents. 50 years ago, hog farmers got 40 to 60 cents for each dollar the family spent raising that hog. Today, it's about 19 cents. And as the big companies made massive profits, the prices you see at the grocery stores have gone up, and the prices farmers receive has gone down. This reflects a market distorted by lack of competition. So last year, I signed one of the first executive orders I signed was that the competition, to make competition more available and level the playing field. And though through the American Rescue Plan, we're investing about $1 billion to help smaller meat processors expand their capacity, give farmers, ranchers, and consumers more options, and at better prices. Look, I'm a capitalist, but capitalism without competition is not capitalism. It's exploitation. It's exploitation. Folks, we can make sure that American agriculture exports will make up for the gap in Ukrainian supplies. In fact, during my first year in office, American agriculture exports shattered all previous records. $177 billion last year alone. I remind people, my predecessor did not come close. By traveling in our, we have to keep investing in our farmers to reduce the cost, to reduce prices to consumers, and have the most productive, most efficient farmers in the world here in the United States. We've always combined generations of know-how with cutting-edge technology to feed us and the world. And I'm going to keep fighting for family farmers like Jeff so we can do what they do best. I hope Congress is going to join me. I know Robin's going to fight like hell to have it happen, and working hard to invest in farmers like Jeff and feed America and the world. That's what we have to do. Let me close with this. Look at the family farms like this one as a reminder of the bounty, beauty, and generosity of this nation. I know this, and you're tired of hearing me say this for the last 2 years. It's never, ever, I was in the Tibetan Plateau with Xi Jinping. I've traveled with him and spent more time with him than any other world leader has in China. And he said, he was talking about why America's a diminishing power. And I said, Mr. President, it's never been a good bet to bet against the American people. No one's ever won betting against the American people. And I said, and by the way, you asked, he went on and said, can you define America for me? Just me and a translator and him and a translator, simultaneous translation. By the way, I turned all my notes over to the State Department. It matters. But, what happened was, he said, can you define America for me? And this is God's truth because it's been quoted 1,000 times now. I said, yes, one word, possibilities. We're the only nation in the world that has come out of every crisis stronger than we went in it, every single time, regardless of what it was. No other nation has done that. It's one of the reasons why in some places we're called the ugly Americans. We think we can do anything. We know we can do anything. We know. This nation leads the world. We stand up for freedom. We're the United States of America. And when we are united, there's not a damn thing we can't do. It's not hyperbole. It's a fact. As a student of history, it's a fact. There's nothing beyond our capacity when we work together. Nothing. So I'm here to say, God bless our farmers, and I mean this sincerely. God protect our firefighters, and may God protect our troops. Thank you for what you do. America owes you. They owe you big.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together.
Oh, I'm so happy.
And me. That's what it takes to set a record. So glad to see you.
Making news right now, students at a Florida high school are speaking out after learning yearbook photos showing students protesting the state's so-called Don't Say Gay bill will be covered up. School officials told students they will cover the images with stickers. They claim the images do not meet school board policy. Students say that hiding the pictures will silence their voices. Emergency crews are working to repair a major Maryland road after it collapsed just over the weekend. What started out as a small sinkhole has now turned into a massive crater. Well, today, water is finally restored after the collapse took out a water line, leaving nearby houses and businesses dry for days. And now this heartwarming moment. Check this out. When a young boy reunites with his big brother after 3 years apart. Oh, look at the hug. Look at the tears. That's third grader Brandon Ballard. He was all smiles when his brother Isaac, a Marine, surprised him at his Texas elementary school. Isaac has been stationed in Japan with the pandemic delaying his return home. Brandon was just in kindergarten the last time they saw each other. Bottom of the hour now, and here are the latest headlines on the war in Ukraine. Russia launching even more attacks on the battered city of Mariupol. A local official says that Russian forces have now sent tanks and soldiers to try to break through the last pocket of resistance at that city's steel plant. In the northeast, Ukrainian officials say its forces have recaptured villages around the country's second largest city, Kharkiv. And Ukraine's president is praising the U.S. House for its approval of nearly $40 billion in new military and humanitarian aid. The Senate now set to take up that measure. We begin our coverage this half hour with NBC's Erin McLaughlin in Kyiv.
Well, this morning we're learning more about the horrors that have unfolded in the devastated port city of Mariupol, where Ukrainian fighters are still holed up inside of a besieged steel plant. We were speaking to a soldier inside of the plant who managed to capture haunting images of the makeshift hospital that is inside the plant. He said the situation is desperate, that Russian soldiers are in control of a portion of the plant. Meanwhile, we've been speaking to one woman who said she fled Mariupol with her daughter-in-law. She said that both her husband as well as her son were killed by sniper fire. She said they had no choice but to leave, but to first had to pass through a Russian filtration camp and was deported essentially to Russia before she managed to make her way to Western Europe. She described for me her reaction when she arrived in Russian territory, given everything that she'd been through. What did it feel like to arrive in Russia, given everything they did to your family?
I could not even look at them because every one of them is guilty for what happened, even civilians for their silence.
This morning, the mayor of Mariupol warned that 10,000 more civilians could die by the end of the year, given the catastrophic humanitarian situation that is playing out inside of the city itself. He warned that while civilians are trying to flee, some are actually returning to the devastated city because of those filtration camps, not allowing them to cross into Ukrainian-controlled territory. He said the entire city needs to be evacuated. Erin McLaughlin, NBC News, Kyiv, Ukraine.
Also from Kyiv, we have Igor Kosov now, a journalist with the Kyiv Independent. Igor, I want to thank you first for making time to be with us this afternoon. And I understand that you recently spent some time in eastern Ukraine. Can you sort of give us a sense of what you saw there, what people are really facing on the ground right now?
That's right. I went to Kharkiv for a couple of days, and Ukraine is, in fact, recapturing villages around Kharkiv. We saw one of them that was recaptured earlier. We are seeing that Kharkiv is still in range of artillery, and people have harrowing stories about destruction they sometimes endured while Russia was occupying. I was also in Kramatorsk, and pretty much similar story, random destruction, depopulation. There's medical care is very low, and the hospital is overwhelmed, while battles go on very, very close by.
And we also know that sort of the U.S. Director of National Intelligence said yesterday that America thinks that Putin is preparing for a prolonged conflict and that he intends to achieve goals beyond the Donbas region. What do you think that means for Ukraine's approach to the fight right now?
I think that Ukraine is prepared for this precise scenario, and I think it's proceeding fighting as if that is the case. Everyone I talk to is pretty convinced that this is a long-term conflict, although they can't predict exactly how long. And as long as the equipment keeps flowing from the West, as it is now, I think there is real confidence in victory.
We've been talking a lot about the House passing this $40 billion in aid to Ukraine. Do you think, from someone who's there on the ground, who is living this and reporting on this, do you think that money is enough?
I can't say whether that money is enough right now. I can say it's great, and I've already seen weapons from the West in the field working, and they are making a difference. Whether that precise number is enough, time will tell. I will have to see.
All right, Igor Kosov, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Sure.
Here at home, voters in Pennsylvania are now just days away from casting their ballots in one of the most watched primaries in the country. The battleground state is filling one of its 2 Senate seats as Democrats look to bring blue-collar voters back under their umbrella. NBC News Washington correspondent Michelle Sindor spoke with one Pennsylvania mayor who has some of the ideas of their own. But let's go to begin with NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns, who spoke exclusively with Democratic Senate candidate John Fetterman. Dasha, I know that you spoke at length with Lieutenant Governor Fetterman. How is he really trying to set himself apart politically in these really critical last few days?
Yeah, Morgan, we were able to exclusively sit down with Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman and his wife Giselle at their home in Braddock, Pennsylvania, which actually was once a car dealership that they renovated, turned into a home, and they lived there instead of in the Lieutenant Governor's mansion. That's just one part of the sort of Fetterman brand. He seems to be setting himself apart as a not your typical Democrat type of Democrat. You know, when you watch him on the campaign trail, when you talk to him, when you talk to voters about him, you really get the sense that he's trying to do something different. Look, he campaigns in a uniform of a hoodie and gym shorts. He is trying to win back some of those union voters, those working class voters, many of whom turned to Trump in 2016 and 2020. And he is carving out a brand all his own in the Democratic Party, and he is running away with this. He is by far the front runner at more than 50%, according to recent polling. And when you talk to him about some of the labels that folks try to put on him, here's just a little bit of what he says about that.
Are you a progressive?
No, I'm just a Democrat that has always run on what I believe and know to be true. And 6 years ago, that was considered progressive. But now there isn't a single Democrat in this race or any race that I'm aware of that's running on anything different. If you are a Joe Manchin Democrat, then I will disappoint you if I make it to Washington, D.C. Because I believe our party needs to agree on a core set of values, come together, and get some things done.
And Morgan, he had some choice words for his fellow Democrats in Washington as well, saying that they're squandering a real opportunity to pass legislation on issues like minimum wage, on abortion rights, on voting rights, all things that he hopes to make an impact on if he does indeed get the chance to go to Washington himself, Morgan.
And Dasha, just briefly here, we know that recent elections have shown that more blue-collar Democrats are sort of migrating to the Republican Party. We just heard him mention the need to agree on a set of core values. Briefly, why does Fetterman think that's the case?
Well, look, we've been to a lot of those counties in Pennsylvania, Morgan, places that used to be Democratic strongholds, but turned deep red in 2016 and remained that way in 2020. And you've seen, you know, a lot of the economy, a lot of population, a lot of that stuff drain out of those parts of the state. And those are the very places that Fetterman has been spending a lot of time in, talking to those very voters. Here's some of what he told us.
It's not that you can blame them necessarily. It's like this idea that if you feel left behind, or you feel that you've been ignored, or the party has moved on to something different or better in their minds, like, well, what's wrong with us? And if there's one side that's doing more of the talking and the outreach, it's easy to get sucked into that.
And Morgan, at some of these events, we have met some voters who went for Trump, but are curious about Fetterman. Many people, as you know, in this race have not made up their minds yet, but he is getting some people to open their minds a little bit, Morgan.
All right, Dasha Burns, thanks so much. I want to go ahead to NBC News Washington correspondent Michelle Sindor, who's live right now in Philadelphia. Mish, I know that you spent the day with the mayor of a labor-heavy city there in the western part of Pennsylvania. How does he think the Democrats can win back the rural voters who've sort of migrated, as we were talking about earlier, to the GOP?
Well, the mayor of Aliquippa, who is the first black man to hold that position, he's had it for about a dozen years, tells me that Democrats need to get back to their roots. They need to get back to talking about pocketbook issues that impact people, including health care, including the economy, including the retirement benefits that people hope to get when they're, of course, wrapping up their careers. Here's a little bit more of what the mayor told me about sort of what Democrats need to be thinking about.
There's 72,000 Democrats, but with Reagan, they call it Reaganomics light blue. I mean, you know, like that light blue where they'll vote, Republican just based on a message. So I think the message just has to be claimed. But again, I go back to the statement of people are tired of talking. So they want action. They want somebody that's going to get out there and fight for them. How are you going to do that? Even out in our basic, because some people vote against their own interests, but maybe that interest has not been brought to their attention.
And what he's saying there is that Democrats basically need to have boots on the ground and visit towns like his to be able to show to people exactly why they should be kept in power and why they should get even more power, Morgan.
But it's also not just showing people, it's showing all people. So how does Mayor Walker sort of think that urban progressives can connect with these rural union workers and really unite together under one umbrella?
He told me that the way to bridge urban voters and rural voters and union voters is to remind people that it was the birthplace of the unions, that Democrats were the ones that were behind the unions. Aliquippa in particular, he said, was the site of where the Wagner Act was signed. And it was the site of this 1935 act that said that companies had to bargain with unions. So he said unions are in our blood here in an urban setting, and that people need to be reminded that the Democratic Party in particular, he believes, has their backs, has what they want to really make sure that they really understand that people in the towns will be their voices will be represented by people in the Democratic Party. So the mayor felt a little frustrated by the fact that there are all these different candidates running for the same positions, but he also said that Democrats need to frankly get their messaging on par.
All right, NBC's Yamiche Alcindor. Yamiche, always a pleasure to see you. Thank you so much. And coming up, new data shows drug overdose deaths reached an all-time high in the U.S. Coming up next, how advocates are now hoping to save lives using these test strips. Stay with us.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Would it be easier for the airlines to manage a vaccine mandate than a mask mandate? Is there a case to be made that it's time to give Ukraine offensive weapons so they can win this war? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Fentanyl, a drug that was originally intended and prescribed to treat severe pain, is now popping up among street drugs, contributing to more than 3/4 of overdose deaths in young people. But now there's a push to combat those overdoses, and advocates are promoting the use of test strips that aim to check for fentanyl before the drugs are ever even ingested. NBC News senior national correspondent Kate Snow joins us now. Hi there, Kate. Tell us a little bit more.
Hi, Morgan. So actually, there's some news out just today. The CDC releasing some provisional data that shows that the number of overdoses in this country is up again. More than 107,000 people overdosed and died in 2021. That's up 15% from the year before. Now, it's not as big as an increase as we saw between 2019 and 2020. So that's some good news, but still, those numbers are very disturbing. And most of those overdose deaths included fentanyl. That's why some college kids are trying to do something about it.
On a recent Friday in LA, students from USC were handing out free kits used to test drugs for the presence of deadly fentanyl.
One line means there's fentanyl present, which means you don't take the drug.
Their harm reduction group is called TACO, Team Awareness Combating Overdose. Madeline Hilliard founded TACO in 2020, following a year when a dozen USC students died of an overdose. She and co-founder Jack Elliott were neuroscience majors and saw a need to educate.
Our goal is to remove any and all barriers so that you have absolutely no reason not to be testing your drugs.
They've handed out 10,000 free test strips at campuses across California and now shipped to schools around the country. Students can also use an app to have strips delivered within 10 minutes for 1 cent plus delivery.
Fentanyl is a big deal because you can take it accidentally. There could be a couple grains of sand size amount of fentanyl in your drug, and that can kill you.
Of the nearly 100,000 overdose deaths between June 2020 and June 2021, 64% were fentanyl related. For people 15 to 24 years old, 78% of deaths involved fentanyl.
You want to grab the tip of the strip.
We went to NJ Labs to better understand how the test strips work. In the real world, someone testing a pill or powder would dissolve a tiny portion in water. Similar to a home pregnancy or COVID test, we watch for lines.
There's only one line.
One line means there's fentanyl.
There's fentanyl in that product, in that solution.
That means throw the drug away.
Do you think these tests are fairly accurate?
They're fairly accurate and sensitive enough to test very trace low levels of fentanyl.
Some states consider the test strips drug paraphernalia and make distributing them illegal. Critics worry they encourage people to use drugs.
They were going to use drugs whether we gave them the test strips or not. The difference is now with the test strips, if they find fentanyl in it, that means that they are going to wake up tomorrow.
If I'm going to use drugs, I'm going to test it.
This 21-year-old college student requested anonymity to speak openly. At a party, she and her best friends went to the bathroom to test a bag of cocaine some were planning to use. When the strip showed positive, they sat in stunned silence.
If you hadn't known some of your friends were about to do it, what do you think might have happened?
One of them could have at least died, if not all of them. So it was super jarring to think that they could have died. And these are people that I spend every day with. It would have changed everything about how I live right now and I imagine going forward.
TACO's goal is to create positive peer pressure. If you're going to use a drug, test it first.
Give them to friends, family, whoever.
Hoping that small step saves lives.
All right, so Kate, there's also the element of intention. What if someone does not test their substance and then unknowingly ingests fentanyl? Is there anything at all that can be done to save them?
Yeah, in a word, Narcan. If you've heard of Narcan, it's the antidote to an overdose. It's a reversal drug that can save someone if they are overdosing. So that's really the only solution. And a lot of these harm reduction advocates are also pushing to have Narcan everywhere to make sure that parents have access to it, that schools, teachers, classrooms have access to Narcan. The other thing I would say, Morgan, is, some people actually seek out fentanyl, and it is incredibly, incredibly dangerous. The only safe drug is one that you're prescribed by a doctor and you get from a pharmacy and you know what's in it. Morgan.
All right, NBC's Kate Snow. Kate, as always, thank you so much. An important story. Millions of American workers are now coming to grips with the reality that they are going back to work in an office with other people. But that's not the case for everybody. In fact, some companies are now allowing their staff to work remotely permanently. Among them, Airbnb. The travel site is also overhauling its website to make it easier for people to find places to stay that are in fact conducive to working at home. NBC News senior business analyst Stephanie Ruhle sat down with Airbnb's CEO for an exclusive interview. Stephanie, this, question over going back to the office, working remotely, it's been on the top of everyone's mind, at the heart of every dinner table conversation. What is driving Airbnb to sort of make this decision? What's the CEO saying?
The reason I was excited to talk to Brian Chesky, Morgan, is the position Airbnb has been in over the last few years. Remember, when COVID hit, that business, travel business, got decimated. They had to lay off a third of their staff. But they then came back quickly because, as so many of us who live in cities during lockdown moved out, went to more rural areas, suburban areas, they saw that trend coming. Now here we are with COVID starting to move behind us and us readying to get back to work. Airbnb says they're seeing this next trend, and it's about working from home. Watch this.
My prediction is this is where the world's going to be 10 years from now. And all the CEOs hauling their employees back to the office, that's their prerogative. But here's what I would say. The companies with the best talent will usually win. And if you are limiting your talent to a commuting radius, you're not going to have the best people because the best people will live everywhere.
Since they announced this move, they got 1 million hits on their website, their hiring website, and it's a company that only employs about 6,000 people.
I mean, but Stephanie, does Chesky sort of believe that this embrace of remote work is going to sort of catch on and spread to other companies?
Well, he kind of has an okay boomer attitude about it, and he's saying, yep, those big old stodgy companies who can only see business in one way, they can't embrace it. But the future, we can. Watch this.
A lot of people are looking at the big old companies to establish, well, what are they doing? I like to look at the young companies because if you want to predict the future, you look at the next generation. And 20 years ago, tech companies popularized open floor plans. They popularized like on-site perks. And then what happened? Older companies eventually started looking like younger companies because they want to compete for that talent. Young companies are embracing remote work. They're embracing flexibility. This is where the world's going. If a company chooses not to embrace it, that's fine. But this is where the world's going to be 10 years from now.
Now, he's not saying everybody works from home, never turns their cameras on. It's really a hybrid. Some people, certain roles will go into an office, but also there's going to be a lot of off-sites, a lot of team building about once a month. So it's more you spend a week with your team face-to-face, then you head back to your own destinations to grind it out and get the job done. That's their plan, and we'll see how it goes. But I can tell you their employees are pretty psyched.
Yeah, I can only imagine. All right, Stephanie Ruhle for Stephanie, thanks so much. And you can hear more of Stephanie's interview with Brian Chesky on the 11th hour with Stephanie Ruhle tonight at 11 p.m. Eastern on MSNBC. You won't want to miss it. Assassinated in cold blood. That's what Al Jazeera is saying about the death of a Palestinian-American journalist. Just after the break, how that network is now seeking justice.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
A Palestinian-American reporter was killed in the West Bank during an Israeli raid. The victim has been identified as Shireen Abu Khaled, a veteran Al Jazeera journalist who was shot while wearing her press jacket. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now live from the West Bank. Raf, first just break down for us, what do we definitively know, and what are Al Jazeera and the Israeli military saying?
Morgan, here's what we know for sure. This veteran journalist was killed in the early hours of this morning during an Israeli raid in Jenin in the occupied northern West Bank. We know, as you said, that she was wearing her blue press jacket, very clearly marking her as a journalist covering what was going on there. Al Jazeera says she was killed in cold blood by Israeli troops during that raid. They are citing eyewitness reports by their own crew who was there with her at the time she was shot. Another member of her crew, a producer, was shot in the back. He was wounded, but he is going to survive. Now, the Israeli Prime Minister said earlier today that it, quote, appears likely that she was in fact killed by Palestinian gunmen, not by Israeli troops. The evidence he gave for that was a video in which two Palestinian gunmen can be heard saying that they think that they shot an Israeli soldier. Now, no Israeli soldiers were shot during this raid. The Israeli government is suggesting they may have accidentally shot this journalist and thought that they had hit an Israeli soldier. But Morgan, I got to tell you, nothing in that video that the Israeli government has been circulating definitively suggests that she was indeed killed by Palestinian gunmen. Morgan?
And can you tell us, though, Raf, just a little bit more about this journalist in particular, and will there be an investigation into what happened?
Yeah, Morgan, Shireen Abu Akleh, not a household name in the United States, but almost universally known here in the Middle East. She was the woman who delivered the news from the occupied West Bank for families all across the Arab world. She was an American citizen, the U.S. Embassy confirming that earlier today. And the U.S. is now demanding an immediate and transparent investigation into what happens with her death. The Israeli military says they will carry out that investigation. But Morgan, I got to tell you, Palestinians here say they don't have a lot of confidence that the Israeli military will investigate itself and hold itself accountable if necessary. Morgan?
Just such a sad story. Raf Sanchez for us there from the West Bank. Raf, thank you. A woman accused of getting an abortion sentenced to 30 years in prison in El Salvador, and the Great Barrier Reef is in danger. Vicky Nguyen, take us around the world in 60 seconds.
Sri Lanka, where troops have been sent into the capital of Colombo after days of violent economic protests. The former prime minister of Sri Lanka stepped down earlier this week. Protesters are blaming him for the nation's economic meltdown. Authorities have moved the former prime minister to a naval base for his safety. El Salvador, where a court has sentenced a woman to 30 years in prison for getting an abortion. She was charged with aggravated homicide. El Salvador has a total ban on abortion. In the last 20 years, nearly 180 women have been prosecuted. And Australia, where 91% of the coral studied in the Great Barrier Reef has been bleached by global warming.
This is heartbreaking. This is deeply troubling. It shows that our barrier reef really is in very serious trouble indeed. We've seen very widespread bleaching.
Coral bleaching happens when water temperatures rise. It can lead to coral dying, which can wipe out entire ecosystems, killing or displacing wildlife. And that's the world now.
Thank you so much for being with us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford, and your news continues right now.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You are watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. On the record, a Senate vote to protect Roe v. Wade, all but guaranteed to fail. So what's next for abortion access now that we know where each senator stands? Inflation, inflation, inflation. Still above 8% for April, but coming off March's high. So how come your food, gas, and housing costs don't feel like they're coming down at all? We'll take a look. And life imitating art, how hit streaming shows are boosting TV tourism in the City of Light. We start today on Capitol Hill, where the U.S. Senate is just about to vote on a bill that would codify Roe v. Wade at the federal level ahead of a Supreme Court ruling. NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor joining me now. So, Sahil, we're not expecting this bill to pass, but Senate Majority Leader Schumer wanted to get the Senate on record. Tell us more there.
That's right, Allison. The Senate is going to vote in just moments, starting in just moments, on a major piece of legislation that would codify and protect abortion rights across the country in anticipation of that big Supreme Court decision, a draft of which was leaked and appears as if the Supreme Court will fully overturn Roe versus Wade. This bill is not going to pass. It has 49 votes in the Senate, doesn't have a majority, certainly doesn't have anywhere close to the 60 votes to defeat a filibuster. Senator Chuck Schumer, the Democratic Majority Leader, describing this as one of the most consequential votes the Senate will take in decades about protecting, in his view, a woman's right to choose and control over her body. Let's have a listen to what Schumer had to say.
Before the day is over, every member of this body will make a choice. Vote to protect the fundamental rights of women across the country, or stand with 5 conservative justices ready to destroy these rights in one felled swoop.
And after this failed vote, the battle is likely to move into the political arena with the 2022 midterms coming up. Democratic candidates and strategists are increasingly making the argument that this is now going to be up to legislators. If people want abortion to remain legal, then they would need to vote Democrat this fall.
All right, so let's talk more about what the Republicans are saying about this bill, Sahil.
Yeah, so Republicans, interestingly, are focusing on the fact that the extent of the Democrats' position goes beyond what many Americans want. Most Americans do want abortion to be generally legal, mostly or entirely legal, but only a fraction of them, about a fifth of the country, says it should be legal in all circumstances. Republicans are highlighting the fact that most Americans believe in some restrictions on abortion, particularly in late-term cases, third trimester cases, and they are arguing that Democrats are the ones who are out of step with the country. Let's have a listen to what McConnell, the Senate Minority Leader, said about that.
It ignores modern science. It is tone deaf to public opinion. Nothing about their bill merely codifies the current case law on this issue. Their extreme proposal goes way beyond codifying the status quo.
In other words, you see McConnell there saying this bill does way too much, and Republicans, for their part, don't want to focus on the issue of abortion in the 2022 midterms. On balance, it's likely to break the way of Democrats. They would rather focus on issues where President Biden is weak on his approval numbers, particularly the economy, inflation, crime, and immigration.
So you're also keeping an eye on a few key senators on both sides of the aisle. Just remind our viewers who you're watching out for and what they're saying about abortion rights today.
Yeah, a few senators are a little bit in the middle of this issue. They don't entirely agree with their party. The first, of course, is Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia, the only Democrat who is not supporting this bill. He spoke to reporters earlier today and said he would support a narrow codification of Roe versus Wade Supreme Court jurisprudence in this area, but he believes that the current bill, the Women's Health Protection Act, goes beyond that. Let's play what he said.
The bill we have today to vote on, the Women's Health Protection Act, and I respect people who support, but don't make no mistake, it is not Roe v. Wade codification. It's an expansion. But I would vote for a Roe v. Wade codification if it was today. I was hopeful for that, but I found out yesterday in caucus that wasn't going to be.
And then on the Republican side, you have 2 senators who consider themselves supportive of abortion rights. That is Susan Collins of Maine, Lisa Murkowski of Alaska. They have introduced a limited bill that would codify some of the current protections under Roe versus Wade and Casey versus Planned Parenthood, with some significant exceptions, particularly for religious liberty, for moral conscience exemptions. Reproductive rights advocates groups say these are massive gaping loopholes that would not ultimately protect the right to an abortion. But let's play what Susan Collins had to say about her views here.
Sahil, I actually think it's a graphic. I'm sorry, we didn't mean to trick you there.
A graphic. No. It's a written statement. She said, after today's vote fails, I plan to continue working with my colleagues on legislation to maintain, not expand or restrict the current legal framework for abortion rights in this country. Bottom line, Allison, what this boils down to is Collins, Murkowski, and Manchin will vote with the rest of the Republican Party to filibuster this bill. It does not have a chance of passing, but the political fight over this and the battle in states is just beginning.
Sahil, thank you so much for the preview of that vote that's set to happen any minute now there on the Hill. Appreciate it. Overseas, Ukrainian troops are launching a counteroffensive against Russian forces, retaking some territory in the northeastern part of the country. That's according to President Zelensky. We've got team coverage of the conflict. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley's in Kharkiv, Ukraine, and NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby's also here with us. Matt, we're going to start with you. Zelensky providing some more details about the fighting near Kharkiv. What is he saying?
Yeah, well, one of those things is that they're taking lots of land to the northeast of where I am. This was a crescent-shaped area around Kharkiv, which was, or really still is, the second largest city in Ukraine. And I spent a lot of time here before the fighting started. And Zelensky has said that the Russians are being pushed back by Ukrainian forces. And this is after a massive bombardment by the Russians on the city. One of the things that we're starting to see here is the tide shifting in this fight. And we're starting to see that here in Kharkiv, where, unlike with Kyiv, where the Russian forces simply retreated, they're starting to do that here, but it's the Ukrainians fighting back against them and actually recovering land that's lost. And now it looks like the momentum is shifting in favor of the Ukrainians, thanks in large part to a lot of those American and other Western countries who are shifting weapons into this country, providing really high-tech materiel for the Ukrainian military. Now we're starting to hear sounds from the Ukrainian government and top Ukrainian officials that they can take land that the Russians or pro-Russian separatists had before the start of this latest fighting back on February 24th. Here's President Zelensky in his own words.
The armed forces of our state have provided good news from the Kharkiv region to all of us. The occupiers are gradually being pushed out of Kharkiv. I am grateful to all our defenders who are holding the line and showing truly superhuman strength to drive out the army of invaders. Once the second strongest army in the world.
So I got to tell you, though, at the same time, Allison, at the same time, we've been standing here and we can still hear bombardments. We can still hear shelling and explosions, but it is very much in the distance.
Matt, you also visited an underground metro station where civilians are sheltering. What did you see? What did you experience there?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that's really heartbreaking there, and I got to tell you, it's not that things here are super safe. I mean, they are on some level relative to a lot of other places in Ukraine, but it's that a lot of life is starting to lurch back to life here in Kharkiv. This was a city that was surrounded and it was really severely bombarded for weeks, months on end. But there were people who were sheltering underground in metro stations throughout that entire time. Now a lot of people have left and they are starting to return to their daily business. But one of the really poignant, tragic things that we saw in this subway station just today were people who had been living underground for 11 weeks since this whole thing started. And they haven't really left except for 1 or 2 times. And they still haven't left. And we told them, if you go upstairs, we just came from, the surface. If you go, you'll see that it's relatively safe. It's more comfortable and it's actually quite safe for you. You can leave. But they were so traumatized and so terrified that they wouldn't surface. They wouldn't leave the train station. Here's what one of them told us.
So people didn't expect that it would take so much time. They used to think that it would finish in a couple of days, but it didn't finish. The shelling was hard. The sounds, they give this fear, and now this fear becomes trauma.
So again, Allison, I have to tell you, I said this with confidence to this woman, you can leave, you can go out. But as I'm saying this, as I'm speaking with you, I'm still hearing bombs in the distance. So, we are getting around. We had dinner tonight. We're doing our normal thing. But it is terrifying on some level because you still hear bombardments. So I can understand why these people still carry this horror in their hearts and don't want to leave the relative safety of these train stations.
Courtney, over to you in Washington. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin's meeting with his British counterpart, Ben Wallace, today. Could you tell us more about those talks?
So it's mainly about Ukraine. I mean, that seems to be what's overwhelming the agenda at this point. There's a couple other issues, obviously. The ongoing concern about North Korea. Are they going to potentially test another nuclear weapon in the coming weeks? That's something that will obviously have a small part of the agenda, but it's mainly Ukraine. And on Ukraine, the two major subjects that we're hearing the most from, as Ben Wallace, the British Defense Secretary, is sort of making the rounds in Washington this week, is the ongoing issue of getting more assistance to the Ukraine. And that's not just weapons, but now they're also talking more about humanitarian support, economic support, even some support in rebuilding some of these areas that are so hard hit from this invasion. But in addition to that, there's also ongoing talk about the future for Ukraine. So discussions about how long Russia may potentially be in that country, where they may go next. Everyone is sort of trying to figure out what's happening with not only this part of the offensive that's been focused really on the Donbass, but what's also happening down in Odessa. And even after these parts, these new offensives or ongoing offensives may be over, what is Russia's longer term motivation? So that will be another major focus of the discussions today at the Pentagon.
Matt, Mariupol's mayor warning that more than 10,000 people there could die by the end of this year. That is such a scary thought. What is the latest on the fighting there? What can you tell us?
Yeah, I mean, that was surprising to me because we'd already heard that 21,000 people had already died in Mariupol. And we heard this from officials from the mayor to, I believe, President Zelensky. So, you know, the idea that 10,000 more could be dead by the end of the year, that almost seems like an improvement considering how things have gone in just the past 11 weeks. This is a city that has really been the anvil of the Russian invasion. They have seen the worst of Russian cruelty more than any other city in this country. So the idea that the death and the bloodletting is not going to let up for another several months isn't surprising, as horrific as it may sound. Now, the issue is that, you know, the battle is largely done. The Russians have already claimed victory over the city. It's only the Azovstal steelworks that still have supposedly 100 civilians left. And this was a surprise because we heard from various Ukrainian officials that all of the civilians had finally left Azovstal. Turns out now, in the last couple of days, that might not be the case. There might still be some civilians left. But these experiments in creating humanitarian corridors and getting people out, they have been abortive. They've worked sometimes, and other times they've been shelled by the Russians. So it's hard to understand how civilians will get out now after a 3-day ceasefire that was sustained at the end of last week got what was thought to be the remaining people out. Now, if there's still people inside, it really seems like it's going to take a massive, extraordinary extra effort to get them out. And then there are still calls for others to get the soldiers out. These are soldiers who are actively fighting against the Russians. They are not civilians. To get them out would be tantamount to surrendering to the Russians. And we still see a movement in that country to try to extract the Russian soldiers and bring them into, the Ukrainian soldiers and bring them into Kyiv-controlled Ukrainian territory. That strikes me as very unlikely, considering that they are militants engaged in a war. They are uniformed troops. But still, there is a major effort to try to get those people out. You know, it's an extraordinary sacrifice. The last we heard from those fighters who were down underneath the Azovstal steel plant was that they were prepared to fight to the death.
Courtney, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Mark Milley, talking today about the use of hypersonic missiles in Ukraine. What did he say? And for our viewers who don't know, what are hypersonic weapons?
So hypersonics, everyone thinks of them as being so effective because they're just really fast. That's what they are. They're really, really fast missiles for the most part. But that's actually not what sets them apart and makes them not only very effective, but also extremely dangerous. It's their maneuverability. It's the ability of these missiles to literally, they can fly along the nape of the earth. They are extremely, extremely difficult to stop or to intercept. In fact, virtually no nation on this planet has an effective ability to stop a hypersonic missile because of its maneuverability. But what was interesting is both Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Mark Milley, and Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin, when asked about Russia using hypersonics in Ukraine, they both had the same sentiment, which was, yes, on several occasions they have used a number of hypersonics over the past several weeks, but there are no indications that they have been effective in any way. Here's what General Milley had to say about it.
The Russians have used several hypersonic missiles. Obviously, the distinguishing factor of a hypersonic missile is the speed at which it travels. And we have analyzed each of these shots that they've taken. And I'd like to go into a classified session and discuss any of the specific details. But other than the speed of the weapon, in terms of its effect on a given target, we are not seeing really significant or game-changing effects to date with the delivery of the small number of hypersonics that the Russians have used.
So no game-changing effects. And one of the reasons is, what's been sort of surprising to U.S. officials I've spoken with is Russia's been focusing these hypersonics on buildings, on fixed locations. So in a way, it's sort of a waste of the capability, especially given the fact that Russia is not believed to have too many of these missiles in its arsenal. It may point to the fact that Russia doesn't have the ability or really struggles with the ability to do what the military calls a dynamic strike, and that is hitting something, a moving target. So there's a lot of assessment among the U.S. officials who I've spoken with that these hypersonics are really nothing more than to show the U.S. and the world, hey, we've got this capability. It's another show of strength or sign of strength, a signal of strength, while Russia is really struggling on the ground in Ukraine in so many other ways. It may just be another show to say, look, we still do have some military capabilities. But again, as General Milley said today, it's really not having a big impact on the ground there, Allison.
All right, Courtney, Matt, thank you both so much for your reporting. The Senate should move pretty quickly on a nearly $40 billion bill worth of additional aid for Ukraine. House lawmakers passed it yesterday. Because we have so much going on in the Hill, we're going back to NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor. He is in the Russell building. Sahil, I promise we won't come to you a third time, though. Now that I've said it, we probably will. This package, some Senate Republicans still object to it. This is according to the Wall Street Journal. What changes do those Republicans want to see, and how could that slow down its progress?
Yeah, Allison, this bill has broad support in the Senate to pass. The big issue is coming up with a time agreement so they don't have to jump through all these hurdles, which can take days, which could put the Senate into the weekends. We know they don't like working weekends. So they're trying to placate the concerns of some members. The most notable one here is Senator Rand Paul, the Republican of Kentucky, who is demanding an amendment to create a special inspector to kind of investigate how these funds are spent. $40 billion is a lot of money. Rand Paul doesn't like spending money, and he wants that amendment to this bill. That might be required to get a speedy vote on this. There's also this question of what lawmakers consider to be extraneous. That is the word that people have used. No extraneous measures should be added to this bill. And there are some who believe, for instance, money for Afghan resettlement to normalize the status of refugees in the United States doesn't belong in this package. So it's things like that where objections exist that are going to have to be placated to get a speedy vote, the unanimous consent. But regardless, there's Senator Rob Portman, who has said that this bill has significant support, significant Republican support, and he predicted it will pass. Some Republicans I spoke to said it could pass as early as tomorrow if they get their ducks in a row and they're able to placate, their hesitant members, or at least their demanding members who want separate amendment votes. There's also White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki, who weighed in on this. Let's put her statement up on the screen. She said the bill will allow us to send more weapons such as artillery, armored vehicles, and ammunition to Ukraine. She further said we look forward to continuing to work with Senate leadership to get this bill to the president's desk quickly and keep assistance flowing to Ukraine without interruption, unquote. Allison?
Sahil, House Speaker. Yeah, that's good. House Speaker Pelosi, there we go, backing the aid package, calling it very important. What else is she saying? And let's talk about what kind of opposition it got in the House, if any.
broad support in the House of Representatives. There are between 50 and 60 votes of opposition, mostly from some of the most conservative members of the Republican caucus who have a tendency to vote no on all pieces of legislation that require major spending. There are also some far-right members like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert, some of whom have questioned the U.S. policy in terms of helping Ukrainians in this war, at least the extent of it. So the opposition, by and large, was minimal. Most Republicans did vote in favor of it. All Democrats who voted did vote in favor of this package. And let's have a listen to what Speaker Pelosi had to say about the importance of it.
All right, Sahel. All of this will be a matter of coming to justice at some point. But right now, we have to have it come to a conclusion that you don't do that. It's outside the circle of civilized human behavior. Putin, coward. So in any event, what we're doing here is very important, supplying weaponry and security assistance, government and economic assistance, humanitarian assistance.
And whether it's Speaker Pelosi or President Biden, there's often been this tendency to talk about this war in Ukraine as a broader international struggle between the forces of democracy and authoritarianism. Allison?
All right, Sahel, we're going to take a break now, so I can promise you we won't come to you for at least a few more moments. Thank you so much. Coming up after the break, we're going to dive into those April CPI numbers, that inflation we've all been talking so much about. That's next.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Has inflation finally peaked? New signs today that prices may be coming down. The April Consumer Price Index out today showing annual inflation at 8.3%. It sounds high, but it's actually a slight improvement from March. So is the worst behind us? We've got team coverage with CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu and NBC News business and technology correspondent Jolene Kent. Joe, we're going to go to you first. Food, gas, housing, all still real expensive. Let's just dig a little deeper into these April CPI numbers. What are some of the signs that inflation might be cooling off just a little bit?
Well, it certainly is the silver lining of this report that, the growth rate of inflation is down just a bit. But here's the concern. Looking at the next month of inflation for May, we have already experienced gas prices going up so much. And so we could see that, really play into another move in the upward direction if other prices don't fall. Because similarly for April, we saw gas prices go down. And that's why the number for inflation didn't go up as much as, a lot of people were expecting it to go. So if you look deeper into the numbers, you take a look at gas, for example, up 44%, used cars 23%. Things like chicken, milk, and furniture were up 15%. And if you look at the rate of wage growth, which is 5.5%, that is still so far below the 8.3% inflation that people are feeling at the pump and at the checkout for groceries. And I had an interview earlier at the White House, an exclusive with the National Economic Council Director, Brian Deese. And, they're trying to approach this today from the food price aspect by bringing more farmers and helping them produce more food to, lower the prices of some of these high food prices that we're seeing across the board. And before we went to a farm in Kansas City, outside Kansas City, Missouri. I spoke with a farmer. Her name is Megan Kaiser, 5-generation farm. They grow soybeans, they grow corn. And I asked her, why are things so difficult here? And she says the price of her nitrogen fertilizer is up 7 times compared to just August. So we posed this question to the National Economic Council director. Listen to this. What is President Biden going to do to reduce inflation for American farmers who are helping to produce what we eat and what we serve on our kitchen tables?
The president's taking action right now, not waiting a single day. He's going to double federal funding for fertilizer assistance starting this week. He's going to work with farmers to do things like double cropping so they can increase their crop output this season. These are actions that we can take right now. They're not going to solve every problem, but they'll make a real concrete difference, particularly in agricultural communities.
Now, here is the complicating factor of that statement and of that hope and the goal. It actually requires, farmers are required, they have to buy their fertilizer and all of the inputs to farming a long time in advance. And so even if prices go down, this impact would take a season or two to actually hit food prices, right? Because you fertilize the crop, you grow it, then you send it out, then it's processed into food or whatever it's going to become. And that's an entire year-long plus process. And so, again, the solutions being provided by the Biden White House right now, a lot of medium-term and long-term, with the exception of the broadband subsidy, offer for lower-income families. But in terms of immediate relief, all eyes are on the Federal Reserve to bring down interest rates more aggressively if that's what they want to do. We'll see next month.
All right, Jolene Kent, thank you so much. And you can see more of Joe's exclusive interview with Brian Deese on NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt at 6:30 Eastern tonight. All right, let's go to Dom Chu. Dom, what a situation on the markets today. They were up this morning, then they fell this afternoon. We're going to bring up a live look at the big board. We've got, 34 minutes left in the trading day. Do we have those numbers? There they are. Ooh, the Dow down 158 points at this stage of the day. Dom, what's Wall Street saying about those CPI numbers, besides what we're seeing there on the Dow, going from green this morning to red this afternoon?
I mean, forget about Allison. You're talking about 154 points in the Dow. The NASDAQ, I'm looking at my screen right now, is down 325 points. It's down almost 3%. So the unabated selling just continues with regard to many of these big technology and media stocks. And I guess I'm going to pick up the conversation, Allison, where Jolene Kent just left it off, and that's the Fed. The reason why it's so important right now is because you and I have both been reporting on this. The Federal Reserve is going to be viewed by many, not just on Main Street and Wall Street, but everywhere around the world as the primary instrument by which you can tame inflation. Their job is price stability, one of their 2 congressional mandates, right? Price stability and maximum sustained employment. On the price stability side, what they can do is control the amount of money in the financial system. By raising interest rates, they are in effect taking cash out of the system, and with less cash in the system, there's less cash chasing things like assets, stocks, bonds, real estate, gold, crypto, whatever it is, or food and energy commodities. All of that stuff is going to be the regime that we will see in the coming months. The Fed has made it very clear their #1 goal is to tame inflation. That means higher interest rates. Those higher interest rates then mean that many of the stocks that have been the biggest gainers in the market will fall by the most, because all of a sudden the assumptions change for how you value the market. And that's the reason, Allison, simply put, why certain stocks in the market are taking it so much harder than others.
Yeah.
We're talking about names like Apple and Microsoft and Amazon and Tesla. The names that powered the upside are now the ones falling the most.
So, Dom, we see this happening today, right? We see what's going on in the Dow. As you've mentioned, we see how much worse it is on the NASDAQ. And you just think about the year ahead. I mean, the Fed's target for inflation is around 2%. 8.3 sure ain't 2%. We know more rate hikes are certainly coming. So for our viewers who are thinking, how much worse can this get? I mean, what does this mean for the market over the next few months? What are we looking at in 2022? And I don't mean to pose a crystal ball question to you, because I know you wouldn't be on my show if you had all those answers. But, I mean, what should we be expecting as they keep hiking rates?
All right, so the question right now, and the reason why the markets are moving to the downside the way that they are, is traders and investors are trying to grapple with what exactly that higher interest rate level could be. Now, we mentioned before, the last time the Fed raised interest rates this past month, it was by 0.5%, 50 basis points, right? Now, the market is already looking at the next 2 meetings and saying we could very well see half-point interest rate rises for the next couple of meetings. But if inflation stays this way, what happens after that? Do we have to keep going 0.5 percentage points, or do we have to go 0.75%? How many more of those do we have to do? That uncertainty about interest rates, where they could be by the end of the year, is the reason why there's so much uncertainty in the market right now. We've already seen what happens when interest rates rise by as much as they have and how much it takes off the market. If the Fed is in a scenario, hypothetically, Allison, because like you said, I don't have a crystal ball, hypothetically, if inflation continues the way it does, will the Fed have to act more aggressively? If it does, we have precedent for how far the markets will fall in response to some of those moves, and that's the reason why you're seeing some of this real uncertainty in the marketplace. But I would say this, the Fed has been for quite some time now data dependent, right? We've heard that term before.
Right.
The economic data is going to be key, so that means there's going to be a lot more focus on things like inflation numbers and jobs numbers and everything else out there, housing numbers, if you will. All of those things play into whether or not that macro, bigger picture narrative is going to warrant more interest rate hikes down the line. That's what the markets are trying to grapple with right now.
Dom, have I mentioned how much we love having you, especially on days like this?
Listen, Allison, it's a pleasure being on your show. Ask me, I'll come back anytime.
You got it. Oh, famous last words. Dom Chu, ladies and gentlemen, will be here every single day. Thank you, sir.
You got it.
Inflation top of voters' minds with the midterms coming up pretty fast. And as part of our County to County series, we're checking out what rising costs are doing to their everyday lives. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster live in Duval County, Florida. So, Shaq, 64% of Floridians blame the Biden administration for inflation, but the Trump administration isn't getting off so easy here either. 49% blame them, but voters are also recognizing other factors: COVID, supply chain issues, the war in Ukraine. This all according to a recent poll from the University of South Florida. So what are you seeing there? How are people changing their spending habits? How are they handling the fact that things are just so darn expensive these days?
Yeah, that poll is extremely interesting because you get a sense that voters understand there are multiple factors at play. But when you talk with them here, they are also making very clear that they want this problem to be solved. They understand this problem. They see it when they pass a gas station. They feel it when they go in a grocery store. And then when they look at the prices of housing in this area, they're having to adjust their behavior. I want you to listen to some of the conversations I've been having with folks here about specifically how inflation is changing their lives.
We're being more picky about what we shop for. I'm trying to pick things that I can turn into 2 and 3 meals. You know, that chicken, how many ways can we use chicken?
I looked at my gas gauge this morning. I thought, you know, I need to do this and this and this and this today. How can I plan that out in a circle instead of parceling it out? And maybe it'll save a cup of gas.
In the grocery store as well. Sort of picking and choosing my battles now with what I really need versus what I want as the prices increase.
So you've been adjusting your behavior for what you've been seeing?
Most definitely, in small ways, but you know, the little changes make a big difference in the end.
And there's a part of this that is unique to Florida. We saw in that national report that came out this morning that the so-called shelter index, the cost of housing, that is rising at the fastest pace since March of 1991. But here in Florida, specifically Jacksonville, rent prices have been increasing at 30% higher than they were just a month ago. So this is an issue that when you have rent going up, when you have gas, food going up, it puts a lot of pressure on folks here in this area.
Shaq, you also visited a food bank, and I understand they're seeing more people who still have jobs but can't afford some of their basics, their groceries. What else did you learn when you went there?
About 87% of people who go to that food bank have at least one source of income. Their biggest clientele, essentially, are seniors who are on fixed income, who, when we talk about the increase in rent, when we talk about increase of gas or food, they don't have much flexibility in their budget. I want you to listen to what the CEO of Feeding Northeast Florida, that's the food bank we visited, what the CEO told me in our conversation.
What we're seeing now is really the middle class who've never, ever accessed charity food before, who suddenly just can't stretch that paycheck far enough. These are families that are, are low income or middle income, who've just never had that excess funds available in their budget to withstand the increased costs that we're seeing on a regular basis.
One interesting thing she pointed out is that she saw the surge in people needing food assistance at the beginning of the pandemic, and that has not tapered off yet. That is still at those levels from March of 2020.
Shaq Brewster in Florida. Always great to see you, even when the news is a little bit grim.
Good to see you, Allison.
Coming up, a potentially life-saving new test that's free. The DEA trying to bring down the terrifying number of opioid overdoses in the country. That's next.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Let's go to NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin. She's got the latest headlines from NBCnews.com. Hi, Maya.
Hi, Allison. We start in Florida, where a passenger with no flying experience successfully landed a single-engine plane after the pilot suffered a medical emergency. Air traffic control helped the passenger operate the aircraft. 2 beachfront homes in North Carolina's Outer Banks collapsing into the ocean. They were brought down by crashing waves, high tides, and strong winds. No one was injured. Authorities in Hong Kong arresting a Roman Catholic cardinal and 3 others for allegedly endangering China's national security. The arrests were apparently related to their connection to a humanitarian relief fund. The European Union lifting mask requirements at airports and on planes starting next week. Several countries across Europe are rolling back most pandemic restrictions as case numbers fall. And NBA legend Bob Lanier has died at the age of 73 following a short illness. The Hall of Famer was a global ambassador for the league who played for the Pistons and Bucks in the 70s and 80s. Allison.
All right, Maya, thank you. A record 107,000 Americans died of drug overdoses last year. Those are new numbers out today from the CDC. Most of those overdose deaths involve fentanyl. NBC News senior national correspondent Kate Snow shows us a simple tool that advocates say can prevent so many of those deaths.
On a recent Friday in LA, students from USC were handing out free kits used to test drugs for the presence of deadly fentanyl.
One line means there's fentanyl present, which means you don't take the drug.
Their harm reduction group is called TACO, Team Awareness Combating Overdose. Madeline Hilliard founded TACO in 2020, following a year when a dozen USC students died of an overdose. She and co-founder Jack Elliott were neuroscience majors and saw a need to educate.
Our goal is to remove any and all barriers so that you have absolutely no reason not to be testing your drugs.
They've handed out 10,000 free test strips at campuses across California and now ship to schools around the country. Students can also use an app to have strips delivered within 10 minutes for 1 cent plus delivery.
Fentanyl is a big deal because you can take it accidentally. There could be a couple grains of sand size amount of fentanyl in your drug, and that can kill you.
Of the nearly 100,000 overdose deaths between June 2020 and June 2021, 64% were fentanyl related. For people 15 to 24 years old, 78% of deaths involved fentanyl.
You want to grab the tip of the strip.
We went to NJ Labs to better understand how the test strips work. In the real world, someone testing a pill or powder would dissolve a tiny portion in water. Similar to a home pregnancy or COVID test, we watch for lines.
There's only one line.
One line means there's fentanyl.
There's fentanyl in that product, in that solution.
That means throw the drug away.
Do you think these tests are fairly accurate?
They're fairly accurate and sensitive enough to test very trace low levels of fentanyl.
Some states consider the test strips drug paraphernalia and make distributing them illegal. Critics worry they encourage people to use drugs.
They were going to use drugs whether we gave them the test strips or not. The difference is now with the test strips, if they find fentanyl in it, that means that they are going to wake up tomorrow.
If I'm going to use drugs, I'm going to see.
This 21-year-old college student requested anonymity to speak openly. At a party, she and her best friends went to the bathroom to test a bag of cocaine some were planning to use. When the strip showed positive, they sat in stunned silence.
If you hadn't known some of your friends were about to do it, what do you think might have happened?
One of them could have at least died, if not all of them. So it was super jarring to think that they could have died. And these are people that I spend every day with. It would have changed everything about how I live right now and I imagine going forward.
TACO's goal is to create positive peer pressure. If you're going to use a drug, test it first.
Give them to friends, family, whoever.
Hoping that small step saves lives.
And Kate is here with me live now. So Kate, for our viewers who are watching this and are concerned, what should you do if you or someone you know has ingested fentanyl?
So if you see someone that might be in distress or you know they've taken drugs and now they look like they might be overdosing, you call 911, Allison. That's the first step. If you happen to have Narcan on hand, that is the drug that's used to reverse an overdose. That can be used really easily. A lot of places have that now, so I would look for that. But I think the point, Allison, is that it's so hard to know what is in a substance if you haven't gotten it from a legitimate doctor.
We talk, Kate, about fentanyl so much in the news these days. Why in particular has it become such a huge issue?
So I talked to the DEA administrator about this last fall. Essentially, the cartels have figured out that if they can put fentanyl in almost anything, it's cheap for them and it does produce a high. So, the cartels are putting it in cocaine. They're putting it in fake pills. They're billing the pills as a painkiller or a Xanax, but actually what you're buying is a pill that's nothing but filler and a little bit of fentanyl. If you take it and you like it, you might buy more. That's what the cartels are hoping. But the problem is, we've said this over and over again, Allison, the amount of fentanyl on the tip of a pen is enough to kill you.
My gosh.
So if you get just a little too much, depending on your body weight, you could overdose and die. And I've met families, too many families now I've talked to, who had this happen to their children, their young people.
Oh, it's so heartbreaking. And Kate, let's talk about the pandemic. I mean, it's certainly not helping at all here. How has it added to the drug overdose crisis?
Yeah, I think a couple different things. I mean, I should be clear that there are different groups of people who might take fentanyl, right? There's people who accidentally take it, as I just described. There are also people who have substance use disorder who might actually seek out fentanyl. Maybe they were doing heroin, and now they want fentanyl. That I've heard of a lot. So I think the point is, now I've forgotten what your question was. What was your question?
How has the
Why are we seeing it
pandemic
so
played
much?
in? Yeah, why has the pandemic giving us or just making this drug crisis even worse?
Yeah, so for both of those groups of people, the pandemic has exacerbated things, right? People were alone, they were home, they were isolated. I've talked to a lot of young people who sought out recreational drugs just to kind of pass the time, right? On the other hand, you have people who have substance use disorders and they were made worse, or they relapsed perhaps when the pandemic shut everything down because they didn't have the supports that they used to have. They didn't have anyone to call. So you're definitely seeing that in the CDC numbers too, that during the pandemic, use of drugs went up, overdoses went up.
All right, Kate Snow, we always love having you on the show. Thank you for coming on.
Thanks, Allison.
Did Texas's Republican Governor Greg Abbott use nearly $1 billion in COVID relief to pay for a border crackdown? The Treasury Department's investigating. Washington Post congressional economic policy reporter Tony Romm tracking the money here. Tony, this stems from an initiative called Operation Lone Star that Governor Abbott announced last year. You wrote that essentially state leaders rerouted public health and safety funds to their border operations while relying on federal pandemic funds to replace some of the money. This is all according to a Washington Post analysis of spending records. Tell us more about Operation Lone Star and what the Treasury Department's saying about its investigation so far.
Right. So Operation Lone Star is a crackdown on the U.S.-Mexican border initiated by Governor Greg Abbott, at least in the words of critics, as part of a political stunt given his political aspirations for the White House in 2024. But the operation itself relies on deployments of National Guard troops and other border measures in order to arrest migrants here illegally or violating state trespassing charges. And in some cases, the tactics have been controversial. You may remember a few days ago when Governor Greg Abbott began to bus migrants to cities, including Washington, D.C., to try to make the point that the Biden administration was not doing enough here. But what we've uncovered in the course of taking a broad look at the roughly $6 trillion authorized since the start of the pandemic is that this money has made it easier for Texas to carry out this controversial and expensive operation. And that's because the funds awarded to Texas were done so in a way that allowed the state to use them flexibly, such that they were able to pump money into key state agencies that oversee health and safety, and with the savings they achieved, then put that money to other uses, which in this case included Operation Lone Star.
So what have you heard from Governor Abbott's office about this?
Right. So the message from Governor Abbott's office, at least initially, was that they were engaged in Operation Lone Star because the Biden administration had not done enough at the border. They really didn't answer questions initially about how they had engaged in some of these swaps, as officials there called it, to free up the money necessary for the operation. But in the days to follow, as we reported that the Inspector General for the Treasury Department is now taking a look at the matter, the governor's office has defended its actions, saying that the federal stimulus laws granted states, including Texas, great latitude to spend as they saw fit, and that they didn't violate the law in doing so.
So this isn't just an issue with Governor Abbott's office. Tony, you're right that this is part of a bigger oversight problem with COVID stimulus money, and that in some cases, the flexibilities open the door for states to pursue a whole host of seemingly wasteful pet projects, from refurbishing prisons to constructing new golf courses. Arizona used the money to discourage schools from requiring masks. The White House is asking for even more COVID aid. So what's the Biden administration doing to make sure that this money goes where it should?
Right. Well, these are two separate things, right? So as part of the series of stimulus packages that we approved since the start of the pandemic, there was money set aside for local governments. And the goal there was to give them flexibility to address public health concerns or to repair holes in their economies. It's just that there weren't enough strings in the eyes of some critics, and that allowed some of these governors and other local leaders to pursue pet projects. What the Biden administration is now asking for is billions of dollars for federal public health response. They want to make sure that the federal government has the ability to buy vaccines and tests and, therapeutics, other sorts of mitigation measures out of fear that the coronavirus could once again produce a massive surge, particularly towards the end of the year. Now, coincidentally, if states had spent their money differently, perhaps the federal government wouldn't be asking for more money from Congress. But it is nonetheless the case that the White House is really seeking money specifically for public health right now.
All right, Tony, thanks for sharing your reporting with us. We really appreciate it. A record number of migrants from Cuba are risking everything to come to the United States. 32,000 Cubans crossed the southern border in March alone, a pace that could soon make this the largest wave of Cuban immigration in history. NBC News Now anchor Morgan Radford shows us their desperate and dangerous journey to get here.
By land and by sea.
We have another one just left side.
One of the largest mass migrations in American history.
Son miles los migrantes que están saliendo.
Nearly 80,000 Cubans crossing the southern border in the last 6 months, nearly 5 times higher than the same period last year. And now on track to outpace the mass Cuban exodus of 1980, known as the Mariel boat lift, that forever changed American history and U.S. politics. A journey happening again today, one we saw firsthand.
This is the second raft we've seen today?
This is the second one today.
As we embedded with the U.S. Coast Guard.
We're here just miles off the coast of Florida, and this is where the Coast Guard says they have encountered more Cubans trying to cross in the past 6 months than the last 3 years combined. What goes through your mind when you see tons of people, dozens of people inside one of these boats?
I try to have some sympathy. What kind of situation in my life would I have to be in to risk this journey, get on a makeshift vessel that looks like it was made in somebody's garage?
Which is why many are choosing a different path. Airana Hernandez crossed into the U.S. from Mexico
Por la noche cruzamos.
just 2.5 months ago.
De pie. Caminando.
While 8 months pregnant.
Y así fue. You were walking on foot, pregnant.
Her husband, Raul Prado, was on house arrest back in Cuba after being detained in anti-government protests last July.
How did you feel knowing your wife was crossing the border alone?
I was afraid.
Había mucho frío. It was cold. Caminas hasta donde hay como un río que es bien, es bajito. So you got to a river where the water was about up to your knees. Y fui atrás de eso. You crossed the river? Yeah.
1 month later, they were reunited. Raul fled to Miami on a pre-pandemic visitor's visa. COVID, he says, created the perfect storm. Impossibly high prices, a shortage of basic goods, and a political environment that made him fear for his son, Bastian.
What changed for you? What is it that you didn't want your son to see?
I didn't want him to grow up in a place where his family doesn't have a voice.
¿A qué punto tiene que llegar una persona para cruzar un estrecho de 90 millas lleno de un agua llena de tiburones? Es un punto de desespero, ¿eh? Porque no, eso no es una cosa normal.
And you're saying no one wants to have to leave Cuba. What kind of point does someone have to reach to want to cross 90 miles, to want to go through, wade through a river? You're saying you have to get to a point of desperation to make that type of decision.
Exactly. For everyone, it's going to be different. Everyone will have his breaking point.
Sí.
But when you reach that point,
hay que tomar una decisión.
That's it. So many people are leaving your country. Something is wrong in your country.
In the end, they made it. Their son, born in the United States a month ago.
¿Valió la pena? Was it worth it? Sí. Claro que sí. Sí valió la pena. ¿Cómo, a dónde va Cuba? Sí vale la pena. It was worth it. When you look back and you look at how things are going in Cuba, you know it was worth it.
Morgan joins me live now from Miami. Morgan, great to have you hanging with us in the afternoon. So let's talk about the reasons for this most recent migrant surge. What's causing it?
Allison, I have to say it's the why and it's the why now, right?
Yeah.
If you're talking about the why, they are describing just the fact that they feel like they cannot express themselves, that they don't have the freedoms that they aspire to have, they don't have the futures they hope to have, or that they feel like they have a right to at least be able to work towards. But when you talk about the why now, I mean, they say that the pandemic really created this perfect storm. It was hard to find basic necessities, and then once you could actually find those basic necessities, the prices were surging. You had to have family that was here in the United States, or, you know, some because they were charging you locally there in foreign currency, a currency that most Cubans are not paid. So, for example, just a pack of diapers might cost, for example, the average salary of a Cuban working there on the ground. And so it made it impossible to sort of get the things that they needed. And so it was this perfect storm of political oppression, they say, but also just the need for basic human goods and services, Allison.
Morgan, what happens next for these migrants coming to the U.S. from Cuba?
Oh, yeah. I have to tell you, one thing that was so interesting was that when I was talking to Raul, he said, look, I want to go back. I want to go back to my country. He said, that's where I was born. That's where my family was. In fact, unlike his wife, he said he is not going to seek political asylum. He wants to come here under the Cuban Adjustment Law because he says, look, if I can't go back to my country, it's going to have to be because my country says I can't come back. Because I want to be able to show my son his roots, to know where he came from, but I also want it to be a place where his dreams can thrive. And when I asked, are they afraid? Because we're in Miami, I've been working on this story, I'm obviously deeply sourced in this community, and a lot of people didn't want to come on camera because they said, I have a family back home on the island. I can't, put them in trouble. And when I asked them, why were you all willing to speak to me with so many cameras? They said, ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué no? Why not? Right? Yo no tengo miedo. I'm not afraid. Because if I wasn't afraid to speak out there in Cuba, why would I be afraid to speak out here? Because everything I'm saying is the truth, and this is how I feel, and it's valid. Allison?
Wow. Morgan, great reporting there from Miami. Love having you on the show with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison.
Coming up, the world's most romantic city getting even more attention than usual. Why more and more young people are heading to Paris. Next.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together.
Oh, I'm so happy.
And me.
That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Eiffel Tower and French cuisine aren't the only things drawing tourists to Paris. Can't forget about the shopping. But the hit Netflix show Emily in Paris is also attracting young people to France, while the streaming channel plans to spend hundreds of millions of dollars producing future films in France. Here's NBC News Now co-anchor Savannah Sellers.
Paris, France, city of history, culture, and fine cuisine. But that's not all these tourists are here for.
We love it. Yeah. But I'm actually thinking back on rewatching the show. So I remember some places, but yeah, I love it.
I literally felt like I was part of the Emily in Paris show by just visiting the places.
That's right. They also wanted to step into the world of their favorite Netflix series, Emily in Paris. It's the show about an American who moves to the French capital to work in marketing and look for love. And at one point this year, it was the streaming giant's top show in 94 countries.
A lot of my French friends, they don't like it, but you know, it's just a good laugh.
We're not nice, we're always late, we apparently like ménage à trois.
So it's fair to say not all Parisians love it. Even the cast admits the show drew strong reactions.
You can hate it or love it, whatever. Oh, obviously, the point of view is so strong that you're obviously going to find people that are going to not like it.
And, you know, why not? And who cares?
But some in the city saw a hit show and saw an opportunity.
This is the building where Emily lives, so you have to look at the 5th floor, the little window on the left. 1, 2, 3.
Fabian Buonavia created his Emily in Paris Airbnb tour before tourists returned to Paris, and now has visitors from all over the world.
I'm enjoying that because you can see like unique places and places that you will not see just walking around. So I will show you all my secret spots.
At one of the stops, the Boulangerie Moderne, baker Thierry Rabineau has a must-have item for the tourists.
It's called a maxi pain au chocolat, which is Emily's pain au chocolat.
Un pain au chocolat. It's a good time for viewers who want some French culture at home. Alongside Emily in Paris, French language shows are finding new audiences thanks to streaming. Shows like Lupin, Call My Agent, and The Hookup Plan. And when it comes to filming in Paris, 2021 was a record-breaking year, with 7,000 days of filming instead of the usual 5,000. And that will have brought in a lot of revenue.
The numbers are 1 to 6. When you spend €1 in filming something, that gives back to the destination between 6 and 7 euros, which is quite impressive.
This year, Netflix has committed to spend $220 million on French productions, and Emily will be returning for at least 2 more seasons. It will all bring more visitors, and Paris is ready.
Come in Paris. I'm doing the tour all the year, so I'm waiting for you.
All right, from Paris to Wall Street, we're taking a look at the closing bell on the New York Stock Exchange. The markets are done for the day, and I'm afraid we don't have such great news. Check out the Dow, down 340 some odd points to close it out. Really struggling after we got those inflation numbers this morning. We're going to dig into all of that coming up in this next hour. Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You are watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. Inflation is unacceptably high. President Biden in Illinois laying out his plans to help families and farmers with rising costs. Fry the friendly skies. The airport turning used cooking oil into jet fuel. Plus a sibling reunion 3 years in the making. A Marine surprises his little brother in the classroom. We start this hour with President Biden on the road talking inflation. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memley back in Washington, D.C., and we love to see it. Mike, the president visited a small town about an hour south of Chicago after those April inflation numbers came out this morning. 8.3% compared to a year ago. The White House calling that unacceptably high, and I think all of us would agree with that. What is the president's message for families this afternoon?
Yeah, Allison, the president obviously focused on the economy. This is the second day in a row he's speaking about this, with obviously the White House expecting those inflation numbers and knowing that it was not going to be good news. The White House is, however, pointing to the fact that in their view this is moderating somewhat, that perhaps we've hit the peak in terms of inflation, these 8 percentage point gain over the course of a year, the highest in really 40 years, in fact. But what the president did today is really repeat what has been core to the White House's argument, that this is not the result of any of the president's policies, but pointing the finger, of course, to Vladimir Putin. Here's what the president had to say just a short time ago.
Right now, America is fighting on 2 fronts. At home, it's inflation and rising prices. Abroad, it's helping Ukrainians defend their democracy and feeding those who are left hungry around the world because Russian atrocities exist. And Jeff and the American farmers understand Putin's war has cut off critical sources of food, but we're doing something about it. And our farmers are helping on both fronts, reducing the price of food at home and expanding production and feeding the world in need.
Allison, the other thing we're hearing, not just from the president, but from a number of his top advisors, you'll remember yesterday there was a lot of attention paid to the fact that it was Prince Charles and not Queen Elizabeth II delivering what is known as the Queen's speech in Parliament. The White House pointing not to what the optics were of that speech, but what the substance of the speech were. This is obviously the sort of State of the Union address, almost in a way, for the British government. The entire speech really focused on what they called a cost of living crisis in the UK. The point being, the White House is making, this is a global challenge. This is not the president doing. This is something that our allies are dealing with as well as a result of global trends.
Mike, President Biden visited a family farm. He announced some steps to lower costs for farmers. What are they? What's he doing?
This is so interesting, Allison, because you remember the Ukraine relief effort that the president sent up to Congress, the latest supplemental request for funding in support of Ukraine, both militarily and for humanitarian needs. It also included $500 million, not to be sent over to Eastern Europe, but to be spent here at home. And these were some of the things the president was outlining today that were included in that funding. The first is expanding the number of counties that are able to get what's called double cropping insurance. This allows farmers to plant multiple crops over the course of one summer. This is something that is not without risk, as the president pointed out, but it's important to potentially expand production of domestic farming this year. They're also proposing to increase technical assistance for what they call precision agriculture. This is essentially using science, technology to find ways to grow more using less fertilizer, and that leads to the final point. We have seen, because Russia is one of the biggest exporters of fertilizer, that the supply and the cost of fertilizer is really become an issue for farmers, and so the president doubling the amount of funding to try to produce more of that here at home, Allison.
Mike, the Senate voting right now to codify abortion rights. It's a bill that we are most certain will not pass. Any reaction from the White House?
Not just yet. We're waiting for this vote to come to a close, and you can see Vice President Harris has been presiding over this vote. That's an important symbol from the White House in and of itself, because this is a procedural vote that needs 60 votes. So there's no tie to be broken. That's usually the only reason the Vice President would head up to be part of a vote like this. But she's there to send a message, as has been sent from the White House since we got this leaked draft opinion about potential future of Roe versus Wade. The White House saying that they support this effort by Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer to bring this to the floor for a vote, even though everyone knows it's doomed to fail. It is interesting, though, I have to say, Allison, there's been questions about just how much the White House supports Chuck Schumer on yet another issue, bringing a vote to the floor that they know they're losing, because it only highlights Democratic divisions here. In this case, Joe Manchin, that man again, is once again the only Democrat not in support of this. There's another version of this legislation, perhaps, that could have been brought that might have attracted Republican votes and put more of the focus on Republican divisions. But for now, the White House is saying they support what Leader Schumer is trying to do.
All right, Mike Memley in D.C. Thank you.
Thanks, Allison.
Donald Trump breaking even in a pair of primary races last night. In Nebraska, state senator and businessman Charles Erbster lost the GOP primary for governor. Trump campaigned for him last week. University of Nebraska Regent Jim Pillen taking that race by a little more than 10,000 votes. Over in West Virginia, Trump-backed Congressman Alex Mooney beat out fellow Congressman David McKinley in a rare matchup of Republican incumbents. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard is in Wheeling, West Virginia. Vaughn, Alex Mooney won even though Governor Jim Justice and Democratic Senator Joe Manchin endorsed his opponent. What did that race ultimately come down to, and what are you hearing from Mooney now that he's won?
You know, I was hearing from voters yesterday at the polls. It was Trump. I know when we were talking there, you know, it was the big question mark. Which of these two incumbent Republicans would win? On one hand, Joe Manchin and the Republican governor, Jim Justice, had endorsed David McKinley. On the other hand, Alex Mooney, he had the endorsement of Donald Trump. Ultimately, you look at those results, nearly a 19 percentage point win. That just goes to just the extent to which Donald Trump remains an influential force in this Republican Party today. Well, in Nebraska, Trump's preferred candidate lost by 3 percentage points. You could make a case that if it weren't for Trump, it wouldn't have been that close to start with, because he was facing allegations of groping by 8 different women. And yet, when you're looking here at this West Virginia race, you know, Donald Trump is hoping that it's a sign of what could come for other candidates he has endorsed in other states around the country.
Vaughn, this is a matchup we don't normally see. How did two incumbents end up running against each other?
You know, every year, I should say every decade, there's redistricting that takes place. You know, some states, based off of populations, they either gain congressional districts, or if you are a West Virginia resident, you've lost one. So, you know, 2 years ago, the West Virginia had 3 congressional districts. Now, they squished it down to 2. And so essentially, Mooney and McKinley both happen to live in one of the congressional districts that would remain. And that is why those two ultimately squared off, and only one of them could continue on. Of course, it's Alex Mooney with a 19-point win who will do just that.
All right, Vaughn, we got to do a check on the Big 12. Last month, you told us about this. A dozen of Trump's 2022 GOP targets. Let's bring those numbers up. Tell us how he's doing.
You see that 12 right there. You know, the reason that we brought this list forward about a month ago were that these were really the 12 key Republican incumbents inside the Republican Party today, running for re-election in 2022, who Donald Trump perceives as opposition figures within this party. As he looks toward a potential 2024 run himself, he is focused this year on consolidating the loyalty and the influence in the power dynamics and structure around him. When you look at that list of 12 so far, 2 of them already are not going to be returning next year. Fred Upton announced his retirement from Congress just a couple weeks ago from Michigan instead of going head-to-head with another Republican. And then with McKinley losing, Donald Trump is 2 for 2. And now we're looking ahead. You know, in South Carolina next month, Nancy Mace and Tom Rice, 2 other Republicans. Tom Rice voted to impeach Donald Trump after the January 6th insurrection. They're both going to be on the ballots. And so really it's a big question in these weeks and months ahead is just how many of these incumbent Republicans looking to seek re-election this year is Donald Trump able to help remove from office by placing more loyal Republicans into those seats and effectively consolidating that power structure around him.
All right, Vaughn Hilliard in West Virginia. Thank you. Primary voters in Pennsylvania heading to the polls next week, both the Republican and Democratic Senate primaries, 2 of the most watched in the country. NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor is reporting on those primaries from Philadelphia. But first, we're going to NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns. She is also in Philly. I have this image of you guys actually being like right next to each other, even though I know that's not the case. Dasha, you interviewed Pennsylvania Democratic Senate candidate John Fetterman exclusively. He's the state's lieutenant governor. Tell us about your talk with him.
Hey, Allison, I know this is a part of Pennsylvania you know and love, and we got to spend some time with Fetterman and his wife, Giselle, at their home in Braddock, Pennsylvania, which is actually used to be a car dealership across the street from a steel mill. That's where he's living instead of the lieutenant governor's mansion, and he's making a lot of other choices that are unconventional on the campaign trail, from his style to the fact that his wife, Giselle, has also been front and center in this campaign. But it's seems to be working. He has run away with this thing if you look at the latest numbers. And if he does clinch victory in November, it's going to say a lot about the future of the Democratic Party. Take a listen to just some of our conversation. Senate candidate John Fetterman's road to Washington swerves between left and middle.
I don't want to be crass, but we need to keep making in this country.
Trying to win back blue-collar Pennsylvania voters that swung to Trump, but with a brand all his own. You walk into Washington day one to do one big thing.
Sure.
What do you do?
What do I do? Well, again, that would be like picking my favorite child. I just
I'm asking you a hard question.
I just couldn't do that. So I'll rattle off 3 priorities. Minimum wage. It's a disgrace that it has to change. We have to codify Roe v. Wade. And third is voting rights.
Are you a progressive?
No, I'm just a Democrat that has always run on what I believe and know to be true.
In his signature Carhartt hoodie, Fetterman wears a not-your-typical Democrat type of brand. His approach is more at home with the Commonwealth's common man than with the party elite. As lieutenant governor, foregoing the Harrisburg mansion for his car dealership turned home across the street from a steel mill in Braddock, where he had some choice words for his fellow Democrats in Washington.
And we are squandering, in my opinion, an enormous opportunity to do some transformative good through legislation that is being stopped by a senator like Joe Manchin. And I'm not criticizing him. I'm simply saying I would vote differently.
It's not just the candidate, but the couple that makes this campaign unconventional.
Did you pick one already? Okay, so you can grab a cake. I could take you too. Are you next?
If John is bringing the casual, his wife Giselle is bringing the polish and the personality.
You ready to go inside?
Yes.
Did you want to pick a cake? There's 2 different kinds.
She's been front and center at rallies, on social media, and in campaign emails. How did that come about? How did you guys decide to really come as a package deal in this way?
I think we are. I mean, our family is a package deal, right?
She's a force in the community, running several philanthropic efforts. She says she hates politics, but hopes her story will transcend all that.
Hi, how are you?
Born in Brazil, Giselle came to the United States as an undocumented immigrant. How much does that influence his positions on the issue?
I think it does, very much so. We've seen cases where I'm out with the children and people think I'm the babysitter and not their mother.
Giselle says she gets more hate mail than her husband. You've said that you have 3 strikes against you. You're an immigrant, a woman, and a cannabis patient. Do you worry that those 3 strikes might count against John in November if he wins the primary?
I don't think it should count. And if it does, it just means there's more work to do, and we'll continue to do it.
Those strikes may be home runs for the progressives in the party, but Fetterman is also trying to score with a waning working class base.
It's like this idea that if you feel left behind or you feel that you've been ignored or the party has moved on to something different or better in their minds, like, well, what's wrong with us?
The Fettermans together hoping their brand can bridge the gap between old school and new school Democrats in a state with razor-thin margins.
Our first campaign, we barely had gas money, and now we're one of the most well-resourced campaigns, of a challenger nationally. So the only thing that's changed is that we've been getting our message out, and she's a big part of the package.
And Allison, everyone is watching Pennsylvania because it is the swing state. It went from Obama to Trump to Biden. And what happens in November is going to really possibly determine the balance of power in the Senate. So the stakes are high, and Fetterman is not going to necessarily have an easy road against his Republican challenger, especially as he's trying, like I said there, to straddle, kind of this widening gap within the Democratic Party. It's going to be interesting to watch how this candidate, who's really been carving out his own space here, goes about it in the coming months if he does in fact win the primary here, Allison.
Dasha, it is so interesting to see your conversation with him. I mean, I sat with him in his kitchen in Braddock when I was a local reporter like 15 years ago. And I think the only thing that's really changed about him is that, did you actually get him to put long pants on? Because he's always in shorts, even in the dead of winter.
He wore pants when he was talking to the steel workers at his house. He was back in the gym shorts, so not much difference there.
All right, some things never change. He's really such a fascinating political character. Dasha, thank you so much for taking us inside his world. Democratic voters delivered Pennsylvania to President Biden in 2020. The party needs to reassemble that wide coalition to win the state's open Senate seat come November. NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor talked to one mayor in the state about how to do it.
That's right. I was 20 miles outside of Pittsburgh in Aliquippa. And what I heard from the mayor there is that Democrats really need to do more to make their message clear to voters. He says that he's worried that Democrats are
All right, it looks like we're having some trouble with Yamiche there. We're going to try to get that back for you in a moment. In the meantime, a nuclear threat in Ukraine, why the U.S. Defense Secretary believes President Putin may not drop the bomb. That's next.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time.
When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing?
My name is Lester. Who's this?
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time.
When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing?
My name is Lester. Who's this?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
The steel plant holding Mariupol's last defenders in flames after a series of intense Russian strikes today. That's according to a local official. NBC News correspondent Cal Perry joining me from Kyiv. Cal, that official called the fighting around the steel plant, quote, hell on earth. What is the latest in that city?
Well, we know there's been 35 airstrikes in just 24 hours and shelling from the sea as well. And that shelling, we understand from Ukrainian officials, is coming from what they call dumb munitions. That is not smart bombs, that is not guided munitions, but munitions that are just being lobbed into that area where the steel plant is. There hasn't been a great deal of developments in the last 48 hours. The fighting is still fierce. There's an unknown number of wounded soldiers in there. We heard the Deputy Prime Minister today say that there's a renewed effort to try to get them out. They would have to do that through the International Red Cross and the United Nations. Those are the groups that were able to get civilians out. But the fate of those who are still fighting there at this hour is still unknown, Allison.
Cal, you visited a village outside of Kyiv today where the body of a fallen Russian soldier left behind in Ukraine was being exhumed. What can you tell us there?
So this is one of the stories playing out across the country as people move back home. They're finding the remnants of war everywhere, and that's very true here in the capital area. We should warn our viewers, this is a disturbing story. It's a graphic story, obviously. There's a unit that is dedicated to this. It is a civilian military coordination unit. They have found some 200 bodies so far in just sort of the 5 provinces that they're coming through. They're finding bodies all the time. And according to Ukrainian officials, Russian officials don't even want these bodies back. They've engaged in some negotiations, but it hasn't borne any fruit. And eventually, these bodies will be buried here in Ukraine. One of the biggest issues that officials are dealing with when they come across these bodies is a lack of information, specifically a lack of identification. Take a listen to what the colonel who runs the unit had to tell us today.
Most of the occupier bodies do not have documents. We have some confirmation that the documents were collected centrally. There are many cases when whole packs with documents from the soldiers are found in plastic bags, tied with laces and captured inside enemy equipment.
One of the things that is so difficult when you talk to civilians who are moving home is they're looking for answers. Why did this war happen and how did it happen? So for the Ukrainian government, every single one of these bodies is a thread that they can pull on to try to find out more information about this invasion, the units that were involved, and what the Russians were really trying to accomplish, Allison.
Cal, the Kremlin spokesperson is also saying the southern Ukrainian region of Kherson may become a part of Russia. What else did he say on that?
Well, he's talking about basically a referendum that, as he says it, and we can put his statement up, at least he alludes to, would be up to the people of that city and of that region. The reality here is that this is a region and a city that is under occupation. So the idea that residents can determine, their own future in some kind of a democratic referendum is largely a farce. This is part of and in keeping with the Russian propaganda effort to its own domestic audience. We've seen protests, large-scale protests in that city. So certainly the people of Kherson would take great issue with what Russia is saying about a possible referendum. And look, we've heard this before. We've heard these rumors in Mariupol and in the cities in the south of the country. It is, again, Russia's attempt to try to sort of spin things for their domestic audience, Allison.
All right, Cal Perry in Kyiv, thank you. President Putin doesn't want an armed conflict with NATO, says Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin. NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce joins me now. So, Dan, Secretary Austin highlighting NATO's strength. This was in a House subcommittee hearing today with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. What else did Austin say?
That's right, Allison. Defense Secretary Austin is basically saying this is not a conflict that Putin is going to want to enter into. And already NATO countries are flowing weapons to Ukraine. And so really he's saying Russia is overmatched. Here's what he had to say at the hearing.
NATO has the most advanced capabilities of any alliance in the world in terms of aircraft, ships, types of weaponry that the ground forces use. So this is a fight that he really doesn't want to have. And that would very quickly escalate into another type of competition that no one wants to see.
And that's a message you're hearing from other people in the Biden administration, other officials, and other NATO allies. And basically, they feel that Russia has its hands full now in Ukraine, and NATO is really presenting a real kind of deterrent factor there all over Eastern Europe, with U.S. and other troops stationed there to discourage any scheming in Moscow.
Dan, Secretary Austin also talking about whether Russia could use nuclear weapons. Does he think it's a possibility?
Allison, he played that down, and that's
Okay.
also something we've heard from other White House administration officials. He said that just because Russia's used some hypersonic weapons in the fight in Ukraine does not at all mean that they're ready to then move up the chain to a nuclear weapon or a tactical nuclear weapon. Here's what the defense secretary had to say about that.
It's very difficult to predict, what or to say what Mr. Putin is thinking, but I would not say that because he's used a hypersonic weapon that's going to cause him to be willing to elevate to use a nuclear weapon.
This is a very sensitive and kind of frightening topic, and I think the Biden administration doesn't want to spread panic, and they also don't want to at all be seen to be intimidated or bowing or caving in to threats that come from the Kremlin. And so you heard Secretary Austin very much repeating that view that the White House has put forward.
Dan, General Milley also raising concerns about the U.S. military's medical personnel. What did he say on that?
That was interesting. Yeah, General Milley was asked sort of about the reorganization and the new budget scheme for the military medical services. And he said that he was concerned that if the U.S. was at war again, that they might not have enough medics and nurses to go around in that situation. Here's what the chairman said about that.
The key issue here is the readiness of the force and the medical readiness of the force. And do we have enough doctors, nurses, and medics or corpsmen in the fielded force to handle combat conditions? And are there enough doctors and nurses available to man combat support hospitals and other field hospitals that are necessary in combat? And candidly, I do have concerns about that.
Now, it's not clear exactly what General Milley is suggesting the solution is, but it does sound like he's asking for more resources in the future.
All right, Dan DeLuce from D.C., thank you. Mariupol has died, an amateur photographer documenting what the war has done to the people who live there, both young and old. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin has his story.
This is our Mariupol before war.
So beautiful. Amateur photographer Evgen Sosnovsky's photos tell the story of a glistening port city full of promise.
This
beautiful.
Our drum setter, which now is full damaged.
Until the Russian troops arrived in Mariupol. Nothing was left unscathed by the Russian assault.
The best school of Mariupol.
The school where his children studied, the supermarkets where he shopped, the basement where his neighbors sheltered. All gone. People were in the basement, and when the bomb exploded, they were crushed, he says. Nobody could get them out. They're still there. His images tell a haunting story of tragedy, but also of hope, a people pulling together, despite having little food, no running water or electricity, and yet still finding a reason to smile. As the weeks pressed on, the horror hit closer and closer until a shell exploded when he was desperately searching for his wife inside his mother-in-law's home. I was covered by the ruins of the building, he says. I could not hear at all. I had a concussion, but I was alive. Following a separate attack, his nephew's son, an 8-year-old boy, and his family all sheltered together in a basement where the little boy kept a diary. A page from that diary reads, "My grandfather died. I have a wound on my back, torn skin. My sister has a head injury. My mother has a hole in her leg." Yevgeny reads the final words of the boy's entry out loud.
My favorite Mariupol is died. Small boy wrote that his city is died. That's all.
A chilling portrait of innocence lost to war, a city destroyed, and a man who says he'll never be the same.
Coming up, have we reached peak pricing? The latest look at inflation and the prices you're paying for everything from gas to groceries next.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
What comes back together?
Oh, I'm so happy. And me. That's what it takes to set a record. So glad to see you.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
It is time for The Bottom Line, our daily look at what's going on in the business world and beyond, and it is all about inflation today. If you could believe it, a little improvement on that front. The April Consumer Price Index out this morning showing inflation at 8.3% on the year, down from 8.5% in March. It's a little better, but not great. The Dow was up earlier today, but took a turn for the worse this afternoon. You are looking at the closing numbers there. CNBC reporter Bertha Coombs here now. So, Bertha, walk us through those April CPI numbers. Beyond that headline 8.3%, where are prices up the most?
Well, Allison, it literally is hitting home for a lot of us when we go to the grocery store. If you are eating in, the cost to eat at home is up 10.8%, and that's being driven by higher costs in meat. We're not seeing any kind of, moderation in those price increases when it comes to meat, chicken, and fish. We are seeing a little bit of a moderation when it comes to vegetables, are a little better. But, if you've got a baby, baby formula with the recalls and all, those prices continue to spike up. Interestingly, eating out is not as expensive in terms of inflation compared to eating at home, up just 7.2%, just 7.2%, she says. And if you want to drink every time we say inflation, interestingly, it will cost you more. The prices for a non-alcoholic beverage are up 14% compared to alcoholic beverages that are up just 3.9%. So that seems a lot more reasonable. And my husband, I'm sure, is saying, you see, it's okay that we're buying gin and it's evaporating, it seems, in our apartment every afternoon. The one area that continues, oh my gosh, apparently we have an evaporation problem here. I don't know. But the one area that we continue to see an issue for most people is gasoline. And that is what is causing a big problem for people, particularly in areas out west where they drive a lot more than in big cities in the Northeast. And when it comes to travel overall, if you are going to fly, those prices are skyrocketing, quite literally. We have seen 3 monthly increases where the percentage increase has doubled month to month, and airfares right now are up nearly 34% compared to a year ago. So if you're looking to do a summer trip, you better book early because those prices continue to go up.
So, Bertha, correct me if I'm wrong, but my takeaway from all that you just said is that I absolutely should convince my husband that we should go out to dinner this weekend, and that, yes, we should get that second round of margaritas because we'd be losing money if we don't.
I don't know that you're losing money, but you're not spending as much more as if you're actually going to stay home.
I love it. An excuse not to cook and to order a cocktail. Great.
Exactly.
We'll take it. We've got to look for some silver lining in all this. So let's talk about...
You need an excuse?
Yeah. The Federal Reserve already hiked interest rates twice this year. We're going to need quite a few more hikes to bring inflation down to the Fed's 2% goal. So what does today's data say about the Fed roads ahead, aside from the fact that it may be a long one?
The Fed needs to continue raising rates in order to try. That's really the main arsenal that they have to try to fight inflation. The concern, of course, and why you see stocks selling off is that the more they raise rates, the more they make it expensive to borrow, the more that could push us into a recession. Some people feel like it's inevitable at this point. But if you let inflation run away, that too could push us into a recession because a lot of people won't be able to buy things, and we are a consumer-driven economy. So that is one of the things that the Fed has a very tough job to try to weigh, and it's not likely that they're going to be able to get it perfectly balanced.
It's a delicate dance. We also, Bertha, saw a kind of interesting dance on the markets today. I mean, stocks were up this morning, then they dropped this afternoon. What should we take away from what happened on the markets today, and what do investors make of these inflation numbers?
What you saw in the morning, and particularly before we got the inflation numbers, there was a lot of hope that, hey, maybe we'll see a peak. Yeah. We haven't seen a peak yet. We've seen it in a couple of pockets, like used cars, which are down fractionally for 3 straight months now. But we're not seeing it in the areas that we really need to see it. So investors are kind of going to what we call the safe havens, safer trades, or looking at consumer staples. They might buy cereal makers, grocery stores, as opposed to buying consumer discretionary things like Apple. Are you going to buy a new iPhone now if you don't need to, if you are paying so much to fill your gas tank? Maybe not. So those are the trades that people are making right now.
Bertha, just in case our viewers are drinking every time we say inflation, we're going to ask you something on a separate topic to give them a break for a minute. I want to ask you a quick question on earnings before you go. I know Disney just reported. What did they say?
Disney's earnings, it's not exactly clear. They had an accounting issue in there, so it's not exactly clear whether they were better than expected or not. But the one area that they showed a lot of strength was in Disney Plus streaming numbers. They had 137.7 million. Analysts were thinking they'd get to about 135 million subscribers. So that is an interesting number, given that we saw Netflix not meet their subscriber numbers. So maybe they're taking market share from Netflix. Also, the parks were very strong here in the U.S. Part of that, they said, was the fact that they have higher ticket prices. People seem to be willing to pay for that right now, but they also have higher costs. They're paying higher wages. So the higher ticket prices are offsetting the higher wages. One of the areas where the parks are not doing well, Asia, because of all of those lockdowns. Yeah. But overall, they seem to show that the consumer is still hanging in there.
All right, everything from inflation to earnings in just a couple of minutes. Bertha, thank you for being with us.
Thanks, Alfie.
From the fryer to the fuel tank, if you're flying out of Dallas-Fort Worth, chances are the jet fuel powering your plane has been converted from used cooking oil. The pilot program is part of the airport's plan to become net zero for greenhouse emissions by 2030. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has more.
It's an ambitious goal at one of the busiest airports on the planet. Net zero for greenhouse emissions by 2030. As fuel prices continue to spike nationwide. And with the TSA now anticipating even more people flocking to the skies post-pandemic.
We expect this to be a busy summer.
Getting there is requiring some supersized creativity and a heavy seasoning of science.
If you're out at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport and you have a fryer in your restaurant, you're recycling oil.
And it's what they're recycling that sold McDonald's owner Chalmer McWilliams a company called Neste asked if they could collect used cooking oil from his store and transform it into pure jet fuel.
When it's no longer at the quality to make those great fries and we can repurpose it, why wouldn't you do that?
The initiative between Neste and DFW Airport drain each fryer in each airport restaurant to fill up a massive tank. Each batch of oil, every order adding up.
So if you think about it, the fuel for your next airplane ride could start right here?
It could start right here.
That's wild.
Pratik Chandok, the technical manager behind Neste's Sustainable Aviation Fuel Program, says it all comes down to chemistry.
If you look at any oil, they all have this building molecules called hydrocarbons. So we can take those atoms, we can then do some processing magic in our refineries and actually mimic the chemistry of a jet fuel.
Once the company gets the oil to a refinery, it filters out all those nuggets and fries, heats it up, then adds hydrogen.
At the end of the process, is there any difference from your fuel to existing fuel?
There's no difference. It's the same jet fuel that you are using right now.
From fryer to fleet, the conversion takes a couple months. But the company says one load alone, about 8,000 gallons worth, has been shown to reduce carbon emissions by 19 metric tons. Music to the ears of Robert Horton, who oversees the airport's environmental affairs.
Do you see this as a way to fight climate change?
Absolutely. This is one link to help us to get there. In and of itself, it's not going to accomplish everything that we need, but it's a starting point that helps to transition to what's next.
The challenge now, convincing other airports to take part. A tall order, but one they say that technology is ready for.
I just spent $3 on fries. That oil could be going into a jet going halfway across the world. It's amazing.
Surging mortgage rates, low inventory, and record high prices. Combine that with the pressure to buy now and save later, and we have got an especially hot housing market. Here's NBC News correspondent Miguel Almaguer.
So this is my favorite room in the house.
As rents rise and now mortgage rates climb, the Fishers, like so many other American families, are trying desperately to buy a home while facing a tougher housing market every day.
Space.
With low inventory and record high prices, if they wait any longer, their 30-year fixed mortgage could tick up even higher.
We're definitely willing to make more sacrifices than we were at the beginning.
The typical mortgage payment in March was $1,700, up nearly $400 from a year ago.
Yeah, you kind of don't know when it's going to end with the mortgage rates rising. With inflation going up too, I mean, everything's getting more expensive.
Though the housing market remains hot, there are some signs of cooling. The average 30-year fixed mortgage rate has now climbed to 5.36%, up 2 points from a year ago. That's led to an 11% drop in new mortgage applications. Still, many prospective homeowners are lowering expectations and raising budgets.
It's definitely squeezing some people out, but again, demand is still there and it's far exceeding supply.
To get their foot into the door, families aren't just willing to pay more for less. Many are turning to adjustable rate loans, where the interest rate can change after 5, 7, or 10 years.
We think in 2022, with higher mortgage rates, that'll cool down somewhat. We'll be back to more typical market conditions.
But after losing on multiple offers, the Fisher family wants to buy now in order to save later, or else they worry their American dream could become a nightmare.
Coming up, a Palestinian-American journalist killed covering Israeli raids. Who shot her and why? Next.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock.
NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Taking you now to Capitol Hill, where Senate Republicans just voted down a bill to codify Roe v. Wade at the federal level. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa is there. So, Ali, what happened? How did this vote break down, and any surprises?
Yeah, Allison, well, as expected, this vote to expand abortion rights, this Women's Health Protection Act, to seal Roe into federal law failed. This was likely a doomed vote from the start. We knew this. We've already heard from President Biden in a statement saying, quote, "This failure to act comes at a time when women's constitutional rights are under unprecedented attack, and it runs counter to the will of the majority of American people." We know that conservative Democratic Senator Joe Manchin was the final vote on the Senate floor. He was the only Democrat to side with all Republicans opposed to this vote. So Democrats lacked almost a dozen votes to end up, fighting a GOP-led filibuster in getting this done. We know that Vice President Harris is still here on Capitol Hill. She was called here to potentially be the tie-breaking vote if this did lead to a tie. That obviously didn't happen here. And so we're waiting to hear her reaction to this failure. But But Allison, just to give you some color of what it seemed like, what it was like on the Senate floor inside the chamber, several of our team members were inside the chamber when this happened, and they said it was very quiet, very dull, to be honest. You had some senators, one by one, Democratic senators, talking about just how important and consequential this vote is. But the gallery up on the top was mostly filled with reporters. There weren't any protests, no outbursts. This comes after several dozen House Democrats marched from the House side to the Senate side before this vote, saying "my body," chanting "my body, my decision." Some of them staying inside the chamber during the vote. We saw dozens of Capitol Police officers kind of shelter around the Senate floor just in case some uprising began. We also saw security increase across the street here on Capitol Hill at the Supreme Court. But largely this has remained a very calm vote, very calm outside. And so Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer actually said before this vote started that this is going to result in all senators getting on the record with where they stand on abortion and abortion rights. He says that that was done today. Despite this failure, everyone was put on the record, and he says that will be focused on even more ahead of the midterms that are less than 6 months away now, Allison.
All right, Ali Rafa on the Hill with that breaking news. Senate Republicans blocking Democrats' procedural vote to codify Roe v. Wade. Thank you. All right, we're going to stay in D.C., where a Haitian gang leader has been charged with masterminding the kidnapping of American missionaries last year. 17 members of an Ohio-based ministry went to Haiti to help rebuild roads and houses after a devastating earthquake there. Armed gang members kidnapped them as they were leaving an orphanage. 5 of those missionaries eventually released. 12 others managed to escape. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams joining me from Washington. So, Pete, what is the Justice Department charging that gang leader with, and what is the department saying about him?
Well, the idea that he's the leader of the gang is the accusation against Jolie Germina. He's 29 years old, and authorities say he led a notorious gang called 400 Mozo that operated in the Port-au-Prince area in Haiti, and he was actually in jail on Haitian charges at the time of the kidnapping. But nonetheless, the Justice Department said he directed the kidnapping by using unauthorized cell phones that he had access to while he was in the jail. He directed the kidnapping of these 17 people. They were taken first to a house and then repeatedly taken to other locations before 2 were released in early December, then 3 more, and then 12 escaped the week before Christmas. He was actually brought to the U.S. to face different charges related to gun running into Haiti and was here last week when these new charges were filed against him.
Pete, does the DOJ know why he and his gang targeted those missionaries specifically? Have they commented on that angle at all?
Well, the court documents say there were basically 2 reasons for it. First of all, that the gang wanted to use them as leverage to try to get him, to get Germina out of the Haitian jail. Okay. Obviously, that didn't work. And the second thing is they demanded ransom payments. The members of this gang called family members of the hostages and demanded $1 million apiece for them to be released. And that's really been the main reason for kidnapping of Westerners in Haiti. It's a money-making operation just to hold these people and try to get ransom payments.
You mentioned, Pete, he was the leader of an entire gang. Is the Justice Department eyeing anyone else in particular in this case?
Well, there are no imminent charges that we know of.
Okay.
He was supposed to have a court appearance this afternoon. He didn't have that appearance. And looking at the court documents, it said something about an alert being issued about his mental health. So I don't know if that has postponed the court appearance. But the Justice Department has said that it will obviously continue to bring more charges. The Attorney General, Merrick Garland, in announcing these charges, said we will utilize the full reach of our law enforcement authorities to hold accountable anybody responsible for undermining the safety of Americans anywhere in the world.
All right, Pete Williams in D.C. Thank you.
You bet.
A well-known Palestinian-American journalist died this morning while covering Israeli army raids in the West Bank. Shireen Abaklai was reporting for Al Jazeera's Arabic language channel when witnesses say Israeli security forces shot her while she was wearing her press vest. Al Jazeera releasing a statement saying she was, quote, assassinated in cold blood. Here's NBC News global correspondent Raf Sanchez.
Shireen Abu Akleh was not a household name in the United States, but she's almost universally known in the Middle East as the woman who delivered the news from here in the occupied West Bank to millions of people across the region for Al Jazeera. She was an American citizen, the U.S. Embassy here in Israel confirms, and Al Jazeera says she was killed by Israeli forces early this morning during an Israeli raid in Jenin in the occupied northern West Bank. She was wearing a press vest clearly marked, showing her as a journalist, and her crew says she was killed by Israeli troops. Another Al Jazeera journalist who was with her was wounded. Now, the Israeli Prime Minister said earlier today that it appeared likely she was in fact killed by Palestinian gunmen, not by Israeli troops. He cited a video where two Palestinian gunmen can be heard saying they think that they shot an Israeli soldier, Israel suggesting that they may actually have shot this Palestinian journalist instead. I will tell you, nothing in that video being circulated by the Israeli government definitively shows in any way that Palestinian gunmen fired the fatal bullet. Now, the U.S. government is demanding an immediate and transparent investigation into the killing, but Palestinians here in the West Bank say they have very little faith that the Israeli military will investigate itself and hold its soldiers accountable if needed.
Coming up, something to cheer for, Marines' homecoming surprise 3 years in the making. That's next.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Drug overdose deaths in the U.S. hit an all-time high in 2021, the CDC said today, the death rate for Black Americans surpassing whites. A group of mostly Black female researchers at the University of Kentucky saying representation matters to people struggling with addiction. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park takes us inside their work.
Olivia, who in the interest of maintaining her privacy asked us to identify her as Olivia M., is a research participant in a groundbreaking study at the University of Kentucky.
I have been stalked. I've been beaten and left for dead outside of a strip club. I've been stranded in an entirely different state. It took a lot of falling down and going to different places until I found the things that worked for me.
Her story shared with this unique team on a mission to tackle the opioid epidemic, equipped with T-shirts, flyers, and an open mind.
One of the things we're very intentional about as a research team is to literally speak with people face to face.
That connection, allowing them to make breakthroughs with underserved Black communities, reluctant to open up to strangers about their drug use.
Those barriers related to research and accessing Black populations for research are oftentimes there because the researchers do not look like the communities. And so there is suspicion, there's issues of trust.
Researchers say a year into the study, their approach is working, with participants getting candid with the team made up of mostly Black women.
And people see our t-shirts and they're like, oh, you are on the Refocus team, like we've heard about you.
For them, this isn't just about the data.
I'm just curious, how many of you personally have been impacted by family members or peers who have abused drugs? So the majority of you guys.
With the nation's war on drugs deepening, last month the Biden administration sent its national drug control strategy to Congress, focusing on harm reduction and treatment.
Once you lose reasoning, you lose faculty, and that's how addiction gets you.
One reason for the rise in deaths: fentanyl, a potent synthetic opioid that the agency says is involved in more deaths than any other cause for Americans under 50. Meanwhile, in 2020, the overdose death rate for Black Americans surpassed the death rate for white Americans for the first time since 1999.
Being a member of the community in which we are working with, we know that this has been a problem in our communities long before 2015.
Over a 5-year period of research and analysis, the end game at the University of Kentucky is to fill in the information gaps to help decision makers shape local, state, and federal policies. They say that starts with more uncomfortable conversations in a safe space, all with the goal of putting more members of the community on a path toward a healthy recovery.
By sharing my experience, I hope that it impacts research in a way in my local community that it helps other people that are like me.
Two brothers finally reunited. The pandemic kept a Texas Marine in Japan for 3 years. NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas shows us what happened when he surprised his brother at a school pep rally.
It's been 3 long years since Texas third grader Brandon Ballard saw his older brother Isaac. Isaac is a Marine corporal stationed in Okinawa, Japan. The pandemic delayed his return stateside. The only way Brandon has seen his older brother was on video. When Brandon and his classmates thought they were attending a pep rally, this happened.
Hey, Brandon.
Brandon, who is this?
They're gonna hug you.
This is Brandon's brother Isaac, who's in the Marines. How long has it been since you've seen Brandon?
Roughly 3 years.
3 years. Wow.
I was nervous to see him because I haven't seen him so long, but I was really glad I got to.
After 3 long years apart, the brothers get to spend the next 3 weeks together.
Someone they love is gone for that long. I mean, oh no. It's just like happy and excited that he's staying at home for a while.
So what a great surprise. So let's give him a round of applause.
What a sweet reunion. That does it for us. Hallie Jackson starts right now. Have a great night.
We're coming on the air with a defeat for Democrats in the Senate. Not a shocking one, but still symbolic as they tried to protect the federal right to abortion access. It seemed like a doomed bill, and guess what it was? It failed. What we're just hearing from Vice President Kamala Harris in the last few minutes about the next steps in this fight for reproductive rights. Plus, what you need to know about that new inflation report and why it won't help you now at the grocery store, but the Fed thinks it could get better down the road. And on National Nurses Week, some of them are not feeling the love in places like California, where more than 1 in 10 of them have quit since the pandemic started. A potential new medical crisis in tonight's original. Plus, with hate crimes on the rise against Asian Americans, our Vicki Nguyen pulls back the curtain on how this community is working to heal in tonight's backstory. And new details in on that incredible and incredibly compelling story out of Florida. who that mystery passenger is who landed a plane by himself after the pilot became incoherent. You're also going to hear from the air traffic controller who guided him to the runway in a story that has everyone talking tonight. Hey, I'm Hallie, and we just watched a symbolic moment in the Senate at a time of historic generational change, potentially, when it comes to abortion rights. A bill that would have protected those rights federally, failing tonight, with one Democrat joining all 50 Republicans to block it. And Vice President Kamala Harris stepping in front of microphones to explain the stakes here.
Sadly, the Senate failed to stand in defense of a woman's right to make decisions about her own body. And let's be clear, the majority of the American people believe in defending a woman's right, her choice, to decide what happens to her own body.
We also just heard, as we were walking into the studio, from President Biden, who says, quote, Republicans in Congress, not one of whom voted for this bill, have chosen to stand in the way of Americans' rights to make the most personal decisions about their own bodies, families, and lives. Again, we know that this vote seemed destined to fail. So why hold it in the first place, right? Well, it's a midterm year. And Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, the top Democrat in the Senate, wants to put every one of those members on the record to try to show voters what could happen if the court overturns Roe versus Wade, as a recent leaked draft opinion shows a majority of justices are willing to do, and if Republicans take control of the Senate after the November elections. For their part, Republicans are calling the bill that failed today extreme. We've also seen today and for the past week now, justices and senators even facing safety concerns, they say, as protesters rally outside their homes. That's become a flashpoint, too. Let me bring in now with all of this Ali Vitali. And Ali, again, this is all unfolding in just the last hour or so on Capitol Hill. Yeah. Senator Schumer called this one of the most consequential votes the Senate will take in decades. And yet what's so interesting, even with House members marching over to the Senate chamber in this big sort of show of force, it seemed like a fairly routine vote as it actually went down, right? Where do Democrats go next here, Ali?
Yeah, that's exactly right. You know, this thing, we knew it was going to fail, but it ended with a whimper, not a bang here. And I think that was what was so striking, was after seeing a week of lead-up, fiery speeches, promises to codify Roe and to protect the right to an abortion in the United States, something that's been protected for almost 50 years by the Roe versus Wade decision out of the Supreme Court. Democrats failed to do it, and it was a pretty low-key moment here on Capitol Hill. The larger question, too, of what happens next is really interesting because, quite frankly, in talking to advocacy groups today and other senators and lawmakers up here on the Hill, there's really not much they can do at the federal level beyond this vote, which, of course, went nowhere. Which is why you see now everyone pivoting to November. I asked Vice President Kamala Harris that question here when she just came off the Senate floor. She said that this is now a midterm issue. It's the same thing that we heard from Chuck Schumer, the same thing we heard from Patty Murray, Elizabeth Warren. The list goes on here, and they're all trying to make this turn not just about Republicans, but MAGA Republicans. You've heard this term from President Biden. You're hearing it now echoed by Democrats here in the Senate. That's the message that they're trying to take into November. Extremist conservative positions, pointing to what the states are doing, because remember, you and I talked about this earlier, there's a divide between what state Republicans are doing and D.C. Republicans on this issue, but nevertheless, that's the way Democrats are going to try to play it for the midterms. Well, listen, Democrats are looking ahead to the midterms, Ali. So are Republicans here. You had the top Republican in the Senate, Mitch McConnell, calling the bill that failed today extreme and radical. There has traditionally been this intensity gap over how much reproductive rights and access to abortion fires up voters in both parties to get to the polls. Republicans think that might give them the advantage, unless, of course, some Supreme Court decision in the next couple months that overturns Roe, as is anticipated, although not final, changes the game. That's right. You know, this is kind of one of those things right now of what impact this will have on the midterms. Everyone's right until someone's proven wrong here, because we are truly in untested territory. For the last 50 years, Republicans and Democrats alike have been able to campaign on the theory of abortion and abortion access. Now we're at a point where the Supreme Court is about to decide this, and it's going to be decided that you effectively have half of the states in the United States restricting abortion and the other half of the states in the United States either protecting it or just allowing it to happen within their state lines. it ends up being just a real patchwork nationally. And it's why the messaging is not just to elect Democrats federally, though certainly that's the message that we hear out of this building all the time, but it's also going to be how this ends up playing in statewide races. This is really going to roil gubernatorials, for example, Hallie.
As you have been talking, Allie, we have heard something interesting that relates to all of this from the Department of Justice, right? And this speaks to what we've seen, these protests outside the home of some conservative Supreme Court justices. The Attorney General Merrick Garland, again, a member of the Biden administration, saying that this is from the DOJ, a spokesperson, saying that the Attorney General continues to be briefed on security matters related to the court and justices and has directed the U.S. Marshals Service to help ensure the justices' safety by basically giving additional support to make sure that they are safe and secure. This has been something we've heard a lot about, particularly from, I think, the GOP side of things, who says it's not appropriate. Democrats say, hey, a peaceful protest. Some of them say if it's a peaceful protest, then that should be okay.
Yeah, and I mean, that is one of the battle lines that we're seeing now on the Hill. Even just last week, when this leaked opinion came out, we saw 8-foot-tall fencing go up outside the Supreme Court. That's not typically a building that we see fencing around. It's one of the places where Americans can have access to the front of it broadly when they're coming here taking pictures and whatnot. That was clearly a sign of security concerns. And then, of course, over the weekend, we saw protests outside Justice Roberts' house, Kavanaugh's house, Alito's house now in recent days. And, of course, then there's Senator Susan Collins, who was upset by some chalk work that was done outside of her home in Maine. So this is one of the fault lines Republicans are trying to make hay out of. But again, it all sort of clarifies the fact that they are not running to make this essential issue in the midterms. For them, they'd rather talk about inflation. Democrats would rather talk about this.
Ali Vitale, thank you very much. Teeing us up very nicely for this next discussion. She says Republicans want to talk about inflation. That's what a lot of people are talking about today on the heels of that new report from the Labor Department. It lays out just how much more it's costing you for all the stuff you need. So here's the bottom line, big number right there in red on your screen. Inflation was at 8.3% in April. Still the highest level since ET phoned home, but it is starting to level out compared to March. You're still feeling it when you go to stock up the fridge, let's say. Bread is up 10 cents, milk more than 50 cents. A dozen eggs is going to cost you like almost $1 more, and bacon even more than that. President Biden talking about this, thinking about this, trying to get the message to people that he gets their pain. He's at a farm in Illinois today. He says it's good that these overall inflation numbers are going down. And keep in mind, these costs are having a real impact now on everyday Americans, like some of the people near Jacksonville, Florida, where our own Shaq Brewster spoke with a few folks who told him how inflation is impacting them, including one who says they now need help from a food bank because of all this.
A lot of my friends are talking about the gas prices and being able to travel this summer.
Picking and choosing my battles now is what I really need versus what I want as the prices increase.
We're being more picky about what we shop for. I'm trying to pick things that I can turn into 2 and 3 meals.
On Wall Street, markets look like they were going up to start the day. Now they have ended it again back in the red, especially the NASDAQ. Look at that, down something like 3.2%. CNBC's Jeff Cox is joining us now. So it feels, Jeff, like there's sort of two things you can read from these inflation numbers. On the one hand, they're not awesome. On the other hand, they could be a lot worse.
Yeah, Hallie, it's kind of a good news, bad news situation. Everybody was just wondering whether March was the peak of inflation. And I think if you look at this report, the good news part of it is that, yeah, you could probably make that case. The bad news is that inflation is not going to be falling off that peak. Inflation is going to be crawling off that peak. There are still a lot of trouble areas, shelter costs especially, which make up about 1/3 of the consumer price index. They're still rising at a good pace. One of the things that held back inflation for last month was a decline in energy prices, and we've already seen the first week and a half of May that has reversed itself, and gas prices at the pump are at record levels. So a tough road ahead in terms of inflation. Probably won't see that 8.5% number again year over year, but it's still going to be a tough road to get down from that ugly peak that we saw.
It is a sort of policy thing, right? It's also a political thing, and the White House is very aware of that. President Biden was on the road out in Illinois. He was pointing to the war in Ukraine, things that are happening overseas for rising costs, and he was thanking farmers in the heartland for picking up the slack. Listen.
You got us through a pandemic, and you're literally the backbone of our country. It's not hyperbole. But you also feed the world. And we're seeing with Putin's war in Ukraine, you're like the backbone of freedom.
So he's got these plans to increase the amount of fertilizer that's produced, to let farmers double crop, meaning they can plant more. But But how long? Like, listen, farm to field is not the snap of a fingers, right? That takes time. What do experts think on how quickly this is going to actually make a difference when I go to, like, the local market?
This is just kind of, pardon the pun, kind of nibbling around the edges. But, you know, there's so many things that go into food costs. I mean, one of the biggest problems right now is just the war in the Ukraine, because there's so many things that they export, commodities that we depend on, wheat and a whole host of other things that really kind of make the world go round. So the idea of providing more fertilizer for farms, I mean, it makes a good photo op. But in terms of, you know, actually having an impact on prices, probably not going to do a whole lot. I think, you know, some of the heavy lifting is going to be done by the Federal Reserve, raising interest rates. That's going to be painful. That will help tamp down demand somewhat, though. You saw that just in the last segment, some of these consumers now picking and choosing.
That's right.
And while that's not a happy thing to hear, those are the kind of things we're going to need to see for prices to start coming down.
Jeff Cox, good to see you. Thank you for that breakdown. Let's turn now to another big headline in a day full of them, and this is from the war overseas in Ukraine. Because today, we heard for the first time from the defense secretary saying that Russia has used hypersonic weapons in Ukraine. Not only have they used these hypersonic missiles, it's happened several times. He is throwing in a caveat here. The defense secretary, Lloyd Austin, saying, well, they're fast. They didn't really have a huge impact on the ground. It's happening as in eastern Ukraine. You have the military in Ukraine making some gains of their own. President Zelensky is now saying his country's forces have pushed Russian troops out of 4 villages near Kharkiv. We still don't know just how many Russian soldiers have died in the war so far, but a department inside the Ukrainian military say they've been finding a number of Russian soldiers' bodies that have been left behind. Cal Perry is with me now. And Cal, so Ukrainian troops gaining ground in the east, but then there's also this headline from Lloyd Austin today, the defense secretary, about Russia's use of hypersonic missiles. How significant is that?
Well, look, I think the hypersonic missiles is a message. It's a message from Moscow. And inherent in that message is the threat of a nuclear weapon. Because as we heard from General Austin today, it doesn't really matter that it's hypersonic. What matters is what's on the nose of the missile, right? The fact that it's hypersonic means it's more difficult to shoot down. So these cruise missiles actually move very slowly. It was something I didn't really realize until I covered this war. You can hear them. They sound like passenger jets. They go 300 to 400 miles an hour. The supersonic ones, you can't shoot down. That's the significance.
The Ministry of Defense from Ukraine has said 12 Russian generals have been killed since the start of this invasion. Obviously, Moscow is not confirming that. The Kremlin's not saying, here's how many of our people have been killed. But you have this report out now that a number of these, Russian troops' bodies are being found in Ukraine.
Yeah, look, we've heard up to 15,000 Russian troops could have been killed. That's according to Ukrainian defense officials. Only about 200 bodies have been found. But to be clear, it's only in 5 districts around the country. What you're looking at is video today that we took with this unit, as you said, within the Ukrainian military that is charged with finding, exhuming, and then making a record of these bodies. One of the disturbing things that they told us, and this is a disturbing story, is that Russia doesn't have any inclination to have these bodies back. There's no negotiation for them, so the Ukrainian officials don't really know what to do with these bodies. Most of the bodies, the difficult thing is they're not found with identification. Here's what the colonel told us, the colonel who runs the unit, Hallie.
Більшості окупантів, в них нема документів, у більшості з них. І в нас є масове підтвердження тому, що документів в них збиралося централізовано. Дуже багато випадків, коли в захопленій техніці ворожій знаходилися цілі пачки в пакетах, там, в кульках, шнурками перев'язані з документами їх солдат.
So much of what this unit does, Hallie, is rely on tips from citizens, civilians who are returning to their homes. Roughly 2/3 of the city of Kyiv, for example, is now back in their homes. And these are some of the grisly and gruesome discoveries they're finding. One other thing, Hallie, most of these soldiers being found, we understand, born in the year 2000, 2001, so very young men indeed.
Cal Perry, live for us in Ukraine. Cal, thank you. Today, the U.S. and press freedom groups are demanding an immediate investigation into the death of a Palestinian-American journalist, Shireen Abu Akleh. She was shot in the West Bank this morning. The State Department condemning this, calling her death an affront to media freedom everywhere. She was shot at a refugee camp while covering Israeli raids for Al Jazeera. Now, the bureau chief of Al Jazeera in Jerusalem says it was clear that the bullet that killed her came from an Israeli sniper. They also say she was wearing a vest that clearly identified her as a member of the press. So what does Israel say? The Israelis first suggested that she might have been killed by Palestinian gunmen, but then later seemed to step back from that claim. They're now investigating. This comes after, of course, weeks of violence in that region. We've been talking about it here on the show. Raf Sanchez joins me now. And Raf, this is a journalist who was in the region, a high-profile person, right, a familiar face. What else do we know about where this investigation goes from here?
Yeah, Hallie, Shireen Abu Akleh, not a household name in the United States, but almost universally known here in the Middle East. She was the woman who millions of people across the Arab world watched on Al Jazeera, got their news from her about what's happening here in the occupied West Bank. Now, in terms of this investigation, Israel's military says they are going to carry out a thorough probe into this. They said they're going to look at the caliber of the bullets. They're going to review video footage of the scene. That is what the Biden administration, from the White House to the State Department to the missions of the United Nations, is demanding that they do. But Hallie, I got to tell you, talking to Palestinians here in the occupied West Bank today, they are saying they have no faith that the Israeli military is going to investigate itself, that it's going to hold its own soldiers accountable if necessary. Now, as you said, Al Jazeera is making very clear they say this journalist was killed deliberately by Israeli forces. She was wearing those blue flak jackets that you and I wear when we're out in war zones, very clearly marking you as a member of a press. You hope that that will keep you safe. It did not keep Shireen Abu Akleh safe today. Al Jazeera is citing eyewitness reports from her own crew who were with her when she was killed, including one producer who was shot in the back during this incident. Now, exactly as you said, Israel's prime minister said earlier today that it appeared likely this journalist was actually killed by Palestinian gunmen engaging the Israeli troops in this refugee camp in Jenin. In the last couple of hours, the Israeli government kind of backing away from that. The Israeli defense minister just held a press briefing for the international press, and he did not repeat that claim. He said they do not know what killed her.
Did he say what they're going to do next?
He said that they're going to carry out this investigation, that they're going to look into what happened here. They say they're going to update the White House, that they will keep the United States abreast of this investigation into the death of an American citizen, we should add. The U.S. Embassy here in Israel confirming that Shireen Abu Akleh was an American citizen. As you said, this is a low point in what has been a very low couple of weeks here in Israel and the occupied West Bank. Last week, 3 Israeli civilians killed by Palestinian suspects wielding an axe. You and I talked about that on the show. Right. There has been weeks of violence outside the Al-Aqsa Mosque, the Temple Mount, the holiest site in Jerusalem. And Hallie, President Biden is due to come here next month. It'll be his first trip as president to Israel, to the occupied territories. And this is a very grim situation that he is arriving to. Exactly a year ago, we were one day into the fighting in Gaza that left hundreds of people dead on both sides. 1 year on, very few of the fundamentals have changed, and people on both sides will tell you they think there's no reason that war couldn't break out again almost any day.
Rafa Sanchez, it is a chilling report, and we're glad to have you shine a light on this story. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Some new video and audio is now revealing the final intense moments in that manhunt for an inmate and the corrections officer who helped him escape. It's all coming to a head. It did on a road in Evansville, Indiana, where it sounds like Vicky White called 911 right before U.S. Marshals rammed their Cadillac into a ditch. You're looking at some of the video here. We want to warn you that some of what you're about to hear, you'll find disturbing. Here's that 911 call.
911. Hello? John. Airbags are going off. Let's get out and run.
It appears those would be Vicky White's last words. Moments later, their car was rammed by the patrol car. The inmate, Casey White, was pulled from the wreck. This dash cam video shows him surrendering to police, or police cuffing him. Vicky White was then pulled from the car after the sheriff says she shot herself. She later died at the hospital. Megan Fitzgerald joins me now with more. And Megan, we're learning more from these final moments captured on dash cam video, reported in those 911 calls as well, about how this days-long manhunt came to a conclusion.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's very clear to see on the dash cam video as well as the police body cam video. And we first see how deputies are just piling on top of Casey White before they take him into cuffs, walk him to the hood of that squad car there, and pat him down. But, you know, the biggest takeaway here is that it was peaceful. It was a surrender. This is certainly consistent with law enforcement agencies' reports this entire time. But it's important to note, though, that the sheriff here in Evansville says the reason why that was peaceful is because the way in which those U.S. Marshals rammed into that vehicle, trapping him in the driver's seat there, because he admitted to police. Casey admitted to police saying that he his intention was to do a shootout with them if he came face to face. So he didn't have that opportunity. And then, of course, that other piece of video where you see the moments that these officers are confronted with Vicky White, and they saw that gun still in her hand moments after she shot herself in the head. Hallie.
Casey White, the inmate, is now back in Alabama, right? As of this morning, I think, Megan. What's next for him?
That's right. Yeah, that's right. So yesterday, you know, we saw him walking into court. Reporters were shouting questions at him, and he didn't have anything to say. And of course, he had a lot to say to the deputies here. But some of the questions that were thrown at him is, does he feel any sort of remorse, any sort of regret? And again, he didn't have a comment. But what yesterday was about is that we saw him facing charge of the escape, which carries up to life in prison because of his criminal history. But also important to remember that this guy is also facing a murder charge for a stabbing death of a woman in her 50s back in 2015. And so Casey's attorneys are asking for a change in venue because of the nationwide attention to this particular escape case. He will be back in court for a hearing on that next month. Hallie.
Megan Fitzgerald live for us on that story. Megan, thank you. To an NBC News exclusive tonight with the CEO of one of the country's most well-known companies on why he's leaning into that work-from-home life for him and his employees. So Airbnb is letting its staff live and work remotely from anywhere in the country. And today, it's retooling its website to give remote workers more options to book places to live and work for weeks or even months at a time. Now think about that, right? That's in contrast to some companies who are now requiring teams to go back to the office 5 days a week. A March survey from Microsoft found half of companies want workers back in the office every day. And that's a distinction from the workers themselves. Half of them say they're thinking about switching to a totally remote or at least hybrid job at some point this year. Joining me now is Stephanie Ruhle, who landed this exclusive. Steph, we're so glad to have you on the show with this interview. And it's super interesting because Brian Chesky has been this very vocal proponent of letting workers stay home if they want to. And he's trying to have Airbnb not just talk the talk, but walk the walk.
Absolutely. And when you talk about business leaders that are pushing employees to come back to work, it's also political leaders. You see mayors across cities in this country pushing for businesses to get their employees back because, you know, crime is on the rise. You know, restaurants have gone out of business, dry cleaners, lots of local businesses. Brian Chesky says this is about recruiting top talent and optimizing your business. They were forced to do it like so many other companies during COVID. And now they're saying that's the best way for success going forward. Watch this.
My prediction is this is where the world's going to be 10 years from now. And all the CEOs hauling their employees back to the office, that's their prerogative. But here's what I would say. The companies with the best talent will usually win. And if you are limiting your talent to a commuting radius, you're not going to have the best people because the best people will live everywhere.
Listen, you know we've got a labor shortage right now in every single industry, and Chesky is making the argument. If you allow people to live wherever they want, but now they're not just remote forever, they're going to come in and get together for offsites, right, for team building. It's not like they're fully tuned out, never having their cameras on, but this is how you'll find the best people. He says they've proven it over the last couple of years.
Who wouldn't want their cameras on, Steph? My God, if I could see your face every day. Listen, there's a couple of really interesting pieces here. He has this kind of, as I know you think, this sort of like okay boomer mentality about this, right? Like young companies are going to do this and thrive versus older companies who just don't get it. That seems to be the thinking here. And it does stand in contrast to places in the financial sector like Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, reportedly like tracking badges of when their employees come into the office to make sure they're coming in.
That's exactly it. And he makes the argument it's a mindset. Remember, it was younger tech companies 10 years ago, 15 years ago, that got into the open floor plan, you know, give people perks other than money. And it really worked. And he sort of talked about that. Look to the business leaders of the future, not the past. Watch this.
We haven't been in the same room for 2 years. And last year, we made 150 upgrades to our app. While being distributed and remote, we made the biggest change to our product in 10 years and the biggest change to our customer service in 10 years. We did this all remote.
And I'll tell you, Hal, he definitely made me feel like an old loser when I was arguing. Yeah, but, you know, how do you know your people are working their hardest? You know, what if they're off doing this or that? And he said, just because somebody's sitting in a cubicle at an office all day, how do you know they're not just looking at YouTube videos and screwing around? Get your head into the future. And when he said that, I kind of had to be quiet.
I mean, scrolling on TikTok, whatever. Listen, Steph, you know what Oprah would say? Nobody can make you feel like an old loser without your permission. So you are young at heart. to all of us always. Thank you so much. We look forward to seeing more of this interview tonight on the 11th hour over on MSNBC.
I give you permission to think I'm an old loser, Hallie.
I don't, sadly. Later. Coming up, rapper Young Gunn has been arrested on racketeering charges in Georgia. Yes, he has been arrested now, just a couple of days after Young Thug. We've got more details in the 5 things. Plus, oh my goodness, a passenger who has no idea how to fly a plane manages to make a safe landing after the pilot had this medical emergency. We now know who this mystery guy is, and you're going to meet the controller who guided him to safety. It is a bananas story. You have to stay with us.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
So for the first time, we are now hearing from the air traffic control operator who's telling the story of how he helped a passenger who had no idea how to fly a plane to fly a plane after the pilot had a medical emergency. Darren Harrison, here on the right, with the hero air traffic control operator, Robert Morgan. So Harrison was somehow able, after his pilot has this emergency medically, becomes incoherent, he was able to somehow get in touch with air traffic control and tell them, like, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm in a plane high above the ground off the coast of Florida. Help.
I have no idea how to fly the airplane, but I'm in 9100. Number 333 Lima Delta, Roger. What's your position? I have no idea. I can see the coast of Florida in front of me, and I have no idea.
Could you even imagine? So the air traffic controller tells Harrison, okay, they're going to try to find your plane. It was 20 miles off the coast of Boca Raton. From there, Morgan, or Captain Morgan, as his friends call him, calmly directs this guy to keep the wings level. He helps him find certain buttons in the cockpit and then eventually guides him into a safe landing at the airport in Palm Beach, a landing that shocked even the air traffic control tower at the airport.
Witnessed a couple passengers land that plane.
Not a problem. Go ahead and continue. We'll hold short 10 left, American 1845.
Man, they did a great job.
Did you say the passengers landed the airplane?
That's correct.
Oh my God. Yeah, no, great job.
No flying experience. We got a controller that worked them down. That's a flight instructor.
Tell me you don't have chills listening to that. Carrie Sanders has been on this incredible story from us from the beginning. Carrie, there's so much here. And let me start actually with what we are hearing now from, I think you've heard from the air traffic controller himself, right? A flight instructor who guided this guy to safety, and from the passenger. Tell us more.
It's, first of all, unbelievable because this is a mid-air mayday, and in the initial moments of this, the plane had gone into a nosedive, and so the plane is nosediving. There are 2 passengers on board, and Darren Harrison is one of the passengers in the back. The other passenger, we understand, may have been seated in the front in the cockpit, but as the pilot who had this medical emergency slumped forward, he hit the controls of the plane and it went into the nosedive. nosedive. So mid-air emergency, the passenger in the back, Darren Harrison, climbs over the seats with the other passenger able to pull the pilot out of the seat. Darren gets in, but in the chaos, the headsets had disconnected. So they thought they put the headset on. They're going, Mayday, we need help. Nobody's responding. They don't know what's going on. Meantime, air traffic control sees a plane making erratic moves. They don't know what's going on, and it is not responding. So their first job is to treat it as a possible terrorist threat. So they're not sure what's going on. Finally, the people on the plane, again, no training at all, level the plane out, are able to figure out how to put the headsets back in, and then to find the button to communicate. And then, as you just heard, they're like, I don't know how to fly a plane. And remarkably, working here at the air traffic control was somebody who is also a pilot and an instructor. Those are not requirements. That's just what he does in addition to being an air traffic controller. And imagine this, he wasn't supposed to be working when this was going on.
Oh, man.
He just took an extra shift because somebody else decided to take the day off. Everything aligned. And then, you know, this passenger who is really now a pilot did everything he was told to do. It was a Cessna 208. So he's flying a plane that the air traffic controller / instructor actually doesn't fly. So he actually printed out and got a picture of the cockpit. And he's saying, okay, what do you see? Because he wants to know, checking the altitude, checking the airspeed, all these sorts of things. And on board the plane, they say, we don't see anything. The whole screen is black. It had blacked out because it was one of those updated all-glass screens. So he couldn't do that. He's working off this picture. He tells them where the throttle is. He lines them up and remarkably makes this just perfect landing. And I should add, the air traffic controller, Bobby here, you'd think like, oh, he's probably up there with binoculars. No, he is doing all of this in a windowless, dark room, watching it on a radar as it's going on. And his heart really skipped when the plane dropped below 300 feet, because when the plane went below 300 feet, at that point, it disappeared off radar, and he didn't know. Did the plane just go down? What's going on? And then just seconds later, boom, it's on the runway with a perfect landing. I mean, this is a remarkable story, Hallie.
And I want to hear from this guy. Let me play some of that sound.
I was just kind of coaching him through it, and he was doing fine. I think even if I didn't say something, he might have still been able to get the hang of it. But I just wanted him to stay calm, and I figured if I kept talking to him, that would help him, just someone to listen to, just to keep him on course.
It is unreal to think about. And at one point, as you said, Morgan lost touch with Harrison. He said as he was landing the plane, this is what he told you about some of those seconds. Watch.
It must have been no more than 10 seconds. And I kept trying to talk to him. And he said, I'm on the ground. What do you want me to do now?
You were
how do you stop this? And my heart just kind of sank. And I was like, just thinking, thank God.
What do you do now? Pop a bottle of champagne, man. I mean, Carrie, like, this story has captured the attention, I think, of so many people, because I think everybody can imagine, what if that were me, right? What would I do? Like, my toxic trait is not that I think I could do that. I don't know what I would do, Carrie, because, boy, I can barely handle an iPhone, you know, much less the cockpit of a Cessna, friend.
Think about this. I mean, Darren is in a crisis, and he is being talked through what to do. He is as calm as Captain Morgan was. I mean, Bobby was incredibly calm. He told me I had to keep thinking about remaining calm, because if I got excited, he would get excited. And, you know, Bobby Morgan has been a flight instructor for 3 years. He told me that all of those students that he has taken up with him, all of that, all the things that he had learned from students making mistakes, all of that built into this one moment where, as you know, Darren essentially was flying blind because he didn't really know what he was doing, but he was being talked through it. I'm blown away, and I think all of America is a happy ending. What we don't know at this point is the health of the pilot.
I was just going to ask you about that, actually. How is that pilot doing?
We do know that he was taken away. Well, all we know is that he was taken. He was given emergency attention at a local hospital. We believe that he's still there, but we've not been given his name, and we don't have details on his condition at this point.
Carrie Sanders, an incredible, incredible story. Thank you for bringing us that interview. Really good to see you. Really good to hear that turned out well, of course, for that passenger. Appreciate it. Whew. Take a deep breath, because we got the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, the CDC says more than 100,000 Americans died from drug overdoses last year. This is an all-time high. That's a 15% increase from 2020. Data from the agency says fentanyl was the reason why most of these deaths happened. Number 2, rapper Gunna was arrested in Georgia today on racketeering charges, just 2 days after Young Thug was taken into custody on gang-related charges. Both rappers are named in an alleged organized crime ring. Number 3, some updates on the Republican primaries over the last 24 hours we told you about. In Nebraska, State Senator Charles Herbster lost his bid for governor, even though former President Trump campaigned for him last week. But it was a split decision for Mr. Trump because the guy he endorsed in West Virginia, Congressman Alex Mooney, won his GOP primary. Races in both states were looked at as tests for Donald Trump's influence on voters. More to come on that front. Number 4, the Senate has confirmed the first black woman to sit on the Federal Reserve Board. Economist Lisa Cook confirmed along a party line vote, with Vice President Kamala Harris breaking the tie. Cook is the first black woman to sit on the panel in its 108-year history. Number 5, more than 90% of Great Barrier Reef coral studied this year was bleached, according to Australian scientists. Bleaching, it's a problem. It's caused by global warming. It's the 4th time it's happened here in less than a decade. The good thing is researchers say they really are hopeful that this coral will recover. Still to come, a new report reveals just how badly children were treated at indigenous boarding schools and how the government really didn't do a thing about it. We're going to get into that next.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Interior Department today releasing a long-awaited report on how badly kids were treated at Native American boarding schools and how a lack of oversight by the federal government played a part in that. The report says at least 500 American Indian, Alaska Native, and Native Hawaiian kids died while going to these boarding schools run or supported by the government from 1819 to 1969, so from the 1800s to the early 1900s. The school system was created basically to try to eradicate indigenous languages and cultures and to assimilate young kids to the mainstream U.S. culture through education. They were forced to learn English, give up their birth names, etc. The government took these Native American children, these kids from their communities, and forced them to go to these boarding schools, stripping them of their traditions, right? Gave them English names, training them to perform military drills. Interior Secretary Deb Haaland, the first Native American to lead the department, says these policies are heartbreaking and undeniable.
Each of those children is a missing family member, a person who was not able to live out their purpose on this earth because they lost their lives as part of this terrible system.
These findings are just the first in piece, basically, of an investigation that Secretary Haaland announced last June to look into this really dark part of American history. Antonia Hilton joins us now to talk more about this. And Antonia, beyond, I think, the horrors that this report details, it is also, as I know you know, it is also just the beginning of this investigation into this issue.
That's right, Hallie. This is a really damning report, but it should not be seen as conclusive because they're really just at the beginning of this research and excavation process. And the federal government is essentially providing an update, but people expect the numbers that they're reporting today to grow exponentially. So what we know now is that they've confirmed 408 federally funded or federally supported schools that were part of this violent and abusive system that, as you described, stripped Indigenous indigenous children of Native American tribes in Hawaii, in Alaska, of their heritage, of their connection to their families and their roots systematically. And that they've confirmed about 500 deaths, but that death number is certain to grow. When you talk to experts, as our colleague Graham Brewer has, they say that they expect those numbers to get into the tens of thousands, which when you sit with that is really a shocking and disturbing, frankly, number. And, you know, I got the opportunity to meet some of the survivors. I traveled up to Michigan several months ago and met with some who were part of the Little Traverse Bay bands of Odawa Indians in Michigan. And they described what every day in one of the boarding schools there was like. Nuns beating them, saying racist remarks, and putting them through psychological and physical torture. Take a listen to my conversation with a Marine Corps veteran and a school survivor named Fred Kiogma.
The nuns took you, they had this table, and they stood you up and they just stripped you naked and washed from head to toe. The nuns telling us, you know, you got to wash till you get that color off. And we didn't know what that meant because we're washed. I mean, we're clean.
Stories like that I heard from other survivors. It's not just Fred. And, you know, some of the frustration for folks, for tribal leaders and members right now, is that they've been telling these stories, Hallie, for decades. And the rest of us, you know, both in the media, but also in the federal government, are catching up and finally acknowledging something that they have known and tried to bring attention to for many, many years now.
You talk about the federal government then. What is the administration going to do from here? Like, what are the next steps in that and in this investigation?
Well, Hallie, a lot of the next step is going to be focused on burial sites. So they found 53 different burial sites marked or unmarked across 37 different states that they stated in this report. But we're also going to see Secretary Haaland essentially go on tour. She's going to go to these different sites around the country. She's going to talk with survivors. Her team, made up primarily of Indigenous Americans, they're going to continue the very emotional and challenging work of having to collect this archival research, to in some cases have to visit and study these potential burial sites. And so again, you know, I can't emphasize enough just how much we might be at the tip of the iceberg of understanding the full horrors that were perpetrated through the school system. And while many Native Americans that I've spoken to are so glad to have someone like Secretary Haaland in place doing this work, they also say it's long overdue, that it shouldn't have taken getting a Native American woman in this position for this to finally happen.
Antonia Hilton, it's such important reporting. Thank you very much for bringing it to us. Appreciate it. Still ahead, video that shows the moment that two beach houses in North Carolina, look at this, collapsed right into the ocean. Oof. We'll tell you how much those houses were worth and more details coming up in the local. Plus, there's a serious shortage of nurses in California. So in tonight's original, we'll look at why so many are walking away and what it means for healthcare writ large. That's next.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Southeast Bureau, families of the victims of that condo collapse in Surfside, Florida, that killed 98 people, they've gotten to a settlement. And we're learning it's nearly $1 billion, $997 million. This is I know you remember this, the 12-story building in the Miami area that collapsed without any warning back in June of last year. The judge hearing this class action case wanted to try to get this settled ASAP and get some relief to the families before the first anniversary. Also from our Southeast Bureau, check out this it's dramatic. That's what it is, dramatic video. 2 houses right on the beach in North Carolina collapsing right into the ocean. Why? Big waves, big winds. Happened just hours apart. This is one of them. The other one happened a couple hours after. No one was inside when it happened, thank goodness. From our West Coast Bureau, this year's drought has California's Big Bear Lake in some pretty tough shape heading into the summer. Look at some of these new satellite images. The water level's about 15 feet below full capacity. Officials say it's a really big deal. It could hurt tourism. It could hurt local businesses. Something to watch this summer. There's a new push now to get the federal government to do more to protect female drivers. And the reason why might be a little surprising to you. Women are 70% more likely to be hurt in a car crash. But the dummies that test car safety, crash test dummies, they're not designed for most women. Turns out the tests are using decades-old technology that may not accurately reflect what kind of injuries women and girls have when it comes to a crash. Of course, according to the U.S. Department of Transportation, more than half of everybody with a driver's license is a woman. High-tech and smaller female dummies are available, but they're not required by the government, so a lot of car companies just aren't using them. Advocates say this is putting women in danger. Cars are not designed, they say, for the shorter legs and arms of women who tend to sit closer to the steering wheel than men do. Tom Costello joins us now. Tom, let me cut to it, right? If I'm going out to get a car, right, looking at maybe getting a new car or whatever, or you're a woman going to do that, should you trust when it says it's safe for women or safe for people? Should you trust as a woman driver that you are in good hands?
That 5-star rating that everybody wants to see when they buy a car for their spouse or their kid, their daughter, whatever. Yeah, I think you got to be a little bit skeptical now. And here's why. Because while they have been testing with the male crash test dummies for men, as you suggested, for women, they've been using a smaller version of the male model, of the male dummy, right? Well, listen, as you know, most women are a little more petite than men, and structurally, women don't have the same muscle mass and structure that a man does. As a result of that, they tend to get more injured. I mean, listen to these numbers. 14% of women are 14% more likely to die in a crash. You mentioned 70%. That's astonishing. But in addition to that, 22% more likely to have a head injury, 44% more likely to have a neck injury, 40% more likely to have an abdomen injury, intestinal injuries, because the seat belt doesn't necessarily come across the pelvis bones. It sometimes literally cuts into the abdomen itself, into the intestines.
So what's the holdup on getting something done about this?
New technology, I say new, it's been around for a while, more than 10 years. Technology does exist, a smaller, more accurate female version of these dummies with a lot more electrodes, sensors to determine exactly where the impact is, to use those in crash tests. But the government has been working on this for 9 years, still hasn't approved it. It is a long process. As you know, anything in the government, it tends to move glacially. But I had a conversation with somebody in the government today, and I said, listen, I appreciate that this is now 3 administrations. But come on, in that period of time, SpaceX has designed a rocket, built a rocket, gone to the space station multiple times, and you guys can't seem to approve the dummies. We're working on it. That's what they say. And that's we're working on it. They say we acknowledge that there is no role for gender disparities, but this is taking too long, they say.
But then what do the car companies tell you about why they're not using these dummies? Well, even if they're not required, they could all go above and beyond, couldn't they?
Some car companies do. However, they are required. You know how it is in engineering. If you are required to meet a spec, a standard, you engineer to that spec and that standard. You don't want to deviate from it because then you may not meet the standard, right? By the way, some car companies are using it. Europe and Asia regulators are already requiring the smaller female dummies. The U.S. so far isn't. Maybe in the next few years, we'll see.
Tom Costello, we're going to see more of your reporting tonight on NBC Nightly News. Love when you join us for a preview. Thank you so much.
Glad to be here. Thank you.
Appreciate that. We'll see you at 6:30 Eastern. So tonight's Original Now with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been watching. And right now, nurses in California, they're kind of disappearing. One study found more than 40,000 registered nurses there. 13% of that workforce, right? They are no longer on the job. I don't have to tell you that nurses carried a load during the pandemic, putting themselves right, in the path of the virus to care for patients, some of whom refused public health measures like testing or vaccination. So you've got now a lot of nurses feeling a little burned out, leaving the field altogether, leading to the possibility of a new medical crisis. Jake Ward has that story.
The job was hard enough. Before coronavirus hit the U.S., a 2021 Ohio State University survey found that 40% of critical care nurses in the U.S. were already reporting symptoms of depression before COVID. Then, hospitals suddenly needed those same nurses to come in, suit up, and face a pandemic. Now, the toll is becoming clear. Across the country, huge numbers of nurses are walking away. And a 2021 study by the University of California at San Francisco found that COVID seems to have driven them out.
From the big cities to suburban California, nurses are disappearing in this state. The estimate is that about 40,000 nurses, that's about 13% of the workforce, are no longer doing the job. They've either retired early or quit the field entirely.
The three smartest nurses I've ever met who have almost, 15 years plus of experience, they have all left the bedside.
Brianna Scott is a veteran ICU nurse.
When COVID hit, it was a whole different storm.
She says her employer, Sutter Health, had her seeing very ill COVID patients at 2 hospitals while pregnant last year and did not offer testing when she followed protocol and filed a report about being exposed. NBC News has not reviewed that report.
The hospitals where I was working were not testing staff, so I never, in the course of the entire pandemic, have never been tested by my employers.
2 other nurses at the same hospitals where Scott worked described similar experiences to NBC News. Asked about this, Sutter Health did not address specific complaints, but told NBC News in a statement that, quote, "We offer COVID-19 testing to those employees whose work-related exposure is deemed high risk and to any employee who is part of a workplace exposure incident and experiencing symptoms." Scott says September of last year was her breaking point.
Every person I took care of, I came back to work and they'd be dead. So there wasn't that sense of reward that nursing can bring, where it's like, I'm helping somebody get better.
At that point, her compassion was replaced by fear, she says, and she burned out.
And I think the difference with COVID is the patients who came in before who weren't caring for their bodies, caring for them as a nurse didn't put me in or my family at risk necessarily.
Now, with a toddler and a baby, she's taking an easier job as a recovery nurse.
Even though I worked so hard to meet this goal of being an ICU nurse, I am willing to walk away from it for the safety of myself and for my own emotional and mental health, because it feels wrong. I feel guilty.
As veteran nurses like Scott leave the ICU by the thousands, it's not clear who can replace them or their invaluable experience.
Jake is joining us now. Jake, let's talk about some of the nurses that are still on the job, right? What have you heard from some of them about the very real challenges we just heard about?
Well, certainly that thing that Brianna Scott says so powerfully there was echoed by many of them, that there's essentially this kind of social contract in being a nurse. You go into it not for the money, obviously, you go into it for the sense of being able to help people. And Brianna Scott, described there the fact that basically we were no longer, her patients were no longer taking care of themselves, but suddenly because of a pandemic, because of misinformation, because of everything else, they were putting her and other people at risk. It breaks the kind of social contract that she says is around nursing. I found that very, very powerful, and I've heard that many times from other nurses we've spoken to. And of course, when you add to that the difficulty of finding the right resources to support those nurses, then it gets even more complicated. I mean, just last month, Hallie, we had 4,000 nurses at Sutter Health, the system where Brianna Scott worked, strike against 9 different hospitals asking for better pandemic plans and staffing guarantees. And then just shortly after that, you had 5,000 nurses strike at 2 hospitals run by Stanford. And they were asking specifically for help with recruitment and retention as we're watching nurses walk away. So what we're seeing here is all of this burnout taking real form and really offering a threat to our ability to keep places properly staffed, even in the best of times.
Jake Ward, thank you so much for bringing us this story. We're going to have more original reporting tomorrow night on why nurses are quitting, this time because of a verdict in the case of Redonda Vaught. She was a nurse who accidentally gave the wrong dose of medication to a patient who later died. She was convicted for that death. Now other nurses say they fear they'll be scapegoated. We're going to have more on that, again, tomorrow night right here on this show. Time now for our backstory, our behind-the-scenes look at how a story comes together and how it fits into our bigger picture. And you know, this month it is Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, and comes as law enforcement agencies all across the country are seeing an increase in hate crimes against Asians this year. Look at this new info out of New York City. It's on the screen now. Out of 37 reported anti-Asian hate crimes this year, 95% of them were physical attacks, right? Physical assaults. The chief of detectives for the NYPD, James Essig, leads 4,000 detectives, including the Hate Crimes Task Force. He met with our own Vicky Nguyen for an exclusive